The Royal Arena returns for day 4 of Counter-Strike Carnage. We began our week with 8 teams, but yesterday 3 were sliced from the running as the race to the title continues to get even more cutthroat. 3 more best of 3s on the cards today. So some, the kingdom is going to be crumbling, and for others, a chance to inch even closer to the crown. And we can see just how much that meant to all our teams in attendance yesterday. Of course, a few new ones on the cards today. Joining myself, Freya, to delve into all the action. Of course, Maniac, SPUNJ up here on the desk. Gentlemen, you excited to be back again in the Royal Arena?
I am very happy to be here. I had an amazing day of Counter-Strike yesterday. We saw high emotions, low emotions. We saw what it means to the players to be here playing in front of their audience, and I just want more. I'm just ready for more.
Yeah, really contrasting hearing just some of these shots, right? Seeing Device Devastator has to do probably one of the worst losses he's experienced, especially considering the context. And then you see the Astralis boys popping off with the Bash brothers of BlameF and Config doing it all in front of the home crowd. So we got it all yesterday. It delivered for day 1, and I think day 2 is going to give us more of the same.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be delving into it. Of course, in case you guys missed out on any of the action, we're going to give you a quick recap of exactly what went down yesterday. Of course, first on the docket was FaZe taking on Big, and FaZe handing a pretty good victory in that one, cementing themselves in that matchup later in the day. We'll get onto that very shortly, but unfortunately, Big, they were the first to be eliminated from this tournament.
Yes, they were indeed. I mean, the result is quite logical. I didn't really expect FaZe to destroy Big that easily, but we have to say it is now official. Big have become the gatekeepers of the top level Counter-Strike. They are not a team that we can sit at the big boys table anymore. They're going to have to work to get back to that position. Well, as for FaZe, a little bit of heartbreak down the road, but they did show signs of life now back in online, or on LAN Counter-Strike, I should say.
Yeah, they took care of business, right? I think they had the showmanship of Carrigan on full display with the Batman mask, obviously going with their new jerseys here. It was good to see Rain as well playing to that level of Counter-Strike. So this is a question around FaZe, you know, now that we're getting back to the LAN environment, is he going to be able to contribute? And if he can keep up those performances, then definitely so. But moving forward, Liquid versus NIP.
Man.
Not many people pick Liquid, right, guys?
Yeah, you were the sole predictor up here on the desk, Chaddy. Yeah, we're literally never going to live that down. I'm wondering whether you've picked them today, but before we get onto that, let's just recap exactly what went down there, because, I mean, you said it earlier, Chad. Absolute heartbreak for Device. We have never seen emotions like that from him. He just looked deflated.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? This Liquid situation, if you're not familiar with what's going on at home, if you are, I'm sorry, we're going to say it for the viewers who aren't, this team is a dead team. And what we mean by that, there will be roster changes at the end of this year for Liquid. They've made that very public. The fact NIP have just made a roster change, brought in Tag in front of the home crowd for Device, and Tag NIP just across the pond as well. That type of a loss, it stings.
And you know what's really heartbreaking for NIP? They've known how 2 crowds in 2 different countries that they have let down. The Swedish crowd in Stockholm, and now the Danish crowd for Tag and Device here in Copenhagen. So these have been hard moments on the big stage.
I mean, the Danes definitely weren't let down when we get onto our 3rd and final match of the day. Of course, FaZe returning after that victory over Big. It did end up getting incredibly close in some of these moments. Surprise victory from FaZe on that Nuke, but Astralis, man, they looked like they were in full force down there in the arena.
Yeah, they really just rode the high of the arena, I think, right? They played up to the crowd here. Now, look, they got slammed on map number 2. That was their map choice of Nuke, but that's probably something we can dissect a little bit further down the line here. But I think the biggest takeaway for me, right, we can do the config, we can do the BlameF talk. It was lucky, right? It was lucky playing big boy Counter-Strike here and keeping cool the entire time.
I know, I was very impressed with Lucky. Also, if you were wondering whether or not the dynamic duo of BlameF and Config were going to deliver, well, you got the answer. They actually ranked number 4 and number 5 in the entire event right now, so a great pickup from Astralis. These 2 boys didn't wait to hit the ground running.
But I'm very excited to see them take to the stage later today. But we do need to recap our CS Money Play of the day for day number 3. You guys know the deal by now. You've been voting on over. We're going to crown our champion play, but we're going to start off with play number 3, Machu.
Yes, indeed. We are starting with Tapson with a little bit of an M4A1S action on Dust 2. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to the man, but in that game, in that specific moment, he showed why he can still be an impactful player.
Worth a couple of gun rounds on his own, isn't he, this guy? Absolute monster here. But lucky I mentioned his name. We're about to see that rifle action in play here. Somebody who was a doubter, I'm slowly being converted day after day, and this lovely spray down here in the smoke. He goes, great stuff from Lucky.
Don't think you're the only one being convinced, but another man that really convinced everyone so far is Config with the AWP, and he's going to make plays on that catwalk area. Then the second pick is absolutely insane. You get 2, why not go for 3 in the smoke? And of course, the logical reactions to bring out your USP and get the 4th kill.
Yeah, some huge stuff from all of our players there. Yeah, you were convinced that
Don't say it. Someone mute his mic right now.
I'm doubting you at home. You're over here. Next time, the context matters. That was against an eco. All right, the context matters, guys. When you vote, think about it. Don't just vote for your favorite player.
And mechanically, it's beautiful. All right, let's not start a debate on that.
Yeah, no. I mean, maybe listen to Professor Sponge a little bit more. We are going to take a quick look at the bracket to see exactly where we're standing after those results yesterday and coming into day 4, of course, 2 more days here in the Royal Arena ourselves. I guess the biggest surprise we have to say is that Team Liquid one, the fact that they're continuing on, even though we've really branded this roster as a dead team because we know that they're going to be making roster changes go.
Absolutely. We were worried about the face that Liquid was going to show in that tournament, and they are still alive, and they have given us reasons to doubt what is going to be the result between Heroic and them. Now, we also are going to give a team a berth to the grand final today as well. There's that NAVI versus Vitality game. Whoever wins is already in the grand final. That is going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, cool thing here as well is we do get Simple versus Zywu, a matchup that we can talk about until the cows come home. But the fact it is the winner match, maybe, just maybe, we get it again into the grand final, right? So everybody could get the double dip of that on their weekend, and always love watching those two in the server.
And of course, it does mean that Big, FaZe, and NIP are eliminated already from the tournament. I guess the biggest upset out of that is the fact that NIP are eliminated, considering they've got, S-Tag, as you were saying, obviously Device as well, a home Dane, not being able to continue on in this arena.
Yeah, if you look at the teams they lost to as well, right, that's where you have to add a bit of context here, I think, overall. But it's a stacked event. Someone had to go home first, right? Yeah. So for Big, I think that we could probably consider that NIP a bit more of an unknown quantity. But yeah, see you later, I suppose.
Do you think the result for FaZe, obviously they are eliminated from the tournament, but do you think that is showing some signs of life, considering some of their matches were close, and they did look pretty convincing in that big game as well?
I think the conversation for FaZe towards the end of 2021 is who's going to stay on board for 2022. I think everyone agrees that there are going to be changes if you want to see FaZe stay at the top level. I think Rain has bought himself enough credit and enough mark and stock here in the 2 lands we've had in Counter-Strike. I think Olaf is on the other end of that spectrum. We've seen some performances that were just not enough at that point, and I respect the career, I respect the legend, but if you want to still keep up with the highest level of Counter-Strike we have today, it does feel like he's one step behind him.
He probably wants to compete, but it kind of feels like he's doing the team a bit of a favor by coming back again, right? And apparently Rops' contract is up at the end of the year. Carrigan, Rops in Mouse Sports. Apparently, right, if you read in all the signals, that's where this one could be going. But for FaZe, I think here it's still showing that they are just one little step away from not breaking out. We're getting back to that form that we know and love from FaZe.
Well, we can take a look at the schedule to see what is on the card today. Of course, 3 more best of 3s coming your way, 2 more elimination matches, and of course that match in the middle, NAVI versus Vitality, going to cement who is going through to that final. Our last game of the day is going to be Astralis, but to see who's going to be meeting them, it's Heroic taking on Team Liquid.
Heroic bring their own flavor to the server every single time. Masters of their craft in the comfort of their own home, can this style of play be brought to the big stage? Brothers in arms, ready for battle.
Second headshot for Stout. We need more. Oh, a third one on top of it.
Liquid have not only been hitting heads, but turning them as an unfathomable upset denies Device another tour of his home crowd.
And he's running out of time. 8 seconds. He goes for a fight out in the open. He's going to win one of them. And now on the other side, he's got the help. He's got the AK. He's got the clutch.
Liquid Knights have defeated the Ninjas, but can they overcome the heroes on home turf?
The hometown squad have arrived in the Royal Arena, but now they'll need to hold back the waves. Liquid watched NIP out of this very ground, and despite the end of the roster being nigh, they did not let that phase them yesterday, Spunj. Liquid, they are not dead yet.
Yeah, look, yesterday, I know that I picked them, I know that they won. I think that was down to a little bit of NIP not being fantastic in my eyes, as well as there's no pressure now for Team Liquid, right? And again, we mentioned it earlier, if you're not up to date, Liquid, as we know it, will no longer have this roster going forward. That's very public. You can read all the interviews, you can do all those bits and bobs to catch up on it, but trust me, that's the case right here. But this team now, as you're looking at it, they've been able to work out their dirty laundry in public, right? And they've been able to show their individual prowess on the server, especially through some star names like NAV.
It's quite incredible, and if any of you out there doubt about how psychology plays a role into Counter-Strike, then I double dare you to look at the game versus NIP. Because it was always the fact, it was always the story, always the narrative that Liquid was a star-studded roster. It had players from coast to coast who've been at the top of Counter-Strike for the longest time, and we couldn't understand what the heck is going on. Why are they not playing good Counter-Strike? Why is there no consistency? Why are we talking about all these problematics in all the interviews? And then now, as Chad is talking about, airing the laundry, catharsis event, no one cares anymore. They just play the game. Suddenly, their comm is better, the skill is better, they're clutching against NIP, and we are left wondering what could have been for that lineup.
Yeah, they definitely haven't been shy. They've been totally honest about, the future going forward with the team, particularly in that Stewie 2K interview as well. But we were talking about it yesterday, and some of the accolades that some of these individual members have on the side of Liquid, they are one of the most, star-studded in terms of the individuals and their history within Counter-Strike. One of the most star-studded lineups we have here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think here as well, you have to remember these guys are competitors at the end of the day. When you're in the server, sure, there's still going to be a couple of those little worries that you have on your shoulder there, but a lot of it goes out the window. You heard in some of the voice comm clips that we had that they were getting along, that the communication was on point, and they still have the tail end of the year. At the end of the day, you want to be a professional. You're here to play a video game for a living. You have this tournament in front of the arena. The rest of the events in the year, I don't think they have the same gravitas as something like this. So make the most of the moment. Show everybody why you're as good as you are. And for different members, they have different things to show. Somebody like Grim, put yourself on the marketplace. Here's those accolades you were talking about. Right, Stewie, Nav, where are they going? Elijah, is he staying? Is he going to Valorante? Fallen, is he actually going to go for the last dance? Who knows what's going on? But what we do know is this team won't look like this in a couple months' time.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Listen, if the team is not going to be there in 2022, you as a player will still be there. And a lot of people are wondering, how can you play Counter-Strike? Are you still valid for the elite level? Well, that's their chance to prove it.
Well, speaking of one of the stars of the lineup, we do have a few words from NAV ahead of this series.
I've got NAF with me from Team Liquid, and we got to start with this, right? Okay, all the drama and stuff that's going around you guys, but do you think that actually made it easier for you guys to perform yesterday?
I mean, at the end of the day, when you're playing on a team that that kind of feels like it's coming near its end, and you kind of have like that dead team smell, I guess, somewhat, it obviously just takes away, relieves all the pressure. So at the end of the day, we're playing kind of with no pressure, and I understand, like, yesterday when we were playing NIP, I felt like they had some pressure on their shoulders, even just watching their cameras. So yeah, no, just yesterday is just we're just doing what we got to do to get the win, and at the end of the day, win or lose, it's whatever.
And you were definitely feeling it and loving it when it came to the crowd vibe, because your clutches were coming up huge.
Yeah, yesterday, I don't know, I just felt like I was just in the zone, everything was working. On a Mirage, I feel like people weren't even shooting back at me. I felt like I was invincible, and I was just like, all right, like, I'm having a great time.
Just go for it, man. Yeah. But would you, like, being honest when you're looking at it, do you think NIP also underperformed a little bit compared to this? Because obviously they came in as such heavy favorites against you guys. Yeah,
I would say NIP definitely, I can say that there's definitely a fair share of underperformance. They gave up a lot of clutch rounds versus us, I remember. I mean, I won some clutches, Stewie won some clutches. So, I mean, I could definitely say that there was some sort of sense that they did underperform a little bit, but also at the same time, I think we also performed pretty well.
And now you're going up against Heroic, right? A very tough team to go up against. But it is a team that you have quite a nice history against. Not the nicest round, certainly, for you guys to remember. But are you guys keen for some revenge, especially on LAN? Because you, again, you've got the experience here.
I mean, yeah, of course. Playing on stage is an amazing feeling. And I don't know, I think this is Heroic's first stage match here. So who knows, maybe they might be a little jittery. But then again, they have their home crowd. They have the Danish crowd to back them up. So at the end of the day, I'm just hoping for a fun match, a grueling match. And that's what it's like versus Heroic at every turn. So I'm excited.
And how much do you think the veto is going to play a part in this? Because it's quite an interesting one between you two.
I'm not sure what they're going to pick. I haven't discussed too much about it. I think we saw that they beat NAVI the other day on Mirage, so there's a chance maybe they might pick that. We have a feeling maybe they might pick Nuke or something like that. So at the end of the day, I guess we'll see, but we're ready for anything.
And are you feeling like there's pressure on your shoulders now because you got the win against NIP, or is it still nice and relaxed?
Nah, it's still nice and relaxed. Like I said, at the end of the day, Heroic is like the top 3 team, and they also have the home crowd advantage. So.
Well, let's see how it goes. Nav, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean, Naf sounding pretty confident there, saying he didn't really feel like anybody was shooting back on the side of NAVI.
Yeah, look, in that Mirage game, he's referencing right there, they won 16-4, and he went 21 for 8, so he only died 8 times. Yeah, that's probably why he didn't feel like anyone was shooting back.
Superstar performance from NAV, that's what we have seen. And honestly, when you have a man of his caliber with the assets and the skill that he has, I think that this context we are in is perfect for NAV. The fact that he is playing like a superstar is no surprise to me. NAV is a man that will exploit his opponent's mistakes. He will exploit the gaps in the clutches. Just look at some of these numbers that we have here. The 2nd best T-sided player of the event. The 7th highest rated, 2nd highest damage, and 4th highest kill per round. But again, let's talk about the mistakes, let's talk about the pressure. NAV doesn't feel the pressure. He utilizes it against his opponents, and we had plenty of occasions against the likes of NIP.
Yeah, those clutches yesterday was something else, right? Now, sure, you have to make mistakes on the side of NIP, but NAV was able to capitalize on those mistakes, and not everybody can. Not only did he capitalize on those mistakes, he was masterful in some of the moments. One that comes to mind was that overpass. I know it was against the Eco, but when the time is so low and there's 2 players to find, that one sticks in my mind. So, look, I think NAV, you look at this, I think we might even get it here in the replay for everybody playing at home. When you look at it around like this, it's showing just the skill set that a guy like NAV has, and it's on full display.
I mean, we talk about the future of that lineup, and there is one player, that's the clutch you were talking about, Chad, where he masterfully handles the time around and gets that last kill. If there is a man that I don't want to disappear from Counter-Strike, it is NAV. Please, for the love of Gaben, someone pick up this guy and make sure that he doesn't go anywhere, because he belongs at the top. I've been saying it every single desk I have the occasion to talk about Liquid. NAV is a superstar player. He's one of the very best we have, and I don't want him to go anywhere.
He doesn't seem like a Valorante player to me, man.
Hell no.
I think he'll be
Stay
staying with us. I think he'll be staying here.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, it's a player right now that is leading the charge for the team, so he can't disappear today. I don't know if he's going to get as many clutch opportunities, though. Heroic a little... Well, actually...
What about the stage experience? Not like they have a lot of experience here.
No, not at all. Not throughout. You look to Cadian, but even still, that is few and far between.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, you mentioned the word pressure, Matthew. Last time these 2 teams faced, there was a lot of pressure in the server. I think everybody remembers that one particular round from Refresh.
There is no way. If you had watched that game, there's no way you forgot the 1v5 from Refresh, right? We go back to EPL Season 14, quarterfinal. Liquid have everything they need. They basically have the game in the back. It's 15-14 when they find themselves in a 5v1 against Refresh. And as we can see, the POVs of all these Liquid players just completely out of sorts, uncomfortable, not knowing how to handle this 5v1. And Refresh is going to do a beautiful job at destroying them. First of all, I wonder, was that the beginning of the downfall of Liquid? And the second question is, can we see a similar scenario happen on the big stage right here? These are the 2 questions we need to address.
If Refresh wins a clutch like that in an arena like this,
I will lose it.
I think the entire arena would lose it. But that question you pose about, is that the beginning of the end? I think with Liquid, they were probably already walking around on eggshells around some of the problems that they were having. But this one here, I think, really caused the cracks to start to form, because you lose a round like this, and it's something that the entire community now, you're getting referenced in every level of CS.
Absolutely.
In scenarios like this, old teams are playing too passive, this, that, and the other. It becomes an entire talking point. So this here is one of the things I think that would have hemorrhaged Liquid open and really brought to the surface all these dramas we've been talking about.
And I want to ask from your perspective of what we saw from Heroic at the Major as well, because coming into it, none of these players, surprisingly, the most surprising rather, Cadian, never made it to the Major playoff stage. The fact that they managed to show some resilience on LAN, when they were one of the teams that in the online era, we were really questioning whether that would translate over to the big stages.
All of these players had something to prove. All of these players were under the microscope coming onto LAN because they were one of the most improved teams we had online. Now, I have to say, 3 players quite clearly withstood the test as far as I'm concerned. Stone is turning into a superstar when it comes to offline Counter-Strike, which is great. Shush is silently, no pun intended, doing the work he's got to do. And then honestly, Tez has impressed me too. Now, Cadian, in general, on that LAN in 2021 is doing great. But at this event, he's been very quiet. He's been very silent. He doesn't have the same kind of effect. And another man we mentioned on the 5v1, online, is Refresh at the bottom of that.
Yeah, I think he's slowly turning heads, right, and starting to make things better and better, but we need to see more of it. And this is the type of environment where you do want to see those plays from Refresh. But if we just focus back in on Cadian, he hasn't been feeling too well, right? He made a tweet, he hasn't been too hot. The problem that I have there is he is the heart of this team, right? He's a wild man. If you see him getting passionate about this, yelling, like, this is his life, right? You can see it, and I can resonate with that. I was a very passionate Counter-Strike player back in my day. I was doing the same kind of nonsense. And if you're feeling under the weather and nobody else is there to pick up that slack in the team, it can actually be detrimental, because if you're used to having that and now you don't have it and you're in this environment, things can really start to fall apart.
I also wonder if it's, his style of Counter-Strike, because Cadian is not someone that always plays the odds, which in a way is beautiful and extraordinary to watch. He's going to give you the crazy action that you really don't expect and the numbers don't make sense. It's harder to do it here. It's harder to do it online with the crowd, against the audience and whatnot. So can he do that? Because yes, he gives his own, he gives his everything to Counter-Strike, but I'm still waiting to see the same Cadian we saw online, having crazy plays, some that defies the odds and the reasons, do it here right there.
Well, speaking of the talisman of the team, we are going to get a few words from him, courtesy of Banks.
I've got the fearless leader of Heroic with me, Cadian, and the thing I want to start off with, mate, you clearly are the only team that can really challenge NAVI, but you still can't get that win, yet it gets so close every time. Maniac was saying, like, every game between you guys, it's over 27 rounds at least that get played throughout. What needs to happen in order for you guys to grab that one?
We need to win 3 games in a row in the arena and have the crowd just slowly progressing into getting more and more wild, and then when we meet them in the final, they'll give us the extra 5% to make it maybe even less than 27 rounds, but in our favor this time.
And when you're reviewing the game that you just had against them, right, what kind of things do you notice with it? Is it mistakes on your end? Is it just them being better? Is it just come down to the clutch details? How do you view it?
I think there's a little bit of a theme in our games against them, and that is we are fairly pressured on our CT economy. And then when we are like 14-12, 13-13, Simple gets like a opening, double opening or something, and then we're left with very poor guns, and that's kind of where the game is about to end. So, I mean, he's had some very crucial and important rounds for them in the end, like in the first 27 or whatever. Obviously, all 4 of the other players has been sick as well, but so have we, Like, you can't compete with NAVI if you don't have 5 players who can compete with them. So, yeah, it's a sick matchup, and I really hope we can get it in the arena as well.
Now, I know you weren't feeling earlier on, but you seem to be a bit better now. Yeah. How are you feeling about your individual level right at this moment?
Not satisfied, to be honest. I think there's way more that I can do. I've shown that throughout basically all of 2021. And the ending to the major and the start to this one has been the worst shape I've been in for like 1.5 to 2 years. So, yeah, I'm really much looking forward to be in the arena, and hopefully the Danish crowd will help me find the level that I know I have and that I've shown before, because I really want to bring it out. I know that my team can win, even though I'm not playing at my A game. But yeah, now that the illness is gone and I'm feeling more fresh, it's time to deliver.
Now, we got Liquid, who, okay, they upset NIP yesterday. What do you think of them, given their situation, right? Can you see a difference in their play style?
To be honest, it's not too much of a surprise for me that we play Liquid. I mean, yeah, people talking about the changes and stuff, but look at the experience on LAN. Liquid compared to NIP. I think there's no doubt that Liquid has a bit of an edge there. So yeah, it's a very LAN-proven team in the past. They have their issues. I think maybe the biggest problem for them is that now they are at a place where they have something to gain. Yeah. They've been playing without any thing to win. They've just been playing, and whatever happens. Now they're at a place where they can see the trophy is not that far away. So maybe the nerves will hit them now.
Are they a threat to you though, mate?
I don't know. I mean, they are very experienced players. There's major winners over there, both Fallen and Styrian, different teams and iterations, so they are a very proven team. I think they respect us a lot. They've said that in multiple interviews, and I'm in for a good game. I know that they have made magic happen in big arenas before, and I'm just excited to play these boys on LAN.
Well, I'm excited to see it, Cadian. Good luck, man.
Thank you, man.
A few very interesting things there from Cadian. I want to pick up on what he was saying about Liquid being that LAN-proven team as well.
Oh, he used it for why they beat NIP. Well, we can use the exact same logic he's posting here for why they can be heroic.
Yeah.
So he's doing our job for us right here. So that right there, he obviously knows that's a factor, right? But that's going to play into his teammates' game plan too.
Yes.
Like, look, you have to be aware of it, right? It is a factor here. I just thought maybe you'd come out with a little bit of bravado and be like, nah, not going to worry about these guys too much.
Yeah, I mean, they have to accept the fact that Liquid is the land-proven roster. It's just how it is, right? We talk about the Inter Grand Slam as well. When they were doing, that was mostly on stages in front of people. This is where they played the best Counter-Strike. And actually, that's the moment. This is why it's very exciting. It's the moment where for a brief instant, for a few hours, we can just throw the context away. Doesn't matter about what's going 2022.
Sure.
When these players are playing right here, right now against the crowd here, that's all they need. That's all they need to perform, and we have seen it against NIP.
And talking about that performance, we heard it there from Cadian, who's been very honest about his own performance here at the tournament so far. So is there anything you're kind of hoping to see more from Cadian? Is there anything that's been lacking for you?
Well, I think he said it himself. He's been a little bit subpar compared to what he's been doing on the online era of Counter-Strike. We agree. We mentioned it on the desk. The thing is, he can be an X-factor for that lineup because he has player around him who will deliver, who have become consistent fragging machine. But if this man that we have on our screen pops off, then suddenly the type of Counter-Strike he plays creates, I guess, chaos for the opponent is what I want to say. He's going to take the 40-60 duels. He's going to take all the 50-50 duels. And then when you're trying to play a normal Counter-Strike, he's in your face, finding shots he shouldn't. So Cadian that actually hits stride or hit the ground running makes a huge difference instantly for Heroic.
Yeah, that, unfortunately, right, his performance not being fantastic at the moment probably feels in a little bit with the calling as well. Because if you're an AWPer and you're calling and you are the one making space in front of this room, it makes it easier to call the mid-rounds, right? If you're not being able to get away with that and you're relying on your teammates to do a bit more, you can see why that not only impacts his game, he needs to focus in a little bit of the calling and see what he can do from a like an overseeing position, right? So I think it probably plays multiple different factors here. NAVI game though, right? We had 5 best of 3s in a row, right? Where NAVI had not lost a single map in those best of 3s, and then Heroic did it just the other day, right? And they said that they're they think they're the team that can take NAVI. Well, they took a map, right? They're on the right path. They need to get through Liquid now, but it's good signs. It's showing that Heroic are competitive here in the land light environment. Now it's just the stage environment.
Yeah, they are showing, or they did show rather, that NAVI can bleed. I think it was Refresh that we were speaking to just before going into the game, or after their first win here, saying, you know, he felt like they were the only team that really could bring it to NAVI. Were you content with what you saw versus NAVI of Heroic?
Yes, I think that was a very, very competitive game. Obviously, for 2 reasons. First of all, Heroic is one of the most well-distributed talent roster we have in Counter-Strike at the moment. If you look at weakness point and, you know, people that could be abused, they don't really have that. If Refresh can play a good game of Counter-Strike, Cadian's not under the weather, suddenly you have an extremely well-distributed lineup. And then there's the map pool. That is a discussion, because if you want to go and win trophies, you have to have solid maps and you have to have punish picks. And I think NAVI can sometimes struggle a little bit against Heroic. When you have them not picking Nuke, well, that sums it up. That means that Heroic have what it takes to fight them.
Well, we can see them doing the live veto at the moment. Chad, anywhere that you want this to be going?
Oh, I think if I was Heroic right now, I would punish a team like Liquid by going into like a Vertigo, like a team that
technical.
Yeah, they're not going to have a lot of depth, right? A Nuke could be another one that they could opt to go for. Those are the bans that we were expecting here. Now it's going to be the picks. Liquid, maybe you want to go with something like, I don't know, an Inferno maybe? Or go into
Mirage, Inferno. You're talking about the technical side of things, right? They go for the overpass. That's what they
7 in a row right now, yeah?
They picked that against them last time around. We were talking about this EPL matchup where they won 16-12 peak and overpass. Now, I agree with you. I'll join you. I think if you're Heroic, you push them into an uncomfortable corner. Like, you don't want them to be on a map where they know automatically and unconsciously what they're going to do.
Yeah, we saw lack of depth for Liquid on their T side of Inferno just against NIP, right? There was Stewie there just going banana every time, and when he didn't get space, they really had nothing. It is going to be Nuke.
Right.
So, look, I don't hate that. It's one of Heroic's better maps. It's a map that they were hoping to play against NAVI just the other day.
So far, we're following the veto of their last confrontation, right? That was overpass first, that was Nuke then, and then we had Inferno as a third map. And I think Inferno could absolutely be a handshake. We'll see if it ends up there. The Vertigo is being removed. That's what you were talking about. If you're Liquid, you don't want to have, I guess, the risk of playing Vertigo as a third. And now Heroic have to make a choice.
I'd go Inferno.
Mirage or Inferno?
Yeah, I'd go to Inferno again. I know that it was the refresh moment that was what kept them alive within that game that we've already touched on here. But yeah, look.
There we go, same veto.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I just don't think that there was enough in the tank from Liquid yesterday on their T sides. But again, that factor could be completely thrown out the window here. This is really wild, right? Because of how that game went down last time, right? If the maps go the same way and we get to the third in Inferno, I don't think we're going to see another 1-on-5, but right, it's setting the scene for a series that Liquid can win.
Yeah, I mean, if we did, I think the arena would absolutely explode if that happened. But speaking of the first map that's going to be Overpass, what are our expectations kind of setting up both these teams? Anybody we're particularly looking at going into it?
Well, I'm not going to go NAV because I feel like we covered NAV quite fairly already.
Maybe that's
I'll actually mention Fallen because I think that last time we saw Liquid, he had a very poor start, but something that Fallen brings brings to the table that not a lot of people have is that when you hit the really key moment, 13-13, 14-14, I almost feel like the scoreboard doesn't matter for him. He can be down in the pits with 7 frags, and when he needs to hit that shot, he will do it. So I'm going to look at Fallen. That's an AWP map on overpass. He's my go-to.
Yeah, I just think the T-sides of Liquid are going to continue to just draw a bit of a blank there, because when you aren't practicing, we know they weren't practicing North America. Their manager said that they were taking some downtime before coming into this stint. It's going to come down to things that are a bit more scrimmy, right? So it's going to come down to the timings that you can find, the space that you can make. What can you as an individual create? You're going to have your defaults, you're going to have your U2, you're going to have your team play, but it's going to come down to things that aren't so well refined. Like how much prep? Have they gone super prep heavy for this? Or have they gone, you know what, boys, we'll probably stay away from the demos this time and just stick into our own game. So I think the T side for Liquid is where Fallen's going to need to have some really good calling. And when we get over to the CT side, him over towards A with the AWP is going to be influential, because I think if Heroic get the space towards bathrooms and long, that's when they can do their like real fakey boy maneuvers down through connector, another highly thought over piece of real estate here in the Heroic map. So yeah, I think connector is going to be a big fighting point of this, because yeah, as I mentioned, Heroic do love the fakes.
Well, we have got our map cemented, but it is time to kick things to a quick break. When we are back, we're going to be kicking this game off, welcoming our teams on stage and getting it underway on map number 1 of Overpass.
For a long time, people have said, like, you onliners, do it on LAN, and now we have proved the haters wrong.
It's nice to be in this type of environment, and for us, we're just taking it a step at a time.
Do you think you've got a chance?
You're damn right we got a chance.
Navi again.
Navi again, yeah. Well, Navi, yeah. They're the best team so far, without a doubt, even though, I mean, they had close games, but that's how it is when you're the best.
They're a hard team to play. I always was saying it, really close matches. It was our plan. It was our plan.
Have you ever played Counter-Strike in an environment like this?
No, this is definitely a first. This is the craziest experience of my life. I'm just so proud of how Glaive is calling. He's like making sure that everyone is like micromanaging everything perfectly and so on. So it feels very comfortable for us.
Our first match of the day, and we are raring to get things underway here in the Royal Arena. We have our map cemented, so there's only one thing left to do. It's time to welcome our teams onto the stage.
Oh, yes, indeed. Day 2, Saturday. How are we doing? Yeah, I think we were all reminded yesterday of just how much Counter-Strike needs crowds as much as crowds need Counter-Strike. Did you enjoy it? I know you did. I spoke to a couple of you, and the passion, the genuine love for the game, and the players that take to the stage, it is so good to see and hear. A whole new generation of Counter-Strike fans and maybe even players. I spoke to a couple of 9-year-olds in Astralis jerseys. They're feeling themselves. They are feeling themselves for the future. But right now we live in the present, and it is my pleasure to get day 2 of Blast Premier Fall Finals underway. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let me hear you! I love it! It takes two to tango, everybody. This team needs no introduction, representing the red and white flag. Please. Yes, indeed, Heroic versus Liquid, live from the Royal Arena. This is gonna be a party. I'll be coming back to you, Casper. But first, Nafly, I just spoke to you, we whispered in my ear, I said, you've done it once, can you seriously do it again? You boys, I saw smiles on your faces, extra firm fist bumps. The Liquid looking pretty damn exciting yesterday.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing to be back on stage in front of a crowd and all that, so it's amazing. But then again, we're coming into a team like Heroic. They're one of the top teams here, especially up there with NAVI, so we know at the end of the day it's going to be a tough game, but sadly, I guess we're going to have to eliminate 2 Danish teams today.
Yeah. Oh, everyone needs a villain. Everyone needs a villain, and well, I suppose that makes you the hero. Casper, Cadian, Muller, you got any words for these guys here, both watching at home and of course in the arena?
There's a Royal Arena!
I guess that means we'll see you in the next game.
That means just making sure everyone in Royal Arena is having a good time. And I guess our finest job today is to make sure that the crowd is going to have a good time with the Danish win. NAV, as said, Liquid are insanely tough opposition, but they didn't beat the Danish teams. They beat 2. They have to beat 5 today.
Woo, woo. Okay. You guys have shown that you can do impossible plays. Refresh, I'm sure you guys remember. Cadian, no one forgets. We're gonna get any more of that today?
I hope so, I hope so. My boys is ready. Me, myself, haven't played the best individually, but when you have 4 beasts like this, I mean, I don't even need to, but maybe today I'll have to. I think that we want to make a show for the crowd here, and boy, have we looked forward to playing in front of a Danish crowd, and it's finally happening.
Let's go! Royal Arena! Give it up! Heroic! Liquid! It's game time!
Oh, chills down my spine. We are going to get into this game. Liquid versus Heroic. What a fantastic day. Semler, how are you?
Fantastic, man. I'm so excited to get into this match because it's another elimination match. Everything on the line for both of these teams. One of them is going home.
One of them is, we don't know who yet. I'm impressed that Liquid are here. Heroic, they feel like a powerful team right now too. I think this is going to be a spicy game.
No, without a doubt. And well, that's the thing. Liquid right now, they don't have anything to lose. They know it themselves, and that's actually let them unlock a next level.
Yeah.
The last time these two teams went to head-to-head, it was so close between the two. They are very evenly matched. So I'm excited to see just what Liquid can bring to the table here today, if that loosey-goosey style is going to work for them.
I mean, not having the pressure and having some absolutely wild firepower as well. NAV in that best of 3 yesterday, I've rarely seen anything like it. It's one thing for a player to carry a map, but all 3 of them, he was way out of control. It was so cool to see. I hope we see more of that today, and it's not like he's the only one. We had some questions. I mean, I think there were a couple of maps there where Fallen went missing more than I would have liked. I still think there is a version of Fallen out there that can go head-to-head against Cadian with the AWP.
Without a doubt.
He's crazy good, too.
Without a doubt, especially because that's one of the main things here that Heroic are focusing on. And Cadian has talked about it. He's honest, he's frank in these interviews where he's saying his level is not up to par right now. He's actually experiencing a bit of a dip individually. And so if Cadian is not going to have that hard-hitting AWP, I mean, Fallen can take him in a 1v1. That can actually happen. So that's one thing that Heroic have to consider. That's one thing that Liquid have to worry about. The other thing is whether or not there's going to be anybody who's going to step up in a big way here for Heroic. You know, usually we see a lot of these guys, they're pretty even in terms of skill. They can kind of do it all, but do you have what it takes to handle a NAF that's popping off or an Elige that's just taking over the server? You're going to have to counter these guys.
And you're right. I mean, they do have a broad field on the side of Heroic in terms of everyone able to do a lot. Cadian, you're right. He went missing in one of these games, and that's a bit rough. But the fact that everyone else here is really, really solid, and the fact that they got they got Nuke into the map pick as well, which is
that's a perfect
crazy.
Trio.
Good chances that we could see a third map, which would be on Inferno. Again, it's a Counter-Strike tradition to end on Inferno. We all love that.
There we go. There we go. Cadian bringing the hype. Always does. Always does. He may miss the off shots, but he never misses a chance to show off in front of the crowd, dude.
Oh,
Get them
no.
pumped up.
Yeah, it's great showmanship. I agree. That means they're ready for war. You could tell he is so hyped up right now, and he's got to be as well.
Love it.
I'm so curious what's going to happen. And Overpass is an opening map again. It is one of those really wide maps where it's hard to play really, really fast on this map. Maybe at the B-bomb side you could do it some of the time, but Liquid are going to be on the T side to begin with too, which means they're going to be dictating a lot of the pace here. I wonder if Heroic are going to sort of try and change that, try and be more aggressive on the CT side just to get in and feel pumped at the beginning of the game as opposed to just waiting around for Liquid to show up at a bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rougher start here for Liquid. Fair enough. T side Overpass hasn't been their stronger side of the two. They really get a lot of their work done on the CT side, and that's also where we've seen NAF get to just pop off and take over with insane retakes and clutches for them. So that's definitely something that Liquid are going to be looking for. But their T side, not the strongest. So if they can start off here with the pistol round and start strong against Heroic, that's exactly what Liquid are hoping to get done here. Got some Liquid fans in the crowd. Let's go Liquid. Yeah, there we go. So I mean,
you know, just to slightly preview the pistol round here for Heroic, there's a strategy that actually Astralis came up with, but I bet Heroic know it, that I think is really cool and could be fun to see here. It's sort of similar to what we talked about at Mirage yesterday, where you push a bunch of people into B and then you rotate them into middle.
Yeah.
You can actually do the same thing on this map, where you put 4 people in B, but then they push out of the L bend into sewer, they go back up through connector, and they go up to the restrooms eventually. So they do sort of like a whole around the world thing, but it works because usually if it's going to be a B hit early on in the pistol round, you're going to spot them out there anyway. You're going to know and you can keep people in B. If it ends up being A, you've got a lot of people coming out of the connector up to the restrooms, and all you need is one person on the other side. It's a strategy that Astralis did actually a couple of years ago now, and I've seen it so rarely. It's one of those things that's worth saving when you get into a big game like this, and I feel like we're going to get ready. The countdown is on. Liquid versus Heroic. Oh, this is going to be a fantastic best of 3. We're on the big stage here, so welcome to the show. Copenhagen, can you feel it? Oh, yes. Let's get this underway. Liquid on the T side, Heroic on the CT side. And a quick shot, it's Elige to get the opening kill. Taking down Tessis, a beautiful beginning for them.
Perfect. The check at top mid for information. Getting shut down by Tessis. Or at least Tessis getting shut down. Elige with that P250. That's the whole point of picking him up. And Liquid have got a couple of them. So we'll see. But here's the info play coming in on the other side of things. Cadian getting snuffed by NAF. Worst person to run into. Let's see if NAF is going to keep bringing the level, man. If he's going to keep bringing the heat, Heroic are going to have a hard time holding on.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he's working on some sort of record all on his own. It's very rare that you get just consecutive maps like yesterday where you just don't fall off at all. If he can continue it into the to today, it's just too much to handle. At a 5-on-3 right now. They're set up outside of the B bomb site, and it's down here. He's checking it out. He's getting the information, and they want to do a little bit of a boost here. This can actually pay off. P250 up top. He's almost got the view. It is so close, but they're just fiddling around with it a bit, and that means Down is now walking back. He's going to come join. If they're a little bit too slow here, it could be a 3-on-5 at the B bomb side.
It is going to be a 3-on-5 in the bomb side. Steven's rotated down, so he's going to be here to help out as well. They still have that smoke to get in. A flash to follow it. Refresh to kick things off. Takes out NAF already. Still a man advantage for Liquid, though. Pushing onto the bomb site, trying to find kills.
It's not bad at all. Another headshot for Stown. Shushes in there. What's happening to Liquid? They're bleeding players left and right, and Heroic, they turn it around. Look at the health that's left. 13 on Down, 6 on Refresh. But they defeat Liquid 3 versus 5 in the B bomb site to win the pistol round. That's a bit of a shocking turnaround there.
Oh, this is what happens. I mean, dude, it's the worst case scenario. They might as well have had 5 alive at that point for Heroic. Having 3 guys on the bomb site when the push starts, it is perfect. The gamble pays off for Heroic. They just decide, we know we need to stack, we need to take this risk, and Liquid walked right into it. So worst case scenario there for Liquid. No bomb plant for them either, so no bonus money. It's going to be a bit of a soft round for them.
It feels like that they were, I mean, I understand the trick of trying to boost over, but normally Liquid are not a team that have any trouble with executing once they have a lead. They usually don't sort of second guess themselves a lot. And it felt like maybe they did, and they sort of made some noise out there. There was a little bit of a stumbling.
Look, they had like 15 HP total between the 2 guys that survived. So that's 2 bullets that, right, totally different picture. We're looking at Liquid winning the pistol round. So we're not going to get too far ahead of ourselves here because already another double entry for Liquid. 2-man advantage.
They steal the MP9 and the FAMAS as well. Got to be real careful here, Down. You need to take more than a couple. Oh, and the burst at the end. He takes down Stewie. What an incredible amount of control. He just had 2 bullets left for Stewie. That is ice cold on the side of Down. And now the question is, Nav with the Glock, if he can get a bit closer, he can upgrade that and do some more damage. What a promising round to start off with for Liquid. It's all gets snuffed away. He's down up here looking for the ace already in the second round. He really wants it.
Don't give it to him.
Yeah, definitely don't give it to him, but he's not going to have a choice. It is an ace already in the second round. Oh, that's going to get Heroic fired up.
At that point, at that point, you just got to run away.
I agree.
At that point, you just got to run away to the other side. You don't even give it to him. You run and go and die to somebody on B. You're hoping to be able to get a kill, of course. That's the whole point of this. But that was real clean control there from Stan with that FAMAS. Not often that you see that gun do so well in those situations against multiple targets. But it's a 2-0 lead now for Heroic going into the first big buy round here for Team Liquid. Rifles across the board. Good nade counts as well. And as far as Heroic are concerned, pretty well equipped on their side of things. Hopefully Heroic are going to be looking to keep some guys alive at the beginning here, though. Not looking to go down in body count immediately, although I do like this from Liquid, showing a lot of presence everywhere on the map.
Yeah, they're covering all their bases right now. Refresh, playing around the smoke, a little bit interesting. Cadian out here with the AWP. It's a CSGO classic. As soon as you unscope.
Has to happen.
The trick is going to be, flashed in. What a play. Down setting it up and Refresh getting the kill. But excellent work for Grim to get the refrag there, and that probably works out in their favor. So Liquid are probably all right with that.
Grim as well, actually showing that what he's capable of here in this tournament. Loads of support, loads of entering, just running in first, creating room for his teammates, which is kind of just that lone hero role that doesn't get recognized often enough. But he's been really putting in the work to be there for the team. Also showed that he can hang in there individually, though. So gotta be careful around Grim if you're Heroic. Zez is going to be pushing forward for information. This could backfire on him, though, with a couple of players there. Instantly traded. 3-on-3 still favors Liquid.
Yeah, but the problem really is the time here. I agree, but 25 seconds. They have to run on there. Shush is there with an MP9, and all he has to do is even show himself. Getting a kill would be great, but if you can just delay them a little bit more, it's going to buy time for the rest of them to show up. And they are really low on the clock here. 11 seconds left, and Shush doing his best here. Yep, they're going to have to run for him. Nav will get the kill, and they're going to get the bomb plant with 6 seconds left. That is cutting it close. And Cadian, he misses that flick. And now the problem is, do you want to throw away these guns here if you're on the side of Heroic? It's pretty risky.
We have seen this, and actually, okay, we're going to get the retake. Flash in, sets it up, 2v1 crossfire setup, though, and Cadian, he hits the first shot. It's all on him now, 1v1 against Elige, looking for it. Nice HE on top of it as well. Cadian almost sensing where this guy is playing from. He's got the dig, he needs 1 bullet, and he's not going to hit it. Elige comes through. Liquid, they're on the board.
Oh, what a tight round. I can't believe they managed to cut it that close, but they look like they were in control, even with 6 seconds left. Really well done. Gonna net them the first round here on Overpass. And not letting Heroic run away with the initial victory. This is such a great beginning for Liquid.
It feels like this was brought up by our analysts going into this match, though, and I feel like that has been a trend. Now that we're in front of the audience, we're seeing more clutch attempts out of these players. They're not just always going default save, trying to play the long game. we see them trying to make plays like this happen more often than not. It's really entertaining Counter-Strike to have on the main stage here at Blast.
I can't believe they flashed their way through the smoke and jumped down with a FAMAS. That's such a crazy move. But it did work. Stewie lining it up. Almost the ace. Close enough at any rate. And it's going to be a second round on the board for Liquid.
Gets robbed in the end, yeah. Bit of hype though, but we're tied up just like that, Anders. And these first 2 rounds for Heroic, they've been dicey ones. Obviously Stalin with his hold, but the pistol round was so close. So I feel like Liquid right now, they're not too down on themselves, and there's a lot of pressure on Heroic to have a decisive round against Rifles. They need to shut Liquid down right here in this round. They'll have a decent nade count to work with and a hard stack towards B as well, so that's interesting. We'll see if Liquid can pick up on this or not. Naf, his life might be getting way interesting here pretty soon.
Yeah, he's playing at that anchor outside of the B bomb site alone, which is sort of a classic. Nice little boost here. Set up inside of the B bomb site. You can look over, but they're a little bit late to catch Naf. Maybe if he backtracks, but they also can't stay here forever. It's super risky. If someone, goes for a little bit of a peek or even a counter boost inside of the connector, they're going to be able to see you, and it's very hard to do anything about. Yeah, you could see. Oh, they almost have it, and they're going to catch Naf. It pays off. They actually stayed there a little bit longer than I thought was reasonable, but it works out in the end. 4 versus 5 now.
Filth. And now Heroic feeling like they can make some information plays as well. So this is really powerful stuff. And also, this is just characteristic of Heroic style. Nice little jump peek there by Elige. Not going to get caught off guard by Tessus in that off angle.
Oh, Grim. Back
the
to
top.
pick up the
There
bomb.
it is. Impeccable. Impeccable, but Elige, split second too late.
Oh no, Grim's running back. Don't do it, Grim. He's going to be actually getting the kill. 40 seconds, but there's a second player there, and now the bomb is lost to Liquid. Oh, what a disaster. How do you recover this? Stewie's clearing the bomb site. Stalin is going to go down, and now they can actually do it. They're back in a 3-on-3. They have enough time. What a crazy round.
Stu wishes he had some teammates, though, to help him out here, though, because this is going to be tough. Heroic going to be playing this fairly disciplined, waiting, although Cadian and Tessus are thinking about inching forward. Stewie's got a good angle now to hold, but they can still put themselves in a position to trade. Tessus going to go down. Cadian a second too late, though. 10 seconds. They need to stop this bomb from getting up onto the bomb site. Flash and smoke going down, though, and Fallen, I think he made it just in the nick of time.
Yes, he does. The bomb is now planted, and it's a 2-on-2. I can't believe that Liquid found a way, even to this point in the round. I feel like they should have lost it already. M4 and Galil left here, and a nice find. It's going to be Elige to get the kill, and now Cadian. He's already tagged up. It's very hard to win this round, but he's going to go for it anyway. Gets the one, and Fallen. He's back at the monster tunnel. No kit on Cadian. Doubt there's one on the ground either, so yeah, he needs Fallen to come look for him, and it's not going to happen. He'll have to back on out and just let the round expire. It means it's going to be a third one for Liquid. I mean, this is a very hard round for Liquid to win.
I love the audio baits coming in as well. Just drop the pistol over the side, make some noise. He was hoping it would land in the water. That was the name of the game there. If it landed in the water, then that makes Fallen think, oh, he's actually committing to this, and maybe Fallen steps out into the open, but it lands on the ground instead, and so Fallen knows, I'm not peeking. You're not actually there. And it's not going to work. What a monster round, though, from Liquid, because that was some classic Heroic, though. Look at that. So they go for the boost, and then they push aggressively on CT side. That's Heroic. They love to do that on CT. They love to play aggressively around on the map and make these pushes. It's part of their style. And so, really, that's going to be a frustrating round to lose for Heroic, because they played their game, and they still managed to lose the round.
And, I mean, they started with that trick. With that already feels like, all right, we're a good step in the right direction to maybe winning it here. And then they find the bomb way back there. It was about 40, 35 seconds. That is normally game over for that round.
Indeed.
But somehow they managed to actually make it work. All right. Liquid are being really apprehensive here. You can see Nav is basically in T-spawn, or was, making sure no one is pushing. They do not want to get caught off guard here.
Young Stu, though. This is a little bit dicey. No need to be donating an AK to this. Yep. Shots are going to go through. A little bit of an info peek there from Heroic, figuring it out. And all they're doing right now is trying to just bait a reaction. The flash is impeccable, though. Catches him out. No kills going the way of Heroic. How is that possible? It looked perfect.
Yeah, and now they're stuck inside of the smoke there. Cadian with the M4. He's going to get the one kill, but he is very low on health. It looks like Liquid are going to be able to clean this up. No problem. That's a very fine piece of work there. The smoke, I mean, they jumped through at the right time, so they could have had it.
And now they know where Stalin is. Elise just goes out there and pops him, but they could have played it, you know, they could have just been like, right, we know where you are, now we're going to go around over here, plant on B, no problem at all. But Liquid are taking control of this situation, Anderson. At least as far as in recent times that Liquid have played this map, they're 100% win rate on it, but this is not their strong half. T side is where they've struggled. It's CT side where they're dominant on overpass. So for them to get this strong a start, this is terrific. This is the best case scenario for the North Americans.
It really is. Great beginning here. Losing the pistol and then bouncing back really quickly afterwards. Elysian is Stewie, top of the board right now. Stown is a little bit ahead, but I mean, he did have that one ace, so that obviously helps out a lot. 7th round coming your way. A little bit of a timeout being called. Chance maybe for Heroic to remind themselves of what the actual plan is here. They got that AWP back on Cadian as well. They're up against 5 AKs. Interesting for Liquid's point of view. I mean, they could have afforded an AWP if they wanted to, but they want to stay light on their feet and be quick about it.
Indeed. I mean, explosive style, right? It definitely lend itself to this play, especially if you wanted to go for some kind of... You could go for the blast out of Monster. That's really popular. Shush hits the timing impeccably through the smoke. Instant death for Elysia. Man advantage again for Heroic.
That lottery spraying through the smoke, always a little bit risky. The fact that it was Elysia that they got is even better. Stown able to take down Grim, and now they're walking on, but they've got no idea, and they're walking in one at a time, a little bit disjointed. I'm not seeing the flashbangs to follow it up either. Not enough smokes, so Liquid kind of donating them that round, I think, a little bit too easily.
Yeah, trying to force the issue there. Trying to force the issue. That's so, I mean, it's got to be frustrating for Liquid because they do manage to keep getting these man advantages Heroic, right? And Heroic, I mean, they've been pretty good about locking down those man advantages when they get them. 77% of the time in a 5v4 they win. So if you give them the man advantage, odds are they're going to get it. So Liquid trying to force the issue, trying to pull a fast one on Heroic, trying to change the pace. And it didn't quite work out for him that time. So this is going to force Liquid to spend a lot of that bank, and obviously it gives Heroic a great little cushion to work with now going forward.
Refresh went for a second jump, and Fallen actually has the AWP. I know I've been hyping him a little bit, but I wouldn't want to take that risk against someone like Fallen.
This, however.
Yeah, he's going to be walking in, looking for the opening. Actually, he's got a great angle. If they come back from the monster tunnel now, he could set up for a very snappy kill here.
Very scary, the way that timing works. Refresh aware of it, of course. And so now, well, Heroic. Yeah, let's see how they develop from this, because it's still Tess has pushed up.
Yeah, and that position allows for now both Stown and Cadian to rotate down to the B bomb site. They're trusting in the fact that if they go for the A bomb site, they have to make it past Tess's, and even better, he's going to win the fight against the Liege, so makes things a bit more manageable. Again, man advantage now for Heroic. We're down 50 seconds left on the clock here. Stewie flashing his way through, but Refresh doesn't care. He's still going to get the kill on him, and 3 versus 5. Fallen at the L-bend. He's been waiting there all round long for someone to backtrack, and it has never happened yet. So all they've really done is waste time. Fallen's going to be going down. That's a lot. They're really gambling on the idea that someone was going to eventually cross the bomb site, and they never did.
Yeah, he missed that timing by, what, half a second? So that's a frustrating situation, right? If you go back and check the demo and you're Liquid, you're just going to be... This round could have been completely different, because if Fallen half second earlier, he catches Refresh, and then you actually have what you need there, Liquid, to just explode out onto the B bomb site. A couple of shots getting taken here by NAV, hoping to make it a little bit more expensive for Heroic. But this is going to be a round where Liquid are just going to hope to save these 2 guns going into the next one. And Heroic, well, it feels like that timeout was perfect for them, because they just reminded themselves, hey, we need to play our style here. It's not because we lost that round that we start to play passive. Our style is to get out there on the map, show presence the way Tessus did in this round, holding aggro towards playground. You know, that's what Heroic is all about, getting out there on the CT side and creating havoc. And Heroic have now gotten 2 rounds where they've played aggro and it's worked for them. So they just need to keep leaning into that and not letting Liquid get comfortable.
Trust in the system. 9th round is coming up. Scout instead of an AWP on Fallen. Oh, no. Oh, only a couple of, I don't know, 100,000 people saw that. It's fine.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
I don't mind about that.
All right, they brought the bomb over to the A side, not leaving it in T-spawn, and Naf is even being pulled over. He's been guarding outside of the B bomb site for a long time, but they want him here by the restrooms. Stown and Tessus They're defending it, and they should have a decent chance here with this double setup. It's really hard to swing against, because if you try and peek close, then Tess is there. You can see the shadow on the ground. If you go for the wide swing, oh, but the nade follow-up is dead on perfect. That was the setup that they needed.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, that's just how effective these players are. Once they have that angle, they're holding that angle with their crosshair, even blind, they're just spraying. And they're controlling the recoil, and they're just putting bullets through, and it just so happens that Stalin shoots Grim in the face, blind. Way it works sometimes, but Liquid, they get the man advantage, and that's what they were hoping for here. So now it's a question of showing presence over towards A and getting Heroic to believe that this is going to be the hit. Half is rotating as well, though, so this is going to get interesting here for Liquid if they feel like they've got what it takes. Heroic, we saw how effective they were in the pistol, though, with that gamble. It could pay off again here for him.
Cadian is down below at the sniper nest. He's not that far away, though. I mean, he could be there quickly. Question is, oh, he's actually already going to be falling back. They're so aware. Heroic, they've got the right read. And Shush, oh, wow. He lets go one more bullet, and it's a headshot to take down Fallen. Naf and Elige, little bit of trouble now. 2 versus 2 as they get the kill. But Refresh, he spins around instantly, and it leaves Naf on his own. He's going to fall to Cadian. And Heroic now back in the lead, 5-4. That's a really, really good call to bring Cadian back from that bomb site in the last 30 seconds. In spite of Liquid having the man advantage, they win the round.
Shush. Not expecting the off angle, Liquid. But also Elige getting caught without getting any value there. That's really weird. I mean, he was clearly expecting somebody to be on the left, but for him to get caught off guard completely by the man holding close, it feels I was definitely expecting Elige to find the kill there. It's a little bit of a drop the ball moment for the North American star.
Yeah, it's forced a timeout now for Liquid. They want to make sure that they can absolutely stay in this. Again, like you pointed out, they can get just a decent base on the T side here. If they could get up to 6-7 rounds in the first half, it's such a good foundation to build on.
I think at this point, Liquid are they'll be happy with 5 or 6. You know, like if you can even get 5 right now, if you're Liquid, 5 or 6 on T side, you get into CT side. Because this is the thing, it feels like right now, Liquid, they're telegraphing a bit too much what they want to do, and Heroic are feeling more and more confident in their reads. Because again, you had 2 players locked into that A site with Cadian quick on the rotate as well. It's like they just knew, oh, there's presence on A, they're going to hit A. And so Heroic, it feels like they're getting more and more comfortable on this CT side. Liquid, on that T side, it's hard to do if they're not practicing, if they're not trying to come up with anything new. They're just playing by feel right now. It's like Pug CS. So if you're not hitting all the headshots, that's a really hard style to play on T side and have it work.
And especially when you start so many of these rounds 4 on 5. So many of them where they end up going down a man early on and they have to try and find a way back into it. Pistols coming through the monster tunnel. Actually getting dangerously close in this one. Stown will add it to his ridiculous scoreline with a couple of kills there. And he is still alive as well. Shush patiently waiting. A 3rd kill for Stown. Wants to keep going. Cadian will deny him the 2nd ace. But it is a quad kill on Stown, and he is clocking in at 16-5 right now, which is pretty impressive.
A lot. I mean, 2 of those rounds, what, 9 of those kills were egos. So just saying, just pointing that out, throwing it out there.
Trying to undercut him a little bit.
Just a little bit, you know pump the brakes here a little bit. But
let's see.
Listen, you're in the right place in the right time and you're getting the kills. That's good. That's good. But this is now going to be it here. What do Liquid have in store for us? If they want to just try and change up the pace here instead of slowing it down, because it feels like they're getting picked, they can maybe have a little bit more of a straightforward approach. That would be interesting. We saw a lot of effectiveness from this strategy, though, yesterday, where Elige gets up here quick and catches Cadian. Cadian misses the shot, takes a bit of damage.
They also failed a flashbang that was meant to be set up to actually get that fight against Cadian. That was a very risky peek that they almost sold Elige right there. That flashbang needed to go a little bit deeper, otherwise it doesn't do anything at all.
Elige is a mad lad. He's just stomping all over the place.
Yeah, they are being pretty noisy.
But Cadian has got iron trust in his teammate.
Look at Refresh and Shush. They're actually playing outside of the B bomb site, so it's a different defensive setup down there. Again, it's really nice to see them switching it around, not just having the same barrels and monster tunnel, crossfire every time. And Tessus, he'll find a kill, but Refresh burns alive to fall, and that is interesting. Stown is back at it again, but they're going to find the AWP. Grim quick with the flick there to take down Cadian. It's a 3-on-3. They have 50 seconds. It's going to be Shush put to the test, but his teammates are already en route.
Yeah, they're already rotating hard. Stavin's going to be down here very quickly now. Tessus is just going to hang around on A just to make sure. But there is a window of opportunity here for Liquid. Shush with the peek is going to give them all the info. He spots the bomb. Fallen leading the way with that bomb as well. They've already made it past the smoke, though, so this is it. Shush on his own, and Shush goes down alongside Stun. It's all on Testis now, 1v2. They're both low on the side of Liquid, so it is possible.
Oh, nade. It's not going to go far enough, so they'll have to try and find him, and they are relocating really far away. If he had a smoke or a Molotov, this 1 versus 2 would be so much more doable for Testis, but without it, he is definitely in trouble. And NAV and Fall, I think it's a really smart move for them to be here. It's hard for him to check once, but to find both players at the L-bend, it's almost impossible. And he's already spent a lot of time here. NAV is waiting for it, and Fallen will get the headshot. A triple kill. And Liquid, they find that 5th round after losing 4 in a row.
I just like the guy sitting next to those guys, or he's like, I'm not a part of this. Don't put me in this.
Don't associate me with these people.
Nice Molly, though. That was a really quick catch. But look at how aggressive Heroic were in this round, man. Just nowhere on the bomb sites, outside of B and sewers, playing in the restroom on A, all the way out in mid towards birthday. Like, they just not even close to a bomb site. They were just looking for fights everywhere. So clearly feeling it on Heroic side. That takes some bold decision-making to make those kinds of calls. Oh, NAF, though, getting caught in the smoke. Again, Shush. Too good.
What a frustrating way to begin some of these rounds for NAF. 2 rounds now where he's been downed through the smoke. Doesn't really feel that great. I wonder if Heroic, because they know that he's playing that position. Last time they went and checked after they got the kill on him, they went and actually looked outside.
Yeah.
When the smoke is gone, they could do it again. Or Elise actually setting up for that scenario. So he's playing a deeper chess game right here. He's like, wait a minute. They did it last time. Let me see if I can catch them walking out. Doesn't look like he will.
No, support from the A site with that fresh smoke.
Yeah.
Now Liquid, they're still hanging out around here as well because Heroic were playing so aggressively last round. They're still waiting to see if there's going to be any craziness going on over here on A. And this is a different setup from Heroic. They're deep. They're reaching into the playbook. I like this because it's not exactly falling back to A. So you're not with your back to the wall just yet. But it is close enough to hear information, right?
They have got no nades, Sumner. I mean, how do you win this round with no grenades to get into a bomb site? That's kind of a core pillar of playing the game, isn't it? So, I don't know. Another kill there ringing through. Stewie, he's out of the round. Oh, and the Molotov. They picked one up, and it's going to be for nothing. It goes up in the air instead. They picked up another smoke as well on Fallen, so that's something to work with. It's not that much.
Hard rotate.
Yeah, and he's got this angle already that they're falling back. They're going to give up on the round, and even that doesn't really work out. Shush is going to catch one of them. It's going to be 7-5 in favor of Heroic. Wow.
That really blows as well because Elige actually had money for nades in the next round.
Yeah.
Whereas Grim, you know, if he'd have gone down, fine, fair enough. Elige should be able to buy back up with an AK if he wants, or at least a Galil so he can afford full nades. But again, Shush is so good at getting that angle right. If anybody's holding outside a monster, he did it to Elige, now he did it to NAF. He's just a monster over here. It's so sick to see.
Oh, man. 13th round. And right now, Liquid are definitely feeling the pressure. They have enough to scrap together a buy of sorts. Again, it's really low on the nades. They're almost forced to play a little bit quicker in this round because if they slow play it and try and use those nades just to get map control, they're not going to have enough for the bomb side. There's the initial push down. He's going to get 2 in spite of that crazy fight. He was on his own that whole time, and he still picked up a double.
Curious to see if Stu's going to make his way over here to pick up that M4A1S. Because that is definitely one of the better guns in the game right now after the update. Cadian's thinking about it, though. No, he's just setting up a fresh smoke towards Monster. A little bit more support there for the rest of the team. Yep, there it goes. Thank you very much. And instead, it's going to be Cadian still holding, still got his angle. A little bit more passive on this side of things, and that's making Liquid just a little nervous. They still have one set of nades to work with. Elige could walk into his death, though, and yes, sure enough, Cadian not going to get caught sleeping. Hits that shot perfectly.
And he has Tessa's right next to him. In case they were going to try and run him down after the initial shot, he could just be there with the M4 ready to pounce. Stewie and NAF, I don't know. Very, very hard round. We saw NAF yesterday get some crazy 1 versus 3 clutches. They need some of that right now. This would be the optimal time for it. Tessa's, though, unflashed on the bomb site. Just trying to get that kill. NAF will go down to Cadian. And it's now just 27 seconds. The spray will not connect. Refresh will take him down instead. Heroic find an 8th round. And things are starting to look a little bit disappointing here because 4 out of 5 rounds they had in that block in the beginning, it looked like it was going to build up to a really good first half. It still could be, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, they're running out of time, but again, right now what I'm thinking is just focus on this, focus on the remaining 2 rounds, fair enough. You have a chance to get 6, you go for the half buy this round, so you can do a bit of damage here. We've seen how close they've come in the past with these Deagles getting opening kills. It's definitely possible for Liquid. But if they could just focus, full focus into the next round and get that 6th round on the board, it's not too bad for the first half. Even 5, even 10-5, I think Liquid are still in a decent position going into the second half, given their performance on CT side of Overpass. So Heroic, they need to get the remaining 2 rounds in this half, I think, to feel good about it.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, a 5-round lead going into the second half would not be bad at all.
It's cool to see, though, a new setup coming in here from Heroic. And Tessus, this is filthy. Does he get set? Does he get a flash coming in here from Cadian to help him out?
Oh, they're not even aware. Stewie goes down. They never suspected it. Cadian in position. He's in a little bit of trouble. A lot of trouble, it turns out. They're going to pick up the AWP, but only for a second. Tessus, oh my god, mowing them down. And Fallen is on his own, trying to do any damage at all that he could. I don't think saving the AWP was going to be an option in this one. What a great round from Tessus. The nade on top, I mean, because they were running to pick up that AWP.
Yeah.
And they all just walked into it. 9 rounds on the board. Heroic are looking strong.
There we go. Decisive, but also showing just a variety in holds, man. They're all over the place, and Liquid right now, they did go for the group approach, fair enough, but it just feels like they're kind of one step behind because they have to figure out, again, fresh each time. It's not like Heroic are running the same thing over and over again, and Liquid can adopt to that. Right now, Heroic just showing a variety on their CT side. So we will get the full buy for Heroic. They have everything they need going into the last round of this first half. And this is good time. This is a good time to call a timeout.
I agree.
For Liquid. I like this. So going into the last round, if you can get 6 rounds on the board, I think you're going to be pretty pleased with this first half.
It's hard to deal with the fact that Stown is 19 kills in 14 rounds. I mean, even with the ace and everything else, that's just a lot to put on the board. Even if you take that away from him, and he's still top ranking. Even if you take the quad kill and the ace away, he's still top of the board. Wild times.
Dude, that's sick. I love it. I was just thinking, like, Grim's got $300. NAF, he could drop an HE for NAF, and I think he just did. So again, just min-maxing the economy every little bit that you can possibly get here.
But now it's the time.
Up a P250 or that.
15th round is coming up, and they need it badly on the side of Liquid. Nice little jump with a nade. This time it didn't fail. Didn't actually hit anyone. They are well aware that that can happen. But yeah. The timeout was called for Liquid. They had a chance to talk it over and find out. NAF almost goes down again. Outside of the B bomb site, down to 26 health.
Just got chunked. Bit of noise being made out here at Longbow. And this setup from Heroic could be filthy in a second. It could get out of hand. We'll see. Ready for it. Little bit of an off angle, not fully expected. Flash is seen, and the setup is brutal. They know the second man is here, though. Stun. Trying to hold his own, playing with the jiggle peaks. Grim is going to peek into him, and Grim goes down.
Oh, and Refresh is there to try and help out as well. He's not quite far enough forward, but eventually Stown will fall. 3-on-3 now. NAF is, again, from earlier, low on health. Refresh, he's going to get knocked out. Great play from Stewie. Shush and Cadian here, 2 versus 3, and Shush looking for an early battle there. Cadian is really far away, so it's Shush on his own in the bomb side. He's going to have to do this entirely without any help, and he does. Big double, looking for the triple, and what a defense. 10-5 at the end of the first half in favor of Heroic. They're on their feet. They just need 6 more rounds in the second half, but it's coming up after the break.
Look at me, Nav.
And I'm actually gaining on you. I'm gaining on you. I don't want you to get nervous. I don't want you to get nervous.
Oh, I just died. Oh. Guys, chill, patience. Dude, what? I'm walking, dude. I'm just gonna walk. This is too hard. Oh, okay, you need to stop. Oh, whoops. You need to stop before. You need to stop before it turns red. Alright, I'm cool. Oh, goodness, man.
God, this is... You can't make this.
No! What the fuck? I tapped up. I'm cool with this. Okay. Dude, I wasn't. Oh. You see everyone stop. What? You can't move your mouse.
You can't move your mouse?
Yeah, you can't move your mouse or you die.
Okay, I'm not gonna touch it then.
I moved my. That's how I died. Dude, it's like a pattern now. It's not changing like when it goes.
Are you right with my dad?
Naf is behind you.
Look at me, Nev.
And don't. I'm actually gaining on you. I'm gaining on you. I don't want you to get nervous. I don't want you to get nervous or anything, but I'm gaining on you. Oh, dude! I saw a config running. I was like, I'm running with him, dude. Well, I'm out, dude. I may as well just recline my chair back.
No, I'm stuck.
Oh, I will get you. Don't move your mouse, guys.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, you finished it?
Oh, you finished it? Oh, you finished it. Oh, I thought you died. I didn't hear a gunshot. I was like, what? Well, only 60 seconds to make it over there. That was close right there. Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half is coming up. It is still on Overpass. 10-5 from Heroic against Liquid. They had a great first half, Semler. They just need a little bit more, and they'll be able to claim the map pick of Liquid, which, I mean, that would be one hell of a way to start this best of 3.
Certainly, especially because we're going into Nuke next, which is Heroic's map pick, and which is home turf for Heroic. So by no means will that be an easy task for Liquid if they're down 0-1 in the series. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Now we're on Liquid's strong side here. The CT side has looked good for them on Overpass. They have yet to lose this map in the last 3 months. It is a home map for Liquid. And so Heroic, they're going to have to come up with some clever stuff here to catch Liquid off guard.
So far, they've got enough utility to do an actual execute, which you don't always have in a pistol round. Sometimes you just rely on the pure firepower of P250s and Glocks, and you try and get that done. But they actually have enough to smoke off the stairwell and the bank and do a Molotov onto the truck. They can execute that whole sort of very common setup. But in a pistol round, I mean, it's really hard to deal with if you're on the CT side. And they've got the real estate for it out here. They've got the control by the restrooms. Yeah, they're going to go all in on this one. NAVI is going to be really close by for a flank, and that could be interesting. There are the set of smokes that we talked about earlier, and Elige, he doesn't want to stick around. He's rather play a retake, and it makes sense. So should be a quick bomb plan, and NAVI is not going to go for the flank. They're all going to be instead coming up for the stairs in the back. That's pretty risky for Liquid.
I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Work together. You've got a couple of nades to work with here for utility. Oh, Tessus and Shush not waiting around. They take the fight straight to Elige. Grim goes down. Nafta follows. Stewie trying to put up a fight, but it's not enough. Fallen is the only one here in a 1v3. This would be magical. He's got a kit. He's got a couple of nades, but he doesn't have a prayer. Tessus takes his head off. And Heroic with the pistol round, 11-5.
Some really good timing to take this fight right as Liquid was setting up their counterattack. They were just about to do it. It's really painful. And we got that countdown going, you know, like I'm going to flash 3, 2, and then 2 people die right as you hit that.
Yep.
Really unfortunate there. But a great start for Heroic in the second half. And now they got Mac 10s and a couple of AKs.
That's the issue with the gamble stack.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you put 4 down on the bomb site, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping. If they hit the other site, you're just out of luck. It's a real tough way to play it. And hard eco coming out here from Liquid now as well. So they don't want to be taking any risks. Tessus deletes Elige. But, I mean, that's going to be expected. They have not invested anything into this round, Liquid. So this really is a chance for Heroic to just farm up some money with these Mac 10s. And Liquid just saying, okay, let's get into the next round.
Oh, maybe? No, he's got the Mac 10. He should be at least able to get a couple here. Naf also on his own.
Hey.
Winning that fight. Fair enough.
Sit down, Cadian.
Getting too eager now. Stewie will be found, and it's going to be 12 on the board for Heroic. I mean, again, I just have to point out, 4 out of the 5 rounds that Liquid had were, right at the start of the first half. So since then, it's just been almost a giant unbroken string of Heroic rounds. That's very hard to deal with, even mentally, I appreciate that they've taken a couple of timeouts, but I'm not seeing the real bounce back here from Liquid, not yet anyway. But now the first rifle round is up. A really good chance now for them to have this a little bit of a say of their own in this game.
And already you see some aggression out the gates, but Heroic could try and change up the pace here and really get out here fast on towards this B bomb site, and it's looking like it. They're not going to waste any time. They're going to go straight out onto B. Grim and Stewie, Naf about to be tested, and they're up to the task. Both opening kills.
Ooh, tremendous defense. Naf will find another kill. Down, he's looking for more. So far, only the one headshot here. And he's in a 1 versus 3. And I mean, I don't know how you're ever going to get the bomb plant down in this position. At least he's carrying the bomb around. Theoretically, if he could escape, that would actually be the best, because he's got over a minute. So if he could sort of walk out of the bomb site and make it harder for them to know where he is, that might be preferable, but I don't know if that's going to be possible from where he is. Sneaking up close. He is so worried, paranoid about that high ground, but just because you're paranoid doesn't mean someone's not out to get you. Tries there, and Stewie walking in on the high ground. Oh, it's a Liege to get that kill. And Stown, he's been pretty good, but this is too much to handle. And then, I mean, this is a this is probably the pivotal round for Liquid. If they wanted to make a comeback, it's going to start in this round.
Well up to the task. This is definitely Naf's playground as well. He can hold passively from Graffiti back here, and he just looks for lines up on the headshots. He's watching. He's like the guardian angel for his teammates holding on the bomb sites. He's the one with the oversight. He's the one popping heads, and then that gives room for the others to work around him. So that defense on B tested already early, and it holds. And that's going to put Heroic a little bit on the back foot here. They have just enough money, but they don't predict the boost. He hangs around and gets punished, though.
I was going to say, yeah, he did see someone down there, but it's probably not worth it. Again, you had that 4-on-5. That's all you needed. Job done.
Yeah.
Don't get greedy.
Exactly. Greed is not good. 12 kills for Liege. And, well, I mean, they're just starting to crack into the double digits as well. It's been pretty quiet in terms of kills for Liquid. 10 for Naf, 10 for Stu. So, still trying to figure out how they want to get in here. But now on the CT side, we should start to see them get into their comfort zones. Grim with the bold position.
Yeah, I was going to say, he is kind of all in on this one, right? Yeah. Stewie could be there to maybe help him out with a smoke, but it's either going to win the fight or he's going to be dead. And it's scary when they have that AWP on Stown on the other side. If he just makes a jump down or even peeks in from the side, it could end badly. They've managed to walk around his field of view. That is absolutely next level. How did they know? Oh, he's in trouble right now. And he goes straight down. Shush with the spray at range. Now Stewie is on his own. He's trying to buy some time with the smoke and the flashbang. Actually, he does buy a lot of time, and he will find Shush as well. Refresh goes down. He was trying to open up the A-bomb site. Great defense for Liquid. This is everything they need right now. Stown and Tess, 20 seconds left. 2 versus 3, and they should not be winning this round. Stewie looking up from under. Oh, wait. He missed the timing. That's kind of crazy, but enough noise is being made by Tessus that they know he's coming, and they're going to find the kills. Down on his own. 1 versus 3, 8 seconds left. It's got to be Liquid finding a second round in the second half here and make it 7-12.
The veterans for this team coming through for Liquid in these key rounds. Ali is trying to force it a little bit. Obviously, he got that first one. He spotted the second. But in the end, it's Stu, it's Naf, it's Fallen, it's Elige. These guys are getting the kills, and that's exactly what has to happen. If Grim contributes, that's awesome as well. But we are looking towards the land of veterans here for Liquid. These are the guys that need to step up and lead the way. They need to make the plays for Liquid here in this CT side. So if they show up hot and they're getting kills, this is going to bode very well for Liquid on this CT side. And now they get a hard eco to go up against. Golden opportunity for them to farm some money. Elige, life is going to get a bit tricky, but he stands tall. Now it's Tessus, Cadian, and Stan.
They had a single flashbang to flash over in towards the playground, and that was the extent of the investment from Heroic. So Liquid should be in a pretty good position right now. Going to be an 8th round for them. And, I mean, at that point, it's a wide open game once again. It really is.
And if you wonder why, yeah, okay, they don't have any money spent. They don't have any grenades. Why are they playing so slowly? The name of the game here, every dollar that Heroic can get Liquid to spend in that round is a win. If they can get them to throw grenades, it's a win. If they can even get a kill somehow, you know, it's just about getting Liquid to spend as much money as possible, putting pressure on their economy. So you'll still get slow rounds like that, but this is going to be a big one here. 4 rounds now separating these two teams. Heroic still in the lead. And the last time they took a timeout like this, Anders, it worked out for them. Last time, that was when they turned it around and started getting some momentum going on that CT side.
Yeah, Exist now getting a chance to have a bit of a conversation with the team. Make sure everyone is feeling ready for this up-and-coming buy round. 4-round lead. That can evaporate really, really quickly. Got that AWP on Fallen. He's doing pretty decent in terms of, he's up 11. So he's not doing too badly.
It's catching up. They're starting to warm up, you know. Keep in mind, Stouden had like a couple of Eco Cobra rounds that just, you know, he got 9 kills against pistols, so that definitely helps, right?
No doubt.
This is still very even in terms of kills, neck and neck. In terms of output, and again with the aggression. Elysian Fallen thinking about it. Tessus, just barely dodging that HE damage. Question of whether or not Grim is going to be effective with this hold. Already a different style we're seeing from Liquid on this CT side.
And leaving Fallen alone over on this side seems a bit scary to me. He can't really control the restrooms and long on his own. But it means they have an incredibly powerful defense down in the B-bomb side. That's going to be very hard to break if you're on the side of Heroic, and it sort of feels like that's what they're trying to do.
So they throw the flash to long to make Liquid start to rotate. Alicia's rotated up now, so that was a sick nade. $200 value. It's given them an opening here, Heroic. They have a timing window now to hit against Liquid.
Oh, speaking of timings, Grim, is he going to be able to do it? One flash is through, but Refresh, what a turn of the corner, and Shush will follow it up, taking down Stewie. They have an opening. Can they get the bomb plant as well? That's a nice flick. And Daff is gone and out of the round. Liege up here. Dangerous position, but he drops the bomb on the ground. That's a massive frag. And now it's a 2-on-2. Fallen is walking in from behind. That's the only problem here. Fallen and Liege, they can't really help each other out too much.
Liege has to worry about his flank now as well. You can tell he's thinking about it. Have they gone for it or not? He checks now. He's in the clear. Tesh is thinking that he's got the fast one as well on the rotate, but that bomb is going to get picked up now with 20 seconds left. Elish still thinking about it. Elish, he can pull a fast one here. Cadian caught in the open. He goes down. Elish making the plays.
And he's going to find that last one too. The quad kill. What an absolutely spectacular move. Again, that is high risk. But it will find a 4th round in a row here for Liquid. That was really, really close. Heroic, the timeout maneuver, it didn't work this time. That's the opening, but I mean, getting the bomb as well, it's really the 3rd kill here that's impressive. But you know what? Not going to get away this time, Cadian.
Thing of beauty. That was so
absolutely
sick. And that's what I'm talking about. The star power on Liquid, it almost outperforms the star power on Heroic. If really they're starting to get into gear, I mean, Elige, Nap, these are some of the best in the business. And they can make plays like those. Liquid are going to ride and die on their individual talent. And look at this, explosive play on to B. Now, no time wasted. Stewie and Nap just lining them up. Refresh eventually going to hunt down Grim, who's just been having a real Grim time of it on this defense. Fortunately for Grim, he's got amazing teammates. Cadian, though, finding a kill to bring it back. At least a couple of kills going the way of Heroic. But now Liquid have gotten into double digits on this CT side.
Yeah, they're really starting to walk it back. A bit nervous there because I thought maybe Naf was taking too much of a fight, but he got the triple kill and they win the round. So let's just see. AKs across the board for Heroic. And Fallen still has that AWP. I'm still holding my breath for the Fallen moment. Haven't seen enough of them yet in the tournament. I'd love to see him warm up that wrist a little bit more.
Already the standoff between these two teams. And we're into the default kind of scenario here for Heroic, which is what they like to do. Tess is slowly working out, you know, just trying to check on the angles here, make sure that Liquid can't get too frisky on their side. And that they're not walking into anything. And now as the tickets go, the seconds tick by, 30 seconds gone, and now they start to kind of move around towards mid and see what Liquid have got cooking for them. Elige, though, This will be in pivotal position. Just trying to get set up. Tessa splashes himself, and Naf there with the help as well from the A site. Elige now hanging in there.
It's close to being a kill for Stewie, but can't really follow it through. So it's a 4-on-4. Elige and Fallen both going to be drawn really far back into the A bomb site. I mean, that obviously makes it much easier to rotate B. They have a good read right now. They're making good late round calls, Liquid, to make sure that they're in the right position. And Heroic, they're kind of second guessing themselves now. They were outside of B. They pretty much have one chance here to throw a couple of flashes and a smoke and go for it. And it seems like they're going to change their mind very, very late here in the round. 25 seconds, making their way back, but Fallen, he's got that deep angle. If he takes a look down here, that could be one of the players already gone before they really even set it up. 17 seconds now. They started to get a bit closer. Elige is here. Naf is coming in, and it's a missed shot for Fallen. Misses the second one as well. Elige, though, not missing anything, and the crossfire is there. A big double for Naf as well. And that is a tight defense. 11-12 now. It's 6 in a row without a singular bomb plant for Heroic.
Ooh, and the pressure, I was seeing a little bit of shakiness there for a second. Pressure might be getting to him. That adrenaline, once it starts pumping on the main stage, totally different beast, totally different experience for these players right now. And well, I mean, keep in mind, Anders, this is our first, or what, our second LAN of the year. So it's been a long time coming, but you haven't had this all year long. This is it. You're in the deep end now. Thousands of fans in the building watching you play. The pressure is cranking up for both of these teams, and Elige, not caught sleeping, gives Team Liquid the man advantage already.
Maybe especially for Heroic, the pressure is building, right? There's a lot of people in this arena that would love to see them go forward and face Astralis.
Cuts both ways, you know, the home crowd advantage, it also can go against you, because if it turns into a library in here, like Fallen likes to say, it starts to weigh on you.
He's a really strict librarian, isn't he?
He is. No,
I mean, I would respect a librarian with an AWP keeping things silent, you know. That's sending a message, and message has been received from Stown as well. He is down. 3 versus 5, and Grim, caught a little bit there, but shooting through the wall, always more effective. Fallen's going to find that shot on Tessus. It leaves Cadian. Again, some damage here would be really, really helpful. If you get 2 more kills in this round, especially if you get the bomb plant, it'd be huge for them. Otherwise, Liquid, they're going to be equalizing the scoreline. 12-12. What a comeback for them. They're about to win a 7th round. And again, no bomb plants in any of those 7 rounds. I doubt there will be one in this one, because they're not making many mistakes right now, Liquid. They're not out hunting for Cadian. They know that he's going to have to show up eventually. Trying to play that game, but Fallen will take him down. Excellent triple. And that ties up the scoreline.
They're getting dialed in. We got the fist bumps going out now. And I mean, it's been real good. We have had a couple of mic'd up rounds where we got to listen to Liquid as well. The comms have been crisp. They've been positive. It really feels like this team right now, they're in a good place.
True.
It's a place where they can do damage and they can get wins. Because I guess they just removed that pressure from themselves. Now that it's out in the open and everything is out in the open, essentially, we're getting to see that this team, you know, it's like there's so much talent and experience on this team. If they just play Counter-Strike, they're a threat to anybody in this tournament. There we go. Come on, Heroic. With smiley faces, too.
That's what everyone's hoping for right now, at least in the arena.
They're not smiling right now, though.
No, not at the moment. Elige, he's made his way up to 25 kills as well. He's just... It's a bit of a slow start, but now, yeah, the trajectory is definitely going in the right direction. 25th round is coming up now. Liquid, they've managed to tie up the scoreline. This is a really dangerous position to be in if you're on the side of Heroic. They need to find a way to get this done. And now they have Tech-9s, a Deagle, and a P250 to try and fight it with. So, not the ideal scenario.
Just trying to play the numbers game right now, Heroic. Stewie takes that opening shot against Cadian and wins it, but initially, we're getting the young Stu chance as well. Let's go. I love it. But that is Heroic just saying, we're going to go back to B. We're going to get the Tech-9s in there fast. If we move quick and hold W, maybe we can overwhelm that defense. Grim gets 1 kill this time at least before his teammates get to chime in. And now it's all on Stown. 1v3. Couple of kills on this eco round. But again, no bomb plant.
Yeah, and I really think that's important. Couple of kills, it's okay. But Liquid have a pretty decent bank. They're not really going to be crying about losing Stewie. And maybe Grim is a little bit unfortunate because he's got the 1100. But he can get dropped.
Yeah, he can get dropped.
they've really closed and locked the door on Heroic here. They're not selling them anything.
Now Fallen, I mean, he could be anywhere on the map at this point, so Fallen's starting to think, okay, did he go long? It's all over. But right now, I mean, the thing is just stay alive on the bomb sides. Keep moving, keep playing for info right now if you're Liquid. Stallin's best hope. He needs to die this round. One way or another, he needs to die. He needs to go and find you. You know that. So there's no reason to go pushing out, you know, trying to look for info. Just hang on to the bomb sites and wait for him to come to you.
It's amazing that after all these years, the Librarian meme still lives on. And he's doing it again with his help of his team, obviously, but it has got real quiet here. Heroic, they need some kind of support. They've just lost 8 rounds in a row. Liquid, they are determined to win this map. They're bringing it back in style. All right. A little bit of a technical timeout, I believe.
I don't think so. I think this is a tactical. I think the admin was just clarifying something real quick there.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a tactical timeout getting called by Heroic. And it's probably the time to do it because this is that round of eco. Now you're going into the full buy round. You'll have everything on the side of Heroic. And you need to figure out how you shut down a Liege. You're right, Anders. He is just completely taken over. But I mean, the beauty of it is that a Liege, not many eco Cobra kills for him. Fair enough. He's been doing it against rifles, so stop and take notes. But the rest of his teammates are right behind him as well. Like, this is such an even game now between these two teams in terms of kills. Yes. There's no weakness. There's nobody just particularly dropping off here on either side. I love having the fans back, man. Ah, this is awesome.
It really is. 26th round is coming up. And Heroic, they need something. Copenhagen! Can you hear me? Fantastic. There we go. We needed to get the library a little bit warmed up. Heroic needs some energy to play off right now. They are about to crash out of this map. And Liquid, they just need 3 more rounds. They've already got 8 in a row. Stewie, he's right there waiting for refresh. Oh, this is dangerous if he moves forward. Got to be real careful with that. Here's a battle of patience on both sides. Whoever goes first probably loses this fight. Stewie hoping for someone to open the door to take a shot. He's worried about the boost. You can boost in there, so he's aware of that as well. And refresh all the time. Ready and waiting. The door, he's thinking about it. He's got his hand on the handle there, but not yet. Shush. Oh, and he goes down. No return either. Refresh is running in there. That's mega risky. Out on long instead. It's Elige, and he's going to get dropped by Stown. Back into a 4-on-4. Man, what a long wait for that one.
Man, the wait on that was amazing. Stewie's going to get the kill on refresh, though, so that's him done. But the action's happening on the other side of things now. Fallen has to be worried about getting flanked. He's got his teammate Naf there to watch his back, though, so full trust in Naf to win this duel. Naf gets the spot. Fallen whips around. Heroic not yet fully committed to this bomb site.
Here we go. Molotovs are in. They're going to go for it now. Stown and Tessus through the smoke, and they can't make any mistakes right now. If they lose another player, they're not going to have a chance. Nice flick from Fallen. Finally returned, but it is too late. Naf will get the final kill. Stewie on the triple, and Liquid on 14 rounds.
It's a comedy of their very tragic comedy for Heroic. Refresh holding that angle the entire time. And he's just not able to get around the corner to punish Stu fast enough.
Yeah.
Agony, but young Stu showing up. That is exactly what Liquid needed from him. He is putting on a great... I feel like we haven't seen Stu play this well in ages.
No, it's really been a long time, I agree.
It's amazing to see Liquid really coming into their own here. 14-12, 2 rounds away from securing the first map. Their map pick in this best of 3. And Naf aggro, hunts down refresh, gives them the man advantage already. Heroic, they needed that. Already turning tail.
What an absolutely spectacular result. This is why it's so interesting to have this kind of Counter-Strike on a stage, because you can't really compare anything to this. Once you're on that stage and the pressure's on, absolutely anything can happen. And Liquid, they're making it work right now. Shush will find a kill in return at least. Taking down Elige, which is... That's a good player to find and kill right now. If you're Heroic, that feels like almost a double kill at that point.
Shush is Mr. Reliable for his team. He's just, it doesn't matter. Every duel you have to be scared of that guy because he just does not get caught off guard. Beautiful off angle, takes it and brings it back to a 4-on-4. This should favor Heroic. They need to find a good entry onto this A bomb site. Now they've decided to accelerate, and NAF is here. Drops Tessus to start. Man advantage now for Team Liquid as the rotation comes through, and they are committing. Now the bomb is available. NAF, another headshot from him. And the flank is on. Grim is going to be able to catch him in the back in a moment. And yes, guns down Cadian and gets the follow-up. Map point for Liquid. 15-12, and they are looking good.
Oh, they're doing everything right. They actually delayed that fight on the bomb site instead of just swinging wild for it because they knew that Grim was walking up behind. So well played at the end here. Wow, I mean, even Naf and Stewie are catching up to Elige right now. Yeah, there's got to be at least a couple in the arena here. 15-12, Heroic. They have gone missing. They have disappeared. They won 2 rounds to start the second half with, and then they never showed up again.
They're getting swept.
Truly.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance. They've got rifles, a couple of them at least this round, and they're going right back to the well. Over and over again. They're just hoping that if they keep executing, it's going to work. Grim is in position, though, and guns it down. 1 for 1. Stewie there to trade it. Gives his team the advantage now.
Oh, and Elige, he's going to win that fight. The follow-up is there, and it's a victory on Overpass for Liquid, 16-12. A ridiculous comeback in the second half.
Now we have a best-of-3, Anders, because now we go into Nuke. That is Heroic's turf. Liquid absolutely had to win Overpass. They needed to get it done at all costs. We go into Nuke. That should go the way of Heroic. It would be huge if Liquid beat them on Nuke, of course, but that should be Heroic's home turf. That's where Liquid are going to struggle. And then we get Inferno. We could have the distance. We could go the whole way.
It's going to be so spicy. I can't wait for it. We'll go to a break, and we'll be back with the second map.
Welcome everyone to another episode of Name That Skin by CS Money. I'm Maniac, you host, and I am joined by 2 amazing gentlemen. We have Elige, we have Brokey here with me. I'm gonna show you gradually a skin in Counter-Strike, and you have to buzz as soon as you know which skin that is and name that skin. If you find it on the first clue, 5 points. If you don't, I'll help you out until you win 0 points.
I've seen this one. I have it, but I don't know the name.
If you feel like it, just buzz ahead. Let's roll the second clue.
I know exactly how this looks already.
Let's go step by step through the clues. Still nothing. You're losing points. I'm gonna give you, let's say, 3 names. Whenever you hear the one, you buzz. Is that Deagle, the Conspiracy, the Hypnotic?
Damn, that's not it. That's not it.
Or the Ocean Drive?
No.
What do we say? Let's go to the second skin.
I saw this too. It's from the new case.
Okay, we have an idea. Let's bring another clue.
I think we need to go to the names again.
This is turning into way too easy of a game. Let's show them the entire skin and then we'll play the rapid fire again. Is it the M4 Player 2? Do you think that's the one?
Probably not.
It actually is. But that was a risky gamble. Now let's move to the third skin. I still have hopes. I haven't given up.
Oh, that's from the new case too.
You're like a historian of skins or something.
Yeah.
Give them another clue. I'm still hoping maybe that's the one.
I'm gonna go for the Tomb Skull.
It's not the name of the skin.
P90 Red Skull.
That's not the Red Skull. We're gonna show you the entire skin. Are we looking at the Cold-Blooded, the Virus, or the Shallow Grave?
Cold-Blooded.
That is wrong.
Oh, the Shadow Brave.
Yes, it was that one. It was the Shallow Grave.
Oh.
The Shadow Brave. I'm going to allow it and give you that 0.5 to make it competitive. The audience is holding their breath for skin number 4. Could we really have a first person right now?
Famas Pulse?
That is not it.
Autotronic.
Let's go for the second clue. Okay, well, that's a Famas. We knew that.
Yeah.
Roll the third clue. Now we have a barrel.
Famas ZX Spectron.
I will allow it.
Is this right?
It is the Famas Spectron. You have 2 points. You have 0.5, but everything could change in round number 5.
Prince.
Oh! The AWP Prince.
This is the hardest one for sure, and he got it.
7 points for Brokey and 0.5 points for Elige. This was Name That Skin for CS Money. Thank you for being with us.
Liquid's win streak on Overpass continues to reign terror, 16-12 with a lightning CT side, and they scoop this first map into their pocket. And yesterday, Chad, you were mentioning one word to do with Liquid, momentum. They managed to get that in that second half, despite Heroic looking pretty in control in that first half.
Yeah, surprisingly they had to pull it back, right? You look at that scoreline, 12-5 and then 16-12. That one stings. Both pistols, they recover once the economy gets going on the CT side. For Heroic, it's looking good. Tess is finding a lot of openings. Didn't even need Cadian's AWP in that first half. And then, well, I think they needed Cadian in the second half here because there's not even a single defuse necessary in this streak that Liquid had here to close this one down.
It's a story of two chapters, two very distinctive chapters, right? We can first focus on what went well for Heroic. I think they had a very great start on their defense. We had all the players that we needed to shine, kind of do the job they had to. I thought they were on top of things. They were really controlling Liquid. Chad talked about this connector area of the map. Liquid really couldn't find any territory of it there. And then it moved to the second half, and it is a choke if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, look, they even gave them space, right? There's certain rounds here where they were like, yeah, all right, you want to play this kind of slow game Heroic, sure. Play down the clock, run into the site. We're looking at 4v4 situations. They're running in, just getting mowed on down. Hey, the plays that you're used to seeing Heroic get away with on their T side, they couldn't, right? They weren't given space. They would get the kills. They would try and play their fakey boy stuff, send one guy to the other bomb site, see if that would draw a rotation. It wouldn't. Liquid were ready for everything, and I think here we are seeing more and more of the individuals just showing why, right? They weren't giving up space. They were happy to take fights, always getting stuck in, never shying away, and that just has to be the fact that there's no pressure whatsoever on Liquid. Who cares? Like, honestly, who cares? Who cares right now what happens if you're this team?
Yeah, and that's kind of the perfect storyline to be coming in with this with. You know, there's no expectations from the fans, from anybody watching this, of Liquid to do anything. It's kind of the perfect situation for some of these veterans to be in when they're used to being on these big LAN stages too.
I absolutely agree, and we can see it. They take one round at a time. They take one clutch at a time, and it feels like they're just unfazed. Doesn't matter what the scoreline is. As soon as one of them, I can take Elise for an example. He didn't have a good first half. You move on to the second, and he gets a couple of multi-kills against Eco, and you know that's it. The machine is started. He's there to play. And suddenly, as Chad is mentioning, no one is giving up any space. They're taking all the duels. They have absolutely no restraint in the way they play Counter-Strike, and they force Heroic into this very uncomfortable corner where they can see the comeback come in. It is a very unique position to be in Counter-Strike when you have a match that you're supposed to win on the stage, and you can feel it getting away from you.
You could see them scratching their head a little bit though, right? They were taking some timeouts in that second half. They were asking questions, Exist the coach chipping on in. And the fact that you're not getting into the bomb site and you're not getting the bomb down on the T side of a map where we know just how heavily, you know, the loss bonus is great, right? Getting the bomb down is going to facilitate those buys time and time again. And what the hell is going on land, right? Clutches, sure, but what is going on with nobody saving anymore? I like it, don't change it, but why is this only happen at LAN?
Well, I got you, Chad. I got you. Exactly what you were talking about. Round number 21, that is a good example of a clutch that shouldn't be, that wouldn't be online. Look, we're going back to a B execute coming outside of Heroic. The entries are going to be pristine, perfect. Only Stewie is able to put one on the board. At this point in time, if this was online Counter-Strike, after that frag right here, that would be it.
Yeah,
this
look, money's not great.
This is Heroic winning. But look at this, mistakes being made, duels being taken, not exactly perfect Counter-Strike. Elise finds two, and then you find yourself in that 2v2. Cadian had a smoke that he could have used, he didn't. So not only is it not saving, but Elise is going through that smoke, finding Cadian, and now it's a 1v2. And Tess is the whole time having absolutely no impact. This 2v4 doesn't happen online, I guarantee you this.
Yeah, they're not playing by the percentages, right? And that's what you want to see because that's the exciting Counter-Strike. In the online era, everybody fine-tuned it to such a point that they always play the percentages. Here, you're seeing the flair of the individuals mixed with the fact that, hey, we can take advantage of this environment, and it's just giving us some beautiful CS and giving us some action-packed moments. So I want more of this. I want this to keep happening. I don't know how much that is going to be going into map number 2 and Nuke. Maybe a few more percentages played here for Liquid, but this is great. They have to have so much confidence.
But you're saying it's beautiful. It's not so beautiful for the side of Heroic because subsequently from that, we just see them continue to crumble. No more rounds on the board.
All in life should be balanced. If Chad is talking about confidence for Liquid, we can talk about the crumble from Heroic. Just look at this round number 26. Compare online to LAN, big stage and not. Look at all these frags that Heroic could have taken here. This is Refresh, finding an opportunity, really half-assed in the way he'd find it. And then later on, Elijah gets taken down, and we're going to see Heroic moving on to the A side. Stone is in an absolutely perfect position. Look at this. He's going to catch watch Nav offline, and he misses the shots. These are the shots that Heroic would absolutely take any day of the week. 2 of these shots could have decided round number 26, and they botched it. They fumbled it. They missed a step. They got their feet in the rug, and that is why Liquid didn't miss. Fallen right there on Stam. No hesitation. He finds this. That is the difference when you play online. Some of these kills, you have to take them.
I want to point out again, just so everybody can hear this correctly, it was a 12-5 score line with both pistols, and then 16 to 12, right? That right there is a choke, right?
Yes.
Well, look, if they're on 14, maybe I would say a little bit more so of a choke, but a crumble, right? A capitulation. They've fallen apart here. And I think if you're scratching your head on the T side, Counter-Strike so far, especially the last game last night and now here as well, is feeling very, very CT-sided right now. And a lot of people are going to speculate about why that is. Is it the changes that are coming on in? I think that there's a lot of things within that discussion going to be hard. We're going to have to go back and check, take inventory after the event and see what the differences are. But I'm happy that we are getting more of this punchy Counter-Strike, because I was fed up of watching the online stuff, seeing teams save 1 minute in after losing an opening kill, right? I was over that. And I think that definitely the environment has to be playing into that factor right here. And I didn't believe that Liquid would be able to keep going, right? I thought that Heroic would have been a better team to step up and just shut this one down, get it done in the 2-0. But now this series really has question marks around it.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are lapping up the environment and thoroughly deserve to in that victory. We are going to get a chance to catch up with their coach in Adren, who gives a few words.
Adren, you managed to pick up your map pickup, overpass, and a sick comeback from you guys. Were you a little bit nervous though when they started to run away with it?
Not really, honestly, because last time, this is actually like a deja vu match. Like last time we were down 12-5, exactly like this, and we went on the exact same streak. So I really did believe in our CT side. But yeah, I feel like on their T side, we're reading them very well and just able to, you know, read them and adjust.
And it seems like you guys are performing very well individually as well, right? Elise having these moments in the NAF as well. Seems like the full team is coming together for sure. Going into Nuke though, any concerns? Because we know how strong that can be for Heroic.
Yeah, Nuke is a super strong map for them, and it's not our favorite map, I'll say that. So it'll be tough on Nuke for sure, but we're going to try our best.
And you got anything prepared, anything special? Because, you know, they've been playing a lot. There's a lot of information to look at from them.
We got something. I'll say that.
All right. You don't normally give me that, so maybe there's something special here. Adren, good luck, man.
Something from Adren, and we're going to see that something hopefully very shortly. I do want to start to paint a picture a little bit of these two teams on this map coming up of Nuke. We're looking over on the side of Liquid. Adren admitted there, you know, not their favorite map. Then we're looking at some of the wins they've got, 3 in the past 9 times they played it. Not against very high caliber teams.
No, but I think here we have to continue with this context, and I hate to do it because like I want to go deep in the analysis of Counter-Strike, but they keep defying the odds here. Now, they've got something. They get to start on the CT side of Nuke, and that right there, if you can unravel and just go aggressive, like this is what I want to see, right? Just aggressive CT-sided Counter-Strike. Make sure that Heroic don't get the space, or if they want to take the space, try and get those opening kills. Make sure they're playing the mid-rounds, because in the mid-rounds, I think Liquid are looking better at the moment.
I want to see the mental backbone of Heroic here being tested, because this is something quite new for them. They are not used to it. I think this lineup, this roster is not used to it. Again, they were in a position to win comfortably the first map of this series. They had all the cards they needed, and they had all the positions they needed. They botched it. They fumbled the occasions. They completely dropped the ball on that one. Now you get to go back to your roots, back to the room with the team, and you have a few minutes where you need to refocus, gather your energy, get ready for map 2. That is something that we haven't really seen a lot from Heroic. We don't know how they react to this. They must know how much they missed on that first map. Now I want to see a reaction from them.
And elimination is on the line coming into this very map as well. You know, playing in front of their home crowd. This might be the last chance for Heroic. Do you see it going that way, though, Chad?
Oh, I don't know just yet. Look, I want this one to go to a third. I think that this should be Heroic's map right here. We should go the distance today, but whether or not Heroic can take the series, I have some question marks now. Coming in today, I was confident in them. And the thing is, this is setting us up for the Astralis versus Heroic match tonight. So if they fumble this, the crowd's not even full just yet. They're going to miss out on what could be truly something special.
There is a very simple win condition for Heroic, right? I think their Counter-Strike is the better Counter-Strike in here. I think they are the better team as well. But if they lose rounds they are supposed to win, it's not going to cut it. That is the one rule in Counter-Strike online. The opportunity you have to win it. I don't want to see any 2v4 be won by Liquid. If Heroic can just play the game, play the percentages, and win the rounds they are supposed to, we're going to map 3.
Well, Heroic need to find that fire, and they need to find it fast. It is their map pick coming up next, and it is going to land on the grounds of Nuke. Potentially one more map separates them from elimination, though, and we're going to see how it goes down with Antunes and Semmler in just a few.
We are back now with the second map. It's going to be on Nuke, and it's Liquid versus Heroic. It was an explosive start here as Liquid managed to just recover the whole game. They won on overpass, which is spectacular. Means maybe we can get a third map. Nuke should be pretty good for Heroic.
It's exactly what had to happen there. They had a strong enough T side where they didn't get completely blown out. They could then switch into that CT side and really get into their groove. And now they've set themselves up for Nuke. Heroic is Nuke is Heroic's home map. That's how that's supposed to work. And so the thing is, they've by no means got the job done here, Liquid.
You called it already at the beginning. You said 5 or 6 rounds probably enough on that T-side. Turned out to be absolutely true. And this is their home map. I mean, they are very, very good at playing this one, Heroic. But there are some questions, right? One thing is being good at the map, but obviously, well, what happens now that you're feeling maybe a little bit more stressed? You just lost. You just lost by losing, what, 9 in a row? That's a devastating way to exit a map, even if it's your opponent's map pick.
And Banks had a good question for Adren in the break there during that. Well, when our analysts were talking, he asked Adren, "What do you think about Nuke? There's a lot of tape to go over. These are all good points. Heroic, this is a home map. There's a lot of tape for Liquid to review, and if you just need a couple of key rounds, right, to win a map, that can make the difference. Just a little bit of preparation." Adren himself said they've got something in the bag, so we're going to find out very soon as the countdown has begun. Second map of this best of 3, and it's all on the line for Heroic.
They're on the T side to begin with, Liquid on the CT side, and I'm seeing a smoke and a kit on Fallen. Do not underestimate the power of those two tools in a pistol round, especially on a map like Nuke, where you can, that B-bomb site, get down there, just sit inside and defuse the whole time. It's Grim, though, to open up on Nuke with a shot on Shush. He'll bring him down. And now what? Bomb plant will be happening here, but Liquid, they've done this by design. They're saying, yep, we are fine to play this as a retake. Otherwise, they would have put more people in here. So a 4-on-5 retake in the pistol round, it could be done. And cleverly, I think Liquid are aware that someone could be out in yard. So they're looking for that. Not finding Refresh, though. Cadian, he's going to go down. Second kill for Grim. And Heroic, I mean, that bomb is only just planted. They need to be quick. Nice execute. And the bomb, oh, they have to come off it again. They could not hold it through. And now they're in trouble on the side of Liquid. Fallen and Elige are left. I don't see how they win this round now. They are out of time, out of players as well. 3 seconds on that defuse. He's trying to play the bodyguard, but it will not work out. Quad kill for Refresh. And the opening round goes to Heroic.
And clearly prepared. That was quick on the side of Heroic. As soon as they lost that first player, they were accelerating immediately. They realized exactly what was going on with Liquid's defense. They realized they could get out onto that upper site and get that bomb planted. Start the bomb ticking as quickly as possible. And so every second at that point is Liquid trying to figure out what's going on. Are they on the upper side? Are they on the lower side? They have to get all this information pieced together. And it just does not leave them a lot of time to work with on the side of Liquid. So Liquid going for the force buy, no time wasted, but it's a big pistol round win there for Heroic. Fallen with the spot outside in yard. Standard smoke wall going up here for Heroic already right out the gates.
Oh wow, that's close. I actually thought that first one was going to hit. They napped down to 1 single point of health. He just got a scout, so he still do some damage with it.
Makes life uncomfortable. This is a map where, it's just... Sometimes in best of 3s, that's just how it goes. Although Elige, he's not going to go down without a fight. But I don't think Liquid should be getting too frustrated with themselves right now. This is Heroic's map. Liquid are going to be the underdogs on this map. They all know it. It was imperative that they win Overpass to set themselves up for the third map. If Heroic win this one, that's fine. It's all according to plan as far as Liquid. Liquid now, full focus. But if they can do some damage here, that would be wonderful.
You missed him by a second. So unfortunate. Cadian managed to infiltrate the lineup here. They are paranoid. They are worried that someone could have got through. A little bit of a wild flick. Not really getting that one, but they should be getting at least the bomb plant here. And Liquid did invest into the round. In fact, they spent all of their money. So it would be kind of cool for them if they could do a little bit more. I mean, there's even a secondary goal here if you're Liquid, which is just to see if you can find one of the Galils or the AKs. If you do that, you probably make a run for it. And even with the pistols that they have, they pick up a Mac 10 there on Stewie. It's better to save, and that's what they're going to do.
Yep. So they've got the Mac 10. Heroic sacked that Mac 10 just to make sure that they know where they need to go on the site. And now Liquid, they're just going to hold on to this gear because, as you said, they spent everything, so they're just going to save up, save what they have, and they can still get another crack at it in the next round. So Heroic know this as well. They know that they're not going to have an easy anti-eco in the next one, so they'll have to take it seriously. And that's a second round on the board for Heroic on the beginning of Nuke here. Bomb's about to go off, and there we go. Woo, flames on the stage here in Copenhagen.
Beautiful, beautiful stage, beautiful crowd. I must say, one of the things that makes it very, very hard to play Heroic on this particular map is not just obviously that they've played it so much and they have a really good win rate on it, but I think it's just the sheer variety in what they can do in terms of the T-side strategies is what's really horrifying. This round where Cadian is walking around is something they could do even in other rounds where Liquid have more rifles and better coverage of the yard. They have those vent dives they do. They have the quick sort of, you know, flank around through mini into the A-bomb side where they split it. It's like such a deep book of strategies that is really hard to overcome. We see them do it against, you know, other good Nuke teams, other teams that are well versed in the map, and they still come up with victories. So yeah, I'd say not an easy task here for Liquid, no matter how you twist this. Nice shot, and well, there's a little bit of a boost going on. They're not expecting it. Stewie, he'll find one. A double kill there would have been magnificent. Naf, though, he'll help out. And now Cadian and Refresh are left, and we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. The saved rifles are coming back into play in this round. Heroic, they are in a little bit of trouble.
Freaking out. They're getting chased away with scout bullets. Now he doesn't know exactly that they pushed up behind him. Does he still have control of lobby to work with? Refresh is on a mission of his own. In the meantime, Grim gonna step into it. He has to win that duel, and he gets it. Monster kill for Grim. Refresh now alone in a 1v4. No bomb control. At least he's got 40 seconds on the clock, but Alicia's there to shut him down. Beautiful round from Liquid. This is why you save in the last one.
Yeah.
Why it's like, oh, we're not going into retake. We're going to make sure that we're a threat still in the following round while we're ecoing. It's fine. We'll hold on to our gear. And here it is. This is why.
They get to pick up 2 Galils, 1 AK. They buy the AWP on Fallen in this round. And also because there's no bomb plant for Heroic. If there had been, they could have forced into this next round. Now, instead, it's kind of a half buy, which I think it's a reasonable choice, but the difference in that bomb plant is huge.
Ooh, this is going to set Liquid up very nicely indeed here for the beginning of this half. Now they have a chance against these Tech 9s. I mean, still a threat, Heroic. You can't sleep on them by any stretch. And they're going to go for the explosive death ball approach here in a moment. But if Liquid can survive with 4 players in this round, going into the next one, they'll have the money, they'll have a decent economy, and things are going to start looking up here on this CT side. Monster nade onto Tessus. That hurts.
Again, stopping Heroic early on is absolutely key. If Liquid had dreams of making this a 2-0, then this is definitely the right beginning. Now, kind of committing to the fight back here, trying to see if he can relocate himself, but he is out in the open. And the consecutive flashbangs will end up bringing him down. Stewie, that's a terrific spray, but he's going to get traded, and this is good. Fallen, don't get too close with that AWP. If that goes down, it's a nightmare. Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble here, Fallen, trying to keep himself alive. They know where he is. They're going to come for him, and Stown will take him down. That seems like a big mistake. Elysian Grim, 2 versus 3 this round out of Liquid. I think maybe getting a little bit too hyped on winning that 3rd round. They can still win this one, but scary moment here.
Yeah, Naf just got caught, and that's bait. That nade up there is to try and make Heroic think that something's going on. Elysian, in the meantime, let's see if he can get some value here. This is all going to come down to timing. Saying Grim, he's watching the correct angle. Oh, walks right into Refresh, though. Man advantage, though. This is still winnable for Elysian. He's going to catch him in the open. There you go. Cadian is down. He knows what Refresh is playing from as well. 9 seconds on the clock. There's not going to be enough time. I don't know that Refresh can make this. 6, 5, 4. He needs to plant it immediately, and he's not going to do it. He runs too far. No, wait. There it is.
I'm
2 steps too many.
Yeah, he needed to be right inside of the zone. Was he worried that, did he think Leash would have run down through, maybe that's why. He wanted to get behind cover, I guess, but he wasn't even doing that.
No.
Oh, that is the pressure getting to him without a doubt.
It's you need about 3.5 seconds to plant that bomb. It is really close. Once it takes past 4, that's it.
Yeah. Oh, what a shocking round. 5th one is coming up. Heroic did not have a lot to work with, so I guess from their point of view, they are probably thinking, all right, that was unfortunate. We couldn't win the 2 versus 1 at the end. But at the very least, we get a chance now with the AKs. We do a lot more. And there's the vent drop that I was mentioning earlier. Down, he is down below. It's just such a... There's no one else here from the Liquid side yet. So he could do a lot in this position.
Well, we'll get the smoke walls coming up here in a second for Heroic as we see those smokes sailing in. No Molotovs to stop them. There will be no gaps for Liquid to take advantage of. That doesn't stop Elise from just going whole hog. Yeah. And with the M4A1S, exactly, that silencer means that Stewie can just chip away at them. Does a little bit of damage to Refresh. But for the most part, Heroic going to be able to get on by.
Yeah, they know. So they've sort of pulled Fallen back down. I'm not sure why they didn't use down more than they did. I feel like now it's kind of as if everyone had just walked down Secret to begin with, except they have 40 seconds left. So it's cool that they're down here, but both Fallen and NAF are on the other side, ready to receive them. And that's a pretty good defense here. If they can land a kill and fall back, and there it is, Fallen. Quick to take the head off of Refresh. 30 seconds on the clock now, and they're running it down very low. I think Heroic, they're not realizing, but they're walking into a really big stack on the other side, and more people are nearby. They could rotate in quickly. This is not an easy round for the Danes to win. Fallen, he goes down. NAF trying his best, but actually, they trade into it, and Shush with a headshot. It's Stewie and Grim. 2 on 3, and with 10 seconds left, they get the bomb plant down. I'm impressed here. And now the retake. Stewie and Grim, straight headshot to bring down Cadian. That's a pretty good beginning.
And Cadian can't give info because he gets headshot. His screen almost goes black immediately, so he's got nothing to tell his teammates. There's the one, but they know that Young Stu is here because he got the first kill, and that gives it away, but it's a one-on-one, and he's not going to get the follow-up. Stavin with the headshot. Stewie's out of the picture, and just the way that that plays out for Team Liquid is outrageous. NAF, again, caught with so many targets. It's that nightmare where you just don't know which way to go. It didn't pan out for him. He gets the 1 kill, but he really feels like he should have been able to get 2. It just did not step, you know, it didn't connect well.
No, not quite. I mean, it's so close. I'm actually pretty impressed that they managed to win that round, Heroic, because it looked like they were... I mean, I also thought there was going to be a third man rotating down from ramp from Liquid earlier on, and they went the other way instead. But that means they were out of cash on the side of Liquid. So Heroic, in spite of stumbling a little bit here, I mean, this is a good recovery. They don't let it get too far out of control. And that 1 versus 1, Elige versus Refresh, I mean, the fact that they lose 4 players in that round on the side of Liquid, that's also why they don't have the cash now.
That's why they don't have the cash now.
They've got a Zeus, though. Stewie, thinking about that content again.
Refresh getting that headshot on Fallen is just so massive. Because then Fallen has to play passive from ramp. NAF is alone. He's not getting as much health as maybe if Fallen was still full health. So, I mean, just all sorts of things, really. Just the details leading to Heroic getting that round win. Beautiful work for them. 3. Oh, NAF with the headshot. Refresh out of the picture. Man advantage for Liquid. And Young Stu. I'll allow it.
Yeah? They've got your... That's a rare thing, Sandler.
I will allow it.
You've got a strong distaste for the taser, I know.
It's not usually. And well, that's what you get, Young Stu. I'm sorry.
I think the only person ever to get the thumbs up on the taser from you, and he doesn't even get to use it.
Doesn't even get to use it. You know, it's the caster curse.
Just threw it away.
It's still, though, a man advantage now for Liquid. Oh, Tessus.
Yeah, he wants off the ladder. NAF goes down with the AK. That's unfortunate. Picking that up could have been a big deal. I don't know why they're so insistent on this. All right. Did they just bait Fallen into taking a peek?
Probably, but that is still a lot of damage. And Elige and Grim, I mean, Grim's recovered the AK. Elige is still with the P250. 2 guys are low on the side of Heroic. It's still possible for Liquid to do some serious damage here. Elige is a country mile away, though.
Yeah, he ran the other way, didn't he? They might just save the guns instead.
Might be the play. Oh, if they didn't, it may just be that they don't realize how low these guys are.
Yeah, maybe they don't, but actually Grim's kind of the... Oh, it's unfortunate. It's the AWP that he runs into.
Now Elige is just going to think about backing off and saving.
I'm really interested if we get that shot from Tessus on Fallen. I mean, there's not a lot of showing there. He's just looking in for that hole in the ceiling.
Yeah.
It's like ceiling cat, but
just imagine if Fallen has a P250 there, you know, instead of a USPS.
Yeah.
2 kills, like, well, he gets 1 kill. No way Tessus survives.
Yeah.
So he at least gets 1 kill out of that situation. That was sick from NAF. NAF likes to get aggressive out there.
Is 2022 going to be the comeback year for the 5-7? I feel like we're seeing it more and more now.
No save for Elige either. So that's as good as it gets for Heroic. 3 players surviving. They lost a couple players, but still, it's fine.
Shoulder rubs. You can do that as a coach, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's not the major.
You can.
So there can be some coach interaction in that way. You can cheer. You can give a shoulder rub. Still can't talk, though. That is one thing. You cannot talk. You can only talk during the tactical timeouts if you're a coach.
So you just need shirts with braille on the back. So
yes, no. If it's left shoulder, if it's right shoulder. Who was it that was trying to? There's somebody trying to argue that. Oh well.
Stavn making the dive down, and he does take a little bit of damage, but again, it's a really good play. You see Elige knows it's been called out, but now they're just playing ring around the Rosie, and wait a minute, is he going to be shooting him in the back? Oh no, I can't believe that he's done it. You better be careful here because the crowd is also going to be giving a little bit of this away. That's how it works. Oh, and he catches him with a nade in his hand. Stavn, hide-and-seek champion for now, at least.
Weird situation for Elige there. Pretty sure he was close enough to hear that vent drop, and yet the footsteps, and yet doesn't work out for him.
I mean, if you're Elige, you must be thinking, well, I've checked everything, so he's probably not here. Grim, really awkward fight. And it goes to Shush. Now a 3-on-5. Stewie on the bomb site. He's going to get traded. Good timing between those two attacks, and Fallen. Every time Heroic hit anything in this bomb site, there's always a second player ready to take over.
Nice by NAV. Holds his own. But yeah, again, he's down to half health. So the idea of retaking in this situation, it's a bit unlikely. He may just be trying to back off, save the gun, wait this out. And yeah, this is, I mean, keep in mind, this is still Heroic's map pick. And they are so comfortable. They are such a threat on Nuke. Fans in the audience cheering them on as well. That's got to help.
Yeah, I mean, the difference now between what it was at the end of Overpass, yeah, they can definitely feel that energy now. People are getting a little bit warmed up. And that is amazing news for them. This is such a good hit.
Well, get ready for a second here because the flames are about to go off. Yeah. Bomb goes boom.
Get the marshmallow.
There it is.
You a fan of the marshmallows, Sumler?
Oh yeah, dude, that would be a quick way to roast them. Just hang there. I don't know about eating it afterwards, but it would be roasted.
All right, 8th round is coming up. Liquid, they are once again slightly out of money. Another 5-7 being picked up in a deal as well. NAF, he got to save that M4, which is kind of good news, but I mean, we're not having any real questions about why Heroic picked this map. That is, they're proving that case right now.
Back to the weeds here, back. NAF trying to make the same kind of play, and Heroic, same on their side as well. This could get really interesting, though. That 5-7 up close. If the angle is right, there it is. Combination headshot on Tessus, but he's too slow to get off of the roof. And now, well, Shush is going to be able to hunt Fallen down. There isn't a whole lot that Fallen can hope to do in that situation. Stewie with the dig. Not quite finding the angle either. An off angle being generated here. I'm very curious to see if NAF decides to take part in this, or if the rest of them are just going to kind of hang out here and hope that they can get some exit kills.
He needed that headshot, didn't he? NAF is going to be found as well. The M4 from the previous round. Not going to make it into the next one just yet anyway. Stewie and Elige. And finding a rifle, anything they could get.
Oh, so close.
This is answering back.
These are demoralizing rounds for Liquid. But now they've gone ahead and saved. Now they'll have the guns. They'll have what they need here, and they can fight back. NAF was probably getting into it because he knew he had enough money.
It's beautiful shot with the phone lights out. It looks amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah, get them all out, guys. Get your phones out. Let's make this a little bit more bright for Heroic. It is looking good for them right now. 6-2. Oh, it's fantastic. Liquid, they have some rifles back, but oh, this is tremendous. The atmosphere, this is why you want to go to an event. It's absolutely magic. Rushed onto the A bomb site. Grim, he is going to get a kill, and a double, in fact, and a team kill. Oh, no. Shush stepped in front of Tessus, and it's a 2-on-3. Cadian is going to go down last. It is NAF with a double kill. They may have turned into funeral lights here for Heroic.
That's what you are. Are these the souls of the Heroic departed, you know, in this round? Just floating away? What's going on here, Anders?
Oh, it's beautiful.
What a beautiful view, everybody. This is awesome. And well, you know, quick little video for posterity's sake, and we're back into the game. 3rd round on the board for Liquid, and that is absolutely crucial that they hold on to it.
He flashed himself. Fantastic work.
Oh, here we go. Change of pace. Elise with the spray. Gets the double. Looking for a triple. Not quite going to get it. Down the vents they go.
To hell with your vent dive. Elise is not interested. That is an amazing spray. He's got the perfect angle for it, and he shot it all down. I mean, he almost had down as well. 2 versus 4. And Liquid, I mean, they're back in form right now. This is so interesting. Heroic are running away with it, but it might blow up in their faces a bit here.
Good discipline here from Grim, though. Great discipline from Grim. Not going for the peak. Thinking better of it. Although, as I said, he's hoping to catch a... You know, he's hoping that Elige is going to draw Stavin away so that he can peak then. But for the moment, that worked. Now it's a 1v2 with a minute on the clock, and...
Bomb is down below.
Exactly, no bomb control. Naf just goes whipping around the corner and takes his head off.
Good job on Liquid. I'm impressed. 6-4 right now. Starting to pick it back up a little bit more again. Yeah, this is absolute hard shutdown. They're only 2 rounds behind. And Heroic have actually spent their last bit of money buying into this round. There is a world in which Liquid could almost tie up the scoreline here if they could win this round.
If they can win it, but Heroic, they keep trying to rinse and repeat on this. And I think really Liquid needs to just win out from here. They need to get the remaining rounds in this half on the CT side, because on the T side, I don't think they're going to have a whole lot to fall back on to get them through that second half. So every round right now matters for Liquid. The pressure is on. At least they're fully equipped. They may even manage to make it away with an AK here for Elige. And while Heroic, a little bit of slow play. They've learned, you know, after a couple of rounds of getting battered on A, to kind of take their time maybe. Go back and look for some headshots instead of just running into the blender.
Look at this position for Elige.
Nasty.
All in out here, and against the Mac 10 especially, he's fine taking that fight. It's risky being up there, of course. You can't really escape, but you've managed to pick the right round to do it in.
Oh, this is going to be brutal. Yep, no way for Elige to survive that one. Late peak. The only guy who could have, well, held that angle effectively would have been Fallen. Tess as catches Grim looking the wrong way, and this is shaping up nicely here for Heroic. Life is going to get real interesting for Naf, but not for long. Shush takes him out. Fallen and Stewie, the last 2 alive for Liquid. And now they accelerate into that lower bomb site, and it leaves Liquid wondering if they need to go for this or not.
Absolutely critical round in the second half here for Liquid. If they let this one go, Heroic, they are going to be powering on through. Fallen in trouble, throws out the nade, and a no-scope on top. Shush is down and out. That is wild. The bomb is being planted in front here. Tessus is covering. The flashbang is amazing, but Stowney had enough time to get the rifle back out again, and they're going to find Fallen as well. Oh no, for Liquid, that is an absolute disaster. This was their chance. They could have made it to 6-6, and now instead, it's their economy suffering.
Yes.
And it's Heroic feeling real good about this. That's a very important kill right there.
That is the one that kicks it all off, because then Grim feels like he has to rotate around to keep an eye on things on Squeak. That opens him up for the peek from Hut, and then it all just kind of spins out from there.
Double HG.
You know, the thing is, from Liquid, I feel like they're going for these plays because I think they're trying to play a little bit loose as well, just to see if they can force situations on this CT side. I don't think they're taking their gameplay too seriously right now on the CT side, or on this map.
No, I mean, they definitely know that this is going to be such a struggle, right? Just felt like that was the moment of opportunity right there. It could have really made a big difference, and they let it go just a little bit.
I mean, that is an idea, right? I mean, it would take such an incredible struggle to win the second map. It makes me wonder, you know, Liquid, take it as it comes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree in the sense that I don't think they're going to be super disappointed if they end up not winning this one. I think it's going to be soul-crushing for them. Like, all right,
no,
that went as expected.
No, it's almost like you want to save energy and just get in there. Let's see, though. Naf, a quick trade. Tessus holds the line and yard. Naf and Fallen removed from the board. And now it's Stewie and Grim.
That double HG outside, if they'd had a third HG, that would have probably been a double kill with the nades. So it could have been a really interesting start. But it doesn't work out that way. Triple for Tessus. Let's go, Heroic. Got a lot of fans here in the audience, no doubt about that. They are up 8-4 as we go into the 13th round. I mean, in a way, they could even slightly try to play up against Fallen here. He's only got 3 kills so far in the map. Maybe you try and exploit that. Maybe you try and say, all right, he's not really having the best day. Let's try and put some pressure on him.
Mega quiet. That may be
why you see Elise trying to take positions that normally you would see the off hold. Why you're seeing some of these guys trying to rotate around.
Oh, this
friskiness out here in the yard, though.
This is so cool. If you go into this smoke gap here, you're going to be looking, yep, they're looking for the box. They know that that's where someone would be. He is a genius, Elige. That's actually so clever.
Tessa's not able to follow up fast enough on it either. So slowing down here on the side of Heroic with the man advantage on Liquid. Tessa's just hoping that he's going to catch Stu. Stu not to be found. Do we accelerate? And it looks like we do.
What an opening. Grim, though, 2 in return. That's plenty enough. And Fallen, he'll find the headshot as well on Stown. Otherwise, I mean, the fact that they got Stu that easily was actually a huge step in the right direction. That could have been really... If Grim isn't there to get the double kill, they swipe the bomb site and at least get the bomb plant. So, huge defense put up by Grim. It's to be appreciated. And now Cadian. I don't know. He's got the bomb. He can sneak around. Naf is downstairs, but maybe you find him, you get the bomb plant, you play 1 versus 3, you could do some more damage. Every death here for Liquid is actually a disaster. They really don't have the money.
Oh, misses the shot.
Did he shoot right between his legs? I think he actually shot under his thigh. It looked like he was almost dead on.
That's amazing. Cadian also having a bit of a quiet map with only 5 kills right now. So both oppers actually not really playing too big a role so far on Nuke. It's the riflers getting the work done. Timeout called by Heroic. Second one used so far out of the 4 possible. And well, now another chance here for Liquid. There is a buy round coming up for Heroic. They have enough money. So Liquid, it's not over yet, but they can still try and win the remaining 2 rounds in this half. If they can stop Heroic from getting a bomb plant this round and win it, then that sets them up nicely to finish strong in the half, Liquid. And then we get to see what they are capable of on the T side. But for now, talking's over. It's time to get into the thick of things.
Right, you are. Countdown is almost over. 14th round's about to commence. And we do have some Galeals in play. I mean, again, a sign of the trouble that Heroic could run into. Man, if Liquid win this round, they could actually finish 8-7. That wouldn't be amazing, but it would be pretty good considering how this has been going. So another pivotal round. They didn't win the last time. This time they need to really badly. Great entry here. Tess is running up close, and they're going to find the kill on Grim. Stewie with a huge double. That's impressive. All on its own. And Elige, no one firing back at him there. Refreshes goes down, but they're a little bit too quick on the trigger. And Shush is catching them as they wake their way out. That is not worth it.
It's such a weird situation there, considering the bomb had not even been attempted to be planted yet.
Yeah.
And
oh,
now,
Cadian, he's down.
Look at this. Is it total change up?
Oh, this is a very weird. Now, are they going to know that it's B? Shush has to stay alive, and he won't. Elige will find him. Cadian, they're going to get down. They're going to try and see if they can get this done. He has got a Molotov, but it's very late before he can actually use this. He can't just use it immediately. It's going to have to be timed really well. And Naf and Elige, they're taking their time all on their own. They're not really speeding this up. Windows are going to be shot out. A little bit of a sign for Cadian. And they're coming in from the ramp as well. He's back here. He's got the right idea. They do not have a smoke. If he can get a kill and throw that Molotov on the bomb, that might just do it, but he's going to get overwhelmed. Naf will find him, and they're going to run back on. They do have the kit. I think they will just barely have enough time for it here. Liquid, another pivotal round, and this time they managed to pull it through. A 6th one on the board.
Could not cut it any closer. They didn't stop the bomb plant, so Heroic are actually going to have a decent amount of cash to work with for a force buy, but it's still a round that counts. It's still a round that they needed to win, and this is on Stu. Look at this double spray from him. Had to make it happen, and once again, he gets to step up for his team. He really is turning into a rock here. I mean, considering the rough time that he's had recently in terms of performance, not really, I mean, sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard a lot. Also, in terms of leadership on the team, you know, taking on the IGL role, trying to support Fallen as much as possible. Now we get to see young Stu in the thick of it.
Nice flank there from Shush, but he needed his teammates to step it up as well. Refresh is going to get one. Tessus will continue, and they're going to be jumping down. Stewie, he is all in on that one, and that was on his own. It was too much for Stewie to handle. Tessus will close out the half with a triple kill and a 9-6 finish in favor of Heroic. That is a pretty good start here to the map. We'll see if they can finish it and get us onto a 3rd map after the break. Stay tuned.
Hello everybody, welcome to episode 3 of the EPOS Audio Advantage. Today we're going to be running through a bunch of clips from the best blast moments that have to focus in on communication. Up first and foremost, we have one of Simple's best blast clips, his ninja defuse.
Четвертый уходит.
Дым есть.
Тихо, я дал смог. А малый, типа мы все.
You're saving. Oh my god.
Мы взяли раунд.
The timing there as well for Simple to slip behind the sandbags, like I can understand why Complexity thought they had it cleared.
I think he calmed right when the defuse happened and he didn't even hear it.
I think it's, Simple's ability to visualize exactly where everybody from Complexity was. Simple had the big picture in his mind from start to finish, and, well, we know what happened.
One nice. Wait, I flashed twice, and I went default.
Yeah, do it. He's gone? He was gone?
Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Nice! Those clean Nexa comms.
He's got all the information he needs.
So perfect, yeah.
Sets up the play, tells Amanek what's happening, tells Amanek what to do. He gets the audio cue of the two players off of the side of staircase as well. This is the job of the IGL, right?
Yeah.
Creating a play from nothing.
Nexa knew where both of them were, instructed Amanek, and Amanek did the perfect thing and just made sure to be fast about everything he did.
Nice!
I will play a lot.
I'm car.
I've off and smoke.
I'm anti-flash car.
2 smokes.
One is outside B still.
We have both guns, right?
Yeah, I've done it.
Blue has tunnels and one more smoke.
There's a lot of people chiming in, but they're all moving around forward with who they're killing.
Orchestrating and leading the troops in the front of it is Tabson making that decisive call. Even with all these layering voices, you do still need that one that is louder than the rest. The synchronized window smash.
So right there, they break the window outside the lobby and Breeze breaks control window at the same time so he can pull the lurk off. Now, you hear the glass breaking on top of the roof, that's normal. You hear that every single round at some point or another.
Yep.
But if you don't know somebody has gotten downstairs, then you're not gonna expect it mentally.
He just tucks into the corner and waits a second, just to make sure, like, had anybody in ramp heard that, maybe they jump down, maybe they give him the kill. He sees that nothing is happening, there's no reaction, realizes for sure we've gotten away with this, walks up and gets his frags.
That is a classic audio trick in Counter-Strike.
Thank you guys for watching. This was EPOS Audio Advantage.
In gate, så man. Jeg kommer bag. Udhøj. Hentet til gate.
I'm gonna defuse. I'll defuse.
Mini. Tag den ikke. Begge. Jeg står i hjørnet.
Looking at it.
Repartikler. Du ikke. Jeg spiller næste Ali. Hiver.
Mig spiller næste.
Ja. Hiver nu, Martin. Big. Sammen. Han er ikke armor. Nice, man.
Sygt Ali.
Nå, 5 sæt ansækker.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic versus Liquid. Oh, it's such a fantastic atmosphere inside of the Royal Arena. I'm so happy that we're back here. Heroic, they finished that first half 9-6 in their favor. They are well on their way to getting on to Inferno, but the job is not done yet. They must remain focused because, again, as we've seen all tournament long, Liquid are a dangerous team, so do not underestimate them. Make sure you keep the focus here.
And already Liquid, they were looking for a little bit of a poke around here, setting up. Yep, if this push for info comes through, it could get nasty. Stu well within range for an insta-give, but Shush also just ready and waiting. In the meantime, Liquid moving on outside. They're getting tagged down though. Grim, dangerously low.
Might want to throw that bomb to someone else when you're on 6 health. Just, worth noticing. Stewie on the one side. Patience again. Shush there with the dualies. Hard to say who's going to win that fight. Clock versus dualies at the moment. Time ticking down. They are going to go back up again. They come back out into the yard. They didn't actually go down secret all the way. There's a bit of an opportunity. Stewie, does he want to try and get the job done? He'll get the headshot. And that will bring down Shush. Risky play on either side. You can see none of them wanted to really back off that fight. And now pushing in. NAV ready to receive. They see it coming. Refresh. One good headshot is not enough. Cadian and Tessus are left. 2 versus 4. And again, just focus on that bomb plant now if you're on the side of Liquid. Don't try and fight it until the bomb is actually down. Cadian, he'll fall next. Stewie's having a really good round.
Oh, this is awkward.
Oh, yeah. A little bit.
1v4. They should just knife him. Knife. Yes! Elise, I love it! Oh. Nice try, bud. Yeah, definitely go for the plays.
Fallen had mercy. He was the one that really could have done it. I agree.
There we go.
9-7. That's probably another crucial round here for Liquid.
Without a doubt.
It doesn't give them everything, but starts them off nicely in the second half at any rate.
What's interesting is that trades them. That's trading the pistols, right? So Heroic win the pistol round in the first half. Now Team Liquid are the ones who have a chance to start strong in the second. Yeah, a little bit of wow, quite a bit of emotion there. A lot of emotion. It's only the pistol. It's not done yet.
Listen, if you're on the side of Heroic, you know every round counts right now. I really think that because we talked about the pressure and everything. Obviously, if you finish a half 9-6 like this, you feel pretty good. They're going to be excited. But if it suddenly draws back up and it's 9-9, you're in front of the crowd. It's a big stage. I guarantee you the pressure is going to get to Heroic really quickly. That's just the nature of things, especially once you've lost the first map. This is it's a resource-intensive game for both teams. They're going to be spent when they get to the third map.
They will.
If we get there.
If we get there, although we do kind of hope that we get there, because Inferno between these two teams. Last time they played it, it was sick beyond compare. Oh, this is going to be really hard for Elise to survive. He gets 2 kills. NAF is getting flashed in, looking for more of a fight with the UMP up close. Yep, just get that bomb. Get that bomb and back out. Very well done. But again, you gave up 2 guns to Heroic. Never expecting Liquid, never expected that kind of aggression from Heroic in this round. Very cool there by the Danes.
How does that even work? They just had USPs and they managed to get a couple of guns to run away with. It's worth fighting for now in the 3-on-3, but only, I would say, for about 10 seconds. If they don't get a kill immediately here and make it a 2-on-3, I would say save the AK and the Galil is probably a better choice, because you have to remember, they do not have armor, they do not have a defuse kit. They're going to run for it here, and yep, they get traded, unfortunately.
Now they brought the AK back. That's very nice of them.
That's a lot of damage.
That's very nice of them.
Yeah, it is.
Now you save the AK and you save the Galil, and Team Liquid, NAF is just like, well, that is just the most polite thing. Thank you very much. I was looking for that. Where did you leave that?
Listen, we're nice people in Denmark.
Yeah.
Try and be reasonable.
You know, just sharing is caring, right? Her like, well, here, you know, you lost this in yard. Thought to give it back.
All right. 18th round. M4A1s across the board for Heroic. They are ready to fight here. It'll take... if they can fight back early on here and win this round, and again, that'll bring the momentum right back. Cadian playing the same position that Elise was playing in on top of this roof. But again, that's the real danger, is if they come in from the silo, you're so exposed. Now, he has a teammate down here. Elise, he was playing it all on his own. He didn't have anyone helping him out at all. So... no fights outside. That is so interesting. I would have thought at least Cadian or Stown in this position would have had a fight at this point in the round.
Oh, both teams actually deciding to play this very carefully. Elise realizing with all those smokes outside that it wasn't worth pushing in. Too many angles to worry about. But now look at all the info that Heroic are gaining, and Fallen at risk of getting caught, and sure enough he does. Does get the smoke off. But again, Stown pushed up here. He doesn't care. He's going to be able to see behind this smoke if anybody's around. And so that timing is brutal.
That is a rat play, isn't it?
It is. Rat CSGO.
Yeah, I would be really mad if I was Fallen in that position. You're just not expecting it. 4-on-5, 40 seconds left. Grim and NAF with the bomb on a mission of their own, leaving Elise and Stewie. So they got 2 separate duos that are walking around here and hoping to find an entry. And it's going to have to be really fast right now. We've got less than 30 seconds on the clock. Liquid are running out of time rapidly, and Heroic are so far back on the map that they're even really difficult to find here. They're going to try and see if they can make the crunch onto the bomb site. What an opening. Grim will take 1 and a double. That's exactly what they need. Elise, he'll find Stown. I can't believe it. They found a way back into this round. In fact, they've got the man lead now, and Cadian is not going to be allowed up that vent. Wow. How did they make that work, Liquid?
Heroic playing scared.
Oh, this is a fight that's worth taking, though. Tess says he nearly catches a Liege off guard. That was so close. And now Cadian all by his lonesome. But I think the issue there is that Heroic, once they got that advantage, they fell back to the sites, and then they just stayed stock still. Nobody moved at all. And so instead of getting out there and being proactive and figuring out what was coming, they just hope that they're going to be able to hold the line when the time comes. And of course, not what happened.
Also, the tiny bit of movement that they had was actually working against them, because I think was a refresh that was sort of walking from behind the bomb site towards that vent. So he was trying to get, and he just gets caught in the middle of it. Absolutely unreal timing, and a huge victory for Liquid, winning in that 4-on-5. An absolutely knockout entry. 2 of them, in fact, for Grim.
Oh, that's a sick view all the way back there. Heroic flag up. Grim, what an entry. Taking refresh out of the picture completely. Shush tried to put up a fight, but Grim with the double entry onto the site, that is just amazing. And yeah, clear frustration there from Cadian. That is not how that was supposed to go whatsoever. Now we're tied up 9-9. He held onto his A4, and now everybody else is kind of hanging around here, Heroic. It's a half buy. Liquid looking to try and turn up the heat out here on Yard.
That's very awkward, isn't it? Because I mean, it had all that damage in the pistol round, but they had USPs versus rifles, and they can't really put it together early on here. That could really hurt their economy going forward. Got almost nothing to work with. I mean, they have some armor here, but to look at the cash that's left on them, they could end up spending the first 5-6 rounds of this second half being really poor on the side of Heroic. And that's how you lose CT sides, right? When you don't have the money to put up a good fight.
Loss bonus will kick in. It's just going to be about this next round here. But, well, you know, you have to get through this one first. You can't take it easy. We've seen how dangerous these players are with pistols and scouts. And there's still an M4A1S in the hands of Cadian. So that's something that has to be considered. Once again, that 5-7, though, chiming in. Refresh and Shush coming up with the kills. The bomb is dropped in the open. And Heroic shutting them down. We're here talking about the next round, and Heroic are looking to get the job done now.
I am so shocked. How does that even happen? They're going to be picking up the rifles as well to follow with Elige and Grim. Wow, another headshot from a pistol this time. It's Shush with the deagle. And it leaves Elige trying to get up that ramp, but I mean, they're all over it. The bomb is up there. He's walking into a 3- or 4-way crossfire. There should be nothing that he could do, and Refresh will take him down. I am absolutely speechless.
And that's, I mean, a disaster as far as Liquid are concerned now. Money on their side is going to be wrecked because some of these rounds have been close, and so they don't have a whole lot to fall back on. This is just, you're just running one after the other into the range of these pistols. And against these players, these 5-7s, these deagles, they're so dangerous. Double digits now on the board for Heroic, and that is amazing for them. 1 round of loss bonus lost.
Crazy.
Now we get into the thick of things here as Liquid. Oh, they're quick out into the yard. They've got the Soviet AK on Elige. She's hoping to get in here with some damage. Stavin's going to trade it back, though, into a 4-on-4.
They really had no business winning that last round, Heroic. That's something that they should consider themselves really fortunate that happened. Now they have to not mistreat that bit of fortune. They have to win this next round and really make sure that they get that lead and get that economy up and running.
Chance.
Yeah, they're on it. Again, Stown pushing up, looking to see if he can flank the entire team. Oh, time is running out for Liquid here. They're not going to realize. Maybe the best case is that he finds NAF, and then at least the rest of Liquid know, but they are so boxed in. Tess is down at the ramp as well. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Alone.
NAF in this position. Maybe he could do something. Oh, he's going to be found, and they line up. It turns back around, and some backup is here for Stown. Shush able to shoot NAF in the back. That was about as good as that could have gone. I was worried that if he went in there and got shot in the back by NAF, it could have blown up in their faces, but yeah, Heroic. They find a way through this round, too. Grim is on his own with 30 seconds, and he's going to be found. Nice triple for Stown, and now a 2-round lead on the side of Heroic. They're building, they're building something here.
It's so crazy how even it is. Both Fallen and Cadian have got 7 kills, 2 assists. Everybody else is pretty much neck and neck right now. It's just dead even on Nuke, on Heroic's map pick. Now, okay, fine. We got that round of eco. Fair enough. Now we're going to get into the full buy round coming up here for Team Liquid, and they've got NAF that they can use to poke and prod around on the map with that Mac 10. He can be quick around these corners, a real threat. For now, at least, setting up a little bit of pressure here. And look at this bold move from Tessus. Looking for the fight. Doesn't get the second kill, though. Grim with the triple. Grim with the quad. It's all on Cadian now. 1v4. He's at the AWP.
Oh, they're coming for him. It's Stewie to find the last one, but what just happened? I'm going to need to see that replay. How does he get the kills all over the place? He was just spinning to find them. A quad kill. That is such a cool move coming out from Heroic, but they were not expecting this. All right, the first two are right there. And it, whew, beautiful work.
What a bold strategy to call from Heroic, though. You've got a full buy. You're going right, and you go for the lobby crunch? That is a bold move. They were fully expecting to catch Liquid unawares. Liquid, though, Grim. That's the thing. You can be quiet all map long, but if you come up with a round like that when your team need it most, you're a hero.
That's so unlikely. Even if he dies after the double kill, it probably Heroic have a pretty good chance of turning that into something more, but wow, they got shut down in a big way. Molotovs are everywhere, burning Shush alive as they run onto the bomb site, but he's out for revenge. He'll take down Grim, and they get slowed down behind that. Liquid, yeah, they have to cancel that. They would have loved to have been there with the entry. Now they're going to try and make their run to the ramp. That nade is right on top. That is devastating.
Cadian,
so is that kill.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Fallen versus Cadian, and Fallen comes out on top.
You said it earlier, Cadian's had a rough map here on Nuke, and it's absolutely true.
Very quiet.
And you could even argue, is it even necessary to do that? It's not like his teammate, I mean, Tessus was running away. He'd already got the grenade damage. You're playing 4-on-5. Tessus now coming back in, and Fallen quick enough to take him down. Oh no, Heroic, why? 3 versus 4, trying to put some pressure on. He can't cover everything here. Down, he's gonna get one. He just keeps holding down. Mouse one for the spray. There's a bit of a lineup there. But Refresh will still go down. And now Shush, I don't know, 1 versus 2.
They weren't close enough to hear that drop. They were not close enough, but it's still a 1v2, and they still don't know where this guy's coming from. So there is the element of surprise, but you gotta wake up early in the morning to catch Elise off guard. Watching that angle. We're tied up 11-11, and it's like a game of musical chairs right now. Andrew's like, who gets to sit in the hot seat? Round before it was Grim, now it's Fallen with the triple. Monster round from Fallen with that AWP. He's been quiet all map long, but again, look at these kills.
To be honest, if you look at the scoreboard right now, it's painting the picture of an eventual Heroic defeat here, because they won 2 rounds in the second half. Now, admittedly, you know, 3 of the rounds that Liquid have are the, sort of the pistol and the following, but they're converting all the right rounds at the moment. Heroic are actually in a massive amount of trouble right here. This is kind of the first domino that falls, and you know, at the end of it, they end up losing Nuke. Stewie gonna get the kill on Tessus here. They're trying to put some pressure on the lobby once again. They're gonna find a couple at least, but again, it's Grim, the guardian of the lobby, able to take 3 of them.
It's actually looking up for Team Liquid. I wouldn't say Grim so much.
Cheap.
Easy.
Dad jokes. Cadian on its own. Man, I really can't believe it. Some of these rounds for Heroic are, I would say that they are definitely a reflection of the pressure that's coming to them, because they do play a really solid, sort of fundamental kind of Counter-Strike, and some of that has gone really out the window in some of these rounds, where they challenge way too much. I mean, that previous round is a perfect example, right? Cadian going for the fight, then Tess is coming back for more. They had that 4-on-5 advantage with an enormous amount of damage, and they kind of give it away with no chance for any trades. There's no crossfire setups. There's just nothing.
It's trying to force it. It's trying to force it. And the thing is, against a team like Liquid, maybe they are in disarray in the sense that they are going to be, you know, this is the end of the line for this roster. But you have to remember that they're 4 of these players are some of the most experienced LAN players you can get, playing in front of audiences, playing in front of fans. This is the environment that they thrive in. And so you cannot underestimate them at all. They can still do tremendous damage, and we're seeing that now. Liquid, I mean, this is really entertaining stuff from them. Taking the lead on Heroic's map pick. And so Heroic now, good time to call a timeout going into this buy round. But it's also a good chance for Liquid to kind of discuss what it is that they want to go for here. Not seeing a lot of chatting coming in from Cadian either.
Man, the pressure must be Unbelievable. I mean, I feel I'm not even playing the game, but you can feel the tension that they're under right now. They're only one round down, but the problem is the economy, and the problem is that Liquid keep winning some of these rounds that are just so unlikely. They have so far won 6 out of 8 rounds in the second half. So that's a very bad sign for Heroic. That's going to have to change right now. 24th round is now live. Down, making a bit of a jump out here. Not going to be found. And Liquid slow it down.
Yep. Liquid just seeing if there was going to be any more craziness coming out of Heroic. At least initially there, that the lurk smoke out in the yard. So being thorough here, just checking with some bullets to make sure that nobody can lurk around. And instead, I mean, this is the complete opposite from Heroic. This is about as passive as you can get. So now we're trying a completely different style here from Heroic. They've tried the aggressive offensive style. They're saying, right, okay, enough of that. Hasn't worked. Let's switch it over now and slow down this pace and see what Liquid can bring to the table in a more tactical round that doesn't get crazy. This is really going to fall on Liquid now to come up with the goods. Now it's on them to kind of have an execute here that they can fall back on. We have to see if it's going to work against a defensive-minded Heroic. Minute on the clock as well is about time to go.
It is, but they actually have a really good setup here for an A execute. Tessus and Down are really far away. So if Liquid were to come yard, I mean, probably Heroic have a good shot at shutting that down also because Refresh could sort of like fall back in. They almost have 3 people in yard, but if it's A instead, they're only going to have 2, and one of them is already on fire. Shush has to hold it on his own. That is a huge problem. They need to think about saving almost already. Nice grenade kill, but they must be careful with the economy here. They do not have any money in the bank. It's a 3-on-3, sure, but you really don't want to screw this up if you're on the side of Heroic. Molotov is there, but Fallen. Nice shot to take down Cadian. And I think now they realize Stown and Tessus, so much is on the line here. Liquid, they hit the weakest point on the map. There was only a 2-man setup to hold that A-bomb site. How do you get through this? Oh, good. Molotov. Tessus with the headshot, but Fallen, he's covering this line. Flash is pretty good. Not going to be able to get a kill on him. Grim hiding back here with the AK, and he's good for at least 1 kill. Tessus running him down, and he's going to fake the bomb once. Fallen, he's quick with it, but oh! He makes his escape, and that is the round by Liquid. 13-11. He needed that instant spray, and Fallen manages to just live through it.
Fallen, that is it. That's all it takes sometimes. Just the barest of margins, making it back around that doorway. But that is some excellent team play as well. Each step of the way, Liquid making Heroic work for it until it turns into a 1v1. But this is exactly what you expect to see from a player of Fallen's quality. His experience, he's going to know how to play the clutch. 13-11 now, and this is where it really starts to ramp up. Now a bit of a tough situation here for the Heroic fans, seeing as how Liquid are 3 rounds away. Tessus with the double spray at the beginning, though. Nice aggression from him, kicking it off.
Wow, Liquid, I mean, that is an attempt to try and really flex on them and say, wait a minute, what if we get to 14 by rushing the ramp and just winning the round almost immediately? But it really, I mean, they were so stacked on top of each other. Nearly a triple kill there. Deep breaths here for Liquid. You have them right where you want them.
Makes you wonder, did Liquid misjudge where the economy was for Heroic?
Could have been, yeah.
If they were going to go for that kind of aggression, did they expect Heroic to be going for more of a half-buy with Deagle Kevlar instead of being able to afford the rifles? Maybe one of those moments that Liquid, you get a misread, can come back to haunt you. Because now that really puts them in a tight spot. NAF barely survives, and they're going to be limited on their grenades now as well.
Worth pointing out that Grim is top fragging for Liquid with 21 kills. So
he's come alive in this second half.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see. Good place to find himself here on the stage. Again, he's one of the people that doesn't have all that experience behind him in playing in front of a crowd, but handling himself admirably right now.
What can you do? You've got Cadian on the other side of this. Cadian, I mean, if you could rush that AWP, that's actually a pretty decent spot, but he's going to fall back to play passive from the site with the help of his teammate Shush. He's going to be looking pretty good here as the crunch has to come from Liquid. They have to be able to move through here quickly.
Molotov into the corner. Grim checking every angle. 15 seconds left. They got to be a bit careful about the clock here. They're going to be onto the bomb site. Shush will get 1. 8 seconds. Liquid, don't screw up this round. Fallen, he'll find a kill, but Stein on high, and they're a little bit too late. Oh no! Liquid They had the time. They could have had it, but they get the lead, and instead, Heroic, they keep their dreams alive on Nuke. They're now 12 to 13. They keep the weapons as well, and Liquid, they can afford a buy in this one. But man, this was a big chance for them because Grim was so close.
It makes you think if they just had one more body to throw into this, if NAF had just a little bit more health, could have been a totally different situation. Instead, they did actually come very close there, Anders, considering they went in there with like 2.5 guys. NAF was basically walking wounded. Close rounds, and the fans starting to get more excited here as Heroic are showing some fight. Countdown has begun. Both teams enough money to buy. This is going to be a big one, but this is where the experience comes through. Liquid are not done yet. A golden opportunity for the veterans on Liquid to show what they're capable of. Stewie, Elige fallen, and even the young gun Grim stepping up.
Oh yeah, he's really found himself here, doing so much work, more than anyone else right now on Liquid. Elige, he's gonna go down, ready and willing to take the fight outside. That's a big battle to win. Now, if they win this round, Heroic, they almost have the map, and Spray's actually pretty good there. Nade following in will not really do much. But again, Liquid have this, you know, 2 secret, 2 in the lobby kind of setup. And I mean, they did this before, and they actually won the 4-on-5 last time. They did this kind of split, so don't count them out yet.
I think Elige, you know, that smoke has been getting thrown quite a bit from Heroic without much follow-up behind it. So I think he just got baited into it. Unfortunately, this is that one time where it's like, nope, turns out the guy is actually there for the first time in 10 rounds. And Elige just gets caught off guard. So a tough break there for him. Still a chance here for Liquid in this round as they call a freeze. 50 seconds on the clock, though, means that they don't have a whole lot of time to work with. So they're going to have to start accelerating. I think they want to give themselves a little bit more of a margin to work with than they had in the last round. And so here we go. Onto the A site, starting to make some noise, trying to get some info.
Yeah, I think they would,
man, not giving away anything.
All of that was to try and make someone in yard move. I think that was to try and see if they could find a kill out there, but they can't. 30 seconds on the clock, and this is a hard position to clear. Tess is right on top of the silo, and he's going to spray both of them down. It's absolutely perfect. Double for him, and NAF will have to retire in the round. That means Heroic have tied up the scoreline. They're back 13-13, and they don't lose a single player in this round. That means their economy is going to be better, and Liquid are in a lot of trouble all of a sudden.
Indeed.
What a back-and-forth game this is.
Okay, very curious to see something here.
It's absolutely incredible. Tied up. They managed to make it work here. I mean, this has been a very questionable, I would say, second half for Heroic. But they're starting to push things in the right direction. Tessus is leading the charge. 24 kills, Stown on 22, and Shush at 20. Reverse there at 18, so he's right behind.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a thing, and now we'll have to see. I mean, it's a half buy coming in here from Liquid, but these are the rounds where you can be really dangerous because you don't expect anything in it, right? So you're just kind of swinging around, looking for fights, and before you know it, you can be in a position where you've got something. Stu getting tagged. Both Fallen and Stu actually having a bit of a rough time of it here. Weird position, but Tessa's flexing with the nades.
Some decent damage at the beginning of the round here, favoring the Heroic side. Liquid. Really good if they could get a bomb plant down. Any kind of cash that they can bring onto their side right now, you don't want to get to the 29th or 30th round and have to do it with you know, Tech 9s and Deagles. You really need to make sure you have the economy for it. Bit of a jump there for Stown.
Nice.
And that actually works out. Grim sacrificing himself. They wanted to get that rifle, but Cadian says nope.
But team play coming in from Grim again. Just jumping in there to create the room for NAF. You get a kill. That's still a dent in the Heroic economy.
Yeah.
Anything matters now going into this home stretch. Every little bit. And so Cadian, as far back in garage as he could possibly go, just mega passive. He knows that they want to try and trade him. He knows that they're going to be out here trying to get some room.
And they've learned, right? Because we had a couple of rounds that where they threw away a round from being way too aggressive. They're really making sure that they are not easy to find here. Falling going to sneak around the corner. Doesn't quite get that quick scope off, and he does a lot of damage, but he will still go down at the end.
Oh.
NAV, yeah, the bomb plant is so critical here. 1 versus 3 from behind, and oh no! They don't even give him a chance. They just blow him up. Heroic are in the lead, 14-13. They're going to be able to save some of the AKs as well.
Yeah.
Right now, oh man, this map is slipping out of Liquid's hands.
Yeah, it was certainly possible. It was definitely looking good here for Liquid, and they realize it too, so they're trying to figure that out for themselves. But now this is where you see that land, the veteran aspect of it, right? Where you get that reset. Now it's game time. You're going to have the rifles. You're going to have the nades. Fallen didn't quite have enough, but we'll see what's going on as the countdown is in, and we get no tactical timeouts called by either teams. So full focus. They know what the game plan is going into this one. And Heroic, no shenanigans, at least to start. Cadian was thinking about getting out here, and he may very well still go for this. This could be amazing. They're not going to expect it. Grim is out of the fight already. Look at this aggression from Heroic.
And again, Cadian, he's had such a tough game here on Nuke, and the fact that he managed to pull it out right then and there, able to land that shot. Now, he almost went down, but that must be even harder to do when you've had almost no kills at all in the map, and, you know, you get called, or I guess you call yourself into that fight. Really good stuff. Elige, he takes a lot of damage on top, but wow. You can feel the tension in the room right here. This is madness. 28th round, and it's another 4-on-5 that's favoring Heroic. And they're in an excellent position right now to try and get to map point and try and see if they can get through. I mean, Nuke should have been probably more of an easier victory for them.
Indeed.
So I don't know if it's going to feel amazing, but just getting that mental reset and getting onto Inferno, that's what they need, and could still happen here.
It will be a feeling of intense relief, I think, for Heroic if they can win this map, because the execute is setting up with 35 seconds left on the clock. They're already moving into it.
This is a problem because the hot player is going to die before Stown is down there. Now the Molotov will give it away, so they know that someone's coming. Pop flash is set up. Fallen, great spray, but Shush is there. And Refresh, and they're locking down the bomb side. Elige is on his own. They managed to hold it. That looked like it was going to be devastating, but now I'm not so sure. Elige, 15 seconds here. He almost just has to run and fight for it. If he really wants it, it's going to have to be quicker than this. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, and they shut him out of the round. 15-13. Double for Refresh and a double for Cadian. And Heroic started to come alive very, very late here on Nuke, but this is a solid defense.
Yeah, this is them just recovering. It was a long streak, a good control there from Liquid, but this is definitely Heroic recovering in the situation. So now it's whether or not Liquid can get it done and show us some grit here in the remaining 2 rounds. They have 2 chances to force overtime here against Heroic, and they have to get it perfect from here on out. So there's the timeout called. Insert text here, fair enough.
Well done.
The timeout called for Liquid. A little bit of a chat going on here. Adren able to get his thoughts in. And it's not going to be a pretty buy by any means for Liquid. Heroic are going to be fully bombed. No bomb plant means that it is going to be a bit touch and go here for Liquid, and I'm curious to see if they just decide to ramp it up and go straight to ramp, and we can see some early aggression from them.
Big difference in that last round between whether or not they brought the bomb through Mini or through Heaven.
There it is.
Nice shot from Cadian and a follow-up. They don't know, but Stown was down there. And they managed to knock out both Stewie and Elige. What a great start here to the 29th round. They want to get through, but Tessus is on the other side. Oh! Spin is there for Fallen. That's actually really well handled. It makes it a 3 versus 4, and they're speeding it up. They're just running onto the site. They want to either win this map or try and see if they can maybe get to overtime here. Fallen, he's got the right idea. 2 versus 3, though, and once again, Heroic, they've learned from their mistakes earlier. They're not going to give them any easy fights. This is looking really promising. There's the lineup. A kill on NAV, and Fallen goes down. Heroic! They will find a 3rd map on Inferno. And a very, very tight victory on Nuke, but they managed to find it.
By all means, truly showing some fight here. Liquid are going to feel, they shouldn't feel too disappointed about themselves because they've really put a dent in Heroic's confidence. Heroic had to fight tooth and nail to win their own map pick. So now you're going into Inferno. You're way more comfortable on Inferno if you're Liquid. You have to know, you have to feel that this is within your grasp now. You have tested Heroic, and you know what they're made of.
Absolutely. What a map that was. Third map is coming up right after the break.
Hello and welcome to this is the big one. It really is. This setup is actually kind of lit. There is one cable attached to the car and there is 2 fully functioning gaming setups.
Monitors, all the good stuff.
With a twist. Stown and Lucky, we've managed to wrangle them into a head-to-head with a little bit of a catch. Oh, and here come the competitors now. I can see them in my wing mirror.
Oh, who's sitting in that? Machine is running.
Hey boys, get off the road. It's game time. Lucky, Stown about to head into the arena. First of 5.
Let's buckle up.
Let's buckle up.
Only A? Let's do only A. Or you can buy armor.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Clear intention here from Lucky, heading over towards Long, and look at this from Stown.
It's a hard clear, Chad. That's a hard right. Does he actually? He's not going to clear it. He's not going to clear it. He's going to mess it up. Stown! No! Look at these guys having a party. No! Fuck. But I'm not going to lie, Stown is being a little rat.
Is he going to scope?
Lucky still hasn't worked it out, yes.
Oh my god, that was so bad.
And I think that just there, from Stown, we saw some oversteer.
Definitely some oversteer. Oh, Stown's dead. Dead.
Oh!
Oh!
He 7 bullets. He's just hoping he runs into the league.
Stown, that's not even pull the trigger.
He has to aim down now.
Oh, that's the hard part. Oh no. It's an absolute mess.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, what a duel.
Stown. It's going to be a car crash.
Oh, if he could use them in any way.
Oh, no head armor! He's not going to hear the bomb getting planted. It's a ninja plant. You've never seen anything like it. Oh, no.
Oh, it's down. Oh, contact again! Lucky's the beast with the P90.
I need to try something new now.
Why is he going for the AWP?
I don't even know. The P90 was what, and the Mac 10. It is still kind of mad that this entire setup is being powered by a vehicle.
This is a bad tactic I chose.
I really don't feel this is it, unless he hits like a 360 no scope.
Stowny boys, surely got
Come on now!
Oh. Finally I got around.
I want to see some of that. You two come out, Stown. He's trying to find the shot. Look at that.
Oh my god. Getting close now? Yeah, it is.
Gone in 40 seconds, not 60.
Oh, it's an absolute whiff from Lucky. Stown's got a chance.
Look at the fuse, but he's hitting target. He's in the back. Oh, he's out of ammo.
How close was it? 3 seconds. Oh, 3 seconds. Okay, GG, man. Yeah. Good game. GG.
Lucky is your champion. I mean, Chad, so much hard work, dedication to his craft, and he has definitely taken the competition by storm.
An absolute nail-biter on Nuke. The Danes managed to haul their pick over the line, 16-13, and push this to a third and final decider. But they had to fight tooth and nail for every single round there. We're framing this as a heroic win, Maniac, but it was by no means easy for them.
A huge sigh of relief for the entire crowd, for Heroic, their fans, their families, because I promise you, 5 rounds prior, we thought that was it. We thought Heroic were crumbling. We thought Liquid had broken them. And I have no idea where they found that energy, where they found that resilience to bounce back and close this second round. I thought they were done.
I don't know if it's resilience or if it's Cadian finally showing up. He was at 7 kills when the scoreline was 13-13, I think it was, or something along those lines. And then from there, in the last few rounds of play, he was able to get himself up to 14 frags. So he was really struggling. And then his AWP was finally able to find some impact here. But after they pushed lobby, right, it felt like an uppercut maneuver, right? It's like, we're going to push lobby, we're going to go in, we're going to try and take this game by the balls, and Grim just gets 4 kills. You think to yourself, that one's done?
And this is why it's mad, because I agree with you. That moment where Grim gets to 4Ks, it's almost like Liquid just cancelled the entire plan of Heroic. And what do? They keep with the aggressiveness, they keep with the assertiveness, they keep trying to find kills, and they still do it. Like what you need mentally to be able to reset from that round, which is, by the way, a complete catastrophe when Grim 4Ks them. Somehow they don't budge, they stay with the plan, they stick with their idea, they stick with the philosophy, and it still works out. And not everyone one can do that on stage. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of impressive about this one for Heroic. Sure, we weren't expecting it to be this close in the first place. Huge props to Liquid for making it that close. But the fact that they come back in and keep going with that game plan as well. I was almost expecting a replica of what we saw in Overpass, where Liquid just found that momentum and closed it out.
Maybe they are just sticking to the script though, right? We already referenced that Pro League game where it was this exact same 3 maps, 16-12 on Overpass, or 16-12 on Overpass here, 16-12 on Nuke, 16-13, kind of close. And then Inferno, well, that was the overtime game. So if we stick to the script, I'm happy with that, right? We're going to get an overtime Inferno coming up. But yeah, look, there's no doubt that Heroic is shaky. We're seeing that, right? We're seeing that. Now, is that enough to stabilize them going forward? I don't know.
Not sure. I'm not sure.
It's hard, right?
The last 5 rounds, I feel like changed the narrative. It changed the stories. Because if we go back to the beginning of the second half, I think we can bring round 18. Because to me, that was the moment where it felt like Liquid were once more in control. Look at this. We have a 4v5 situation. Should be Heroic all day, every day. And somehow Liquid, with a very clean, absolutely split move on the A side, completely destroyed the defense. 4v5 against a full-armed CT-sided Heroic. I thought, oh, damn, it's happening again. They're crumbling, they're falling apart. And at that moment, when I see how quickly and easily Liquid were able to pounce onto that defense, I thought that was it. I thought that was the end of Heroic.
It was a little bit odd here because this 4v5 scenario you bring up, I feel like we saw a bit of it in the first half of Heroic as well, whereas they would go yard, they would lose that opening kill to Elige, but they would get the space and then they were able to pull off similar things. Both teams were happy to fight early. They give up 1 kill, right, on the T side and then still able to make it work. So I think there were some similarities there, but for Liquid, that dried up, right? For them, they couldn't keep getting away with it, whereas Heroic, they could. And I think that's what led to them having a better T-side here and ultimately closing this game out. But it's not convincing. I think that's the taste that's left in everybody's mouth at home.
Yeah, just a huge sigh of relief, really, for the side of Heroic. We are going to get a chance to catch up with the coach of Heroic. It exists with a few words.
Exists a very intense game of Nuke there. A little bit too close, I would say. How does it feel after that, though?
Feels really good to win a map. I think we had a really good start as T. We kind of let them back in the game, and we lost a few rounds in a row as CT, which kind of hurt us economically as well. But yeah, really happy that we closed it out.
Now, going back to Overpass, were you surprised at what they were able to show on it, considering the situation with Liquid?
I think they played really good individually. They picked us off 1 by 1 a few rounds when we played default. But we made some mistakes as well, which we talked about after the game. And I think our T side on the Nuke looked a lot better.
Now, Cadian was telling me in an interview that he was really looking forward to enjoying the crowd and getting the extra boost from it. Are they feeling it?
Yeah, I think the crowd here is amazing.
And in terms of Inferno, we're going back to this crazy map again where it was very close between you and Liquid last time round. How's it going to be different for you guys to just get a confident win here?
Inferno is one of our best maps. We're really comfortable on it. I think they're going to play a pretty random style, pushing through smokes. It's what we saw against NIP, so we have to be ready for everything, basically. They have a lot of good players that can pop off individually, and we just need to make sure to shut them down.
Well, it sounds like you know what to look out for. Good luck, mate.
Thanks.
Exists simply relieved for Heroic to be getting this map in their pocket and doing it in such close fashion with those 5 rounds in a row to be cementing out at the end.
Yeah, and it wasn't given to them. It wasn't given to them. Heroic had to go and find these entry kills towards the last few rounds. You see the way they actually decided to take the fight to Liquid. Here you have Stone finding that smoke, getting actually ahead of himself. Round after that, you have Cadian with the AWP. Chad was talking about him finally having an impact. And then once more, it's Cadian punishing Elige. So Heroic, they found the entries. They fought their way through these last few rounds. They were more assertive, and they were connecting these shots at the very beginning. And to me, that is the difference. That is the DNA of Heroic, who takes matter into their hands on the CT side.
Yeah, they've got to keep that assertive nature coming back into what will be the 3rd and final decider map, and it's the perfect one, Chad. It will be Inferno. You said potentially following the script of the last time these two teams faced.
Yeah, and if we just borrow from recent history, well, not so recent anymore, back in September, but in that game right there, both teams had pretty rubbish T-sides. 3 rounds on the T-side each, and then obviously when it's overtime, obviously we had that clutch situation with Refresh, right? Keep that in the back of your mind. Now, let's just think about what we saw from Liquid against NIP on Inferno, right? What they were getting away with. It was quite heavy banana control on their CT side, and on their T side, Stewie was pushing the issue on banana quite a lot as well. But remember that game? It was gamble stack after gamble stack of Hampus calling the bluff with the 3 players over towards that B site time and time again. Cadian loves a gamble himself, you know? They really enjoy that out of a team like Heroic. So it's going to be the mind games. That's what's going to come down to here. Are they going to call the bluff off the same way that NIP did.
And I like that you mentioned it, because I thought that when Heroic went into that gambling mode versus Navi, it was their defensive mode, their passive mode, the one where they are not in control. I feel like a Heroic that's feeling it, that's on a good day in Counter-Strike, in a good mentality, goes out of their way to retake information. They'll flash themselves off of Banana, for example, at that broken wall to find information. They'll have a double pick into mid from a flash from CT or whatever that is. They'll re-pick into apps. Navi forced Heroic into submission. They forced them to be passive and gambly. If Liquid can do that and they can call the gamble of Cadian, then you have a way in. But we need Heroic to be proactive. That's how they win Counter-Strike.
And that's exactly what you mentioned, you know, Heroic in a good state, a good mental state at that. Have we seen that on this LAN stage? Because we were impressed with what we saw at the Major, but here it seems like they've been crumbling just a little bit more in those high-pressure moments.
Sometimes the story of Counter-Strike tells itself in a few rounds. Look, if these last 5 rounds on Nuke hadn't happened, if Liquid had won 2-0, I would have told you, no, that's a failure. They haven't found their DNA. They haven't found their philosophy. But they did it. They did it just the way they like it. They win it, they took the fight to Liquid, and he paid off. So now they can take that blueprint with the confidence that comes attached to it and then move into the third map.
Yeah, now look, in the context of the tournament, both teams are in the exact same position. You lose, you're out, that's it, we're done, all right, see you later, you have fun, go home.
Later.
Not too far for the guys from Heroic. But you want to see them tonight up against Astralis, right? Just for the storyline here. Now, if we just go into a couple more particulars with Inferno, we do have to have a knife round to decide who's going to be starting on which side, right? I really feel that both of these teams can have CT lockdowns, and that's when we now get back into the details. Unfortunately, the cliche analysis. Pistol rounds. Well, if they both have rubbish T sides or against each other have rubbish T sides, pistol round makes a difference. Pistol round makes a 12-3 into a 9-6 half, right? And that is a wealth of difference right now in a matchup where CT side seems to be what this is all about. So look, I'm excited to see if we can get anything that resembles the last time these two teams went toe-to-toe, but so far the script is trending in that direction, and there's no reason, I can't really account for this one to just be a blowout now, right? I feel that this one should be a close game.
I mean, considering we're putting history back under the spotlight, is Refresh the man on your lips, or maybe Cadian now that he's in a bit of a resurgence?
The problem is neither really are the players that we have to keep an eye on LAN. I have to be honest. You know, just look at the results. History doesn't lie. So far, it's Shush, it's Tessus, it's Stone. These 3 players are who you're looking towards if you want to see someone take in charge. And what is kind of cool, and I see this blueprint in Heroic, is that usually Stone is the one that starts the best of way. He has a pop-up beginning in all of the games. He puts Heroic in a good position. And once they're here, then it's Tessus with the entries, then it's Shush with the lockdown. These 3, they work together.
Well, it's Heroic back in their booths in front of their home crowd, and they are ready to get this show on the road. One final lifeline, and it comes in the form of Inferno, the perfect third decider map for this series, and we're going to be jumping into all the action in just a few moments.
What a spectacular game that we have for you here. Liquid versus Heroic, and it's gone to a third map. It's Inferno as the deciding, like it was always meant to be, Semler.
Indeed, it's as I predicted going into this. Both of the teams won their map picks, and now we get Inferno. It is the legendary map to finish best of threes on. It's exactly what I was hoping to see between these two teams, because I think both of them are comfortable on the map, and they can both bring the heat.
We deserve it, don't we? We've been waiting for a long time to get back on this stage, and we're finally here, so let's just get everything possible out of it. Liquid and Heroic on Inferno. I think this is going to be very hard to predict. I'm sure Heroic would have loved to have come out of Nuke with a feeling of, sort of like, you know, pure superiority, but they're probably coming out more with a feeling of relief, like, oh, thank God we actually made it.
Indeed. I don't think that, yeah.
I mean, they had a bit of time to cool down and sort of mentally reset, and a lot can happen in 17 minutes.
Oh yes, there is quite a bit, but it is the reset like you said. I don't feel like Liquid can feel too frustrated. They tested Heroic, they showed them that they are still a threat, and now we're going into the pistol round of Inferno. These teams have been trading the pistols as well. By no means has it been easy, but we're about to go the distance. Liquid versus Heroic, and Liquid starting on the CT side as well. And both of these teams, at least for now, we're gonna get a little bit of a poke at the beginning.
Oh, they're going quick, aren't they? Up Banana. Stewie and falling inside of the B-bomb side. Naf is there as well to help out, but Tessus, he's just dodging the flashbangs. And they're so close. Liquid, they have to hit some absolutely brutal headshots here, or they're going to get wiped out on the defense. There is nothing left for them here. Naf, he can't do anything either to help them out. It's going to be a quick bomb plant. That's smoke. It is fading, though. So a bit dangerous perhaps for a second, but impressive entry onto the B-bomb site for Heroic. And now they're in a very powerful position here.
Very difficult situation now for Liquid going into the retake. They still have a kit and a couple of Kevlars as well, so they can still take these fights. But that bomb is ticking away. The pressure is on, and Heroic are not showing much. Leaves with a beautiful headshot. Grim to follow one up as well, and it's all going the way of Liquid. A 2-on-2 now as Elise is getting another one, and it's all on Cadian. 1v1, another clutch for him, and it's on the young gun. Grim is here looking for the fight, and it's all on the defuse. 2 seconds, 1 second, it's not enough! Cadian sends him back and pumps his fist and picks up the pistol for Heroic. 1-0 on the board. Again, Heroic getting the strong start.
Oh, this is... what a start. It's almost impossible to believe that they could have even got close to winning that round. They were in a 3-on-5, and they start out the retake by getting 3 headshots immediately. But Heroic, they managed to survive it. Liquid are going to buy straight into this next round. They want to put the pressure on immediately. They do not want the Danes to feel comfortable at all. Stewie here, pushing up close, and wow, follow-up. Second bullet headshot there. A takedown Cadian, that's not bad. Refresh in the middle, that's a good little spray to take down Grim, and he wants more. The scout's on the other side. He's going to get tagged. They're a bit uncomfortable now. 4-on-3, sure, but those scout tags they make you sort of doubt yourself a bit, don't they?
No, they do, because now you're vulnerable to the Deagles, you're vulnerable to the 5-7s. Oh, wait. Those getting burnt a lot.
He heard that. Refresh, he knows. He knows Elise is running down, so they're going to be able to call it. Yep, Shush is being brought back in. That's a tiny bit of audio information that just saved them in a big way.
And now we're going to see those scouts back off, which is, well, hopefully they're going to be able to back off because
double HE. They're going to try and blow up Stout, but he's quick. He's actually so quick to get out.
Refresh is in on the mix. Now you know, Fallen, you're fully committed, and unlike on Nuke, where Liquid were able to hold on to some utility after the round went against them in the force buy, this time it's going to be the hard eco for Liquid. They will not be able to have any fun guns to work with here. So Heroic giving themselves the best possible start on Inferno. Real chance to just farm up some money now in this third round. Love to see that standard double HE as well now, really. You know, it's just like they've got that bounce, that bank down. It's really sick.
It's really wild that he manages to get out of there. I'm not sure he would have necessarily died, but...
It would have been close.
Yeah, it would have been real close. All right. P250s and a Deagle. Slight stack over on the B-bomb site. Fallen and Naf, I think, trying to pull a little trick, but ultimately... This should be a real round where Heroic can breathe, just actually feel a little bit safe, which it hasn't happened a lot at all in this best of 3.
No, it's been a long journey back for Heroic to try and take control of the situation. Elysian Grim getting nuked on that A bomb site. Quick find there from Heroic, playing mega passively there, Liquid. And so it is going to be them backing off to save whatever they can here on the B site for Liquid. Heroic could go out and farm if they wanted to, but no real reason to risk any guns. Maybe just Cadian with the MAC-10. But that's what you're going to get if you play super passively, Liquid. But again, you know, you just got those USPs. So if you're trying to draw the round out, that's exactly what you're hoping for. You're hoping that Heroic are going to use some grenades and spend some money to win the round. So nicely done.
Yeah, well played on the timing. It'll be a third one on the side of the Danish team.
Going on a luchador here in Copenhagen. Never expected to see that.
Let's go a long way. Orban Fallen. He really, I mean, he had some okay kills on Nuke, but he wasn't quite the force. Neither him or Cadian on Nuke were landing big shots.
Oh, it's a good point that SPUNJ made between maps. That Cadian, you know, wakes up at the end and is one of the key players for Heroic at the end of that map. But for most of the beginning of it, it was a pretty brutal situation for both Cadian and Fallen. So they had time and opportunities to run it back on Nuke to make things interesting. And now we go into the first big buy round coming up here for Team Liquid. Fallen has that AWP, but it's glass cannon. So again, that economic pressure, it's the worst possible situation for Liquid because, again, CT side Inferno, you need all of the grenades, all of them. And if you even have some more money, you're buying extras to just drop them in the CT spawn so you can rotate through them. Every nade counts. So when you're limited, it's a very difficult situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there's no head armor either on Elysian Stewie, so MAC-10s and Galils are suddenly super dangerous. That's really worth thinking about when you see the first engagement, because if it's one of those three players Fallen as well, obviously with no armor at all, one of those three players run into the MAC-10, and it's a really, really quick fight. 50 seconds. And Liquid, look at this move here. This is so cool. Fallen and Elysian, they're going to go check the arch and make sure that no one is at top mid. The question is, what will they do behind it? Can they find a way to react once they realize that no one is in here? And actually, it's pretty good timing with the nades that are coming in there for Refresh, because he's kind of selling the idea that they might still show up. But in fact, it's going to be the B-bomb side that's going to be under attack here. Stewie and Naf in position, and it's going to be all 5 members of Heroic. The rotation is almost there for Liquid. They're thinking about it now, but they might be too late. Look at Stewie playing anti-flash. He's got his back turned, and he spins around. They're coming through the smoke, and he's in a lot of trouble. They're both going to go down. The defense is wiped out on the B-bomb site, and it leaves the last remaining members of Liquid. They have to run. They can't really do anything.
That's a difficult situation because you don't want to over-rotate with that boost, but you're still only seeing one set of grenades going through. And so you have that boost, you only see the one set of nades. That could tell you anything, but you don't see any bodies either. So I'm actually surprised that Liquid, it takes them so long to start rotating, and that Elige, you know, is so late to the party on that push. Because if he's there beforehand, then maybe he's keeping his teammate who's boosted up alive, and maybe some damage is actually going through for Liquid. So fine margins, of course, that's really just the name of the game here between both of these teams. True. Elite players going head-to-head.
Almost felt like if they hadn't done that smoke and boost trick, they would have had a much more clear idea what was happening in the middle. Not that they can't really be blamed for that, but it turned out that way. 4-0 in favor of Heroic. It's a very decent start right now. Liquid, though, at the very minimum, you've got to say good job on saving the weapons and not just throwing them away into a 4-on-3 or 3-on-5 there. Wow, that flashbang is devastating.
Yeah, brutal flash. Worst case scenario, even if he dies afterwards, the job is done. But they are able to just squeak through a buy here. Liquid, it's amazing that they have just enough to work with. Max loss bonus goes a long way, especially when you can save a couple of guns. So early pressure, at least no craziness in the second mid early on, but Refresh taking some nade damage from Grim. That was a clever one. Caught Refresh, tagged him up. And Elige thinking that there was going to be more action B, but now they're starting to second guess themselves. Like, what they're trying to get some more bodies over here towards this A bomb site because they're not hearing much in Banana. Fallen providing a lot of information right now. Even there's a big window of opportunity now for Liquid.
Look at Fallen's position. I mean, this is a classic Inferno setup. 4-1, and as long as Fallen can stay up there, if Heroic don't do their due diligence and go and push him back, they're going to keep having this 4-man setup over at A, and it should be really effective. I think it's going to be hard coming out of the A apartments like this with basically 3 people ready to shoot at you. We're going to have to look at some really, really good smokes and flashes to begin to even think about this. But they're going to go for it here. trying to make their way out. They're actually a little bit slow, and Tessa's, they're silent. He jumps down, he gets the kill. Grim with a double in return, and Tessa's still looking for him, and what a defense in the pit by Grim. He takes 3 of them with him, and it's still alive. Somehow this map is, or this round is still going.
He's dropped the bomb up in apartments. This is the big deal here. 30 seconds left, and Heroic actually have to manage to get up here quickly and recover this bomb. Otherwise, there's no point in getting the kills. They're not going to win the round. They're running out of time. 20 seconds left.
Oh, he's relocated, though. It is actually doable here for him. He could maybe spray them down. There's one more for the quad, and the ace! Oh, my God, what a round from Grim.
Hero plays coming in from the young gun. And while it's going to take a few more of those to silence the haters. Bit of the cheer going on. But that is Liquid getting on the board, and all off the back of perfect play from Grim in the pit. This is so sick.
He didn't even lie on the first one, Sam. The first part of the car was even right. Just saying. 6th round is coming up, and I really can't believe it. I mean, Grim kind of pegged as the weak link in this team in some sense, but he was top of the scoreboard on the last map. They nearly won, and he just found an ace in the 5th round to bring the first one on the board for Liquid. That is wild.
It's something our analysts were saying over and over again, that this is his chance to prove himself, right? Not only should he be trying to play to fit the system, obviously do what his team needs, but if he can step up on an individual level, it's a golden opportunity here for Grim to show that, hey, he's still on the market. If these roster changes are happening, he is still a player to keep in mind.
I mean, he's making he's some really good advertising for himself right now, without a doubt.
Indeed, indeed, without a doubt. But there's a golden opportunity here for Heroic that's dawning on them. I think that there's a window here to hit, and Fallen playing mega aggressive. Grim trying to back him up. Oh, he turns away at just the right time.
This is a very scary position for Fallen. One good flash around the corner, and he might never make it back to the bomb site. Counter Molotov to slow them down, and Elise has been drawn back, so at least they have a bit of a setup here. But Fallen, oh, wait! He misses that shot. Oh no, this could end up really bad. He's gonna make up for it. Gets the kill on Shush and drops the bomb on the ground. It's a 3-on-5 now, and the flank is coming in from the bottom of Banana. Cadian, I don't see him winning this fight as they turn around. He's already kind of locked in.
Yeah, they're boxed right now, Heroic, with 20 seconds left on the clock. They have to find some kills. Grim gonna get caught unawares. They just drop on him literally, and now Fallen, he has nobody watching his back, and little does he know, he is getting checked. What is this ridiculous play that's going on right now? Elige gets 2 kills. It's down to Refresh now in a 1v3, and Elige is gonna catch him in the back. He had no time. Down to 5 seconds on the clock, just no time at all.
That looked like a real 4x3 moment there. Elige with a quad kill. I can't believe they managed to dodge each other that much. A very, very confusing round here. Wow, that was the opening for Refresh. What is he doing? Is he playing Super Mario? Just jumping on top of him?
He's now stomping him.
Yeah, exactly. 4-2. 2nd round for Liquid here. And Heroic, they can still buy. They're still going to be dangerous. A timeout to discuss exactly how they want to play this upcoming round.
Considering how close Nuke was, and that is not a good map for Liquid. If Inferno is a map that Liquid are comfortable on, which they are, it's a good map for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Heroic are realizing now that they are going to have a fight on their hands in this 3rd map, and I feel like this is exactly what Liquid were trying to build up to. Making it the distance, making it to the 3rd map.
It's really early on, but the scoreboard for Liquid looks ridiculous with 8 kills on Elige, 6 on Grim, and then 1, 1, and 0 on the rest. It's very, very top heavy at the moment. I'm sure it'll change, but it's fun to look at any rate. 7th round is here, and very standard setup. Elige, I like the fact that he's playing that forward corner again, trying to get some information. And Banana not being fought really hard for them by either team. They're both kind of willing to leave it alone, at least at the beginning.
This is some madness, actually. Going back to pick up Nays, back to re-equip themselves. Heroic with 1:10 on the clock. It's not a whole lot of time to act. And it's looking like it's going to be setting up for Heroic now. And Liquid are going to be hard-pressed if this is where the commit comes through. Stavin just with a quick glance to make sure that they aren't getting flanked. And now things could unfold here in a moment's time for Heroic. Quick rotation coming through, though. Liquid looking to be in position to deal with this in time, and it's shaping up nicely as well. If Heroic commit to this bomb site with 40 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to go, and Liquid could be prepared for this push.
Yeah, they've missed the window opportunity. Now there's 4 people here, and Grim still in that pit and still getting kills. Elige is going to fall, though. That's an important frag, and Naf, he's surrounded, but Grim is still doing work. Whoa! An absolutely disgusting, nasty kill coming in on the second one. I can't believe that he managed to actually transfer that right onto the second. And Grim again, I mean, I gotta point it out, he is just wrecking them in that pit right now.
What is this? Yeah, Grim with the star level play right now. He is going all out, but that spray transfer from Naf, that was sick. Okay then, man, if you've got Grim and Naf just shutting you down,
yeah,
life is going to be incredibly difficult. Also, Elite, it could have been even more brutal because Elise just ate that flash. The timing didn't work for him at all. He stood up right into a flash grenade. So worst possible timing for Elise, unfortunately for him in that push. But still, Liquid hold their own. 3 rounds on the board now for Liquid. Our eco round coming up here for Heroic. Just the Soviet AK picked up by Stam. Fallen with the angle. Let's see if he's going to get caught sleeping or if he's going to be able to find this opening pick when the chance presents itself.
Really important right now that Heroic do some damage because there's not that much money on Liquid. So even if this is a very hard round to win if you're on the Heroic side, any kills that they could possibly get will definitely add up here. They've got some nades to throw with. I mean, if they get into position on Banana or top mid, they can actually get onto a side and get a bomb down. So just need the right opening, which is kind of hard to get. Naf and Stewie are in a cool little double setup up here.
Anti-flash, and it's going to be about being explosive. Does he spot him, Naf? Yes, he does. He's got the help of Stu. Stu just needs to back off and save, and the flash is going to buy him valuable time. Not even committed yet, Heroic, although it looks like they want to hit this B-bomb site. 35 seconds left on the clock as the push begins, and Stu is ready there to take the fight. Catches him lined up, but only nets the one.
Great move from Stewie there. Again, not tempted to take the fight, knows what he has to do. Elige will pick up Stam and refresh on his own, and he'll get found. Stewie landing a nice little triple. Otherwise, got a bit boring in that B-bomb site for him. But that's signing up the scoreline. 4-4 as we lead into the 9th round. And yeah, currently, it's 4 in a row for Liquid. They are really making a great case for themselves.
Fighting back. Fighting back here, Liquid. Not going down without a fight. You gotta love to see it. And as far as Heroic are concerned, now is going to be the big round that they've been saving up for here.
It's crazy, isn't it? A dead team. They're still fighting.
Oh, yeah. That's just, I mean, I love to see it. I really do, because there's too much talent, there's too much history on this team for it to go down with a whimper. You know, and look at this bold opping from Fallen. Love to see that as well. Trying to make the play happen. Heroic, though, you know, they're long in the tooth themselves in some cases. Not going to be giving anything away for free, although a fresh mid-smoke goes down, so that'll delay things here. As far as Heroic are concerned, there's still plenty of time on the clock. But yeah, I mean, to see Liquid fight back, I mean, considering who's on this team, and now that they're in front of the fans on LAN, you expect them to pop off. They have to be a threat.
They really have been, more than maybe most people were expecting. Elige and Grim alone on the A-bomb site. They are expecting, they're actually sort of preemptively calling that this is going to be a B hit on the side of Liquid, but so far, that's not going to be right. Grim, they're going to have to call on in again for that defense in the pit. Elige, that is a wild spray that he somehow managed to get done, and wow! All right. Refresh on the flash assist, and Stown and Shush able to shut down that push or that defense, and it's going to work out fine for Heroic.
Very hard to hold that sort of situation there. But again, this is the kind of gamble. And I mean, I'm assuming that it's Fallen handling the calling right now, although Stu has been known to chime in, and that's been a bit of a back and forth on the team. But they're going for these gambles, really expecting Heroic to hit B over and over again, and that's kind of cost them a couple times on this A site defense. I mean, Grim saved them that one time where he just plays completely out of his mind, but you can't do that every round against a team like Heroic.
No, there's going to have to be an end even to the performance that he's put up here. All right, Heroic finding a 5th round and breaking the streak of Liquid, which is huge. But again, the Liquid side, they lose a round, but they manage to save 3 rifles. It really is a big deal. Going down the stretch of this game, they're gonna need that money to keep flowing their way. 4 in a row, though. I mean, that is pretty impressive. Yeah. Still haven't really seen much out of Fallen. 1 kill so far in the first 9 rounds.
It feels like he's the one who's just kind of out of luck, though. He's always on that rotate. Whether he's over on B, well, you're not going to get any kills. That's a couple times now where they're just like, well, default save then, lads. We're not getting anything done here. And he did try and force it last round, and he's going back to the well. Another peek down mid. So Fallen last round really was looking towards second mid. Whoa, massive grenades into Banana. Traded back onto Stu, though. Taking a lot of damage.
More of them coming in. Wow, yeah, they really are getting bombarded down here. Stewie's low, but still. Hard to say if that is actually worth it.
Sometimes the game just doesn't line up for you. You know, for Fallen right now, he's out there. He's changing up his position with that AWP. It's just where he is, heroic or not. That's just the long and short of it. But now the flash around the corner, trying to set up this peak. Stavin with the pre-fire, not going to find a target. But they've gotten quite a bit more room to work with here, heroic. And if Stavin is feeling it, he's calling. There was a moment's hesitation there on the team as to whether they wanted to commit or not.
Oh, Tessus. Yeah, this is so scary. Fallen, this should be his fight every single time. And yep, right into the crosshair.
Beautiful.
Tessus is down.
Quick rotation from Fallen. Is he going to make it in time?
Elige and Cadian fighting in the middle as well at the same time. Yeah, he wants to get there. Stewie goes down. And Naf, he is so good at defending this B bomb site, so don't count him out, but he is on his own, and it's going to be a 1 versus 3 fight for him, so they need to get rid of him. The Molotov will do a lot. That's going to force him into the fight, but there's a flashbang set up by Fallen, and that allows Naf to get the single kill. Good return from Shush, and they're going to go straight for the bomb plant.
Impossible situation now. It's going to be very difficult, although the smokes are not as fresh anymore. There may be time to work with here for Liquid. This is a great position, though, from Refresh. He's going to get traded immediately by Elige, and now it's the buddy system in play here for Liquid. Cadian, there's a timing for him to hit, but he's still very far behind. They have no idea that this is coming, though, so if they keep hesitating like this, Liquid, they're going to get caught in the back, and Cadian is not risking it. It's all on Shush to stay alive. He's going to find one. Elige catches the flank, turns it into the 1v1, and he gets the clutch. Elige gets the job done for Liquid. They're tied up once again, 5-5.
Absolutely spectacular round. I can't believe that they managed to spin around and get Cadian. It looked like that was the perfect knockout move. But a triple for Elige. He is clocking in at 13-6 right now.
Can't believe it. He turns around to check for the flank. The awareness from Elige. That's amazing.
All right. For Heroic, it's pretty devastating. I guess the only really good news here is they managed to take 4 rifles away. Liquid invest into a double AWP this time. If Heroic can find a way to win this round, they can bounce right back. But what an intense early first half here that we've got on our hands. And again, this is why we want Inferno as the deciding map. This is why it is just so popular as that third map. Always delivers, it feels. All right, Fallen. Scary moment. I mean, he's got a smoke to his left, but at the same time, the walls are paper thin up here. There's a flash in what?
Wow.
Tessus.
Okay, then.
Not blind. Taking him down immediately.
That second flash going off. Fallen was not expecting that. The timing was perfect. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. Elige ate a flash earlier. Fallen eats that flash. You know, it's just whipping around a corner into a flash is never fun. Naf now, however, can hold the line, and he does. He gets the bomb donated to him as well. Cadian looking to get that trade, and he is going to find it. Brings it back to a 3-on-3. Critical kills. Never expecting the boost, though. And Liquid, man, they're fighting back.
Such a cool one-way smoke that they managed to set up there. Looking right over it. Stewie is alone in construction, and the question is, 35 seconds. I mean, right now, the pressure is on Heroic to find a bomb site. Stewie doesn't mind just hanging out here. Grim and Elige could do the same on the other side, and the question is, are they going to be able to put the bomb down without Stewie interrupting them? He's walking back, scoped up with the AWP, and he finds the shot on Stown. That's a perfect position. And now it's on Cadian. 1 versus 3 to try and see if he could save this round for his team. But he's going to go straight for the bomb plant. Stewie not letting him have it either. Absolutely brilliant. And it is another round on the side of Liquid. 6-5 as they take back the lead.
What a critical kill as well, denying the bomb plant. That's the difference between a buy with everything and a weird half buy here for Heroic. But Naf, terrific stuff from him. The spacing was good for Heroic as well. They need to get that trade, but he just willed that double kill into being. And, yep, there's the reaction. 6-5. Liquid now with the chance to build up a little bit of bank, a little bit of room to work with here going forward. We may be able to get the quick change. Yep, Fallen's going to call it. Here's the pressure coming on. Wrapping around. Arch side could be looking to wrap through CT as well. It's definitely possible. Nap, it's going to get difficult for him to stay alive, and he gets overwhelmed.
Wow, completely trucked. Running Deagle for Stown. Now the crush. Oh, Stewie, he's going to go down as well. And Elise to follow into the grave. That is a big problem here. Liquid, a huge chance in this round to absolutely shut Heroic out of the first half. And somehow they let it go. The CT spawn rush that's coming out from Heroic. Sages were completely caught off guard. And now Refresh is here, ready to catch as well. Grim wanted to escape with the rifle, not going to be allowed. It's on Fallen. And they should hunt him down to the ends of the earth here.
You can always expect Refresh on the flanks. That's just where the rest of the team is. That's where Refresh is going to be lurking on the other side. And he is going to be getting that kill. 6-6 tied up, and Liquid, you saw Fallen, you know his stomach has got to drop. As soon as he takes that peek and sees everybody just running at him with Tech 9s, you know that it's just going to be so difficult to manage that situation in your favor. Naf just getting deleted by Stown.
This is an impressive round from him.
That feels good.
I really feel like that's just the sort of round that you're not expecting to win. If that doesn't get the team fired up, I really don't know what will. Back with the Deagles on the side of Liquid, and the Molotov plus the AK will take care of business. Stewie is out, and they don't know it yet, but that's the B defense wiped out.
Yep, gamble stack coming in from Liquid. And not Refresh once again going to get, yep, sees it coming. Oh, what a hold. Doesn't quite get the third kill, but still, Refresh, man, he is so dangerous. And, well, if Naf can get away with this M4A1, he is going to be very happy indeed. So get him as far away as possible and let Grim kind of hold the line, protect his teammate a little bit. Really like this team play here from Liquid. If Grim goes down, whatever, it's fine. He's only got a Deagle. But Naf saving that M4A1 can make a world of difference in the next round. But this is playing out again, kind of like Inferno does right now, where it's just so close. These Mavs finishing 8-7 all the time.
It's crazy to see. I mean, the momentum switch in the last couple of rounds has been, it was all Liquid. They were really, really winning this first half. And the Tech 9s, they made all the difference. That is actually what changed this. I guess the Deagle too, but it's now Heroic in the lead, 7-6. Bomb is going to go up, and Grim and Naf, well, Naf are going to survive the round with the M4 in hand. But Heroic, man, they pulled that one out of the hat.
Well, that's a gift right there. Just full on catching them out and not missing the chance when offered to them. So that's the important bit there for Heroic. They've shown they've got that in the tank. They're capable. But now going into the next step here, Elige leads the way once again for Liquid. We're still waiting on Fallen to join the party here, so a little bit of pressure on him, but he's got that AWP. He is fully equipped. And Heroic still leaving Team Liquid guessing. They haven't really been all about telegraphing what they want to do. Fallen now. Passive stuff to hold initially. Stewie gonna put a lot of damage into Stown. He's gonna burn alive. Stu gets out. Even thinking about going back for more. Mad Lad.
I think he was slowed down standing in the Molotov. He probably wanted to escape, but getting shot in the knees at the same time, and he just couldn't make it out of there. That's a very annoying way to go down. 4 versus 5 now. Tess is in the middle, Refresh up in the A hallways, and the question is, can they find a way here to bring it back even at a disadvantage? If they win this round, Liquid are out of money once again. Big chance there, but it doesn't really work out. Naf is going to be left alive. They have time to go for one more try here if they want to. Heroic, they don't commit to that B attack. Can they find Fallen though? He's right around the corner. They've got the right idea. He does check it, and he's going to get the kill, but Elige also went down. And now, yeah, he wants to back on out. It's just him and Grim defending the bomb site. The rest of them are far away. And Grim, he is rock solid down here. He has really been saving Liquid on the A-bomb site, but Refresh will take one, and now they're all coming for him. A double kill for Refresh, and with 30 seconds left, they're going to go back and get that bomb plant now. 2-on-2 in the after plant.
What a juke from Refresh. Grim had no idea which way to look there. And Fallen with a missed chance, but it's still a 2-on-2, and there's still time to play with a kit as well. And now Stewie hoping to be able to catch somebody out, but no reason for Heroic to peek at all. They know where these guys have to go. They have to get onto the bomb. All right, now it's a 3v2. It might as well be for Heroic. as NAF is moving on to the site, trying to bait some kind of reaction, trying to get somebody to step into the open, and it's just an impossible situation for Liquid. What are they supposed to do? Nobody is showing themselves. Stewie finally going to be able to get one trade, looking for the follow-up. He's not going to get it. Refresh with the headshot, and Heroic, one round at a time. Cadian looking good, 8-6. And that puts Team Liquid in a terrible position going into the 15th round of the first half. But this is the juke of the map. There it is, Cadian. Wears his heart on his sleeve.
Absolutely. He is just living this game right now. 15th round is coming up, and it's Shush in the middle, ready to take a fight. They're coming back for more, but that AK is going to win out against both the Scout and the Deagle. And that's a strong victory for Shush at the beginning. He could have gone down, a little bit of pressure added. It's a 4-on-5 here to start the 15th round with. Cadian looked like he could hardly believe what was happening. He looked like he was in disbelief, but...
It shouldn't have happened. They really shouldn't. Fallen, what happened? How did he miss that shot on refresh initially? He's holding towards balcony, right? How does he... What happened there on that side? Unlikely turn of events.
Yeah, it really is. There's been so much of that in this best of 3 so far. The MP9 is going to win out, actually. Grenade to follow it up. Stewie, get out of there, but no, he can't. He gets blown up by Stown instead. And Elige and Grim, yeah, they want to move forward. They want to try and see if they can take some of this initiative back. Instead of waiting around, that's a nice idea for Elige. Naf will get the kill on Stown. And somehow, Liquid have brought this back into a 3-on-3. Not sure how, but they have. Down in the pit with the Scout in hand. He's looking for headshots. He's not getting them yet, but he's done some great damage. They fall towards Naf instead. This could be a mistake. He's got the AK. They're running up in front. He just has to spray. Big double for him, and it leaves Refresh in another clutch scenario here, but he's running out of time as well. On top of everything else, 20 seconds. He's going to go straight for it. He almost has to go with one plant right now, and they spray on through. Naf has nearly already taken him down. Looking to see if he could find anything over it. 1 versus 3. A 1 in a million as well on top of it. Behind the fountain, and he needs that headshot. He's not going to get it. A quad kill for Naf as they get that 7th round on the board, Liquid.
Wag your finger at Refresh. Not this time.
Yeah.
Not this time, Refresh. No 1vx clutch for you. Naf was definitely playing that careful too. It's in the back of his head.
Amazing stuff. The second half is coming right up after the break.
He's push nading you, Nate.
But I can't get a weapon.
Welcome everyone to Shoulders of Giants presented by Omen Oasis. Last time around we had to do this online given all the circumstances. Now we're in the Royal Arena and I've got with me Stewie, Plopsky, Hampus and Robin who are going to be joining me to play through some of the old mods to do with Half-Life. We're going to rock back to the golden years, which most of these young ones probably don't know too much about. We're going all the way back. We're starting with Day of Defeat with this one. Now, Stewie, you played this before?
Not once, but
Not
I'm ready
once?
to play. I'm gonna get first person shooter, you know?
Yeah, you start breathing real heavy. Oh.
Get right to the left.
Oh! Stewie one-shot me.
There's a one-way window, man.
Dude, this gun sucks.
What did I do? What killed me? The window just killed me.
The window?
Yeah, the window just killed me. What?
Stay. Let's clash it. Robin. Yes! Yes! Woo! There we go. Well done, Robin.
Nice, easy, nice.
Oh yeah, nice and easy. That's it.
Yeah.
Hampus believe.
Super easy, super easy.
That was Day of Defeat. Now we're going straight on to Team Fortress Classic. Let's see what the guys think of this and let's see who gets the win. Here we go. Oh, it's flag again. We're doing flags.
The blast admin is eating me.
Eating you?
Yeah, with a crowbar.
What game are we playing, man? Are you eating you?
What? I got one-shotted. Did you pre-fire me?
I pre-fired out of nowhere. I just heard footsteps.
Need help, need help.
Dude, I can't shoot.
Got the flag, with the flag.
Okay, this is a lot harder. They got a flag. Popsky won it for his team by far. Were you just sneaking around stealing the flag?
Yeah, one time I did, I don't know. I didn't even find it. I was looking for it like 10 minutes.
Let's move on to some real gaming 1.6.
Shot from everywhere.
Ooh, one dead. I'm insane. Nice
Oh,
one, right?
Are you sure you guys play 1.6? Because we've never touched this game.
Oh. Dude, I can't hide anywhere. I've got Stewie looking at my screen.
I wasn't looking. I heard you stopped it.
I am the bullet.
You forgot to buy bullets?
Why do you have to buy bullets?
Flank.
Nice, Robin. One more to get.
He's nading you.
But I can't get a weapon.
Stewie, is that you trying to ult?
Base doesn't even know how you just killed me. He doesn't even know how you just killed me.
Easy win, guys. Easy win.
I really see why they revamped the game.
Thank you for all of you at home for watching Shoulders of Giants presented by Omen Oasis. We'll see you on the next one.
We're back once again. Second half is coming up here. Final map between Heroic and Team Liquid. Copenhagen, can you feel it? Well, let's get the game live then. Heroic are now on the CT side, Liquid are on the T side, and everything is absolutely still to play for. It is cut right down the middle. Anyone can still win this game.
Ooh, well, what is this strategy as well? Double flash molly from Fallen. This is interesting. No smoke to help get the bomb planted. Very quick stuff that I would expect to come out here from Liquid as the flash goes sailing into mid already to kick things off. And we're about to get the firefight. Grim already taking Shush out of the picture. Cadian trying to hold his own. There's so many people here with the 5-7 though. He's doing work.
Oh, and Stown, he's going to find a headshot as well. They brought it back somehow. Elise shows up with the Glock though. And finally, Cadian is put to rest. Grim trying to get back into his teammates. And the bomb is planted, so it's down and refresh. Very, very tricky 2-on-3 for the retake. The nade into the corner and it blows up Fallen. He is out of the round. And Grim and Elige still alive to try and hold on to it here. Pistol round could be absolutely pivotal. And he's looking for it inside of the smoke as well. Grim on the other side. Elige gets one and he follows it up. Huge triple. And Liquid will win the pistol round on that second half.
Well, there it is. Tied up already, Anders. We didn't have to wait long.
Nope.
Tied up. Elise with the headshot over the top, and that is some sick play from him. He had a bit of trouble on the CT side, on the A-bomb side, but on the T side, things are coming together for him. So good on him. Good on that.
Cool to see him play around the smoke as opposed to just sort of waiting and hiding down there. He knew there was still a lot of time left on the bomb, so didn't want to leave his teammate on his own.
You just got to get proactive at that point, right? Get into the mix.
Oh, well, speaking of which, early fight here. Stown is going to burn alive to the Molotov eventually. It should be a decent chance right now for Liquid to claim a slight lead. C-set 75 in the hands, though, of Cadian. It's dangerous as they turn the corner, but they are so quick with it. And Shush will fall. It's going to be Refresh showing up, trying to hold the bomb site on his own with just a 5-7 in his hands. He's doing some damage, but once it slows down and then they're just straight fighting him one after another, that's when they usually win that fight. So good on Liquid for taking a breath in that moment. And Tesses probably just save the MP9 here. I don't think going for it is worth it.
These have just been some incredibly brutal rounds coming in from Liquid, just straight forward to the face of Heroic. No hesitation, straight up mid, straight up onto the site, and just utter brutality. I like how quick they are with those MAC-10s as well. You know, it just allows, it's so difficult to reposition and put up a fight when you have MAC-10s just running around corners, flying at you left and right. Liquid know that and take full advantage of it. They're one of the best teams at it. So 8-8, soon to be 9-8 for Team Liquid, and the bomb about to go boom.
It's going to be crispy. I mean, it's a round that's well handled. I think there was a moment there where if they just relentlessly fight Refresh with that 5-7 and he gets one more headshot, it suddenly really overs. It's nice to see them slow it down. It's very hard to do in that moment when you're 3 versus 1 in the bomb site. You feel like you just put pressure on. He's going to die no matter what. But sometimes it goes the other way. So good little bit of communication there on the side of Liquid. 9-8, 18th round is coming up. And top fragging is Elige with NAF right behind him. So pretty good situation right now.
Both teams getting a perfect start to their T half. Heroic had the same thing where they won clean the second round, and so they get up to a mostly, you know, hard eco in the following round. Liquid getting the same experience here. So both of these teams will have had the best starts to their T sides. Now a slow play here from Liquid as they try to figure out what exactly is going on, and they could just walk right into a trap, and this would be a disaster. Cadian holding close, and he's going to be able to back off. Shush hunting him down with the CZ. Nightmare fuel. CZ's up close, man. That is just not what you want to be facing on that T side.
Good thing they managed to get the MP9 out of the picture immediately. Some great damage here from Stown, but he's just a bullet short of getting maybe a double even. That is crazy. They're going to save the AK on Cadian, and I mean, that's pretty respectable. But if he got 1 or 2 kills here, who knows what could have happened? That would have been a bit of a nightmare. So Liquid are going to find their way to 10 rounds. But Heroic are going to be fighting back sooner rather than later. That's a nice 4-man stack at the top of mid right there. If that MP9 had got into play in a different way, just even getting a kill or surviving for 3 or 4 seconds, could have been a lot more scary for Liquid. 2-round lead,
Without a doubt. I mean, at this point, Liquid right now, they just need to smash. And it is the style these days to see teams really chain together. That's the meta where they chain together 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row before their opponents are able to get back into the flow and they start chaining rounds. It's very rare now to see just back and forth between teams, trading rounds back and forth. And so Liquid right now, they're hoping to just stick to the meta, get a bunch of rounds on the board, extend that lead as much as possible before Heroic start making adjustments and getting into their game flow. And then Liquid will be the ones on the back foot. So as far as Liquid are concerned, it's about staying focused. No tactical timeout getting called by Heroic right now going into this first buy round as well. That's unexpected. Definitely thought we would see that from them.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point, right? This is really where it matters. It's a classic Inferno, close game. No one knows who's going to end up winning. And you have those timeouts for a reason. Down all the way at top, Banana. A bit of a nade. It catches, what, the arch of the doorway there? That's crazy. Doesn't go any further. They do have an AK that they stole and that MP9, but no AWP in play. I'm not even sure it's going to make a big difference because now we've seen Cadian get a lot of kills with it, so maybe it's for the best for now. Just leave it alone. Try and see if you can play the fundamental defense and make that work.
Interesting.
This is happening way more nowadays. You got 3-man stack it be even late into the round. It's so risky. It really is.
A lot of it from Liquid on their CT side. So Heroic showing that, and they retake control of top Banana as well. Not that Liquid really had it ever. Now they really established that, and so they're able to cheat a couple players over here. There is a timing window here for Liquid, however, before Tessus and Cadian can get fully into position. It's going to be the dance between the two. Grim, however, is caught down. That opens up the B-bomb side, but they don't know that Liquid. That smoke is down, blocking them off, and that's forcing a rotation from Tessus back over.
And Stown brought that on himself. He was the one that started shooting through the smoke, and that was very risky. Now that he's down, Tessus is on his own, and huge. The entire Liquid team is coming for him. He's got 25 seconds. There's no way he can defend this on his own. He needs a lot more help, and he's going to get traded by Stewie. 20 seconds, and it's not... I mean, Cadian, you could try and jump through if you were a bit closer to stop the bomb plant, but he's too far away, and a great call and a great opening for Grim.
What an amazing read from Liquid that they managed to pick up on the fact that there is a golden opportunity to hit that bomb site. Nobody there, everybody rotating around, perhaps because they saw a bit of the challenge at Arch, and so they realized what was going on. You know, you'd be playing it a bit more passively from the A site otherwise, or playing from like Library back over there if you're on the CT side. But if you're rotating in, maybe you are rotating into Arch, and so that was a tell, because all of a sudden they're like, wait, hot-footed over to B. There's an opportunity to be had.
It's really interesting if we get the replay of Grim's kill. You'll see Stown probably shooting through the smoke a little bit earlier. Normally with the M4A1, maybe you have an advantage, but yep, there come some of the bullets, and it's just a fight that he loses. Oh, it's not even close. It's just a recoil that does it. What a wild way to lose a round. 11-8, Liquid, 5 rounds away.
No, 5 rounds away from surviving and making it into the next step. Now, there's the tactical timeout getting called by Heroic. Rifles on the board, MP9 in play for Tessus.
Plenty of the round here, yeah. Much needed timeout. Critical at this point in the game. Deep breaths needed for Heroic. This is not the time to fall apart. This is the time to double and triple down and get that focus back up and running. They certainly have the kills to come back into this right now. 14 on Shush, 14 on Refresh. Bottom is Cadian with 7 kills, but I mean, they can still do a lot. Fallen, shockingly, still has only 3 kills in the entire map, which I just think is very, very unusual. If he starts waking up, this might be the end for Heroic, though.
You're right, you're right. We saw that from Cadian on Nuke, however, where he was really quiet, but then at the very end, when his team needed him most, he showed up.
True.
Fallen will have a chance to see if he's capable of the same. Elise catching Cadian already to kick things off. That's not going to help things here for Heroic in this key round. Being down a man already.
Yep, there were 2 targets there, and you could tell the immediate panic of, who am I actually firing at this moment? Turned out none of them went down. And they've made a huge gamble. I don't actually blame them for this, Heroic. I think this kind of makes sense.
Yes, it does, 100%. This is, we saw similar situations actually on Overpass, where it's just like the full-on gamble. If they come here, awesome. If they don't, well, we're saving our guns for the next round. So now, 11-8 for Liquid, and a chance to extend that if they can only figure out what's going on.
Look at the trap setup in B as well. This is really cool. Tessus and Stown just have to trade evenly here. But then the question is, will anyone check for refresh once you've won a double fight out here? It's unlikely. Grim sneaks around the corner. He's going to be going down. Oh, the lineup is there. It is gone like for Heroic. A double kill for both players. It leaves the Liege on his own. Oh, they should consider themselves so lucky, Heroic. That is a very hard round to win at that moment, but it works out better than I think even they were expecting.
Outrageous. It's just like on Overpass, where it just could not be more perfect for Heroic in that situation. Liquid literally walked into the one spot you wanted to avoid on the entire map.
Yeah.
Now Liege, well, we'll see if he can survive. Shush is probably not going to let him, although he's going to do a good job of trying to stop him from getting out of here. About 9 seconds left.
I would don't hunt him too much. You really need the economy. This is I mean, the way for Heroic truly to get back into the game is to build a strong economy so that they don't just immediately get reset. That's getting the crowd fired up. That's getting everyone ready. 9 rounds to the 11 of Liquid. And we're going into the 21st round. All right, that guy's already got...
Oh, there it is. Ah, this time the cameramen learned. Not happening.
We shall see. Wow. That's a rare round. And again, there was even a second plan, right? If Liquid fought their way through that top banana bush, it would have been refresh hiding inside of the bomb site, and there's almost no chance they checked that. So there was a bit of a plan there.
That's going to slow things down a little bit for Liquid, although that is one of those rounds where you kind of just shake it off and say, right, we got kicked in the teeth. It sucks. That's about as bad as it gets, but just shake it off. It's another round. We've still got a lead in this, and we still have money to buy. So it's not the end of the world. Just giving yourself a little pep talk, and these guys are veterans. They definitely have come back from situations like that before. And so now we actually have quite a bit of map control, in fact, for Liquid. Loads to work with in this position, and Heroic are the ones who are playing in the dark. They don't have a whole lot to go off of here. Dangerous waters now for Heroic, considering it's 50 seconds and they still don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you're right. They are a little bit in the dark. I mean, Tessus is trying to get some information about what's happening at mid there. Cadian is playing the corner. It's one of those times where really good for him to pick up just the straight AWP kill. It's going to be a wrap, it looks like, towards Arch as well. Grim still making some noise out here. And this could still end up at the B bomb side. That's a strong opening. Tessus is out. I'm really worried about the time. Cadian, what a shot to hit. Grim goes down, and they wrap it around to A instead. Down to the pit. Refresh and Shush trying to stay alive, trying to defend this bomb site. Refresh, he's looking for it. And that bomb needs to be on the site right now. They are out of time, out of players. 9 seconds left, and Stewie, he'll get the bomb plant, but he is locked in. This is going to be his graveyard instead, and it's a 10-11 scoreline as Heroic not just win the round, but survive with 4 people.
The killer instinct is lacking right now. This is so incredibly unfortunate for Grim. That timing, a split second earlier, and he catches Cadian with a nade in his hand, and that's the round done because the B defense is going to be wide open, and they're going to wrap through Arch to get it. And instead, because he dies, I think Liquid make the snap decision to say, right, rotate onto A, commit to A. This has got to be it. We got to go here. We don't have time. Just these smallest things are going the way of Heroic right now in Liquid. still in this fight. They still had money to fall back on, but it's going to be very painful. I don't know how many shots like that they can take and still stay in this fight. There's a golden opportunity now for Heroic to take the lead on this map. Oh, monster nade into ramp as well.
Fallen is having such a tough time of it here on Inferno. Not dead in this round, but I mean, you start the round, you think, I don't even get to do anything. And it's going to weigh on your mind without a doubt. You're not going to get more experience in this server than what is on Fallen, obviously. But still, he's only human. I bet it's getting to him. 3 kills across 21 rounds. Find a way to change that. I said it many times before, but you can go missing for a long time, but if you find that one crucial round where you get the opening pick or you defend the bomb at the end, that's all your team needs. So it's important to mentally stay in the game, even if it's really bad. 55 seconds on the clock, and they will have picked up the bomb once again. They're at T-spawn, basically. And once again, Heroic don't have any real forward positions.
It's the mark of champions to be able to come back from behind like this. So now, I mean, Liquid, they have won tournaments, they have won trophies. They know how to play this situation out. It's just a matter of doing now. 30 seconds on the clock. They're starting to run a little low, and they're worried about the characteristic aggression on the CT sign from Heroic. Worried about that flank, but now they're running out of time. It's time to get in here. And as the wrap is coming through already through Banana, it's there. And now it's a matter of Liquid getting into the site with 18 seconds left on the clock. They have to go. This time Stewie does hit the headshot. The trades are coming through, and Liquid are able to push on. 2 versus 2, and with 10 seconds left, they will get the bomb planted.
Oh, Cadian has come alive, though. I can't believe that he got that flick. He's been out of it for so long, but he's landed a triple in this one, and Grim, it's all on him. 1 versus 2, and he's going to do a lot of damage, but still, Cadian is here for the quad kill, and Heroic, they tie it back up again.
Pop off from Cadian, definitely letting them know. And there it is. Yeah, the frustration clear. At least they get the bomb plant, but that timing for that flank was so key. It's exactly what had to happen for Heroic. And Liquid knew that it was coming as well. That's the worst part.
Yep.
They know that that flank is coming.
He just went from 8 to 12 kills in 1 round.
He's loving it, man. Cadian just popping off.
What a time to come alive. So late, almost at the end of it here, almost about to get knocked out, and then there he is. Tremendous flicks, the one that he had on the hay card jumping up, mind-blowing completely. And that wipes out that economy on Liquid. They're in trouble, even with the bomb plant. They can't afford it.
Makes me wonder, though, if we're going to see some more explosive stuff coming out of Liquid here in this round, given the fact that they have the Tech 9s, means they could be quick, kind of like Mac 10s, right, where you just let it fly. You hold W, you just run, and you try and get in there.
It could definitely work. I mean, that's one of the scary things about Inferno is you don't have to miss a lot of shots on the CT side, and those T players are going to be close.
Swarming right on top of you. Early aggression, at least the nade battle going on. So Liquid trying to hide their game because they have so many nades to work with. It's going to keep Heroic wondering a little bit as to what they're actually up against. And if the smokes are down, that's denying the info. And Liquid, they can set up now that they've got Heroic playing honest. Gonna make them wonder. Peek for information top mid as well. And really, when you've got this kind of utility, this kind of gear, you want to see Liquid just get the death ball approach. Group up, gather, and get all of the pistols together to work.
Refresh and Shush were actually a little bit further apart than you would have liked in that moment. And they're going for that 4-1 setup. Cadian, they feel like that AWP is probably warmed up from the last round. Leave him alone out there and see if he could get something done.
They don't need to commit to A, though. That's the thing. Stavin is going to stay put. If they walk in here, it's going to be a disaster for Liquid. And again, it just feels like it's everything. The setup is perfect for them. This can be utterly brutal as they execute in.
Yeah, this is what you dream of for your Heroic. You want this push to happen right now. But good opening from one of them, and the spray is through. Oh, way too much firepower on the other side. And the Tech 9s, they just can't win in that battle. Now back in the lead are Heroic. 4 in a row as they get to 12-11.
It's all because of Cadian. Again, we've seen that in the past where you have that one player who's over on the B side on Banana like that. If he's not seeing anybody on Banana, there's no reason. So you see, they throw the one flash over there to try and sell a little bit of a fake. And if Cadian is holding on the other side of half wall, fine, maybe. He doesn't see it, he doesn't know, so he can't give that info. But because he is peeking, there's no reason for Stalin to rotate off. There's no reason for the defense to change in any way on A site. And it's an utter bloodbath. Shush with the start to take Nap out already, and another one coming through for Stalin.
Well, the Molotov didn't burn him for the longest time, so he had some free time up there where he could just spray down, and that is shocking. Again, Liquid, they've had to really endure a lot in the last couple of rounds, and now they finally have rifles, and the round starts with a couple of kills going the way of Heroic, forcing them into a 5-on-3. Stown, he is back where the Molotov just was. They're never going to expect this. He's just ready for it. Stands up, and there's the one kill, the follow-up spray, and they get fallen as well. Cadian with the double and Elige. He is on his own. Heroic looking to close. They've got them on the ground.
This is where having multiple IGLs, it makes me wonder what's going on here on this team. Fallen and Stewie, both of them showing some of the lowest performances we've seen all tournament long. And right now, where is it? It's on the T side of Inferno, where you need to have an IGL who's calling the shots, who's deciding what is going on with this team, and if maybe there's infighting going on, if they can't agree on what needs to happen in the rounds, that might be leading to some difficulty here for him, because Fallen still got 3 kills, Anders. He's only got 3 kills, and Stu is in the low teens.
It's crazy, yeah, they don't have space for that. I mean, the fact that both Stewie and Fallen are not having a good game, and the fact that it's still 13-11, says a lot about the firepower on Liquid as a whole. But they need everyone, because on the other side of the bracket on Heroic, everyone is showing up. They are all there, ready to fight. Cadian gone for a long time, but he is swiftly back in action. 15 kills on him, 15 on Stout as well. They are playing a lights-out game out of nowhere. They were losing this game.
They were, but this is, again, kind of according to plan, right? According to the meta. This is why Liquid needed the strong start, so that they could have a bit of a cushion to play with when Heroic started to get on a streak of their own. And now this is where Liquid need to get beaten up in this round, or at least show some fight. Grim is going to be able to trade it back. 1 for 1 at the top of Banana, at least.
Why did it have to be Fallen that got blown up?
Just because he's not allowed to have any fun on this map. Apparently, that was the gentleman's agreement going into it. Fallen, no fun. But
rushing, isn't it?
You know, Liquid. That is a beautiful shot, and Tessus now in danger of getting overwhelmed. He is alone against multiple guns, and Grim's going to run in to get the info. Stewie's got to be here to trade it, though. He's got that AK.
Oh, and a flash setup. Great teamwork, great defense from Tessus, and he continues and closes it out. A quad kill, and Heroic 14-11. Cadian is on his feet. They know a couple of steps more in this direction, and they get to face off against Astralis.
Sick hold from Tessus. It doesn't get much better than that. Even Stu is just stuck there with that flash from Cadian. Great teamwork. But again, that was a round of eco. This is where it matters. This is where it starts to ramp up. 3rd timeout called by Team Liquid, and this is it. Because now they have the full buy on their side. They're a little light on nades for Fallen, but apart from that, everything they can possibly need. And so it's a matter of coming up with a plan and getting on the same page. Fallen going for the fist bump. Stu lost in thought.
Yeah.
And it just makes you wonder what's going on here between the, is this where, when this was always going to be it, right? If you can survive the initial push, if everything is working for Liquid, fantastic. But if you test them and really put their backs to the wall, is this where we'll see the division?
It's very hard to know, isn't it? 6 rounds in a row in favor of Heroic. It's working for them right now. And they've almost made it. Shush deep Molotov down there. Stewie trying to be the entry on Banana. Not going to run into any nades immediately, and the Molotov kind of dodges him a bit. So far, so good. And the whole map comes to a bit of a break here. Cadian actually looked like he was sending Stown back, but yeah, maybe just to pick up some grenades. They have that forward refresh and Tessa's defense on the arch side of middle, which I think is very, very cool. The smoke, they're just going to boost up on top again. About getting the information here to figure out what is happening on the other side.
Now that we've had a little bit of an exchange over here towards B. Looking like this is where Liquid want to set up themselves, although Fallen is still kind of hanging around here, and Heroic are not clear as to what's coming. Lurk gone through as the smoke is clearing, and now this is it. The golden opportunity. Can Liquid execute with 45 seconds left on the clock? Got the nades for it, and Cadian's got the angle. He hits the shot to hold it, and Stown looking to follow up. There's the spray through the smoke. NAV is going to trade him, but it's not enough. Only 30 seconds left, and Liquid are on the wrong side of the smoke.
They have to go. They really can't slow this down. Backup is being called for. They know it's an AWP on the other side. This is their moment to push through. If they wait, it's going to get worse. More people are going to show up. NAV is actually falling back down the middle, and they're leaving it 2 people on the bomb side to try and make their way through. Oh, they throw the bomb! And Cadian, he wanted to get that fight, but Fallen, oh, he's been missing a long time, but he found that kill on the enemy AWP, and now 3-on-3 here. They try and get the bomb, and they will. They find their kills on Tessus and Refresh, and Shush is on his own. Liquid, oh, almost losing grip of the map. And now they're back into it again. And this could be a huge momentum swing. Shush trying to fight it out, but Fallen will find second kill of the round, third kill in fact. And he's all the way up to 6. What a time to find that triple.
That's it. Doubles his kill score in 1 round. We'll talk about showing up when your team needs you to, and that's what a leader can do as well. Fallen, what a round from him. Terrific stuff.
It almost looked like that bomb was a distraction more than an, you know, an attempt
a bait.
to throw.
Come
It
on,
worked
Cadian.
both ways.
Take the shot. Take the shot. I'm not going to be looking. I'm not going to be looking. Fallen was just ready for him.
I can't believe that they slowed it down behind the smoke and still won the round. Attempt here to flex on them. Stown, he will go down though. Cadian, he had a chance maybe. Not going to get it. 4-on-5.
Admirable strategy from Heroic. I love to see it. I like the bold plays like that, really trying to not let Team Liquid get any momentum going. You know, put a halt to it immediately. Stu was ready for it though. So they will not get any advantage in this round. Liquid with the man advantage. Quick rotate coming in here from Heroic. This is mad. Now this is an insane gamble.
Truly, well and truly. I mean, we don't see this really ever. So yeah, a unique setup coming out here. Trying to get the shot through. Oh, Cadian getting found.
This is bait. This is bait.
You're absolutely right. This is all a trap, and Liquid don't know it yet. They're going to run onto the site with the bomb, but there's still 3 people here. Liquid, this could be absolutely ending in tears. Just Refresh and Tessus. They've absolutely bamboozled them. The bomb is on the site. What a call for Heroic. I can't believe it. They've completely cheated them. NAV, he must be shook. 1 versus 3 now. They thought there was an empty bomb site. They thought there was a free and already 1 round. And it turns out it is exactly what Heroic had designed. NAV is on his own and he's going to be found. It's 15 on the board for Heroic. What a stunning call.
Katie, it's all here. This is it, the mind games. One of the greats. This is amazing. They walked right into the trap. It could not have been better set up from Heroic. And I mean, of course, Shush is just not going to miss a beat. What a monster. And that just thing of beauty. It's a masterful round. Right when Heroic needed it, it looked like it was slipping away, and Liquid were about to pounce and end this. And yet there it is. Heroic on match point. They have 3 of them as well. And so Liquid now, you're going to have to dig deep. You have to play perfect from here on out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no mistakes now. Crazy jump from Stown. Everyone calm down now. It's Cadian to open it up and take down Elige. I can't believe it. For as much as we talk about the mechanics and the frags, this one was about the mind of Cadian as he absolutely out-called him. Now it's a 2-on-4. And now, just a couple of kills left. Cadian, he's inside of the bomb site. Tessus is on the other side. The full rotation is in. Heroic, they almost didn't make this work, but now they're in a great position. Fallen's going to take a kill on Refresh, and they're going to try to make a run for it, but Shush already knows. He's already rotating. Heroic are reading this game so well.
They're dialed in right now. Shush is already going to be on the bomb site, but the thing is they've got the buddy system now and they can work together. They know that somebody will have rotated back, and so there's the first kill. Needed to have the trade. It's going to go the way of Fallen. Managing to get this bomb planted, but Tessus is ready to pounce on him, and this could very well end in tears. Liquid are out of it. Heroic have earned their fight against Astralis tonight.
What a victory for Heroic. I really thought this was going to go the other way at the end. It looked like Liquid had them out of it, but somehow they bring it back. And Heroic, they end up defeating them on 3 maps. What a fantastic best of 3.
Everything, it delivered. Both of those teams so evenly matched, but in the end, just the mental side of things, Heroic were able to win out. They had a couple of amazing rounds go their way. Cadian had a brilliant call at the end, but a couple times where Liquid are walking into those stacks and you're just holding your breath thinking, is this how it's going to go? Well, it turns out yes. The answer is yes, and Liquid, they put up an amazing fight. I don't think that they should be disappointed in themselves by any means. They've lost against a top 3 team in the world, so there's no shame in that.
Well, yeah, what a way to win it at the end. I mean, again, we do talk a lot about headshots and a lot about the mechanical abilities of all the players and all the rest of it. And it comes down to just some really amazing multi-dimensional chess from Cadian. I mean, that shows some of the spectrum of skills that's actually in Counter-Strike. So many different ways to win a round. That one is very, very unique. And they managed to pull it through. Wow, that game against Astralis will be pure fire. There's no doubt about it.
Without a doubt. Heroic versus Astralis in a best of 3 in a packed house. I mean, already it's been amazing today. For the first match, we've had an amazingly full stadium, all of the fans here. What an incredible experience.
Absolutely amazing. Down on the stage, we have Machine with the chess master himself, Cadian.
Thank you very much, Anders and Semler. Give it up for your casters as well. But I've got Casper, Cadian, Muller here at the stage with plenty of fans to go around. You had to work for that, Casper. You had to work for that. Were you expecting that today?
Yeah, I knew it. Liquid is a strong team. I mean, you can say all you want about them making roster changes and stuff. Stewie still won a major, Fallen still won multiple majors, and the rest are no slouch either. So big respect to the Team Liquid.
Look at this guy doing an analyst desk segment as well as a winner's interview. Now that's great, but how's the vibe in the booth? Because you guys, you know, I'm not exaggerating when I say you haven't always been able to bring the fakey boys to LAN.
I mean, you guys have been kind of harsh after one Cologne in a studio environment. But what happens when we have 10,000 Danish fans cheering on us?
And don't think you got away from the last question. You know, they've only just made huge changes to their roster, but Astralis looked good. And now we have Heroic versus Astralis later today. What's your read of your opponent?
They're a strong team. I know that a lot of people here in the arena are cheering for them as well, but I also see multiple, hundreds, thousands of Heroic jerseys. And I mean, to be honest, Danish Counter-Strike is so effing privileged, you know, to have two such great teams. So, I mean, let's just give a fucking hooray for fucking Danish Counter-Strike.
Come on! Come on! Congratulations.
Cadian and his men do it on home soil. They cement that matchup later on today against their fellow Danes in Astralis. Man, I don't know about you gentlemen up here on the desk. It is damn loud here in the arena. I cannot wait to see what they're going to be delivering tonight.
And they're going to get louder, right? That's the crazy thing here. We're really going to put the fan base to the test. I think, yeah, we do see a couple of Heroic jerseys, but Heroic was just playing. I think that might turn around tonight when Astralis are in here. But yeah, that was a great game of CS there, and I love that call. We said gambles might play into this map of Inferno, and it definitely did. That round there towards the tail end, Cadian putting himself as the little bait on the end of the fishing rod straight into the site, and then locked it down. A great way for Heroic to get things done.
That was incredible. Look, a lot of similarities with Nuke as well. A couple of rounds decided everything, and I think we have to go straight to round 21 and round 27. I think this is where the story gets decided. It starts here, round 21. Bear in mind, Cadian has 8 kills at this moment in the game. He is missing out on the opportunity to help his teammate, and now he strikes from behind with the AWP, and he shows the confidence of a player that has 35 freaking frags at that moment. The amount of differences and impacts he makes on that round is insane. Here we were 10 to 11. They were on the threat to be completely reset after that, and he shines and they clutch it. And now after that moment, Grim's not going to be able to find it. Cadian once more, and now we go back to round 27, which to me is the final nail in the coffin. It's the one that Chad was talking about. It's the gamble, the stack. the mind game, the 4D chest, whatever you want to call it. Team Liquid after finding 2 kills, being a little precipitated right here, playing on the B side, and the mind of Cadian coming together, and they can see the world shattering under their feet as they realize they have fallen into the trap.
Yeah, this here is ridiculous, right? You think how this round started. Heroic seem to hit this gear when things are going their way, where they go aggressive. They threw one player down mid, they died. What happens next? We know the CTs have to play for info. Cadian peeks out top, Banana, he goes down, almost wanting to die in that environment. And look, if they go to the other side, they save, they keep those guns, but they go straight into that bear cave, they get mauled. And that was Heroic basically sealing the deal right there. I thought after they dealt with the, the half buy that came on in with the Tech 9s, the Deagles, once they dealt with that with the mid crunch, I was like, yeah, this should be closed out now. But it looked like Liquid still had a bit of life in them. Right, that round right there. How did they lose that, right?
And you don't come back from it. That's the thing, Chad. You do not come back from that round if you're Liquid. It doesn't matter how much experience, doesn't matter how much tenure you have in Counter-Strike. You do not come back from that round. This is a killer, both in and outside the server.
I'm loving these reactions from Cadian, by the way, as well. It looks like he's won a freaking major with some of these reactions too. He knows he was the big brain in the server today. And it was somebody that we really highlighting coming into this. He has been somewhat absent in some of the previous games we've seen here at the full finals, but coming into this, the mind game's fully at work.
Yeah, look, if you look at the numbers for the series, he didn't have a great series at all. He had a pretty rough series, but with the calls, that makes the difference. It's all about getting the result right here. Now, I worry, I'm getting ahead of myself as per usual, they just had to expend a lot of energy just to get this map here, this series done. So that might be problematic. They have a couple more hours and then they have to play again.
And you talk about energy, and definitely it's something we need to commend Heroic for, right? The mental energy, the resilience to come back on map 2 and map 3. You have to realize, on both occasions, they are on the brink of extinction. They are very close to being eliminated, and they fight back, and they do it the Heroic way once more. And I personally didn't really suspect they had that kind of energy on the big stage here in front of the crowd. That's massive from them.
Yeah, huge amount of energy exerted in that one. And I'm sure there's plenty of energy going on in this winning mic'd up moment from Heroic.
Først er begge, tror jeg.
Ja, første.
Første er sidste.
Er du low? Jeg har lyst til ind.
Han er rytme.
What a f***ing victory.
I love getting to see those reactions, both from the teams and from the crowd behind them as well. But of course, that does mean Team Liquid are eliminated here from the full finals. I mean, props to them for putting up way more of a show than we ever could have expected. They were coming in here, we were prefacing them. These guys are an absolutely dead team. They're going to be going out first. The fact that they played 2 games in the arena and put up a fight in both is really impressive.
For the sake of Counter-Strike, we needed Liquid to play the game truly and completely, without any regret, without holding back. And that's what they did. They played a full Counter-Strike. Now, we know they're going to go their separate ways, but I feel like a few individuals have left a mark. Elysian, not for sure. But what about our boy Grim? What about Grim, that one that was under the spotlight? He played a very decent series, and if anyone out there is maybe looking for that filler on the lineup, that man, he made a statement to this event.
You know what I hate here? Imagine if we had Arena Counter-Strike the entire time, and this Liquid was the one playing in the arena, because their woes came in the online era.
But do we give them a pass for that?
A complete pass? I don't know. Look, you have to be able to work. Well, you think?
I don't think you can. I don't think you can hide behind the fact that you have to wait to be in an arena to play your best Counter-Strike. That'd be too much. That would be too easy. I know they were impacted by it. I know they played a better Counter-Strike, but you have the responsibility to give yourself the chance to perform in whatever context you are, which they didn't. Here they played better, and that's great for us fans of the game, but you cannot excuse everything that happened. I don't think that would be fair.
Yeah, you got to adapt to the circumstances, right? That's why like great teams like Gambit, NAVI obviously battling through and now showing it on LAN as well here. Look, it is, look, it's not going to be, competitors hate losing more than anything else in the world. So Liquid are going to be bummed right now, but the fact that they got this experience and they got to play some good Counter-Strike and put themselves in the shop window throughout, I think that within itself is a win for Counter-Strike, as you're mentioning, and for themselves. They shouldn't be too down, considering the circumstances all around this.
Yeah, I mean, commiserations for Team Liquid, of course, eliminated here from the full finals, but we are going to get a few words from Grim before his departure.
I've got Grim with me after Liquid are eliminated here at the full finals. And Grim, you again put up a huge fight against Heroic. How does it feel, though? Is it any different losing, knowing the situation of the team?
I wouldn't say it's any different. I mean, actually, it's a lot more like, I guess we don't not care as much. Obviously, we care, but not as much, right? Because we know what's going on.
Yeah.
But for me personally, it was such an amazing experience to get to play on LAN in front of such an amazing crowd as well. Like, it was definitely an experience I've never felt before, and one of the best ones in my life. So I'm really thankful for it.
And are you excited to keep going and get back on a stage like that again?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like the feeling and adrenaline is insane. I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure that I can give myself the best possible chance to be able to play in front of an amazing crowd again.
Now let's just talk about the game a little bit as well, right? Because you know what happens on Nuke, but you guys still made it competitive. We come into this Inferno, and you guys have the lead. At what point did you feel like you guys lost control of the game?
Yeah, so we got the nice first 4 rounds on T side, and then the banana control started becoming extremely hard for us. We weren't being able to find out solutions, and then I think that without banana control, it gives them a lot of room to work with, and it makes their Inferno a lot, basically way harder to deal with if you don't have banana control. So I say that they were super strong there, and being able to like sack sites based off of reads and always pushing for information led them to win that game.
Now, in terms of the future, right, we know you've got a couple more events to go with this lineup. How do you keep on going from here? Is it going to be still trying to get in some extra practice? I know you're going to be over here in Europe, but what's the game plan?
Yeah, so right now we're going to be staying here because we have Iron Winter coming up, and then we're just going to be playing our individual game as best we can. We actually went over a couple shots right before the game. Actually, this game, even though people say we don't care, but we're trying our best. We're going over shots, making sure we give ourselves the best possible chance to win, even with the circumstances. So we're just going to keep doing us until the end of the year. And
for you, right, if you want to like put yourself now out there and say what you want to do you want to stay maybe going to European team? Do you want to be in North America? What's the goal? Or maybe we're going to see you staying on Liquid?
Yeah, I honestly don't know my future yet. Obviously, I'd love to stay on Liquid, but if that can't happen, then I would have to reevaluate from there. I probably wouldn't want to go to Europe just because I really like living in the States with my family and stuff and friends, so that might be a big culture change for me, but I'll figure out when the time comes.
Well, we look forward to seeing you wherever you go next. Grim, thank you very much, man. Good luck.
Huge thank you to Grim for giving us a few words after that series. And we've got to commend this kid's positive energy as well. Every single interview I've seen him in, you know, he's been exuding that positive mentality of, you know what, we lost, but for me, this was a really, really good experience to be playing on this big stage. He wants to do it again.
We will confine our judgment to what we have seen here at this very event. I'm not going to touch on the whole year, just this very event. I think Grim was dealt very complicated cards coming in a lineup that is arguably dead. Lineup walking, we talked about it. As an individual, under the fire a lot in different interviews, saying he didn't exactly do the job, he didn't put the efforts he needed to. And then I think he put himself under a very much better spotlight at this event. I think what he was able to do in these circumstances is a great sign for his future. Now, he is responsible for putting in whatever effort and discipline has to be, but what he did here, I think command a little respect.
Yeah, it was good in patches, and I think for a 21-year-old, look, it's a young man's game. He probably learned a lot in his short time in Liquid, right? Had to mature quite quickly with all the things going on around him. So, yeah, all in all, like you mentioned in that interview right there, he seemed relatively positive, all things considered. You just lost, right? So that was, I think that summarizes basically the Liquid camp and their feelings.
Yeah, no, definitely. We can take a look at our brackets as well to see exactly where the games are standing after that result. Of course, Liquid joining the 3 other teams in FaZe, Big, and NIP eliminated from the tournament here. Now we have our two matches going forward to cement that Astralis versus Heroic matchup. Maniac later on this evening, man. I don't even think anybody's ready for the vibrations, the noise that are going to be filling this arena. I'm so excited for it.
It's going to be such a conundrum for the audience as well. I know, I can tell you, back in the days when Wawrinka used to play against Federer on TV, I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. I mean, I was obviously for both. Federer be my love. This is Astralis in here, but Heroic, they've probably made a few fans with what they have shown in terms of the Counter-Strike. So who's the arena going to be for? I mean, Astralis, they're still deeply rooted in Copenhagen and the real arena.
I just want to assure everybody at home this isn't scripted, right? We're definitely didn't script the
There we
fact that
go.
we're
You had to say,
first.
you just had to give out the idea now.
Well, there's so much in the day, right? Simple versus Zywoo, Heroic versus Astralis, right? All that context right there. This is just the way this is shaped on up. And look, the next 2 series are going to be absolute barn burners.
Well, you touched upon that, and we've got to throw it to a break before we can delve into the next one. It is a huge one indeed. Our first non-elimination match here in the Royal Arena, our upper bracket final to cement who's going straight through to that grand final, and the Frenchmen are hungry for revenge. They're taking on NAVI after this.
NAVI's new era dawns.
But they don't know about Boomich. Walking up behind them in the boiler room, and here he comes. The lineup is there.
They left Vitality in their wake in Stockholm. A rematch? So soon? What lessons have the French possibly learned?
And Shocks, well, there's a back right to him. Oh, but he swaps. Go! He's got it! He gets him off the defuse. Slippery Shocksy.
Can ZywOo go toe-to-toe with the freshly crowned king?
The current reigning monarchs of Counter-Strike are ready to take to their thrones in the Royal Arena, with the king symbol firmly sitting at the head. But for Vitality, a chance of revenge. Bid farewell at the hands of the CIS squad at the Major, and now a chance to redeem themselves, Maniac, on yet another stage in front of yet another crowd.
There are a few things in the universe that are safe and secure. The fact that Vitality against NAVI is a good game is one of these. You know what you're gonna get. You know the Counter-Strike is gonna be the highest of calibers. We can talk about the Pro League final, we can talk about IM Cologne, we can talk about the Major. All these games have delivered because we have some of the best, actually in fact, two of the very best Counter-Strike players on the planet on the server right now.
And that's the thing, the two names, the two big names, Simple, ZywOo. If you don't know anything about the, well, it's not a rivalry, but let's say for the #1 in the world, that's what we like to have a conversation about. But to be fair, there's a great supporting cast around both of these players. More so, I would say, Simple these days, obviously helping NAVI get to this position. Electronic, he's been there for years. But I think the man that we have to really talk about here is the newest addition. It has to be Bit. Because when was the last time, Matthew, you think you saw a player like this? Because for me, a prodigy that's like this, the last time we saw that was ZywOo himself, right? Somebody to perform like Bit, it's mental.
It actually is, Chad. I was trying to deep dive on the numbers just a little bit. I was looking at the whole year for Bit for 2021. It's a 1.09 rating, which is, you know,
that's okay.
Good. It's good, it's okay, but it's not massively mind-blowing. Now, if you filter that only on LAN, he played 29 maps, 1.25 rating.
Oh dear.
That is mind-blowing to me. The fact that we have a rookie who actually in the highest pressured environment shows up and becomes straight up in the conversation of the very best players in the world. I have no idea. I don't understand. He's got something different in his heart. The fact that he's doing what he's doing on the stage, I just cannot understand.
And he's had such an exponential rise to the top as well, so we need to remind ourselves exactly how Bit made it to the stage.
Так сложились звезды, усилия. Я не знаю, это просто сложились звезды так. И, конечно же, много работы.
And it's on to Bit for the clutch. The AK's good to close.
Как это было? Сначала я попал в NAVI Junior. Играл в NAVI Junior 2 года. Потом меня взяли 6-м игроком. Я играл сначала Inferno, потом 3 карты играл. Потом уже играл все остальные карты. Потихоньку играли турниры, тренировались.
What he's got to do within this level of CS and having Astralis as your first team you're going up against, that's quite a test.
Первая игра была против Astralis. Я волновался, но с каждой игрой волнение потихоньку уходило, и немножко уверенность набиралась с каждой игрой.
He's amazing.
Ooh, welcome to the big league.
Было как-то комфортнее играть. Ну, когда ты не видишь тиммейтов, это, мне далось проще, наоборот, потому что по факту, ты находишься дома, в домашних условиях, и у тебя нет дискомфорта. Есть, конечно, там, не такой, дискомфорт, как мог бы быть если бы я сразу не в онлайне это происходило все, если бы я сразу там раз на LAN поехал бы с 6-м там, или вообще 5-м, то не факт, что так все было бы тяжелее, мне кажется. На первом лане я себя чувствовал очень комфортно, потому что, во-первых, мы очень много тренировались перед этим ланом. Чувствовал, что мы лучшая команда в мире, и не было дискомфорта вообще. На данный момент это просто... я просто знаю, это как ачивка такая. Ничего так кардинально вообще не поменялось, просто добавилась ачивка победитель мажора. Конечно же, после такой победы хочется выигрывать еще больше и выигрывать много. Так что, конечно, хочется.
An absolutely meteoric rise to the top for Bit. He's achieved so many accolades that so many other players could only dream of, and he touched upon it there in that little piece of content, Maniac. I want to go back to when Bit first came on this lineup for NAVI, because he was in that 6-man rotational roster, coming in for Flamey on one specific map, and it was a baptism by fire for him in that first game.
I mean, we had the pleasure, or I should say the sadness, of seeing his first game with the NAVI lineup against Astralis. He got 13 kills in the entire game. That was very, very uncomfortable at the time. But it is to show that sometimes you have to give players just a little bit of time to warm up to the kind of Counter-Strike we are playing, because boy, is he delivering now.
I can give a fun little story here, right? Back Pro League Season 12, I believe it was, Electronic had a bit of an internet issue. And guess who joined the server for about 2 to 3 rounds? It was Bit, it was Overpass. He got 3 kills, and all of them were headshots. And he has kept that up ever since. I don't know if you guys know anything about Bit, but move over, Scream. Get the bloody hell out of here, Scream. There is a new headshot machine. It's Bit. This guy, his aim, his mechanical ability, it's something else, right? The fact that he pulls it off consistently on LAN, as you mentioned, in his rookie year, come on now, this is getting a bit out of control.
He's got one of the lowest time to damage there is in the professional scene. So basically, his time he needs to aim at a target is the fastest we have. Like, the way he moves the mouse, it's almost unmatched. That's what Chad is talking about. Mechanical abilities through the roof.
Yeah, it's hugely impressive as well, and especially seeing him at the major too. The fact that obviously NAVI went on that flawless streak, not dropping a single map to cement that title, and the fact that Bit was doing it so calmly as well. Sure, he had his face quite close up to that monitor, maybe not looking at the crowd so much. But man, like just the resilience on this kid to be going up in front of the biggest stage of his life and keeping so cool.
And it's the context he's doing as well. I think about the major. He's got next to him Electronic and Simple. You can talk about Simple and the fact that everyone was waiting for him to win the major. You're his teammate. I guarantee you, you know that. You have a responsibility to give this man the major he deserves. And Bit felt absolutely no pressure. If anything, he was better with that pressure. So that is such a rare attribute to have a player as a rookie at that, who then faced with grave consequences actually shines the way he did. He's like, it's almost unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the GOAT of Counter-Strike, and we have to put Simple up against ZywOo coming into this one. Again, the clash of the absolute titans coming into this series. Last time, obviously, falling in the favor of Simple. So how can you kind of wrap up that last game that we saw at the major? Because I feel like there was a lot less to be desired from Vitality, only just making it through from that Legends stage as well. It wasn't the Vitality that we've seen in previous months.
I think that matchup right there, the Nuke game specifically, I thought there was a moment where Vitality could have actually broken this team, could have actually taken Nuke off of them, and that's happened. Look, teams have gotten to that point. G2's almost tried the same thing in the grand final, but NAVI showed that they have the depth, they have the system, and they can adjust. And we're talking about Bit around this NAVI team. Well, Simple has been looking for a supporting cast that can get him to here for a while. Now, ZywOo, we can say the same thing. We know in the future it is likely that there are changes to happen within Vitality, so the French, they are searching for a solution that maybe isn't French to help out their superstar player as well here. But just the two of these guys, we've never seen anybody like these players before.
No, we haven't. And I think as the years go by, we are learning how they influence each other, right? How they interact with each other. Because right now, I'm going to break it all to all of you out there. Simple is the best player in 2020.
Oh, you converted.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Are you converted?
I've already decided. I'm converted, Chad.
All right, all right.
I'm on that train, but hear me out. Here's the thing. ZywOo started playing Counter-Strike at the top level, and he went back-to-back best player in the world. That means something as a player.
True.
Now, what I want to see is what kind of reaction do we get out of ZywOo in 2022 when he loses his throne? Because that is it. The king, Simple, is back on the throne where he deserves to be. Now, what people tend to forget between these two players is that Simple, obviously in 2021, don't even look at the comparison. There is no comparison. Simple is miles out there. But I used to play against Simple 7 years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think? This man just popped out and happened to be the best player in the world? Hell no.
Yeah.
It's been the evolution of a man, a player, a character, a professional that had to go through multiple phases to become this incredible machine we have. So what I want to see is, does ZywOo take that path as well? Where sometimes you fail, you stumble, someone beats you. Do you get better? Do you get a bit more aggro? That's what I want to see, a development of a person coming into a god, because Simple's already there.
Yeah, you say all this. You say all that about Simple in his history. He is only 24. You make him sound like he's 30.
But he was already beating me at the time. He was already beating me at the time. What can I say?
This is true, and this is fantastic, that the fact that they are both quite young still. We will see the development of the two of these players, and you do want to see ZywOo now step up and elevate the two of them even further, because imagine how far that they could push one another. Now, when you get to sit and go toe-to-toe in this environment, this is different now. This is what you want to see. This is where everybody's eyes, the people in the arena are going to get treated like special today. Now, it is isn't necessarily going to be as flashy of the Counter-Strike as what we've seen from some of these other games. I don't think it's going to be as individualistic. Vitality have clearly come on in knowing that changes are happening, but they've continued to practice, they've continued to build on their game, and I think that their game is one that needs just a little bit of fine-tuning, and they could continue to push NAVI, right? This should be another great series.
Where do you think particularly it needs to be fine-tuned? Obviously, given the context that we've rumoured at least, there's going to be changes to Vitality. What are you hoping to see them kind of wrapping up and tightening up today?
Well, look, I hate to do this, but if Kyojin can just put in a decent shift, we just need a decent shift. We can't have him hemorrhaging, right? We need him just to play a little bit above the level that we've seen from him so far, because obviously he's a rookie, right? I don't want to be too hard on him here, but in this matchup between two massive names, he needs to perform not like a veteran, but just like somebody who's going to contribute a kill or two every odd round.
Contribute to your team.
Yeah.
Contribute to your team. Like, we're not trying to be harsh just because we like it. We're not masochist or anything. But Vitality is not going to win 4v5. Vitality cannot beat Navi in 4v5. Kyojin needs to be pulling his weight, doing his job. And there's another man we need to mention as well, one that just recently left the rookie category. It's Misuda.
Yeah.
Because when Misuta's on point, we saw it at IEM Summer, that was online, I know, but that's when he turned into that second star who really catapulted Vitality into an actual risk of winning a championship. He was nowhere to be found at the major. Didn't like what I saw from Misuta one bit. So now if we compare the rosters, and Chad is talking about supporting cast, Misuta, Kyojin, can you play the Counter-Strike that matches the Electronic, the Bit, and the Boomich and the Perfecto of this world? This is where Vitality start to have a conversation.
I mean, we talk about the supporting cast. I do want to touch upon the leaders of this cast as well, because we've got to talk about Apex. I mean, just his evolution as a player throughout his history has been absolutely spectacular to witness. He wasn't an in-game leader traditionally. He was that entry frag role, really, really super aggressive, now flourishing in that in-game leader role. And we got to speak to him, you know, saying we're coming in with a more fun attitude because, you know, the rumors may not be true. We know that there's going to be some shake-ups.
Yeah, the one thing that never left Apex, I think, is the emotional side of him. He carried that through regardless, but I was a doubter. I was like, Apex, an in-game lead? What, this entry fragger? What are we talking about here? But I've told him in person that I am hugely impressed at what he's been able to do, right? He is actually the second highest rated player for Vitality so far in this event. That says a lot, right? Because he's a player who, you know, he has those kills where he swings a little bit too wide, but his impact, the way that he's reading the game, the amount of work that he's putting in to understand where the game is at right now, I think that's the difference maker.
And you're talking about his performance in this tournament, again, not mentioning whether or not rumors and whatever. I know that mentally speaking, Apex is going to make the best out of what's happening here. Like, they have a good relationship between each other. The team is in a good place. You will look at these webcams, you look at them in the hotel lobby just walking around. They seem to be in a good place. Whatever happens in 2022 is all right. So we feel like a little bit of the pressure has been lifted. They just want to enjoy the last ride. And I think Apex is pushing that to the next level, being super aggressive, having a good time, maybe a little bit less frustration in there.
Yeah.
And all of these elements being put together explain what Chad is saying.
You know what?
Best performer.
That was what I was kind of nervous of when I was hearing these rumors circulating, going, you know what, they're coming onto a LAN stage, a huge tournament for them still. And I was really worried about how that chemistry in the team would work, whether there was going to be any bad blood or anything. But when we were, you know, doing our segments, haven't played on the stage yet, mind you, when we were doing the little segments down at the booths, it seemed like the attitude, the mentality of the team was just super high, super energetic.
If we contrast that with Liquid, right, you can tell who runs which team. Is it the management that runs the team? Well, yes, with Vitality. Is it the players who run the team? Yes, with Liquid, right? You've seen the way that one has capitulated and the other here has just continued to keep things professional and is going to play their hearts out for the remainder of this year. We've got the players on the screen. We touched on Apex. Zai, we've got plenty of time. Masuda in there and Kyojin, right? We're still learning what Kyojin can actually give at this level of CS, but Shox is a player we know can give a lot at this level of CS. And if Rain has taught us anything, it's players like the Shoxes, like the Rains, who can step up in this environment right here and do their absolute best work. I'm looking to see if he can do that again today.
And we're hoping to, because Shox is truly an X factor when he hits the ground running.
Well, the biggest X factor of the team is, of course, Zyro and Man. We've got a special treat for you because Banks had a chance to catch up with him ahead of this series.
I got Zyro with me here from Vitality. Now, Zyro, I know you don't care about the you versus Simple matchup, but the Vitality versus Navi matchup is always an intense one. What makes that game so difficult for you guys?
I really don't know. Like, we play a lot against them. We lost 4 games in a row against them as well. So I don't know why we got so difficult against them. And we're just gonna play our game and let's see who's gonna win this one.
Now, right now, you are the highest rated player in the tournament. You seem to be on a very good individual level. Is that going to be the difference maker for you to finally take them down?
I don't know. I'm gonna do my best, like every day. I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to do my best thing in the server. Try to be a best teammate, and that's it.
Now, when I watch you play, right, whether it's win or lose, you never seem bothered. You seem completely calm all the time. You have a good, strong mentality when it comes to this. How do you do it? How do you control all of these emotions?
I don't know, it's natural. Like, maybe inside me, I'm stressed, but outside, I try to be normal, like, and that's it. Like, it's natural for me.
And in front of the crowd, do you get more excited? Do you feel more motivated with that, or it doesn't change anything?
Yeah, in front of the crowd, of course, I'm exciting to play against a huge team like NAVI or every team, but no, it's natural for me to be like this. Like, of course, it's exciting to play, but I don't know. That's why I'm playing CSGO. It's playing in the arena, so I'm excited.
Well, we're excited to see it. Good luck, man.
Thank you, man.
Man, it's always a pleasure to get some words from ZywOo as well. Definitely improved in those interview skills over the years too. I do want to just contrast that point that you brought up earlier about Simple and ZywOo and the different contrasts, the different similarities we can see, because I think the characteristics of them as people, as players as well, is one of the things where there are some similarities, but a lot of differences, as ZywOo was just highlighting there. You know, he doesn't let the stress affect him outwardly, but also the highs as well. He just looks really cool, calm, collected, whatever the situation is.
Yeah, look, these are different characters, right? If we compare Simple to ZywOo, I'm not going to pretend like they are the same, but I do believe that they could both kind of inspire themselves from the other. I think if you're ZywOo, you want to be willing to get that champion mentality that Simple has, that killer mentality where whoever's better than you, you're going to take him down, you're going to take all the titles, you're going to be the absolute best. I think right now ZywOo, for his team, is a great teammate to have because he doesn't pollute any of the team energy with any kind of individual wishes or whatever. He just want to win, want to be a good teammate. That's great. But please, if you want to take it to the next level, try to be a little bit selfish, try to be a little bit arrogant in what you want to do, try to be more demanding in what you're going to do. To me, that's the next step of ZywOo.
Did the French team not build him up like that way? Like, do they're not giving him an ego? I don't understand what's going on there. Because I know when Alex was in game leading this roster, I was like, yeah, but we set him up. We set him up. Is that the vibe, Matthew?
Honestly, he's how he is. It is how he is. I think he just perceives the game and he lives the experience through a different lens than the one we are used to, right? He's just having a good time, and you can see he's actually smiling when he plays. And this is not being, you know, he doesn't make fun of his opponents or anything. He is just genuinely having a good time.
He's just loving life.
So that's how I try to explain to people. People would ask me, hey, you know, how can you explain what he's doing? I try to explain to people that he doesn't see the game the way I see it, and he must understand things I don't. So who am I to tell you how he understands the game?
Sure. Well, that's the two of them, right? That's the reason when we talk about these two players, ZywOo and Simple, that they just have a complete different understanding. And unfortunately, I don't think that either of us were ever, we were never on that level of understanding. So what's going on in their heads? I think the only way is when they decide they want to come jump on a desk and give us all that insight if they ever want to give up their trade secrets. But I think it's deeper than that. I don't think it even computes. I think it's just the way that they react. It's just what they do. It's just their natural habitat, as it were. Because both of them, you can tell, love playing the game. It's Simple. When I was talking to him on the podcast after we were lucky enough to get him on after the win, he's like, yeah, you know, people, you know, where they should take some time off, just stay a little bit away from Counter-Strike, you know, play a couple of pugs, watch a couple of demos, not spend too much time. And we're like, Simple, that's more than what most of the pros are already doing, mate. So he just laps it up as well. These two are just absolute monsters here. But yeah, I'm excited that we get this one in this environment. It is, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm so excited for it. I want to go back to a point that you were bringing up earlier about the supporting cast surrounding NAVI as well. Of course, we touched upon Electronica, his dynamic duo for so many years. We touched upon a bit as well. I want to talk a bit about Perfecto, just in terms of how he's developed since joining NAVI. And I know that you used the word, Maniac, more proactive back at the groups as well. We saw him really, really developing in terms of that environment and those characteristics.
I think NAVI did a really good job at understanding the circumstances in which Perfecto is going to flourish. That is very important to me. That was one of the steps where, and I think as a coach and as a structure, you have kind of the responsibility to figure that out, right? Where will your player perform? Where will they be strong? For Perfecto, it's the end of the round. As easy as that. He's a closer, he's a clutcher, he's a man you can rely on. But he also had this fair amount of suffering before he got there. A lot of people were absolutely not on board with the Perfecto program.
It was an interesting pickup, right? It was an interesting pickup. But I want to refer to that podcast I did one more time. Simple referred to Perfecto as a literal genius. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, he's genius in the clutch. No, apparently like within IQ tests and all that jazz, Perfecto is said to be a genius, which would come in handy when you're breaking down the details in the clutch situations where he is very good.
Well, perhaps we should hear from the man himself as James Banks has a chance to catch up with Perfecto ahead of the series.
I got Perfecto with me from NAVI, and Perfecto, the thing I want to start off by looking at, if I compare you to a year ago as a player, you've not just become like a good clutch player, but also a smarter player. Why do you think that is?
I think so. If people say it, I think it's true.
Well, how did it happen? Why? Like, what did you do? Something change?
Давай.
Что изменилось? Что повлияло на то, что ты стал более, так сказать, грамотным игроком с точки зрения игры? И не только классным клатчем? Что повлияло?
Как бы мне кажется, таким всегда был, просто немного адаптировался под конец, как я провел время в Нави. Ну и просто с каждым днем мы все прогрессируем, поэтому, возможно, прогресс этот видим.
He says it's just natural progress, you know. He's always been like that, but he needed some time to adapt to Navi's play style and stuff like that. So it's just time goes and progress is coming.
Well, it's certainly very good progress. Now, looking at your match against Heroic and now you're going up against Vitality today, which team is harder for you guys to play against?
Now I think Heroic because on Major and on Blast 2, it's like very hard maps. We play best of 1 on Major, it's too hard. I think it's ancient. Yeah, it's ancient. And now we play free map and lose Mirage, like, I don't know. Maybe Vitality may be stronger right now, but we'll see.
And do you think because this is the last time we're potentially seeing this Vitality roster, do you think there'll be less pressure on them and maybe they can get the win today?
Maybe he have many confidence because it's not pressure, because it's last dance, you know, last dance for this roster. And maybe it's a harder game, like from Major.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Perfecto, thank you very much.
Great to get a few words from Perfecto ahead of this series coming into it, but I do want to jump into the picks and bans for this series. Because, Matthew, you know, I had a little bit of a gripe.
I know.
With what Vitality brought into the mix in the Major, bringing Dust 2 in, I don't know. I think maybe just doing a lot of Blast events, seeing Navi trying to make that their kind of power pick early in the year. Yeah, I wasn't on board with that.
No,
Are you hoping for something else?
Yes, I would be hoping for an overpass on Inferno pick for Vitality. If I just had to be the one deciding, I think Inferno overpass could be picks. I believe Ancient and Vertigo should be out, you know, push them out of the picture. We're not going to have them. But picks, Inferno or overpass. Now for Navi, you have different choices. You can eat your cake different ways.
Yeah, I think if you're Navi, right, we've already seen against Heroic, they already pulled a fast one on them, right, where they're not having Nuke come on 3 even though it's the map.
There you go, c'est parti.
So, all right, Inferno coming in, fine, right, all right, but really, is it going to be enough? What special strategies can you have here to try and unravel this Navi roster? That's the question. Everybody's trying to find the answer.
The way I look at it is that Inferno is probably one of the few maps where Navi haven't ascended to an absolute godlike level quite yet. I think it's a map that they have left off just a tad in terms of effort and how they have refined their game. So it's more like trying to play the weakness, which happens to be a decent map for Vitality. This is the way I see it.
Inferno, Nuke, Mirage, all right, the decider if we need it. The question is, are we going to go the distance? Because if we look at recent history, we may as well keep pulling from it. 2-0 at the Major. Before that was a best-of-5 final that went all the way, and then previously a best-of-3 that went all 3 maps. So, look, most recent history says probably no, but they were 2 close-ish games, a 16-13, a 16-11 in the mix here. I would like to see this one go the distance because I want to see teams continuing to push this Navi roster just to see how much they actually have in the tank, and are they really going to push and try and have an Astralis-esque era? That's a big question for me.
And look at the evolution of that scoreline on Nuke as well. 16-5, 16-11, 16-13. No, it's like that game you're playing at school where it's like, what is the next number? 5, 11, 13. And you have to figure that one out. How long is going to be the streak? I feel like when you are a team that sets references on a map, you have everyone looking at you and everyone is trying to figure out what the hell you're doing. I know for a fact that Vitality will try to blast Electronic out of the server. That's going to be the way they try and go about it, because you have to neutralize Electronic. We know the work he's doing outside. I'm jumping the gun just a little bit. We're not going to talk about Nuke quite yet, but the streak has to come to an end eventually.
I mean, it does. And the fact that Navi were bold enough to pick it against Vitality when we heard it was the game against Heroic, Cadian was a little bit tilted that he didn't get to potentially dethrone Navi with their winning streak on that map.
Or he was playing that he was a little bit tilted.
Yeah,
so the veto games, I used to talk a lot of trash in my vetoes back in the day, right? That's where it had to begin. That's where the mind games between in-game leaders would begin right there. But Nuke coming in, I think Blade was saying that he didn't even feel like they played the best Counter-Strike they could when they won the Major, and they didn't even drop a map. So I think that they felt that they made a couple of mistakes in that and they could have been a little bit more fine-tuned. And if that is the case and we get that version of the Navi, then it could be crushing, right? Because that's the contrasting side of things here. Perfecto mentioned it, though, the lack of pressure. This is where maybe, just maybe, Vitality will go for some more ballsy plays, right? Some more outside of the box. But I don't think that's going to come from a Kyojin, right? I'm not certain I'm going to see that come out of a Zywoo. Sorry, a Zywoo, of course. A Masuta. A Zywoo, I'm definitely going to see those plays.
We hope to get that from Zywoo.
A Shocks, we're going to see those plays come out of, right? And an Apex, definitely. So it's the veterans here who are the ones who are going to decide if Vitality really have a shot or not.
Well, speaking of Shocks, we are going to get a chance to catch up with him ahead of this series in the Royal Arena.
I've got Shoxy with me from Vitality. Now, Shox, one thing, you're always in a good mood. You seem to be in a better mood than ever before. What's changed?
Oh, a lot of things change. But I mean, considering the situation, I would say, it just, of course, you're gonna have less stress and just enjoy the last ride, I would say, with our friends all together. So it's all about joy, as you said.
And I love this, right? Because normally when teams have these potential changes going on, we see this, it breaks up, it's not such a positive thing. For you guys, it seems like a happy last dance. Does it feel that way?
Kinda, because we don't have anything against each other. We always fought against the difficulties we were facing since years. And it's not our choice, you know? So, I mean, of course, if it was maybe the choice of one player or the coach or whatever, it will be probably different in our relationship. But as it's not, I mean, we are all good and we just want to enjoy every day the maximum till the last one.
Now it's NAVI today, the tough team for you guys. How will it be different this time around? What's going to be the difference? Is it no pressure will change it for you guys?
I would love to say so, but the fact is, despite all the recent situations, we believe in our work and everything we have done since the last few months. So even if it can be the last ride, we still fully trust our potential to beat them in a proper way. So I believe we're just gonna play our game and be 100% focused. Maybe the only thing that can change is that they get out of the major. So for sure we want to get our revenge today.
Now, Cadian and Masuta, right, more experience during the major. Cadian sadly didn't have the best performance when it got to that stage thing, but do you guys feel more confident now that he's had this experience? Do you think that can be something where he can shine now?
For sure. I mean, it was their first arena in the major, so it's going to be better for them this time because they know how to prepare for it. For sure, Cadian didn't had a tough game against NAVI last time, and you can't really have two games like this. So for sure, he's gonna show up today, and he's gonna help us.
And we'll look forward to seeing it. It's gonna be an intense match. Thank you, Strokes. Good luck.
Nothing tastes sweeter than revenge and Vitality. They may have their best foot going forward as it is their pick to start things off. Inferno on the cards to begin this series. I just want to get some closing thoughts from you gentlemen before we jump into this one. What are you kind of expected to see from this first map?
Well, it's going to be easy. We need a good T side from Vitality, and that goes through neutralizing Simple. That is the name of the game when you play against NAVI. On their CT side, Simple is super mobile, super aggressive. He reads and feels the rotation almost to a T. So if you're Vitality, you find a way to either avoid him or to put him down. That's the first step. You can do that, and we have a talk on Inferno.
Yeah, for me, it just comes down to ZywOo. I know it's a bit of a cop-out answer here, but if he's not playing to the superstar level, it doesn't even matter about the supporting cast we spoke about, right? I think this team lives or dies by ZywOo, and we need to see him kicking off really strong because this is a map where he is head and shoulders above the rest of his teammates.
Well, it's time for two Titans to be taking to the stage. ZywOo versus Simple, NAVI versus Vitality. Let's get it on in the Royal Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the world's best on stage right now. Come on. This is so exciting, so exciting. And I'll start with none other than Dan Apex Madisclair. You guys have been doing this a long time, but I'm sure you don't get sick of walking out like that. You must feel like a superhero right now.
Well, it's been a long time since we had this kind of entrance, and it feels really good, so thank you.
You have played NAVI 4 times this year, and they have beaten you every single time. What makes today any different?
Well, I feel like it's always been great game and close games. I mean, they were better all the time, but if it has to be that one time, it has to be now. Let's go.
Okay. Simple. Before I even speak to him, undefeated major champion Simple and NAVI, ladies and gentlemen. Simple, my first question is you've got a taste of that Counter-Strike as it's supposed to be played in Stockholm. You got that major trophy in the office. What's next for you? Haven't you completed life? Haven't you completed Counter-Strike?
Yeah, just we need to beat these guys first. That's what we're thinking about today.
Okay.
Because they're a strong team and they showed a great game last game. So yeah, it's gonna be tough, I think.
And a tough question, but Bit, just to speak of your new rookie, you're insane, dude. 18 years of age, he doesn't look like he's nervous. Are you helping him find his footing in this crazy environment?
Yeah, of course, whole team helping him. We tell him to sit close to monitor so he cannot see you guys. So no pressure, but yeah, he's playing better and better every day.
Yeah. I just can't wait to get this party started. Let's get it going. Ladies and gentlemen, NAVI Vitality, maybe for the last time!
Wow, one more ride. That's what it seems like this one's going to be. A NAVI that seems to defeat Vitality every step of the way, but we do see it recognized even by Simple. Close games.
Every single time. And there are a few threats right now to NAVI, and they always come close, but they never win. We can't forget, even if there were close maps along the way of the major, NAVI went undefeated on all of those maps. So it's very likely that story happens again. But right now, we have the #1 rated player at the event in ZywOo on the other team.
Yeah.
And this team playing with a lot less pressure. And NAVI cannot afford to even lose face by losing to Vitality just because it's an upper bracket final.
Yeah.
They need this.
I mean, imagine losing to a dead team, Launders. Who would let something like that happen? Yeah. Not NAVI. Not after the run that they had in Stockholm. Not the level that these guys have hit. You know, PC Player of the Year, Simple, and just Rookie Player of the Year as well in Bit. It's quite stunning that he seems to just never stutter. And right before we came up here, when we were still back in the green room, I said to you, I was like, well, what if this is the one time? What if this is when finally Bit has an off game, an off map, an off event? You told me that doesn't happen.
He's never going to have an off game. The way that I've seen this kid develop, I've never seen anything like it. Of course, ZywOo, sitting on the other side, was the Rookie of the Year in his first year, was the guy who got #1 player in the year. An achievement like that might never be completed in the same way as ZywOo, of course, but Bit winning literally his first 2 lands. IEM Cologne, as well as the PGL Stockholm Major this year, to take the major and bring a major to NAVI for the first time in their history, alongside the fact that his team is so well fortified. All their stats will be elevated, but you could argue, you know, the fact that they don't lose a single map, that has a lot to do with Bit. We get to the semifinals, and he's the highest rated player on the team. I mean, it's unreal, the level that he's hit. And in my opinion, it's because in the way that he developed, he did it in the best way possible. Of course, we've got Blade behind him. We've got a really strong organization with players that can help him. But he came in with so much discipline, played every round really slowly, perfected all of his spots, and it looked like, okay, he can do a bit more. He's got the aim to do it. Now he's comfortable at least doing what he's supposed to. He's got a low DPR, and now he's starting to take risks, and we can see him topping scoreboards regularly. We had Simple actually have one of his worst nuke maps in recent memory, even though they haven't lost, just because Bit was soaking up all the frags. They could have won that game and Bit could have died a few more times and Simple could have got those kills. And instead, we had Bit just taking it and being the star of the show, which is something we never see. And I'm sure Simple doesn't give a shit about that.
No, not in the slightest. As long as these guys keep winning. You know, I think Simple on an individual level has achieved things that others will never be able to do. He understands that, and I think he sets his sights beyond. You know, he's mentioned it before. A couple more majors, another Intel Grand Slam. There's clearly large goals here for this roster. The bigger picture is what he has his eyes on. And yet, at the very same time, here he is on the tip of the stage just saying the only thing that matters right now, right here, is a victory over Vitality. And we look to Vitality, very candid, very honest answers. If ever they're going to do it, as these 5 players side by side, it has to be tonight, because it could be their very last chance.
And that can't be overemphasized. The fact that Simple said coming out of the major, we have to take every game as seriously as before we won the major. We have to have some fight in us to make sure we can still beat these opponents, because they are now the most studied team in the world. They're the team with the map win streaks. They're the team that are looking for an era. Everybody is breaking down around NAVI in what could be the start of their era. But compared to even Astralis 2018, every single year, teams get better. Last year, we were talking about the top 20. This year, we're talking about the top 30 with how many have become so good. We had stories like Entropic and Copenhagen Flames making deep runs and not making it look like a fluke, making it look like they could do it again. And that's the game that NAVI have to do it in now, harder than ever to be able to pull off a major, or to pull off an era, excuse me.
We look to the other side of NAVI, we get Vitality, a team with an incredibly high skill ceiling, but arguably also a lower skill floor. We had a very rough performance from Kyojin last time these two teams locked horns in Stockholm, and that cannot happen again tonight if they're going to have any chance in keeping this game either competitive or in their side.
No, it's very fair to talk about it. You know, we, at a certain time, we're talking about Simple and the lack of teammates that he had, to put it crudely. The fact that he was the consistent performer, but he wasn't getting a lot of help. Now the story is more for ZywOo, where he is obviously delivering such a consistently absurd level of output, but he maybe doesn't have the teammates behind him to allow them to actually finish out and win. We looked at the amount of money he's made this year, 66 grand in tournament, winning 0 MVP, 0 tournaments won. Whereas, you know, NAVI have won everything and kept all those stats high. Well, he's the one consistent right now, right? He is that elite superstar level opper that is keeping everything afloat for Vitality. And if everyone shows up around him, or even slightly, they can do serious damage.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, to walk into this server and to write off Vitality would just be so foolish. Going into that quarterfinal, we talked about the possibility of, you know, NAVI actually having a really difficult run, because Vitality is where they started, a team that I think some people had as their dark horse at the major. And now we have this narrative of, yes, this is their final dance, but this is still the exact same 5 players that have achieved a lot throughout the online time and have looked good enough to compete with this. We move forward. Gambit, those who thought, you know, could actually go on to take the major maybe, and they fell flat in comparison. A total contrast to what the French were able to offer NAVI in terms of competition.
Absolutely, and that's it. We're here in front of a giant crowd, and Vitality are not a liability. They are ready to play in front of the crowd, and we are seeing that there is a bit of pressure alleviated, considering this could be a final run from them. And there is a real chance, I'm not kidding, there is a real threat here, as there was in the major, that they could take a map, they could even take the series. And they have Nuke as well, which is so interesting, that we'll be able to see finally in a rematch between them.
Yeah, right. Can Vitality put an end to that streak? Just a quick hit and run.
Just that alone would be a huge win.
Just a quick hit and run. Come in, steal it away, and then disappear into the night, never to be seen again. What a glorious story that would be. But we don't know exactly what we're going to get, because you never know until the game begins.
Yeah. You could see, I mean, NAVI are protective over their nuke. They banned it versus Heroic the other day, and that's because, of course, Heroic are probably their #1 nuke threat at the moment. And with everybody gunning for it, they have to be selective about when they want to allow it into a veto.
Yeah.
Because you're shooting yourself in the foot to just continuously play it. Astralis got up to a 31 win streak, I think, on nuke during their peak, and NAVI are still only at 19. And of course, the conversation is like, eventually someone will win.
Yep.
But it won't be for no reason. And that's the real question is, you know, are they going to lose because they picked an opponent or allowed an opponent to pick it where they shouldn't have allowed them? Or are they going to lose because someone unlikely came out of nowhere and did in their streak? But the pressure, man. The fact that G2 in that final got so close and almost beat them on Nuke was a statement, but it is equally as much of a statement to see Navi's resilience,
Yes.
to be able to perform that comeback,
Yes.
to believe in their CT side Nuke, and to show us that it isn't just RNG, that they have the game plan, the consistent pieces behind it, and the confidence as well.
And we see them, you know, you're talking about how they have to be cautious with it, how they have to pick and choose when they want to use it as a tool, and when it could very well be a liability. We had Heroic not get their chance to take this one to Nuke. You know, Boomich walks away from that veto with a smirk on his face because he knows it's a bit of a coveted chance to take them there. We get it here tonight.
You don't get any sticker stars for picking a map versus a strong team when you don't need to. There's no reason for them to think like that, so that is going to be an interesting talking point in the future. You know, which teams do they play it against? Will Heroic get their stab? But for now, it makes sense in this veto. It's a strong map versus Vitality, 3-0 versus them in recent memory, and they're one of the teams that, of course, have some of their own problems on Nuke. They're a little bit more susceptible to the Navi T sides than some of the other rosters because of the weak upper site and conversely, not just to shine a spotlight on the Kyojin issues where that's been talked about by Apex, but also the very strong Navi T sides, right? And the very strong Navi upper exec specifically that are so hard to stop. So even if you could have a good game versus another team, Navi might not be that roster.
No, that's right. But we begin this show on Inferno. It's Navi and Vitality one more time.
This one's for grants. And we start on the infamous decider map, Inferno. Strong win here for Vitality means they'll be entitled to a third. Without it, it'll be dire straits.
Oh, it's fast. Lickety split. Already jumping out of the apartments, already in with 2 frags, Vitality. Quite the opening. Simple actually caught as he jumped forward, didn't think Kyojin would come back at him, and Apex, this lurk towards alt mid's gonna bag him a frag. It's, dare I say it, a flawless start from Vitality.
A clean pop, yeah, almost the team ace here. Just shocks the last player that needs to get involved. They want to have an even spread, but what more can you ask for? They hang on to their dualies, they get the bomb plan in this round.
Fighting down. Oh, it's awkward, man.
It is.
Perfecto not able to keep that one clean.
They get
Vitality certainly will. All right. Starting off strong.
Yeah, no, it was a very confident and clean exec.
We talked a lot about Nuke coming into this match, but we didn't really get to preface Inferno. Obviously, this is where the series begins. This is where Vitality thinks they have the best chance.
This is a map that Vitality were championing with Navera specifically, where they were winning so damn much. And since they lost Navera, Inferno has obviously taken a hit. They struggled. He was starting to op over ZywOo, and this is a map that we see ZywOo not opping on. Ooh, we don't know what'll change. Oh, that spread is quite close. They do some great utility damage here to Vitality to kick this round off, and they have so much utility in the reserves as well.
Few grenades come the opposite direction.
Wow, they're
just pistol spam.
They're making this feel like a rifle round with the amount of pressure against the oncoming rifles. Oh, and the utility comes in full effect. They take out the top performer. That's ZywOo down.
Mac 10 hits the dirt. No aggression from Navi. No forward posturing towards Banana. Just going to lean back on the 2 CTs who are here. Still smokes, though. Perfecto, of course, could definitely just turn back Vitality if they decide to commit, but they're already beyond that point. And Boomich, he's going to turn this upside down. Perfecto ready for another peek, and 2 kills with a single magazine to the CZ. This is excellent.
All right, boys. Okay, that was too clean, man. They made that feel like they had the exact same guns. The utility usage is unbelievable on this round. They get ZywOo down to 0 without seeing him a single time. They throw their smokes perfectly. Look how clean the second CZ kill is from Perfecto, down to the last bullet in the mag, plus the first frag on the player running across. They have no troubles whatsoever. And you can't say that Vitality somehow really messed that up. The counter utility was so perfect. They made that as hard as possible. They didn't even need rotators. There was no bomb plants. That's one of the most convincing force buys that I've honestly ever seen. It was so clean.
Composed as can be as well. Those smokes perfectly timed. 2 kills, 1 CZ magazine. It's supposed to be the worst pistol. But in the hands of the right players.
When you lose the instructions and you have to build it every single time.
Yeah, right.
That's when it's at the worst.
Must be Swedish.
IKEA brand CZs.
A quick tech pause solved already. Vitality, unfortunately, gonna have to take that one on the chin.
This is sick because we've already seen 2 strong game plans versus each other in these first 2 rounds. And that's a message sent. Vitality will need some ingenuity on this one. The little momentum that they had has been ripped from their hands.
That feeling of glory out of the gate dissipates. Vitality will purchase up what they can. Triple deagles, good amounts of utility, and already this presence inside apartments. Now, this is the site that we have Navi lean on.
It looks like they're doing a similar thing to the pistol with the Halls pop.
Okay, let's see if it works again. Bit's gonna dive down into the pit. Simple, solo frag. The Galil here is good, especially alongside Electronic. Navi, easy peasy.
Be careful how many frags you feed to Bit. You're gonna imbue him with too much confidence. Obviously gonna be a rock solid anchor. Here he is, moseying over from pit to pit. They lock it down, they shut down the Halls pop, and you wonder how much Navi are into it, and they respect their opponents. You gotta believe there is a lot of respect across the table between these 2 squads.
Bullets whiz by, and Simple gonna get aggressive. I'm curious to see how much respect he offers over this evening. Insta double kill from Simple, making mincemeat of ZywOo and Kyojin.
Oh, funnily enough, they know he's coming, but they want to avoid dying to the MP9.
Looking for the 4th, just the sidearm needed. Simple.
The crowd wants it.
1-man army, pre-fires the hop down. He is very much hunting shocks.
Not
it's
already.
The anti-eco ace.
Oh, you guys are giving up an ace?
Navi feeling themselves already.
Simple fans are so blessed these days.
Right? It's a great time to be a Navi fan.
LAN is so fantastic. We're seeing so many aces, so many clutch rounds, so many less saves, as was brought up by Chad, Maniac.
But this is what Vitality once had. An actual chance with weapons. Can't afford to let it slide already. And so they'll get postured outside of the apartments.
Immediately. A bad omen for Vitality. Looking for Hall's control again. You can see the game plan is leaning towards here very often. Electronic sends him a message with the incendiary.
Ooh, flying.
Oh, he won't even get away, actually. This comes down to Electronic in the pit.
Spams away for it. Kyojin gonna clear out Bit. An Electronic hit by Apex. Double kill from the in-game leader of the French side.
Oh, it's that find right there.
Big flash onto Simple, and he wasn't able to get back into the bomb site.
Yes. They throw the map control flash from mid, get him off his zone, get him back, and they know there's a small timing where he'll fly away, and most often the Opera will be able to get into the site. You usually afford them that chance to fall back as long as you get to take the space, but instead they take it one step further and chase him all the way down.
Oh, Boomic not even able to get a parting gift. 4 up from Vitality. This is excellent for them.
And we don't have that ultra clean round from Electronics. Hold down that M4 spray up until the last bullet.
Right.
And then he's low on HP, has to reload, has to drop his smoke. They do a great job of hunting. This fantastic spacing here from Vitality. Woo! And once again, so much emphasis towards lane side, Hall's control. And you can tell that Navi are trying to dissuade them from going there. You can see Apex actually jumps out with the flash. That's actually a beautiful tactic with how quickly he transitioned from lane up to the site. It's only something you do when you know your opponent.
2 successful rounds for Vitality, both of which targeting that A-bomb site, both of which emphasizing some apartments play. But that last one's Apex running up lane. ZywOo already takes to the top of Banana and shuts Boomich down.
That was exquisite tracking right there. Half flash at the end. We'll have to take another look at that one. But for now, the 5v4, this time towards the B side. 2 players ready within the site. God Flash coming out, and they're going to exec.
Committing in. Nice peek from Coffins. Bit solo frag. Perfecto diving back. Dropping his utility and going in for the peek. That's a big scalp to take, but Shox is going to blow him out of the corner. Man advantage here for Vitality, but pressure still very much present from NAVI. Simple looking to line up yet another nade. That's gonna be, just a little too deep, but Electronic still peeks around it. Bomb is planted, retakes on. Shox coming around from Coffins with the op already up. The CT smoke soon to fade, but it's a double up from NAVI. Shox nearly giving up his back, and there's his head. Masuda empty-handed, and NAVI with a 4th round win.
A beautiful retake from one of the most famous duos in the history of the game here. Simple Electronic. Beautiful frags all around, and even Simple dropping that HE on top of Oranges to make the easiest kill possible.
Look at this little pocket from Perfecto. The utility ultimately gets the better of him, but
the CS, man, it feels really good right now.
Right?
We're seeing such good T-sides. We're seeing a retake in this. We already got an ace. We got an eco round from NAVI. This half already has it all. We have just gotten started. You can tell Apex is very lucid. The calling is smooth. The soldiers are listening.
Yep.
The ideas are there. Xtaz behind them.
Clearly fights with forethought. But also NAVI, a level of confidence. That double peek around the Coffins. Little hesitation from Shox as he was more worried about CT spawn, but it's that quickness, the swiftness of NAVI in their decision making. And I think that's what we're going to get all night long. When it comes to top level CS, it's making the right decisions and making it just that split second faster than anybody else inside the server.
They're trying to encourage this game plan. Get out of halls. They said we don't want to play there, but we want to throw some presence. But it looks like Simple will have eyes on this angle. Trained, waiting.
Oh, Masuda gonna show a little ankle.
Oh, they're gonna walk up for the halls pop, and now the game plan is obvious. Vitality, will they continue forward with it?
Their alternative is the double back. Still tons of time to do so.
Yeah, we're only smoked to the half wall on Banana. You could take back map control quite easily in this situation.
Apex at least grabbing the gun. Smoke here towards the arch side. NAVI, 4 defenders emphasizing A site.
Yep. Yep. You can tell they're going to press up. They're waiting for the smoke to come up on arch. They just want to keep an eye on it. Rotate will start to come back. I think Vitality are doing a good job playing down the clock in the situation. Let NAVI play themselves.
Shuffling utility as well, so we'll get a full-blown execution here. Apex gonna mastermind it all. Smoking off the potential of any rotate, and that does put Simple on the other side of the smoke.
Oh, with no pit players, this could be a good round of pop. 4v5, though.
Electronic inside sight, Bit counter flash in the corner. He sees the first player drop down. ZywOo's gonna tuck his head. Excellent flash, but Bit, he holds strong. 20 seconds. Simple still out of the equation, but is he even needed? Bit holding it all on. Now ZywOo finally gonna start to execute. 15 seconds. Shox clears the close one. Electronic, though, the whole entire time stayed silent.
Oh, we got Banks in the crowd. We need to mic him up for these NAVI games. Excellent.
Maybe not.
That ain't safe for work. I see you, Banks.
Yeah, he wears his heart on his sleeve.
Okay.
As every CS fan should.
So we talk about this for a second. They do the 2-player setup in the site, but without players in pit, you're not exactly as well fortified versus the hall pop. So you can tell Vitality, they make a good call there. It's strong, even though it's 4v5. They just don't have the players to get the trades, and they obviously lose that opening duel, which totally swings the momentum because it's instantly 3v5, even though there's a chance to refrag. And then the scaling falls off. They need to be more aggressive. They end up being more passive. 20 seconds hits, and you can tell they take a glance at the clock. They realize we need to make something happen. But now Navi are starting to get comfortable. They can reset. They double up in cold. One on top of the box, one below it. And they hit their shots, as you know they will. Vitality still mentally in it, but Navi showing layers to their game.
And a very thin layer separating Vitality from just blocks. But we've seen rounds like this with tidbits of success. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. Round 8 live at Electronic with a deep mid smoke. We're going to see whether Vitality decide to challenge through this. And sure enough, Apex already on the other end. And if he wraps around the arch side, they're going to get 2 defenders stuck, but they can't hesitate. Just like last round, it needs to be clear and convincing. Simple going to miss the follow-up, but there's the frag v Kyojin. And then he dies. ZywOo arrives, but they don't have bomb in their possession, and it's in such an awkward spot. But, well, maybe ZywOo doesn't need it. A reload is what he did need, and Perfecto cuts him as he tries to play the nades. A very desperate spot for ZywOo, but nonetheless, Navi take that 6th victory. Simple inside of the apartments. First clean kill v Masuda, missing the no-scope for the first time, but then with the gut punch into Kyojin, apartments got locked down.
It is a shotgun with him sometimes. He's got the attachments. The A-site defense is getting too many reps with too few successes, and for Vitality, they have to keep in mind they want to keep that open as a threat, but now, because it's becoming more obvious, they're going to run out of options. Going B becomes obvious as well, so Vitality have to be very careful about how many copy and paste plays that they do at this point.
Oh, nice peek from Boomich.
Wow, proactivity. The timing on ZywOo's been shut down on Banana.
Oh, Apex really tries to flash for himself and jump through smoke. All that turns into is the 3v5. Vitality now going to try and fight for what they can, which is lesser numbers on the A site, but the longer they wait, the closer Perfecto will get. Looking to bolster Simple on this arch side. Oh, nice shot from Masuda.
Masuda the shooter.
Looking to stay as sharp as possible. Perfecto's going to allow him a little room to work around this site. And Bit, well, he's currently playing the tall boxes. Kyojin right on the edge of this.
Outpost for Masuda.
Not committing yet with the bomb, and even Perfecto playing so passive through the arch. Well, this could bode well for Vitality.
Mini under threat.
It falls to Electronic. Kyojin starts to clear things out. Shock's on high alert, and Perfecto starts to come through. That's 2 more kills. Vitality, a perfect squeeze in the 3v5 to get themselves a 3rd round win.
It's that outpost position for Masuda where he now controls the rotations. He can help fight Mini Pit, and they can clamp down on the A site safely, and it doesn't feel like a 3v5 when you have 2 rotators who can't even get into Arch. Navi were more vulnerable than they realized with the amount of space that Masuda created off this opening kill. 2 out of 3 rounds now where Simple dies, of course, and Navi lose the round. They handled him so well, and they had to take some kind of risk there. Could have easily got upped, but, you know, Masuda's going to be good for kills like that.
Perfecto, too, just allowing for Masuda to then lock himself into the cubby. Not to mention when Perfecto comes out, really didn't expect Masuda to be there, wasn't ready with the weapon. And so he got turned on. Little 90-degree flick coming out of Masuda for his 3rd frag in the map. Still trailing by 3, but Navi able to rebuy.
You can see in any given round, right? There are select few teams that can win versus Navi, make it look convincing, make it look like they have the tools and resources and the better game plan. It's just overall, who gets the 16 first? It's always Navi. So can Vitality show us more than just a round here or there on an island? They're looking for the 2 in the row.
Oh, nice chip damage.
Well, if you listen carefully, you can hear the Vitality cheering section.
They're down there.
Yeah, they're making noise.
Nicely timed flashbang. Simple falls back, but that activates Boomich. One of the best sandbags players in the whole damn world. Apex gonna try to chase. Well called. This is gonna keep the 2 CTs who are still here occupied. 1 in orange and Simple on the cross, but now he gets smoked off. Does he dare push through? Shox is going to be scoped up on this, and Apex, meanwhile, in the pit, gets cleared out by Perfecto.
As long as Perfecto stays alive, Simple can chill. They're waiting for the smoke to come up as well. 3 on 5, but the options are so limited here for Vitality. They cannot deal with Perfecto.
The early numbers over on the banana, that's what gives Navi this one.
Interesting. We enter the mid round. We've got a full kit here for Kyojin with it op as well for Shox. If he somehow manages to find the frag, then there's a chance with the bomb on the other side of the map that they attract the talent from the CT side to rotate over to B. And then you could talk about another 3v5.
Right now, Simple's nowhere in this pick. Not on Coffins, not on CT spawn. Perfecto not looking to give it to him. Shox ambitious.
Oh, they pull a rotation.
Yes, they do. Electronic. He's got to stop this. 8 seconds left over. A flying Kyojin? Are you kidding?
Wait, the op is rotating over.
Bit's going to run right in. Oh, but the plant's still there. Shox, it's going to be a desperate attempt at the clutch, but it is the 1v1 inside the site. Bit holds on, knows he can just buy time. Shox, oh, missed the one shot he had. If he hits that, suddenly he turns around, and all he has to do is deal with the double peek in mid.
Oh, you're not getting overly excited there. Shox with an op and a 1v2 and a post plant. He has odds.
Kyojin from the stratosphere.
Yeah, yeah. Flying from his Titan. Attack called here from the T side. Vitality showing us a solid mid-round, some ideas. You can hear Shox actively scoping in, unscoping, looking to get some damage, and even his one shot with that op, that's enough to convince Navi to leave post with one of the reverse rotators, and that puts Electronic in a very vulnerable position. But again, we have the problem of no bad players. Electronic in the pit, of course. You'd never see him not get one, basically, and that's what he delivers. Bomb plant to help out the dire money situation here for Vitality. Shox yet to buy. AK's in hand now. I think they were talking about an op. They won't go for it. The game is starting to get away from them. Such a strong first half from both sides, honestly. There are not so close 7-3s. I think this was one.
Simple yet again posted up on the apartments. Boomich gonna stay tucked on B. Perfecto looking to prime the flash above him. That's gonna be a duel versus ZywOo, so a tough spot, and as it happens, we've also got this commitment. Bodies from Vitality testing the waters at top of mid. Simple. The flash is gonna hit him, but so be it. Loses half of his health to the frag grenades.
That setup brought to you by Bit watching halls here. Sorry, Electronic holding it from the graveyard. Bit locking down Arch, allowing Simple to sit on there and hold that sliver angle in the lane. Still little advantages.
Oh, stopped by Masuda. Another clean headshot from Masuda on the Arch side.
Even with Arch open, they can't even rotate out because they need Bit and Simple to play together. This is a great call from Vitality. Actually turn it away to the B side. And now Navi are thinking we need to stack. They feel insecure about the idea that Arch control is left open. Lurkers can come through, and you can see Boomich is going to split his attention between watching for the lurks and actually rotating over.
But they decide not to go to B. 20 seconds yet again. Vitality just burning down this clock. Boomich right ahead of it. 26 HP still to fight with, but it's going to be Shox with a good trade. Now, Simple scoped in, and they're going to hit themselves right into the brick. Oh! Hold on!
He can plant!
You hold on! 2 frags in from ZywOo, a tap into the pit. And all he has to do is clutch this versus Perfecto.
The bomb is not perfect for him. He might have to play this somewhat aggressively. Low HP on ZywOo, 43 versus a full health Perfecto. Wrap into Arch. This could come down to the one-tap duel from Mini.
And he's already posted the exact same angle that Simple used to stop the first one. It's going to boil down to the timing. Perfecto's now inside sight. ZywOo letting him move around. And Perfecto hiding behind that box, not yet on bomb. ZywOo's got it! Robotic aim from the Zyborg. Deletes a man in pit and comes in big with the clutch for Vitality.
Simple out in stylish fashion. What is this? You could argue that Vitality overthought it in this moment. They had an opportunity to take the B site. The rotations came over for NAVI, but they were smarter than they realized. Vitality second-guessed themselves, came back to the well-fortified site, and they did it against all odds. That's why we can't help but believe in Vitality at the moment. Okay, this is the ZywOo pick. Oh, he loves to take this action, but is shocked with the spawn and the op in hand, and he'll spot one crossing back. Oh, the Hobbit doesn't realize they haven't left.
The wall bang from Shocks, that's what's gonna kick this one off. CZ for Bit, trying to rotate, like that's the worst weapon you'd want coming out of the spawn. Masuda gonna be blinded, Perfecto. It's him in the backside yet once more. Last time, he was naded to the ground, and, well, he peeks around it. Kyojin's gonna be his first victim. ZywOo able to trade Apex and Masuda combining for a follow-up. And with Electronic here inside construction, he'll hold and he'll wait. But both him and Simple need to contemplate whether they want to save. That 1v3 from ZywOo into the lesser buy here in the 12th, and now Vitality, a very real chance to close this gap on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, they caught a snag. Got that jackknife rounds. They found an opening. Now the floodgates open. Opportunity here for Vitality to even recover within this half, let alone this match. And that low money's only going to get worse for a NAVI. It's a full investment. That's a much easier round. And you can see that Vitality, they're acting on the smallest piece of information or opening. As soon as they get a kill, if they're in position to execute, they've got the protocol to follow up with it. But Simple, he knocks them all down. I don't know if Vitality can afford that. Sustaining major losses here, and the op will get recovered from Simple. Ooh, that's a big find. He's also got a mid-spawn.
The cash they're left with is near nothing. Both Kyojin and Masuda sub $4,000.
Let's keep an eye on Simple now that he's recovered the op off those 3 kills. He has a forward mid-spawn gifted to him by Gaben on this round. Wonder how aggressively he'll play it.
That's no and little utility for 2 of the Vitality players. Blinded is Simple, but immediately falls back. No threat there for the mid pick.
Man, and with that, they have to invest behind it. Sometimes a gift and a curse to save 2 like this in Apex. He's making space. Wow, they established B for 3 on this round. Right under the close watch of NAVI, who have been extremely proactive. But they missed this.
Umich does come right back over, but could walk out of the boiler unchecked. Short player falls back. Simple will see presence in mid. Grenades flying by. Masuda, he backs up into the scope. Apex though.
Oh my god, he can actually wrap CT,
yes,
and they're slow. Look at this timing, played perfectly by Apex.
He can. Oh, the Predator. He's behind enemy lines. Neither of them are going to see this coming. It's perfectly played from Apex. He buys just the right amount of time. Perfecto's going to have a little bit of cover, but he has no right doing anything from this position. The fact that he takes one is something. Simple's already here so fast. And ZywOo comes off the plant. It's a man advantage still held on by Navi. No way! Shocks into the clutch. A 1 versus 3 is needed, but Simple! He stacks them in the coffins. 4 frags from the Undertaker.
Again, take him out at Con. After that move by Apex, so beautifully played, he literally alley-oops himself with the spray and the incendiary into quad. Wow, that was such a well-called round. When you've got a factor like Simple on the other side, you can never take a break. You've always got to be thinking. That's an 8th round for Navi as we near the end of this half, and they have once again stolen back the economy from Vitality.
Wild.
They should not be saving here.
Apex had all of our attention, and somehow Simple just slips right through. Vitality were shocked on Coffins with him being in that position. Almost like Apex's flank built this false sense of confidence. Not a part of their calculations. And now 6 round wins feels like the best case scenario for Vitality. Not even armor to work with, but still the Deagles ring. And Simple sits perched on porch.
everybody, like CTs, like claws. Spotting these angles carefully, but passively.
Oh, committing to the spray is Bit. He's got support on both sides. This is just the meat grinder. All too easy here for Navi. Everybody shut right down. Barely any damage even done. As you would have expected, a convincing round versus just those pistols.
Such a beautiful half of CS. This is like a buffet. It's got a little bit of everything, different flavors.
I mean, this is what we come to expect with our upper bracket finals. The two best teams at the event. And a glorious display of Counter-Strike in the Royal Arena so far. 15th round, Navi CT side, hunting double digits.
20 and 7 for Simple. Coming into this first half. And it's not been a quiet one.
The level of individual halves that we have gotten out of some players in this arena, just spectacular. Stadium CS hits different.
Are they going to play this without... Oh, that's such a risk to take. And Simple, because they peek from both sides. But, oh, the attack on the other side of the map as well. Apex, he needs to find this trade, and he does.
He chases all the way.
4 on 3 now. Eyes on B. Bit ready at Arch to deny some information or come back to it. Vitality are going to make sure they continue to work. They're not going to oversimplify the situation. They have options, but they also have the advantage.
Apartments, huh? We've seen success from these positions. Both sides. Electronic stays tucked. Already jumping down. Kyojin, though, so sharp. And Bit, well, he's about to get pinched and hit from 3 directions. So, to no surprise, he dies. And Perfecto finds himself in the 1v3 clutch. A 6th round looking oh so likely as Apex yet again takes the fight to Navi. A beautiful showing of Counter-Strike for the first 15.
Yeah, you're gonna get wrecked, Epic. Good luck, you'll need it.
Oh my god.
We got
He's
it.
coming in.
Yeah.
I'm bigger than you, man.
Crossing. Yeah. Oh! Again. Come on!
Die! No! Yeah, I'm trying to run fast. I cannot run faster, it's not FIFA, bro.
Come on. Oh, come on!
Nice.
Oh!
We have a good goalkeeper, guys.
Wait, it's mid. No! Oh! Yes! Hey!
It's terrible, man.
We got the...
I'm terrible. It feels like I'm drunk.
Come on. Take it. Shoot. Ooh! No! Oh!
Let's go, boys! Run faster. I'm too big.
Yeah.
I'm too fat. I can't run fast.
Back on.
How's this compared to FIFA?
I mean, we cannot do. We cannot do like technique moves.
Are you inside?
No.
Oh! Hey! Oh!
What? Go! Come on!
Yeah, perfect goalkeeping.
I got this. The sense is too high for me.
Perfect.
The sense is too low. I have no sense.
Have you been playing this all your life?
Yeah, I love this.
Me too. Hey, I see it. I see you.
Feels like Denmark against France. Come on. What?
Actually, the goalkeeper right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, clean sheet. Last one.
Yeah, you cannot do anything.
We got it. Yeah. Ronaldo off Fredberg. Fredberg and Jesus.
It's over.
That's a win.
5-1.
That's a win for us.
Let's do normal football now.
Okay, let's do this. You're going to lose at that as well.
I mean, you're Danish. You can't win.
Флешнул.
Еще два.
Еще два. Один красный.
Я выжил. Пацаны.
У меня будет флеш через пару секунд. Живи, 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 живи.
Флеш темная. Темная и пул.
Хае есть. Куда
Еще
ты
хае
дал?
есть.
90 забьешь?
Да, я думал.
Под первым ставит.
Убей бомба.
Темная.
Темная хит.
Мяч
Темная
был.
живет.
Темная живет? Стой, я
Да,
попробую.
темная
нашить.
живет. Это аккуратно зайти, максимум.
Я с тобой. Первый, хочешь пойду?
Да.
Убил банан.
По первым бомбам.
Some high-level Counter-Strike to kick off this upper bracket final, and 3 rounds the difference as Navi will take to the T side. Couple of key clutches in those first 15 as well. Beautiful 1v3 from ZywOo. Just an excellent showing of Counter-Strike here in the Royal Arena.
At a smorgasbord of ideas that came from both sides. It was lovely to witness. And now potentially 15 rounds more. Or more. CT side set up aggressively towards Banana. Flash set up in the back. Sudu holding down, baiting with ZywOo.
They're ready for this. Question is, can they stop it? Bit, insta-frag. ZywOo, fadeaway shot, but only the one. It's the P250 of Simple to answer back. And going back seems to be Navi.
Electronic sitting up here, listening for information, ready to catch a rotation. They won't know now what Vitality want to do in this spot. Vitality are the ones who want to make a move. It looks like they might press up and clear mid.
Oh, wow.
But maybe they don't want to. Maybe they don't want to at all.
That's a frag deserving of a 20-second kill. 16 round deep, and Simple is showing why he is the best in the world.
Oh, Shock just left this post as well.
Disgusting tap down middle. 4 players from Navi flood into the site. The plant is inevitable.
What a punish.
And the clutch from Vitality seems impossible. Perfecto in the backside. Same spot he was all CT half. Now in the post plant, looking to lock this pistol in. Shock's deleted by Electronic, and it is crisp for a close. Navi, double digits, leading 10-6.
It's all about baiting the flash out of the top of B, getting the information, looking for the trade, taking down Masuda without him getting a kill is the big one, and then coming down. Flash in mid, punish from Simple as soon as he peeks out.
Wow.
Kyoto doesn't stand a chance. He gets the info he wants. Just doesn't get to keep his life as well. 6 rounds to close the game out. We could talk about how good Vitality were in that first half, but if this gets away from them, the story will be kind of binary.
Oh, he's already back at his wild antics. Shock's good trade at least. Oh, and the scout, well, it connects to Electronic, but it's just not enough damage. Not enough firepower for a mid-peak. They get torn up by the better weapons, and the A site crumbles beneath the feet of Vitality. No attempt to even hold them inside of the site. Boomich gonna get chipped at, but Electronic gives that good cover. And now the plant, inevitable. Kyojin looking for the headshot with the sidearm, but that too taken down, and Navi doing what they do, racking up rounds here on Inferno. And at the very, very top of Everest, we find Simple, 23-9. Electronic and Bit both behind him at 16 and 13 kills apiece, and those 3 names have become synonymous with Navi.
And Simple is coming for that #1 player of the event stat line, of course. Already, I think, 6 MVPs in the year. Looking for 7. And denies ZywOo even 1. A head-to-head could swing it in their favor, and that would make it sweet, of course. Vitality's map pick.
Oh, on the money. Masuda dropped to 30 HP, still left alive for now. But unfortunately for him, it's not as though there's utility around this one for Vitality. They're not going to be able to catch Navi in an awkward spot with a perfect flash. It's just going to have to be some crazy pistol heroics.
The movements are fluid from both sides, but really hard to read these teams at the moment.
Navi playing very active.
Yeah, very active. It's just...
Masuda, you're cheeky. Oh, he didn't see him.
There it
oh,
is.
yes, he did.
Yeah, if you're careful enough eventually.
Shock's going to get the one Deagle headshot, so that's something for Vitality, but that could very easily just turn the offense back the other way to what is an abandoned B bomb site.
That fountain spot, it works every time until it doesn't.
Bit
That's such a good one.
hanging around in the apartments will be rewarded. And Shox, well, he's got the AK, but can he even hang on to it? Because Bit's still on that side of the map, while everybody else from Navi are just playing for their bomb plant on B. ZywOo does get into position, but if only he had that AK. You know, once upon a time, I saw Simple slip a ninja defuse from this exact same position. You don't think ZywOo's up to the same antics,
Maybe
do
we
you?
can get the French variant.
10 seconds? I don't know.
No kid on the play. 5-round game and looking like 7. Looking like 6.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay. Oh, okay. He wants to wake everyone up.
Hey, Boomich.
Let's go, Boom. I feel like we get that once a game.
Just because it's ZywOo.
Toxicity. You can't trust that Boomich smile.
Yeah. It's just a trap. The bomb pops. The fire fumes.
We're in that critical territory now, man. I mean, Vi's going to come in, but giving up the pistol, looking like this.
That's a full 35 bullet magazine.
It hurts.
He didn't even have armor.
He hurt his feelings.
Boomich, you want to talk about it? Or just let the Counter-Strike talk for you. Off pick here from ZywOo. Let's see if Vitality can turn it upside down. Working from half of the round count of Navi. 12-6. Little boiler smoke here in the apartments. That's to create the boost inside of the apartments. But they're not going to find any contact whatsoever. Deep grenades from both directions.
Targeted harassment from both sides. Not a terrible start. Perfecto downloads. ZywOo with a deep angle. Oh, and he'll be rewarded. Can't skip out on any grenades. It's important to get a deep angle in there every once in a while. Make sure the CTs are using utility to get anywhere, so they have none left when they need to execute.
It's an important player to take down as well. Masuda gonna eat that flash. Does a bit of damage, dodges the following utility, but where's he gonna go? He falls all the way back.
They can even set up for the re-aggression if they want to. ZywOo here still being very frisky at mid. Oh, and he misses the timing, but he's still got a very powerful angle. Electronic will just probably.
Oh, what?
Well, okay, well, no, I wasn't gonna say he'd get popped. I wasn't gonna say that at all.
All right. Now all of a sudden these two players inside sight. The pressure begins to mount. Kyojin stuck inside it a little bit. Shock's gonna give him the cover he needs, but there's the fall in from Bit behind him. Shock's trying to use this cover. It's limited, but if anybody can do it, Perfecto peeks to the left, takes more damage, but still stands. And this at least buys time for the two remaining players of Vitality to inch their way closer.
That bot time is huge.
Question for Navi is which direction and when? Perfecto low HP. Electronic just gonna look to keep the rifle primed. Oh! 2 kills from Navi! And a 13-6 lead.
Oh, that is so tricky. Such a slight variation from Electronic to not be on the box holding the cross with Perfecto up there. Low HP for Perfecto. They can't spot Electronic. Just thinking a little bit, like, how do I make this duel unique? And they don't clear him. And then, of course, they instantly get tunnel vision on that first duel. There's still the opportunity for someone to be in pit in this spot. Both teams get their frags. A perfect post plan is won. 13 rounds secured for Navi. A CT timeout called. 3 of 4 here for Vitality. As they look to talk about things, it might just be a stress break, though. Wow. I thought Shox' delay actually would have had an impact.
Felt likely.
Yeah. The rotations were there.
But this is what we do. We sit here and we watch all of Navi perform. All of Navi put up frags. No matter who still stands, the kill count rises. Solo op, Launders. A single weapon for Vitality, and it's in the hands of Shox.
Feels like despite winning with Navi games, they're still usually quite close. But the dominance seems, the difference between them and their opponents seems to be widening. Shock's infamously a notorious hybrid for many rosters in history.
Nobody's going to come his way. And he doesn't over-risk it either. I think, if anything, priming himself to maybe save this weapon if needed. It's got to be on your mind.
Got a nice catch-all setup with a bit more emphasis on the op in lane, but 3 CTs here holding onto the site. Boost came out early. This is one situation you forget about one target, another pops out. As we ready the flashes, nades come cascading over the site.
Majority numbers here for Vitality at the least. But of course, it is still just pistols. They use the smoke grenade to create a little bit of cover, a little bit more room to wiggle, a bit more space to face. And ZywOo, well, he's going to delete Boomich, but there is still Apex in the backside. He comes in, attacks, but falls empty-handed. Just so much lead being pumped out by NAVI in all sorts of different angles.
What can you do? It's so suffocating.
14-6 for NAVI.
Yeah, Vitality's map pick. They got Nuke next. Could be out of here before the caffeine kicks in.
Yeah. Sadly.
This one's tough. Again, it was actually... It kind of feels so much like the Gambit game at the major, where they put up such a strong fight in the beginning, and they looked okay. They still lost the half pretty drastically. The second half, there was just nothing left. And NAVI just showing that they're coming prepared, man. They're taking every game so damn seriously. When they get a lead, they don't just start fooling around. We're not seeing that at all. We're seeing levels.
Big levels. Next levels. You know, interview from Blade saying that this system that NAVI are utilizing, it requires, 7 to 10 days of off time in order to just stay on top of it, to stay well oiled, to stay so sharp.
That's what I always tell my teachers when they give me homework.
Yeah, just 7 or 10 more days. Well, they had that kind of a break. And so they have not yet missed a beat here in Copenhagen. Team Vitality running out of chances on their map pick, and a daunting task of defeating NAVI on that Nuke win streak up next. But a little bit of aggression, and it looks good on Vitality. Taking the play, taking the fight, and taking away the round. Unless Boomich has an answer. Oh, Apex wants more, and he will stick the landing. A 4K from the in-game leader.
Yeah, we saw Apex was pervasive in that first half. His movements were great. His lurks were fantastic. He was finding openings for the roster. And with Apex, he's one of the best scout IGLs in the sense that it never looks awkward when he does it, right? He doesn't leave his team out to dry. Instead, it looks like the game plan follows always very closely around what he's doing. It's very well drilled in that sense. And the second half is a little bit quiet, but Apex so far, I feel like he's been doing great this tournament.
And that's the lifeline. We've seen some pretty damn strong double ops so far at the fall finals. Usually in the hands of the Danes, but currently being swung by the Frenchmen. ZywOo Shocks looking for their openings. This time it's a B-site attack and an overstack. Simple's waiting to get his name back into a round. Masuda actually gets burned out, and while Shocks was waiting for some sort of mid-play, it's the peek from both directions. A-site begins to fall. Kyojin double kill at least, but he burns inside the pit.
Oh, okay.
And ZywOo left to clutch this from the depths of hell. A smoke grenade ahead of him.
We've seen a number of unlikely clutches happen at this event.
He's
now,
calculating.
The Zyborg walking up towards the lane with a kit to work with. Bomb nearing half.
That's going to keep Simple in the open. Simple decides to play into the little pit. He's going to extinguish the fire. Who's he going to prioritize? Oh, Simple!
Oh, okay, before he could think.
Just a headshot to the side of the head. No chance there. ZywOo trying to triangulate each of those positions. Simple having none of it. Number one takes down number two.
A little bit of revengeance. And there are 2 molly kills in this game. A nice anchor play from Kyojin with that spray transfer. That's beautifully done. But the utility is great. There's layers again. It's not just the entry work.
So we've got 8 map points on Inferno. ZywOo takes to the skies. Fires a warning shot towards Simple, who I'm sure remains unfazed. Vitality, what's the play? The only little bit of success we've seen from the CT side, the only round they have won in this second half came off of the back of Apex with that mid-aggression. And Vitality, they feel muzzled. They feel bogged down on the extremities of these maps. But you can still see that fight within them. It's just, it needs to be the calculated risk. To throw things away here and now would be a shame. Masuda, oh, dancing with death inside the fire. Flash is good, but Boomich is better. Connects to the head of Masuda. And now Vitality finding themselves in even more dire straits. Shox will attempt the same, fighting through the fire and falling back as Navi will play with 40 seconds left. Electronic remains close. ZywOo peeks past, Shox in with a kill as well, but Electronic at least able to trade and retain the 3v3. Bit looking for his hit into the site v Shox with a player down beneath him. He's on top of boxes, dodging the flash, spraying away for it. Electronic takes out Kyojin, no multi-kill from him. Shox, he's dropped. And so Apex will need to clutch. He rounds the short side. Bit locked in, and Bit needs to protect Electronic because it's only 9 HP. Oh, another quick headshot from the pit. And Navi are gonna give Vitality no space to work with, no wiggle room, and no likelihood at taking back Inferno. Unfortunately for Vitality, it felt like this was their best chance to extend our series. Nuke up next.
Welcome everybody to the KPMG School Reunion. We're going to have a roundtable discussion. Of course, I've got some legends of the game, some former players, some current players, some people that have gone into the corporate side of esports as well. So what was it like for you? You saying, you played like 10, 15 years ago. What was the space like then in terms of Counter-Strike in the ecosystem?
Completely different as to where we are now. Everything has just grown over the years.
I think everyone is secretly a little bit of a gamer in Denmark. That's how it feels like.
Not secretly anymore.
Yeah, not secretly.
So what kind of happened in terms of you choosing to go with Counter-Strike rather than choosing, a more traditional corporate career path?
I actually became one of the best players in the world in 2011. But doing TSM, it was very tough because I had to write my master degree while at tournament. So once I was out of a tournament, then I could write it, but then we started winning tournaments. So the tournament was like, everybody here at the table had to, somewhere in their career, whatever they chose, to sacrifice something. And when you're living the dream like we do now, then obviously it feels good.
What kind of made you decide to go into that more corporate path rather than potentially, pursuing esports?
I figured that probably not going to take me that far. It was not very clear what CS would grow into at that point in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that it gets to kind of circle back round now, 2021, KPMG partnering up with us as well. And also the cool thing about, playing Counter-Strike, you can still play it.
I used to play CS a lot, actually with Finn and against Jonas sometimes.
Jonas, I think you've got quite an interesting story just in terms of, you've done almost a combination of these things. You've gone into the more, I guess, corporate side of esports in terms of your role at NIP.
Yeah, when I quit gaming in 2006, it was more like we were top of the world. Sure, we could have been better, not the best team in the world, but definitely in the world top, and you could have kept going. Esports in 2006 didn't look like it was going as big as it is today, right? And so I figured I had to get a real job.
There are many similarities actually on KPMG. That team spirit, collaborating, traveling together to clients. When you're in a team, you need to know what's your role.
Kabi, did you face anything in terms of having to balance?
It was hard in the beginning to find a balance, so I had to make a decision when I was around 16, I believe, and yeah, just went all in, and I slowly accepted that you had to make some sacrifices.
I luckily had parents that saw that I had a lot of passion, and so they let me run with it. I think that gave me a lot of belief in, making your own career.
If you want to excel, you need to have fun.
Vitality hungry for revenge, but NAVI ravenous to continue their legacy. It may have been the Frenchman's pick, but NAVI claimed this one in their favor. And SPUNJ, it was a decisive victory at that.
Yeah, it looked easy. Looked easy, didn't it? Round one, yeah, started good for Vitality, and then round two happened, and it all went wrong from there on out, right? That force buy being flawless for NAVI to kick off the game, that's a statement within itself right there. Then they've just run away with it from here. Sure, there was a little bit of back and forth. There was a ZywOo clutch. There was Apex on the CT side with a multi-kill. But all in all, Vitality really had nothing to say about this one.
The NAVI treatment right now is that you either play 100% at your level or you join the list of clowns who get destroyed by NAVI. That is how hard it is to play against them. I guarantee, I'm not even trash talking Vitality. It's just how it is. You either hit your peak and then you have the right to have an actual game where you challenge them, you make them sweat, you make them doubt, or you just play 80% of your level and you look like you're not even playing the same game. This is the treatment, this is the level they have, and that is the best team in the world right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, Launders made a very interesting comparison during the game. That's why he was saying, you know, this felt like the NAVI v Gambit matchup at the Major, where Gambit just totally fell flat against the CAS brothers. And the fact that Vitality put up a bit more of a fight at the Major rather than facing them for the second time here as well on a completely different map.
That's it. They're just trying to find different solutions to this, and that's probably gone back to the best of 5 they played, where in that best of 5 Inferno went in the favor of Vitality.
Yes.
Maybe we can replicate that. But when you look at this game right here, the one win condition I had was ZywOo playing to elite level, star level ZywOo. Now, he had his moments. He had that sick clutch. That was great. He had a couple of AWP kills here and there, but he wasn't able to keep up because not only is he going against Simple, he's going against all these other players who are performing very well as well. Now, in that first half, it was pick who you wanted to get an opening kill. It was Simple or it was Boomich. They were just really dealing with Vitality all across the map there. And Simple, I was reading, look, I go on HLTV, I read the forums, I don't know why, right? I'm losing my mind.
I do it too.
But I read the thread, like Simple, impact, lol, 4 exit kills and eco ace, yeah, but he also was the guy alive in a 2v3 situation to help them get back in. He stops them from entering a bomb site. Simple here, how are you questioning this man's impact when he's dropping bombs like this?
I mean, for the entirety of the first half, he had double the ADR of anybody else on the side of Vitality. It was absolutely ridiculous, and it was just a simple show over again.
He's just so mobile to play against on Inferno. On all the maps, but specifically on Inferno, I feel like it is almost impossible. It's like a puzzle that you have to solve. It's a mystery you have to solve when you face NAVI to know what is the area where we're going to face Simple. That clip right there was absolutely mindless from Simple, but it's also the byproduct of having him in your team. Any round is off for the taking. You can take any round. You can win any round. No round is unwinnable when you have Simple in your team.
We have these stats on screen right here, but HLTV goes a little bit deeper, right? Most kills, Simple, 28. Most ADR, 115.7. Most assists, Bit, yeah, makes sense. Most AWP kills, Simple. Most first kills, Simple. Best rating, Simple. Right, Simple. But the thing is, it was the entire team show here, right? 20 kills for Electronic, Bit with 18, Boomich with 14, Perfecto with 12. Perfecto didn't even really have to do a whole lot. That's the type of games I want to be involved in.
They just have too many assets. They have too many assets, and that's what happens when you have a team that is dominating the world of Counter-Strike. We talk about Simple, of course, but then anytime NAVI is on the brink of losing a round, you'll have Electronic popping off with the multi-kill. That's it. He's just rock solid, doesn't falter, doesn't hesitate. He always makes the right decision. And even then, if he falters, you have Bit right behind with his aim, with the entry kills. It's just a whole machine that is just too good to be true at the moment.
An additional asset on the side of the machine is, of course, their coach Blade. And luckily enough, James Banks had the chance to catch up with him after that map.
Blade a very dominant first map and their map pick as well. Confidence must be sky high.
Yeah, everything were working for us. We were just playing, communicating and trying to check every gap, you know, like be really concentrated. And I think we outplayed them and out-aim at some point, but
definitely.
I think the one round that we lost on City side was 3 versus 1 versus ZywOo.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of ZywOo, though, he came into this game as the highest rated player in the tournament. He was looking to be in better form than recent times. Do you expected them to put up maybe more of a fight?
Second map, we will try to forget the first map on second map because it's really important not to underestimate them because everything can change really easily if we will give them, I don't know, the hope that they can beat us, they can believe in it. When you're like winning, it's one thing. When you just want to win, it's different, you know?
Yeah, different attitude. And you said on an HLTV interview that you were saving some of these Nuke interesting rounds. Is this for the final, or maybe you'll have to pull it out now? When is the idea of using them?
It depends. If match will be tough right now, of course we will use, but I think we will left for this one and for next one too.
I like it. Well, good luck, mate. Congratulations so far.
I like that. Maybe seeing some new stuff from Na'Vi coming into this next map.
I love the comment Blaze said, we have to forget the first map.
Yes.
And I know it might sound like a stereotype, it really isn't. When you are in a position when you are the best, you become your own worst enemy. If you get complacent, if Na'Vi players start to think that this is it, that is done, they're the best, nothing can happen to them, that is especially where you're going to falter. So now it's a never-ending exercise where you always have to challenge yourself, always have to remind yourself that, you know what, if we slow down a little bit, we can lose. And I mean, that's also Blaze's responsibility to make sure everyone is on the same boat.
Yeah, this is what we say, don't take your foot off the gas, right?
Yeah.
You know, just get it done as quick as you can. The less you have to show, and this can actually build into Blade's next point within that interview, or what James asked about showing some extra stuff on Nuke. If you don't have to show it, don't show it. Keep that stuff for as long as you can, because as soon as the Counter-Strike world sees it, Nard out here, he's making a bloody YouTube video, and everyone's going to know whatever you're rocking within 24 hours. So, yeah, if they get to sit on this stuff on their best map, mind you, for as long as they can. Remember, we're going into this streak right now of Na'Vi.
Yeah.
So for Vitality, it doesn't just get, oh, okay, it's Na'Vi's map pick. No, it's Na'Vi's map pick where they're on this massive streak and nobody is able to stop them. They're able to get close. We're seeing teams get close, but we're not able to see teams stop them just yet.
And that is the difficulty when we're coming onto a map like Nuke after what we've just seen from Vitality as well. Their own map pick looking, dare I say it, quite flat in terms of coming out of the gates hot in that one. Nuke is going to be an even taller task if they want to take down Na'Vi on this streak.
Look, at this point, I don't think the map matters. I think Vitality were shadows of themselves on that first map. They never really pushed Na'Vi. They never actually made it a game. I'm sure they know, I'm sure they realize that they missed the mark on that first game. You want to be a champion, you want to leave a mark, you want to leave a legend in Counter-Strike, you cannot just disappear in games like this. We're going to put you in the Gambit category that look ridiculous against Na'Vi. So I think that's what they're talking about right now. I think they want to make sure that they play Counter-Strike on that second map. They can lose. I'm fine with Vitality losing to Na'Vi. A good Vitality losing to a great Na'Vi means an amazing spectacle for everyone. It's not what we got on first map. We only had one team on this one.
No, it definitely isn't. I mean, coming on to Nuke, do you see any flares of hope for Vitality of taking this one and I mean, stopping the streak that Na'Vi have built up?
We go back to the major again. They were up 13-10. Right, they were up 13-10, and they ended up losing the game 16-13, right? So they were in a position to win the game. If they can get themselves into that position again, maybe they can change their fate there, but they'll be starting on that CT side. So you have to look towards Apex, who I think does a great job towards that yard position. He's just got some big issues to deal with. Electronic behind those yard smokes. Now you're going to see one limped in front of main, and then they drop that second if they like. There's so many different variations. Take me too long to cover off all that. With the combo of the smoke in front of Squeaky and the molly on top of Hart, Bit plays out there. Right? These are the issues you have to deal with immediately. But what you're starting to see come into the playbook of Na'Vi more is now Boomich being that second man in yard. All right, Electronic dead. Now Boomich is out here, right? And then if you get past all that, then you have Simple to deal with, right? Perfecto still coming in late for the clutches. Some answers have looked like aggression in lobby, catching Na'Vi off in these chaotic moments where they're setting up the study. Do they want to go ramp? Do they want to go top? Do they want to go backyard? That's what G2 did to make them sweat. Start grabbing all these things that worked and hope that one or two of them can help you get across the line here.
And you mentioned Electronic's name coming into this particular map as well. What kind of impact are we expecting to see from him?
Well, as soon as you allow Electronic to find that space outside, I feel like you've already lost your defense. That's it, it's done. Because you never know how many people are following him. He grabs space, he grabs territory, and he puts you in that zone where you have no idea what the hell is going on in the round, and it might just be him. Suddenly, your RAM player is thinking about communicating, okay, where can they be? Oh my God, should I be worried about Catwalk? And then you have 4 players in front of you. That's the Electronic effect. Not only will he find frags, because of course he will, he's an incredible aimer, but he's understanding his game sense and the decisions made means that he takes control of the map for Na'Vi. He completely blocks the CT into a very uncomfortable box, a teeny tiny box, where they don't know what the hell is going on. So if you are Vitality, you have to neutralize him. You have to put Electronic on the bench.
Well, Na'Vi certainly were in full control in the first map of this series, and now it comes onto their home pick of Nuke. A streak for them on this particular map. Vitality hungry to end it, and we're going to find out if they can do it after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome to Royal Arena Week. That's right, we've got the Blastfall final airing just this week. Today on Media Day, it's been very hectic, but to make it even crazier, we've got a very special show match brought to you by El Gigantin, and Maniac and I both have a fantasy roster that you guys have drafted. Let's bring the players on and let's get this thing started.
Bring my stars. Bring my stars.
Yeah, you're gonna need them.
Who is going to carry us?
You're gonna need them. Okay?
I mean, it's going to be 4v5 for you in your team. Obviously, you're playing. So tell me, what's going to be?
How dare you talk about simple like that? Unbelievable. Let's get to it.
What?
I'll go first, follow guys.
Nice.
I go. Ja, bet. Oh,
Nice strike, dude. Nice try, man.
Wait, what's going on here? Wait. Go, get up.
I think they're all behind this one. Okay, relax. What the? Nice.
Flashing now.
Flashing.
Blind and flashing you back.
Yeah, three guys.
Woo! Nice. Hey, go!
Behind us. Dead.
Cross me, man.
I cross.
Last one here too. Let's go!
I think we have a good thing going on.
Yeah, this is a strat.
Oh, nice. Up splashing.
Nice. Yeah, probably more. This is your game.
Nice, guys. Insane.
We have to strat. Up in the smoke, bro. Up in the smoke. It may not.
Maybe through the way. Oh, one more, safe spot.
Well, that was a great game. T
Yes.
side, very hard to figure out this map. But yeah, it was a good experience. We figured out what we had to do, and
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Yeah, really well done. You figured out the map.
Ooh, here we are, folks. Upper bracket final, one map done, and it looks like NAVI are just continuing the pain train that they were able to get rolling in Stockholm. A little hiccup to start out the event, but versus this Vitality, I don't know if I feel it, man. This is a huge battle for Vitality to have to take the series onto Nuke.
With the amount that people are putting into their Nuke, though, I can't help but feel like every single match from now on that we have NAVI going into a series and allowing it to come through in a veto, it's going to be very competitive. Vitality can see this coming. They prep like crazy, and hopefully they give us a great show. But of course, there's a mountain of issues that they have to overcome in order to get there, just to get to that 16th round. NAVI make it feel like a marathon. They make it feel like an Ironman with the amount of stuff that they put at you and the amount of contingencies that they have. They have so many things to fall back on. The fact that now Simple doesn't even have to top frag because Bit can top frag on Nuke, where Simple was the sole top fragger on the map for this entire year, is already scary enough. But then we have a fantastic T side, one of the best upper execs in the game. We have one of the best outside lurkers in Electronic. We have an overall well-fortified CT side across all spots. Vitality gonna have to play the map of their life.
Not just one side, but both. It's time for Nuke! A hell of a win streak, a hell of a task, and a hell of a challenge. Vitality gonna kick this off on the CT side. We've come to learn that means nothing versus Navi.
Yes.
This one's not done until 16 hits the scoreboard.
Oh, already something interesting here with the squeaky pop. Look, no one in mini. They're hitting upstairs. It's empty. Vitality love to retake the upper site, and Navi know that, but a plant can be a win. Vitality might have to forfeit both the ground and the plant. We'll see if they can pull this off. Electronic ready for the rotators.
Looking for them.
Gushin, a warning shot.
Oh, Perfecto, clean pop, boomage, and Perfecto.
Okay.
Full house.
Okay, what's different here is we can have the paint can smoke, the retake from heaven with majority players there. This time Vitality take the ramp route. Try to flank the lobby and get upstairs that way. But they get cut off inside the lobby. And again, this is the risk of always trying to run a retake setup. And there is the paint can smoke, 2 players coming out of heaven. But it's not enough. Navi get the plant to win. It's strong. I can't help but feel like that's a game plan that has to change. Forfeiting the upper side on these pistol rounds is always very scary, but they have won their retakes. in the past.
Ooh, good challenge at the bottom of Silo. Masuda, he's got something to say with the deagle, but he will be caught on the fallback by Boomich. It's those eyes from the skies. ZywOo headhunting outdoors still, looking for an eventual peak. Navi have to come his way.
We had the last time that Navi played Nuke, they won. Blade was disappointed. He said, we didn't play perfect. And their T sides are always a little bit more competitive than the CT sides, but eventually, if you're gonna have a streak like this, you have to be just as solid on both.
And you're not able to have a single hiccup.
Although Simple is the #1 player on this map, ZywOo had his way with Nuke. It's established as a core map for him as an individual. And again, having a fantastic tournament right before our eyes.
Oh, challenge. Bit's gonna force a player downstairs. And we do have Navi currently working over towards ramp, which is clear. Much like the pistol, able to find a portion of the map clear for the taking. This is really cooking down to the final seconds.
Yeah, it's 20 now.
I'm not saying it's likely, but whew, there's going to be a scary moment here where they're going to find contact versus ZywOo. He starts firing off. 4 bullets left in the magazine, but oh! He drops the bomb the first time. Nobody else here to stop it from going down. Apex going to round the hut, but it's still Navi in with the final 2 kills.
It does look scary. They're taking too much time. They're like, okay, they're thinking about this a lot. They're expecting Vitality's rotations. That's why you can see the respect across the board, right? Navi are taking this extremely seriously. Every single opponent. It's about how many wins can they get with their opponents only having double digits. You know, now that we're on the precipice, you know, of the Navi era, if that's coming, where the dominance will be unmatched. It's not just wins, it's strong wins that they're looking for.
Long range Mac 10. Oh, yeah, the AK works a little better. But then you get a deagle in the hands of ZywOo, so maybe it's not all bad. Shox knows he's got one pinned behind vent, but can't seem to do anything about it. AK's tearing it up inside of the A site. Poor Kyojin, a pain point on the CT side of Nuke. It's been talked about by the players themselves. They've mentioned it. I've seen at times improvements.
Yeah.
But obviously in a round like this, it's nothing but mincemeat. Vitality chewed up and spat out.
Got Bit showing a bit of his range here, coming out as the entry lurker through Squeaky, being very aggressive, tip of the spear action in a couple of rounds now. We'll see if that happens more and more as we get into the rifles, but here's where Navi will set the tempo and they'll establish and show us what kind of half they want to bring towards us. And we'll take a look closely at Vitality's early utility usage in this round to see what they're expecting of. It's all about how long you're holding smokes and holding incendiaries. This smoke to feign outside presence, so they have to take time clearing red. Now the cross comes out, ZywOo will deny with this one Molotov. They can actually jump by it. This is huge, so Electronic can sit here, catch a lurker if a CT's coming up. But since he got down here, Vitality were expecting some space.
Oh, almost gets the tail end of it.
Oh, yeah, off the end of it.
It's 3 players down. Apex hunting for his first frag of the map. Gonna keep it passive over towards the decon door. Incendiaries exchanged here between the teams. And
there's so much pressure on ramp right now. Okay, we get the one rotation downstairs, but Apex does not have any help.
But he does reposition. He throws his grenade from one side, moves over to the opposite end. We'll see if Navi prioritize this position. Apex, oh, he's not even watching.
Man, the timings are just open here with Squeaky as well.
Here it comes. Oh, he gets wrecked. Boomich takes his head off, and Perfecto combines perfectly in from ramp room. A clear slice through this B site with no real rotation inbound.
That's a round that you can already feel like you're going to lose before the attack comes if you're Vitality, and that's a problem. They need to exercise more prophylaxis than that, to sit back in their default and wait. Navi are going to be fine with them in those expected positions. One inside the ramp, one holding lower. That's where they know the duels are going to come down. But once the pressure starts to collapse upon them in both these choke points, where is the help? Where are the interesting rotations? How come they don't fortify ramp, and if they're going to take a huge risk and leave Squeaky open, why don't they try to enforce another part of the ramp? Or another part of the map, excuse me. There's too many openings. It's too vanilla here for Vitality. That's not the way you want to go down.
4-0 start. Not skipping a beat from Inferno.
The early round looked very strong there from Vitality. They did kind of everything you want to do. Put some pressure down across the smokes. Throw the incendiary like ZywOo does.
This kill from Perfecto, instant.
Yeah. And it can come down to Masuda holding on to ramp, but Apex going down simultaneously with him, of course, makes it uglier. My worry is that even in that position, there was no third player, right? There was no turnpike opper from ZywOo. He wasn't being pervasive enough in that situation.
Sure.
They weren't seeking out some information or making any reads.
Fire at the feet of Mini. Just rifles across the board. And they're duking it out outdoors. Shocks, speaking of doors, finds a kill through Squeaky. There's ZywOo with an answer. Finally, a little bit of life from Vitality, but leave it to Simple to take it right back. Clears the A site of any sort of defense. And Electronics just got everybody else preoccupied outside. Navi just gonna take what they can.
Oh man, the two-player entry. They have eyes on heaven. They can plant open. Apex looking for a way in.
Drops the frag. Oh, that nearly... Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Simple's dead. That's at least a man advantage. Great utility usage, but Electronic. ZywOo still on high alert. Oh, but at the last second looks away. More damage up into heaven. It falls on to Perfecto. They peek. 1, 2. And here comes ZywOo. Perfecto.
Oh! Perfecto! Perfectamundo! On the back of the A sights. He's got a clutch in the pocket. He has that on lock. His teammates with all the assists. They soften him up like meat in a locker. But it's Simple with this jackknife 2K entry out of Squeaky. And the ultimate spray transfer from Perfecto. It's at this point he knows he has it. He absorbed them. That was ruthless. Another clutch on land. Seemingly endless basin of them so far at this event. Just one more 1v3 at this point, becoming numb.
Throughout his career, Perfecto definitely putting his name up there with some of the best clutchers.
Absolutely.
8-0 is his start. 5-0 is Navi's. And the Frenchman relegated to lesser weapons. Boomich already challenging into the A site. 3 Deagles to try and hold back this onslaught from Navi. Oh, Shocks over top of the smoke will catch the head of Electronic. That is the opening that Vitality need. And it's not just openings that they need, it's far more. But that's how it all begins. Now Boomich peeks around from the side of vent. They've got ZywOo tucked behind blue boxes. Perfecto prepared to pinch this. Boomich trying to fight around. It's the Deagle from ZywOo, just the one. Now Shocks in from above, and Masuda's got him from the heavens.
Oh, he stands there. They put down the hold. It looked like the exec was perfect. And you can see the animation here from Simple. The vein in his neck as he talks emphatically to his teammates about what happened.
Big round from Shocks, kicking it off outside, playing in the rafters with 2 frags in the A floor.
It's actually so wonderful from that spot. Oh, the rotations were good, man. It felt like Navi, after being on fire, after that last round, 1v3, they were imbued with confidence. But now they'll be a touch shaken.
And Navi on the hunt for revenge. Oh, great damage. Electronic's gonna duel nonetheless. Boomich the first to fall. Is it gonna be Shocks tonight to step up? Electronic and Bit, simultaneous kills. A challenge through the smoke from Perfecto. Masuda survives it barely, and we've got Vitality on the rebound. Low HP for 2 of the 3, but it's still the man advantage.
Yeah,
and Simple, what's his move?
What a mid-round for the situation. Now, okay, that's one knockdown upstairs. Simple all alone in this situation. But listen.
Unspotted the entire time.
Yeah. He's gone unnoticed, and the HP is not fantastic for Vitality.
More health than Vitality combined. Oh, but it's instant! Oh, Masuda, the headshot to give Vitality 2.
You can look away, but it still happened.
Back to back.
That's what's key. The boat's got holes in it, but it's still floating. Proactivity outside is good. Nice even spread of kills across the board in different positions. The ramp hold is better. Masuda stays alive. Starting to hit some of those key metrics. Ingredients for success here. Vitality stage of defense. T timeout called for NAVI. They'll be unfazed.
It's a start.
With the money coming into it.
It's a long, treacherous road for Vitality back in this map, in this series. The challenge from here to the end, but it's a start.
CT side needs to be decisive first just to talk about T side. Just to get to that point. We've seen better teams lose with much greater leads.
Shox puts out the fire. Oh, just able to jump into the corner.
I love that. Getting in front of the action from Shox. Inside of Squeaky by this smoke. Making sure no lurks can take place. Having full vision over the Squeaky as well. There were a couple of timings in those early rounds where I felt like Vitality were not playing with confidence. Now they're re-smoking here. Can we check on Zywoo and see what he's doing? Floating the back of Big Garage. Just an AK in hand. But he's got a significant amount of information, especially feeling comfortable enough to look around, to take a peek here and there. Now, my opinion, again, pressure builds upon Masuda with some of the other options feeling a bit uncomfortable.
It's close, eh? It hangs on to cover. Electronic's gonna open. That's a frag outside. But the bigger test is here. Oh, and Bit.
Oh.
His patience pays off as Shox puts his face on the end of the barrel. Then Boomich takes down Masuda. Clean kills from NAVI, but Apex also empty-handed. It looked like maybe if there was going to be some X factor, it was his to take, but now it's just Kyojin. And he's locking horns with Bit through the squeaky door. He will find one, but then he falls at the hands of Electronic. And NAVI back to winning ways.
Too many things going wrong at once. Another situation. We can't even tell the tale of Zywoo. He dies simultaneously with all this other action goes down. He gets credit card swiped outside of Big Garage. And then Bit's lurk just picks the perfect angle. But on top of that, Masuda going down. Apex is the first rotator. I mean, there are just too many things to chalk this up to one move. It is a team failure. But another bye. Round 9 ensues. What's the look? Love the aggression. But will they forfeit it? NAVI respond with a ton of pressure. Electronic's so good at clearing. That little bit of movement around the box makes it so hard to play there versus him. And now he's 2-0 in these last two rounds versus Zywoo Boomich. He's going to be careful despite seeing Zywoo go down.
It feels like, oh, it's sure enough. NAVI, they're just trying to go head hunting.
They're getting absolutely mauled right now.
Looking to mount some trophies on their wall. And I'm not talking metal.
This VOD's going to be uploaded to Live Leak, no problem.
It's French flesh that NAVI seek. Electronic's going to play it passive. Oh, he gets turned on by Shox. Nice little adjustment. Costs him a bit of health, but how can Vitality manage with already having NAVI down towards this B site and nobody in position to stop it? If anything, it's going to be that tantalizing save in the mind of Vitality. No procedure to get down here and such a desperate spot for cash. Surely 7 terrorist round wins is just too much already, but Kyojin and Masuda both flirting with the idea. They don't even have a kit for this play. It's desperation and Simple already in position. Perfecto trades it right back. Masuda, though, able to answer. Now Bit finds himself in the clutch. And one hell of a rookie. So cool, so cold Here's Shocks running above, lays down the lead for the first one, gets away into the doors, escape.
That movement, baby.
He runs and he runs and he wins off the back of it. Masuda concedes and Navi find their 7th.
Check out Bit with that little backwards strafe, and that's the thing about Bit, man. There is so much to uncover about what he can do. You never see him move like that because he doesn't ever need to. With the positions he plays, how slowly he moves, perfect discipline, but right there, he shows he can activate it if he wants. But he's not playing CS to look stylish. He's playing CS to be as efficient as possible. And you can see someone would sit in dark and try to play this 1v2 standard. Instead, Bit says, I know where the first duel is coming from, and I'm giving myself an exit route on top of that. Ace in the hole. Can they survive a 1v3 and a 1v2 within 10 rounds?
Navi seem unstoppable. But Vitality can't let that creep into their minds.
I'm proverbially shaking my head right now by Vitality and the way that these spots are being reinforced. When we flip sides, we're going to see what Simple can do that ZywOo is not doing right now. And being a lot more present to reinforce, especially with Masuda, who's been alone in ramp constantly. The rotations are so slow to help him. He's playing these anchored positions. Nobody is here to save him. This is a huge vulnerability.
Apex peels back from the secret stairs. We've got a doubling up inside the A site. Oh, Apex, I love it. Standing in the middle of the open. Able to at least cut one back. And who is it other than Simple? Bit entry into A. Kyojin waits on Hut. There's the trade back, but Electronic in from Mini. Man advantage in the hands of Navi, holding off on Vent. Apex slaughtered and Shocks into the clutch. He peeks wide, can't take anything with him, and Navi 6-round lead.
Got a triangle of death down there. There was no way he was going to be able to hit that spray transfer. Insane half so far. Oh, and its Vitality simply not able to take them even to level 2. And you got to go to level 5 to be able to pull these rounds out. So the more that Navi use these first 20 seconds as efficiently as they are, call out some of the setups from Vitality, but not overact. They haven't even pulled off the full upper exec. They're hanging it over the heads of Vitality. They tried it one time, it didn't work out. So we could see 2, 3 more if they wanted to. But right now, everything else is going so well, there's almost no reason to.
Solo Scout desperate for something. Damage to try and set up these armored deagles. We've already pulled into question this solo Masuda on ramp, and yet again, it's a part of the problem. Navi able to force their way through with such little resistance, a fight outside. Kyojin also tagged. Simple's already deep in the depths of hell, where he thrives, but Apex stops him. And this one suddenly looking like a stroke of luck could turn it upside down to the favor of Vitality. There is damage on 3 of the fighters from Navi. Boomich tucked in this corner, continues to fight back to the 4v2. Kyojin's got something, but it's so little.
You want to believe there's a chance, but at this point, with the bomb getting planted, Kyojin known up in the heavens, and Electronic winning his duel inside of Secret, it feels like it's a foregone conclusion that this round is over and Kyojin can take a small consolation prize in the form of this AK. Find a moment of respite as he falls back to spawn. His team can talk now, but they don't pull it off. And oh, okay. A nice shots from
hang on
far away, but
hang on.
He's got a little bit more, I guess.
Oh, he turns his back to perfect. Oh, nope, the Deeg maybe.
Let's do it. One for the road.
Come on, Kyojin, what you got? Perfecto jumps out.
Oh, he's making him work for this so hard.
What about the bomb? Oh, down he goes. No weapon saved.
Okay, a little outplay at the end.
Still a couple kills for the road, like you said.
Man,
but obviously at this point, man, nothing seems like enough.
If we have a situation where they will game plan and play Masuda on the ramp, number 1, he has to either go superhero mode and get his 2 kills or whatever, die doing it. If he plays these deep angles on the site, he needs fast rotations. If he is going to play, you know, in a position where he takes one duel and fall off, he needs to make sure he stays alive. It's more important than actually getting that first kill. At least in terms of priority, staying alive is number 1. But once that ramp guy dies, even though you can't plant it ramp, it wreaks havoc on the rotations. And this is how NAVI have found a way in. And this is an answer. I mean, this is an answer. Like, with how vulnerable things have gotten here inside of the ramp, you think, okay, time to reinforce. Now they have the op here, which is a bit better than just one rifler, but still limited in its scope, if you will, in terms of the options for them once it gets attacked. We'll see what happens. He's still so far away from his next teammate, and NAVI are thinking pragmatically. What has worked?
ZywOo even be tested. There's the flash. He wants this so bad. And the first shot connects. Oh, beauty. Of course, so will the second. Finally, a little bit of ramp hold from Vita. Oh, and he even gets Boomich on retreat. You think you can run? You think you can hide? Apex able to answer with Kyojin, and we've got Vitality with a little bit more. A little bit of a change up over in the ramp room, and it bodes well for the Frenchman.
But they got NAVI have rounds to play with. This is one adjustment, and it's so one-dimensional. They get ZywOo to sit there with the op. Literally, the call is ZywOo go kill. He sits here, he plays off of his own reads and adjustments, make sure to sit in a position to dodge flashes off this hold. And NAVI, they're fine to try this again. They've had so much success here that in their minds, Vitality should have learned about this way sooner. So they said, let's see if they really are fools. Let's try this again. And Vitality proved, yeah, maybe we're not. But it's still not a dynamic play. There's still questions about what happens next round. If you have this up, do you seed them there again and hope the same thing happens? No, of course not. So now, how do we think ahead? Instead of reacting as we've seen Vitality do, how do we get ahead of the problem? They've been pushed off this outside control, very scared to play it aggressively. ZywOo has been at the front of some very aggressive outside setups with his op. We don't see those plays. Similar to the way he does it on Inferno Banana, he can swing out to the side of red. They can flash deep when the setup smokes come down outside. They play within the smokes in upper and sit at ramp with one player fiddling their thumbs. They're asking to lose.
And so they are. No chance at drawing back this lead in the half. No matter what, NAVI swap sides with the edge, but the question is by how much? Apex challenging out from Mini. He loses his face at the hands of Electronic.
Not even a full-fledged buy now. Bit can walk over this M4 and upgrade.
That's such a great way to kick this off. It's a recovery, but Bit is still back in lobby, so nicely timed by Masuda. Able to catch Perfecto with his head turned. NAVI still setting their sights inside the A site. ZywOo wants to get curious, and Shox will stay sharp. That's going to serve as the trigger. They start to run in. The A1S from heaven falls. Kyojin also empty-handed. NAVI have the opening. NAVI have the edge. But Masuda with an element of surprise inside the vents. And ZywOo waits for Boomich to give him a sliver. Show just a little skin. And maybe Masuda can serve as distraction, but ZywOo's gonna have to show us some incredible close-range hopping. There he goes, the first is down. The re-peek isn't denied. It falls to Masuda. He's out into the open, and both the NAVI players try to hide. Perfectly timed. They peek in for their 10th.
Another opening found. Apex dying early inside a Mini. They wrap off of it. And man, everybody getting caught in transitions. Kyojin sitting there. It feels like there's no communication. There's no sense of urgency. There's no counter utility for him to try to peek. Instead, they let him wrap completely around the back sights. Boomich literally making as many footsteps as possible. There's no nuance to the play. He just barrels to the back of it, takes down Kyojin, and then Masuda comes into heaven like, wait, what? They could come upstairs? Like, yeah, they killed you. They killed your mini anchor, and they had outside control, and your op was in ramp.
Two more to go. Double digits already secured, man. This is such a world-class performance. And Apex just gonna try to stay standing, goes for the repeat. He needs to fight. They need to do something right. And so Shox connects the trade frag, but he's still out in the open, in the fight alongside Simple. A 3v3. And a decision here from NAVI. Walking out into the A site, Simple takes to the rooftops. He does have utility to lend a helping hand. Shox almost caught, but Bit just misses his shot. Woo. And then he's gonna take a bunch of damage. Simple. There's the frag. ZywOo, you've got to do something. Masuda attacks from the back, but a missed shot, and there he goes. Bit still able to manage. Simple's down on the B site, and Masuda is somehow between them.
Yeah, he can actually make his way down.
Sound.
Well, Bit can actually go through Secret right now, and all Simple has to do is delay. Masuda knows he has a timing, but that window was closing on his fingers.
He's gonna have to walk out and clear all of the rafters, but Simple walks around him. He's straight above, finds him, kills him. Masuda, 5 HP. This is a battle of a single shot. Whoever makes it, whoever connects, and Bit, well, no peek. Masuda sticks it all the way.
Okay, he'll take that. A moment of timing there where Simple could have cleared it, but didn't know where Masuda was and thought he was walking control side. And Bit decides, if he does stick the bomb in this situation, I cannot see him from where it is planted. Backside on left in front of Decon, and Bit makes the rotation around from Secret, so Masuda very clear-headed about the timing here. Still a close call. Little bit of timing. Vitality lock it down. Showing some fight. 2 MP9s between Kyoja and Shox.
Boomich gonna attack into the vent. We've seen multiple players play this pocket. And I'm talking players from both sides. Simple throwing the utility in. Oh, ZywOo just faces the wall. So far a slaughter. Kyojin, oh, not able to get another, but Masuda will at least. Apex trying to attack from the back as they move. Oh, the grenade. That's something to work with. As Perfecto still hasn't gotten his hands onto a primary, but Bit comes off that bomb. And the retake's on. 15th and final round from Vitality's desperate CT side. It's so sharp. Masuda deleted, and NAVI succeeded in 11-4 half and 5 rounds away from the grand finals.
Res winning, we need to kill Res. No. Kill Res. Yes, kill Res. Oh, this one is fun.
Nice.
No. What the fuck?
Oh, you need to take them in here. Or?
Yeah, 1 HP, 1 HP.
Oh no, look at that nade. Oh. I hate you.
Yeah.
Come, no.
Oh, no.
No. No. Nice. Nice.
What the No.
Yes. Oh, come.
No. No, man.
Oh, that was it.
Hit him, you hit. I think, yeah, if you hit legs, it's not down.
Okay. It's work? No.
Oh. No.
Yeah, I got him.
Why you go too far away?
Everybody's wait for me.
Come on.
No.
No, what?
No.
Yeah. Oh, too good.
30 seconds.
No, it's too obvious.
Yeah. No. Res winning, we need to kill Res. No.
Kill Res.
Yes, kill Res. 10 seconds.
Give me, what the f? Okay, I see.
We need one kill each. No. No. What? Oh, wait. I won.
What? You won?
1-0 топом. 2-9 как будто.
Денис заберет мейнлайн скоро.
Меня взорвали.
Поздно буду. Обо мне знают.
9 залез.
Вроде второй. Да, 2.
Мейн смотрю.
Будка может уйти.
Мейн
зашел. Дает флешку, как будто.
9 и мейн.
2-9.
Мейн битый, чел. Мейн битый, чел, мейн битый.
50 хп. Зайбу.
Well, here we are. A very famous half for NAVI across the 7. Their most dominant here, sitting on a 19-map win streak, largely due to their CT side. But it looks like Team Vitality could go out with a whimper without a pistol round here. Their fate could be sealed. We have yet to see the weapons get activated from NAVI, and Vitality are here to fight.
Back and forth towards ramp. Electronic to make the difference. That's the bomb dropped. Shocks. A crucial 1v1. He takes out the knees of Perfecto, but dies as he falls to the ground. Alongside the hopes of Vitality, it seems. But ZywOo, well, he's going to work this away slowly, but now spotted. I like this. Perfecto takes to the ladder. Electronic's going to fight. Oh, 24 HP. ZywOo to keep Vitality close. Oh, he's got it.
He did it.
A very critical 3K from ZywOo. A very critical moment for Vitality.
Thank goodness. Now we can build on this. We see if Vitality can put up some kind of argument in this second half. They know this is so, I mean, the odds of them winning, we can see the odds 16-1 in favor of NAVI at this point.
Holy hell.
And that's for good reason. Indomitable in this half. With or without a lead.
Yeah. You know, many have tried and many have fallen to the wayside.
Man, we've got impressive score.
Uh-oh. Awkward.
We're in a situation where Simple is literally the only person negative on NAVI right now.
What is happening?
That is the world we live in today. That obviously will not be the case in a few rounds, but...
Yeah, we'll give him a little time.
Okay.
You good, Apex?
He's thinking.
Thing is, they don't have a frag grenade to blow off the doors. That was the one nade they had.
Oh, is that what happened?
It was the only nade they had.
That makes things a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, so he goes back to spawn, vents his frustration.
Oh, man, and while that happens, NAVI are going to act on this information, though. There's a spot for them. Oh, man, Apex could be tilted off the face of the earth if someone just walks up behind them outside.
The one nade they needed. They've got everything else for the execute.
Oh, they're trying to lure them upstairs and have this fast flank in place by Electronic outside, and he's playing it just composed enough.
ZywOo is watching and has been the entire time.
Oh, we got hit. Oh, my God.
They walk off. Frag goes deep. That's great damage.
That's his position where he throws his utility from.
Oh, can you feel it? Boomich falls down. Deagle's looking good. They're stuck inside the hut. ZywOo drop. Here's Electronic, and they've got a man advantage over Shocks. 20 seconds left. They just need to play the time. And Electronic's tucked in. He looks away, and NAVI with a robbery.
They're literally being taught how to play the round right there.
How dare you?
NAVI encouraged them into this exact setup, and as soon as Electronic, yes, ZywOo is holding in this position up there, but when he can see someone setting up these flashes, they can feel the exec coming. Simple fakes the rotation downstairs, comes back up the vent, walking, and then they get the flank in place, and everybody frags on the upstairs site. Yes, you have to also frag on top of this, but they stacked the correct location and wanted Vitality to come there, and they just jumped in as if they were best friends and not mortal enemies, which they are.
Yeah. Oh, Electronic. Gotta be cautious. Deagles do go the other way.
Yeah.
Scout for the Woo. But Simple. Such a CT star on Nuke. See if he can catch up to his teammates, all of which contribute nowadays. And another example of it. Smokes go deep. Simple doesn't mind about that. Not going to nullify his position. But there's the scout player finding Masuda in the opens, the first piece of the puzzle. The resistance outdoors holds for now. Electronic's been found out. ZywOo suddenly looking for that target instead. Apex also attempts to get wild inside. Something has to happen. Needs to be here in the yard. And Simple right back at it. He's gonna try to rush. Shox moves in. Simple shuts him down. From 4 to 3 to 2. Not many bodies left outside, and Boomich, well, he's had enough.
It's just like you're saying, it's just like tallies.
Yeah. And Electronic's gonna seal the deal. A 13th in from Navi.
Oh, they're just living in Navi's world right now. And that was an attempt. They worked hard just to get space outside. When you see a T-side out there at that range, looking for the duels, they get the 50-50s, they're happy. They want those engagements. Of course, they don't have the best guns to do it. And AUGs are so powerful, damn near as powerful as Ops outside on Nuke, and have even advantages that Ops don't have. You know, the fact that you can take better close-range duels, the fact that you can walk around to multiple spots more quickly. And that's already scary. But we're in a situation where Navi are on 5 rifles, 13-5 in this game. And the pressure just persists.
Right back to the close-range fight. Simple ready for it. You want to duke it out? He's good to go. Just the one, though. Glocks can respond. At least the single frag. Boomich ready yet again. Last time with the MP9. Apex sits above it. His head gets popped. And this one's just way too easy for Navi, as you would expect. This one just continues to collect on the side of Navi. 2 more rounds to lock this second map in. Back-to-back dominant wins.
Insane. Single-digit maps here for Vitality, and it's just setting up the story no matter what happens for this grand finals. Will it be just like this? Of course, coming up next, we have Astralis versus Heroic.
Oh my God.
That's going to be one for the ages.
Apex knife out. He'll be stopped by Boomich. Insta-kill made easy. They're going to just try and trickle through the hut. And a push back around from ramp. Nice play from Navi. The confidence is over the brim. Spilling over in the Royal Arena. Navi with a masterclass on Nuke. And listen, we've come to expect nothing less of them.
Man, picking all the right opportunities. Already we're seeing so many better things out of Navi. Just the lucid calling, the reinforced CT setups, the rotations being so fluid, the reads at every corner. There was nothing from Vitality in that regard. 1 round in this half, and it's the pistol. Some say it's not even real CS.
Perfecto, he doesn't even need to see them. Fires through the smoke. It's a desperate attempt down to the B site. Little team kill here, you know, lend a helping hand.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta help a man out. And Bit, well, it's labored. Ooh, he's not able to get away from it. Electronic's gonna get a clutch attempt, and Vitality a very real chance at a 6th round.
Let's go, Vitality.
Yeah, something. A little something. I mean, like the smallest of somethings.
Navi fans aren't insecure at this point. They could cheer for Vitality. Just for the game, right?
Yeah, you know.
This is a Hisoka following around Gone, okay?
A little pity goes a long way.
As he gets older, he wants his opponent to be good enough before he beats him. He wants a fight.
For now, Vitality continue.
There's that, okay? It's predicated on a hard shot from Simple, a whiff, at least outside. He goes down. A free dink from Bit. Make things more competitive. Very nice of him, very gracious of him to shoot Electronic in the head. He's always got to get some headshot, whether it's on the other team or his. Oh, it's the hot dog man. Give it up for the hot dog man. Don't ask to see it, though.
Electronic's gonna try to play the smoke up close. He didn't get a chance at the clutch last round, so maybe this is his attempt at the multi-kill. Send a message as Vitality, they're not eliminated with this loss, but rather sent down to the lower bracket. Apex sends some rounds through smoke, trades Electronic. It's a solo frag outside. And another fight to unfold. Shox caught. Oh, that's sharp.
Wicked quick.
Bit gonna shut one down towards ramp, and Simple right back at it. Ambitious wall bangs, but that's his style. Bit falls away from this peak, 2 players up, both of them down from the ramp. It's a 2v4 attempt from Vitality. Something to work with. Double door swung wide. Kyojin gets the kill, but there's no plant with it, so now his hands will be busy. But 50 seconds to try his damnedest with still 2 CTs to take. He fakes, he waits, and now he falls. Navi, 16-6. They are your first grand finalist, looking sharper than ever, shining like a diamond, the crown jewel of the Royal Arena.
The better team in black and yellow today. An impressive win. I thought we were going double digits. Based on what we've seen in their head-to-head, I thought we'd see a better Vitality. In that first map, as lopsided as the scoreline was, we saw more fights. Nuke, it was just levels. Nuke, they were out of their league entirely. But that sets up whoever is going to try to come for Navi in the grand finals tomorrow.
Either Vitality gets a 3rd chance, or we're gonna have 5 Danes facing Navi. But this is what you wanna see from a team considered the very best. A team on the cusp of an era is dominance. A strong performance and a clear showing that they are better than the rest.
They can rest easy knowing that they took this game seriously. They prepared, they delivered, and it wasn't close. But we know they won't stop trying. And it could be equally as treacherous to step into the arena with Navi tomorrow, based on what we've seen today.
I mean, is there a weak point? Is there some sort of opening versus this team in this form with these players? It doesn't feel that way. Feels like there's not a single crack in this armor.
It's hard to find one. No bottom fraggers on this squad anymore. Bit getting better every single map. Navi having to rely less on individual performances from Simple. Blade at the helm, who has made his name as a top coach, undoubtedly.
That he has. One of the players, one of the coaches who not only scouted talent for the Navi Junior lineup, but then of course worked with them, primed them, polished them, and welcomed them to this main lineup. Of course, Blade on stage now alongside Machine.
Thank you so much, Scrawny and Launders killing it as always. Yeah, I'm joined by the mastermind of this whole operation. Give it up for Blade, biggest brain in the building. Blade, if you don't mind, I just want to talk it through because you have been a big part of picking and choosing every single member that walks out onto that stage today. And it's been a long process. I'm talking years. You know, you get Simple, you find the right piece, you find Electronic, you find Bit. I mean, talk me through this process. How are you doing it? What's your secret?
Man, I think this is like, for me, it's like a normal process. You are trying to build something, you are looking for a strong piece, like you are removing weak piece.
Yeah.
And you're trying to evolve all the time, and with this evolving, here we are now, Navi.
You are Navi, and Navi has never looked this scary. I was just writing notes, and there was 4 people walking behind me. They just kept saying, they're untouchable. They are untouchable. Do you feel that way sometimes watching your boys play?
No, no. We don't want to feel like that at all, because I think the way how we beat the teams, it's how we respect them, approach them. We trying not to underestimate them.
Yeah, okay. And guys, I'm sure you enjoyed watching Navi play today. And we're going to be seeing you play a whole lot more. I'm sure you've got your preparation to do, but Blade, you've got to be happy to see crowds back for Counter-Strike.
Of course. Thank you a lot. Thank you, guys. You're amazing.
Good. Thank you.
They came, they saw, they conquered, and keep their nuke streak alive in the process. Navi, our first grand finalist here at the Blast Premier Fall Finals 2021 Maniac, and they do it in style.
They are so strong. They are so strong. I mean, look, I'm not going to try and pretend that Vitality did give them a run for the money. That's not what happened.
No.
Navi just went through the motions of winning a game of Counter-Strike when you are the better team, and I think that's the level they have reached right now. I just tweeted, if you want the right to dream about even competing with Navi, you have to play your absolute best Counter-Strike. This was not what Vitality just did. Navi went through the motions, and they won very logically.
Newsflash, Navi are good. All right, in case we didn't know, the team that won the IGS, obviously we've got the major, right? They've just continued to win. And I don't think anybody can touch them at the moment, and it's hard to have the conversation. What else do you want us to say? Yeah, Simple's good, Electronic's good, right? This is the thing. When you look at this Vitality, knowing that this was the chance to get into the grand final, well, they get to play the Constellation final tomorrow, but that'll either be against a Heroic or an Astralis. So with those three names, Heroic, Astralis, Vitality, who is the team you want to take on Navi? Who is the team that could actually give us the best final? Because that's where my mind's at.
If anything, that game makes me respect what Heroic did even more. Right?
Sure.
Heroic pushed Navi to a third map. We had to go the distance. We had 27 rounds on the last map, and then it was finally Navi pushing through the finish line. That was an actual game. So it speaks volume to what Heroic were able to do. Vitality is not a bad team on Counter-Strike. They don't have bad players on Counter-Strike, but they were not able to turn this into an actual contest.
And Heroic, the only team to do that in quite some time for the side of Navi as well. We go on and look at their major streak, absolutely flawless. They're not dropping a single map. So yeah, I think what Maniac says is totally right. Actually kind of put some more stock perhaps in Heroic on what they've been showing.
Oh, for sure, for sure. If we just take a quick look at the scores on the doors right here, this Nuke game, right? 5 kills separating top to bottom, right? It's a team effort. It's a team win. That's not a carry performance. That's not anybody putting anyone in his back pocket here to get this one done. It was a team performance there from Navi, and it did look way too easy. And that's why I have, well, not concerns, just maybe, well, concerns for how competitive the grand final can be.
Let's just say admiration for the Counter-Strike they play. Look, this is the Navi that can do the best of both worlds. It's a Navi that, as a team, can crush you just because they have very good protocols and because they have skills distributed all across the roster. And it is a Navi which one player can take over. On Inferno, it was simple with the simple show. We know Bit can do it. He's done it multiple times. We know Electronic will do it if given the opportunity. So you never know with what sauce they're going to eat you. Is it going to be a team game or is it going to be an individual game? Because they can do both.
Let's talk a little bit about Electronic rather in this particular map. Of course, Chad, as you said, only 5 kills separating the top from the bottom of the scoreboard on Navi. Incredibly impressive. But he was somebody that we were really framing coming into this as having a huge impact on Nuke. Do we see that?
Yeah, of course we did right here. But this is the thing with a player like Electronic in his position. When we sit here on the desk and you hear Launders and Scrawny saying in the cast, yeah, Electronic, one of the best yard lurkers in the world. Simple, one of the best CT side players on Nuke in the world. When those things are said, right, it's difficult to quantify. But watch some of these highlights right here, because the thing that you need to understand, it's not simple as, oh, we throw the smokes and you just play behind them. It's understanding all the different options that are coming your way and how you need to play into this. Because as a space creator in a position like this, a lot of utility is used to give you space, but to be able to continue to be creative with that space is the next most difficult thing.
Tons of decisions, tons of live decisions that Electronic has to make when he plays Counter-Strike. And on top of that, you give him an uncanny ability to shoot headshots, which is the basis of the game. And he's got both of them. Again, the best of both worlds. He knows how to operate the situation, and when given the duel, he wins it.
Just quickly here, right, with the stats as they are, Bit's now the highest rated player in the tournament, Simple number 2, ZywOo in at number 3, but Electronic has now grabbed up into the top 5. He's the 4th highest rated player, right? So that performance right there from him has now given us 3 Navi players in the top 5. And this is the stuff that you could expect with peak Astralis, right? When Astralis was peak in their era, you're having 3 players.
You think they were that high? I feel like these 3 were higher than the Astralis score was ever, on an individual perspective.
Yeah, look, okay, well, let me try again. With the Astralis players, maybe it was Device at 1 or maybe at 2, right? Then a Simple or a ZywOo or somebody else would have been there taking like a top spot, and they would be littered within the top 10, the Astralis players, right? But this right now, the domination that we're seeing here, if they can keep this up, it's the fact, what we talk about with this domination is about not dropping maps. If you're winning tournaments without dropping map, this time they've lost one, so it's not going to be, you know, as fancy as the whole major win. But this is a double elimination bracket, so it's a different way to do it. More games being played in that regard right there. That's where the domination is. Like, the scorelines can be close. We saw last time these 2 teams played, it was close. This time, it wasn't close at all, right? And you're talking about Inferno maybe not being an elite level team on that map. Well, they can change that. And they even joke in interviews, I swear it must be a joke, that, oh yeah, the Navi Academy team, they like Vertigo, so we just prac Vertigo against them on the side. We'll be a 7-map pool team, don't you worry about it.
That'd be the end of the game.
Yeah, no,
I don't want them to be the 7. I don't want Navi to play 7 maps. I don't, for the integrity of the competition. We have to have a way in to beat them. please do not play 7 maps.
And I mean, the fact that we heard Blade saying just before coming into this game as well, you know, we might be showing some new stuff on Nuke. We've got a few things in the works. I don't think they even had to show that, but that is even more dangerous when we're going into this grand final. If they are put in a position where, you know, they're tucked, they're pushed into a corner, man, we know that NAVI have some more things up there.
That's what happens when your basics are so good, when your players are so good, when your protocols are so good, the contingencies are perfect, then you don't actually need to dig so deep into the playbook. You don't need that diamond strategy to win rounds, because individuals will give you rounds. Handling your nerves, knowing how to react to trades, that is what NAVI is doing. Everyone can do it now all across the board. We have Perfecto with that crazy clutch. You didn't even mention him at the desk. So when you have such a great arsenal, you don't need to dig deep into the diamond tactics. That's for later. That's for the grand final.
And a thoroughly deserved spot in the grand final. Indeed, our first team cementing themselves there. Of course, as you were mentioning, SPUNJ, that doesn't mean that Vitality are down and out just yet. They will be waiting in the lurches in that consolidation final.
Yeah, second chance, right? They're the only, well, they became the only team who had 2 cracks at, you know, not losing and not going out of the tournament here. So fortunate for them. And I think the game against either Astralis or Heroic will be much closer than the one that we've just seen here today.
Yeah, and this is the game you do not want to be missing, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hometown sides going head-to-head in our final game of the day, and we are sharpening up the knives on the chopping block. One team will be going straight to that consolidation final, the other team eliminated, and it's Astralis taking on Heroic up next.
brand new chapter in the illustrious Astralis story. How can a team so consistently change so drastically without compromise to performance? Heroic, the coming-of-age story of Danish youngbloods, tenacious and ambitious. Is today the day the prince usurps the throne?
Oh! Oh, but they still go by. Lucky sprays away. Oh, he's got a 4K.
We're going to be naming spots after him.
Two-man advantage. They steal the MP9 and the FAMAS as well. Got to be real careful here, Stown. You need to take more than a couple. Oh, and the bursts at the end.
A Danish derby to round out the day, and time for the Vikings to unsheath their swords. Things are about to get electric here in the Royal Arena as Heroic are taking on Astralis, both on home soil. And man, Maniac, both of these teams have fought bitterly to get in this very position.
Two teams, two names that have been established in Danish Counter-Strike for quite a while now. And if you're new to Counter-Strike, if you've just been here for a few years, you might think that Astralis is the established team and Heroic is the up-and-coming. Well, I got news for you. Things have changed. The situation is completely reversed now. Heroic is a team that had very good results in the last few months. Astralis just went off a roster change that seems to be working wonder, but they're actually the new roster. They're the new kids, sort of, a roster compared to Heroic.
Yeah, I think that combo, obviously, Blame and Config coming from Complexity has done a lot for the team, especially on Mirage, right? The fact that they gave them a massive leg up on that map. And I just think here, in the context of this game, the previous did us a favor, right? It allowed the fans to rest their voices for what should be just an absolute banger, right? They didn't have to get too excited about two absolute smashings. Now, this one, with the type of Counter-Strike we've seen this lineup on your screen right here play, going up against Heroic, who are also quite biffy, also quite reactive, it should be a great game of CS. Now, it should be, right? That's the keys here. And those conditions are going to rely on what we've seen continuing, right? Blame F, Config playing lights out Counter-Strike. The Bash Brothers, I want to call them. We've got the Berserker and the Boulder, right? The two of them here getting on.
I dig that.
Yeah, and I think that the two individuals right here have been plugged in and are the stars of this team almost immediately. And I don't know if that was what was expected.
What I really like about these two now coming into the Astralis project, besides the numbers, which by the way are completely bonkers, these two are one of the very best players we have at the event, by far 4th and 5th respectively. But I like the balance that it brings in terms of personality, right? To play in front of a stage, you need to have people who can feed off the energy, and you need to have people who can keep their nerves calm and make the right decisions when it matters the most. And I feel like when you have Zipnix in the lineup, when you have Glaive as well, and then on the other hand you have Blame F and Config going bonkers when they find these skills, you get the best, right? You can feed off the crowd and stay calm, and that's a massive balance to be found.
I love that point, because we saw the absolute pure, unadulterated energy, particularly coming out of Blame F and some of those incredible moments. Even when we were just back down in the player booths, no crowd in sight, his reactions to some of the shots he was taking, despite feeling a bit under the weather as well, were absolutely nuts.
Yeah, and those two are like that on Complexity as well, right? They were the heart, at least they would wear their heart on the sleeve in the way that they would approach these situations, and Glaive was always that man as well. So now you have the three of them right there. You know, hopefully we don't see any desk slamming moments, but, right, they're very, very passionate individuals. And then you contrast that with the two players who have ended up being the anchors for this team, which is Zip, and then the unlikely Lucky, who's done a really good job. And one of the things with Lucky here, keeping his cool, you would think that Zip's the one for the team leading the clutches, just being the clutch minister and all that. It's actually Lucky in the tournament who has 5 1vx situations tied with Stown from Heroic, who's in the same boat with 5. So if Lucky keeps his nerve and just keeps chewing his gum and yeah, okay, yeah, fist bump, yeah, nice guys, just want a big clutch, don't worry about it. Right, he's just so nonchalant about the whole thing here. And you're not expecting that from a kid who's jumped in front of this kind of a crowd. If that continues, it is a fairy tale run.
And the story about Lucky, you know, as soon as we saw the switch happening in terms of who was yielding the AWP, of course, Glaive has been doing it, Config's been doing it, and Lucky just a little bit. Suddenly the story began in the entire universe that, well, Lucky, I hope you enjoy your time in Astralis, because in a few weeks, that's the door for you. That's what people say. That's what he probably is reading left and right. And then even in that kind of weird predicament he finds himself in, as Chad is saying, he's becoming an absolute rock, right? Anytime he's tested, very calm, cool, collected. He knows when to be aggressive, when to be passive. He's clutching. He's having multi-kills with the M4. I feel like his story is changing. Every single game that passes, he becomes a more prevalent and kind of responsible part of that whole puzzle. So it's kind of great what's happening in front of our eyes in a span of a few hours.
Yeah, I love that merging of the two different types of pressure for Lucky. The pressure of, you know, being on Astralis and your role changing, having to adapt to that, but the pressure of being on that big stage as well. Lucky is just simply flourishing in it. And I like how you kind of frame that. The unexpected kind of hero of the team at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, right? Because I was expecting him to be more of a Kyojin, right? And he's not.
Definitely not.
Right, he's not. He's having impact here. Now, look, obviously the stats aren't always going to be fantastic, but this is the narrative coming out of the team, right? the narrative coming out of the team is, yeah, we had a discussion and this is what we think was best for the team. And they've only had 11 days worth of practice. What they're basically playing off right now is momentum and the fact that they've been in this black box. They've still only had to play 5 maps. Nobody's tried to punish them on a Vertigo or an Ancient just yet. FaZe tried to punish them on Mirage, so you can see how just deadly that black box is. And what I think is cool about this is if you do have like Ave behind you and Glaive who can prep some game plans with BlameF there, you can almost tailor your approach to your opponents, right? And now you've had all day to do that. On the flip side of this, you have Heroic, who Refresh made a tweet. He's not feeling well. He didn't get a lot of sleep. They're going to go up as a team who's already going to be quite depleted, just based off their first match of the day. That was a very, very close game against Liquid.
Yeah, it was an absolute brawl for them to be making it to the spot, playing 2 games in one day. Of course, never easy for a team as well. It's a question of stamina. I do want to go back to some of the key storylines of Astralis. So you gave us a nice little overview yesterday, Chad, of what we've learned thus far about this new Danish squad. I want to talk a little bit about Glaive, picking up that AWP and kind of the pressure that he might be feeling on his shoulders, you know, cooling, having this AVP role as well. And there was a nice little quote that we found yesterday from an interview, 6 months ago from Glaive, saying about, you know, without a star AWPer, we're not going to be back to the informal Astralis you know and love. So, man, he's just putting himself in that position to do that.
Yeah, he put himself in a very dark and dangerous corner, to be honest, because, yes, he is one of the school of thought where you need a star AWPer to be performing. Now, he is taking that job. He's taking that responsibility. And I have a sensation that, for what we have seen base here, he's actually able to step up and find entry kills when he needs to. Now, the thing is, there's going to be a moment in that game or in that LAN where this system finds its limits. And this is when we're going to start talking about, okay, but can you really do it? For now, it's working. Glaive is occasionally picking it on the T side and then Config and Lucky on the CT side. That's working. Now, the question is, can you actually be the best in the world with that? And that was the question that Glaive was posing.
See, one of the things here is Astralis were a very system-heavy team. And within that system, Device operated and Glaive was the in-game leader. Now, I'm not saying that Glaive made Device. I'm not saying that at all, but Glaive played with Device and understood the way that Device wanted to AWP. So him wielding it, he's definitely not as mechanically strong as a primary AWPer, but understanding the positioning of it, and it's not used as the spearhead here. But you know what's quite curious? I just took a quick look. He has the most opening kills in the entire event so far, right? With Config at number 2. So
he's making the
great.
work. He's making the work. Now, if I get the flip side of that, and if I can play devil's advocate for a second now, the only downside, or one of the downside of that trade that you get, is that on the CT side mostly, when Glaive is holding angles, that should be 99% kills.
Yeah.
We know the great AWPers of that world, they'll do it. We talk about, of course, Simple Zai with Device for that matter. Glaive actually drops down to 70-80%, right? There is a possibility, there is a pretty much clear scenario he could miss that shot that destroys the system. And that, to me, is the only argument you can put against him. What if you miss the shot that your whole system has designed you to hit, but mechanically speaking, you missed the shot?
Yeah, that right there is the difficult thing to watch, is when if it was a primary AWPer, they would hit that shot. So the positioning's there. But the nuke clutch he had, was pretty spicy, right? The 2 quick ones. So maybe he just needs the pressure to be really high so he can hit some of the bangers with the AWP here, because it would be a really curious story arc if Glaive went, well, Fallen did it, so I'm just going to start
MSF
now.
did it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. But they've already got 4. He's already got 4 majors. He's like, okay, well, now I want a new challenge. I'll be an AWPing in-game leader. If that actually becomes the story arc for this team, yeah, all the power to them, but history's going to tell if that is going to be the case or not.
Another big change to the squad, obviously their map pool, which I guess isn't really a surprise when you see the likes of Config and, of course, BlameF. Throw back to those complexity days. I think for me, Config is just synonymous with that aggression. Doesn't matter whether it's CT side, doesn't matter whether it's T side or Mirage, just always going full force. So it kind of makes sense with them switching over to that. You know, BlameF can give Glaive a little bit of input on terms of how to play that map, because we hadn't seen Astralis playing that in, what, over 900 days or something ridiculous?
Yeah, I believe that's one of the reward of having Config and BlameF in your team, is that even though you might not have the deepest understanding and the deepest protocols for every map, these individual will facilitate you into winning rounds. We've seen Config do it time and time again on the T side. BlameF is one of the highest CT-sided player that we have in the game as well here at the event. So these players on their own will help you win rounds. They have easy, quick ways. They make the difference individually. So I don't think the map pool of Astralis right now is that deep, but does it matter to win when you have the players making that difference?
It's something that is fantastic, that the hardest area of the map to hold or have a cohesive understanding on a map like Mirage is middle, because the window smokes, the cat smokes, the Molotovs, can they creep through? Well, having Config and Blame play the same positions that they used to play on complexity with each other meant that Glaive, all right, mate, you come over. If we need you, throw a flash. Lucky, you anchor the A bomb site. Zip, you anchor the B bomb site. Just deal with it, and we'll take care of middle, right? And that right there was what we saw against FaZe. So that right there is a positive, but it's information to work with now. If you're that of Heroic and you consider this matchup that we're looking at here, it didn't work for the side of FaZe, but now you have a demo to watch.
Yes.
Is that enough information information, right? It's only one demo, but it's still going to be very telling of just the basics.
And you're mentioning that game plan where obviously you're going to lead a lot of resources to BlameF and Config. They are the tip of your spear, your proverbial spear on Mirage, right? I would try and flip the script and talk about Zip and Lucky and how they have to adapt and they have to live find solutions and understand where and how they have to position themselves. Usually we talk about Astralis and we say, what? They have the best game plan, they've optimized every single protocols, they have the best contingency plans. Forget all about that. Right now it's about people live actually knowing how to react to situations they haven't really probably theorized yet.
Here's the thing, we're talking about their map pool in the sense of, you know, what are they good at? And obviously we don't know just yet. But what do they pick? Because it's been quite Nuke heavy.
I know.
And they've only won it once out of the 3 times. So that becomes a real question. Where do you want to go against a heroic here as far as the map pool? I'm scratching my head a little bit. I'm not sure.
My problem is I would give you Dust 2, but then heroic will remove it anyways. So,
yeah.
You know, Astralis have been decent on Dust 2. That could be something.
Yep.
Do you go to Mirage? But that would mean that you have a blind trust on UT side and on BlameF and Config kind of leading you, metaphorically to the win, which is kind of complicated. Inferno could be an option, but Heroic have just shown a very decent map, so I agree with you. We have the Vita coming in right there.
They're leaving Ancient open, okay? Right here.
You think Cadian jumps on that opportunity?
Well, that's the thing. It didn't work for FaZe going into Mirage. Does Cadian want to risk it? I wouldn't, right? I would back the fact that they're the more established team. They have the deeper map
There we
pool.
go.
Wow.
We live in a world, Cal, where Astralis picks Mirage against Heroic. Welcome to 2021.
Actually going to pick it. Man, okay, just contextualize it for anybody else at home who wasn't watching the Astralis versus FaZe game. FaZe did pick that indeed into Astralis. They thought it was a punch pick. Unfortunately, came back to bite them, but now Astralis think they can punish Heroic with it.
I wonder if Cadian actually doesn't pick Nuke right there, saying, you know what, we've played that map, it hasn't been too great. You've also shown all your cards. We know all you're going to do. You don't have a lot of B plans. You've played it so much that you've gone through the whole asset list, so not exactly sure.
I wouldn't mind.
There you go.
Okay, all right. I was going to say an overpass because knowing that Glaive is the primary AWP on that A bomb site is something that I think Cadian could be willing to play with or play against, but no, going into Nuke here. So I think right now, Glaive is going to be pretty happy. They've got a map they've played 3 times, the map they have the most official practice on, I suppose.
Yeah. It's the angle of the preparation as well. Like, one of the arguments that we've put forth for Astralis is the idea of the black box, right? You play against them, you don't really know what the hell you're expecting now. They have played Nuke a fair amount of times, so if you're Heroic, maybe you actually know exactly the limited amount of cards they can play in their deck.
Oh, look at this map pool, right? The fact that Astralis get away with not having to worry about Ancient either, right? Vertigo, this is the thing that teams are scared for good reason, right? Because we're in such a prep-heavy version of Counter-Strike right now, as far as the meta goes, that they don't want to take these risks right here. So Inferno, as the decider, if we need to get there, I think that both teams, before we get into the server, are going to be very happy with the first 2, right? And that just seems strange. It's like it's not targeted picks at all, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, we'll try our luck again on Mirage, I suppose.
I still feel like Astralis is taking a mini gamble with a Mirage pick. There has to be some sort of knowledge we don't have, because you go from not playing the map for so long to then now picking it into Heroic. So surely BlameF and Config come together to Glaive say, listen, this is how we're going to win. We're going to just hand you the paper and hoping that it works.
Well, speaking of BlameF, we are going to get the chance to catch up with him ahead of this crucial elimination series.
I've got BlameF with me from Astralis, and, well, Blame, you're in different colors, but you're still doing the same old thing. You and Config are just fragging out like nothing changed. How's it feeling?
I mean, it feels awesome playing in this team, and I really like not being ideal anymore and not having to have that extra pressure on my shoulders. So I think it's just more comfortable now trying to play my own game and, yeah, focus on fragging.
And you really are focused on fragging. You've been putting in good numbers. But I want to ask about Mirage. Not really a map that Astralis were known for. How much of that is your involvement? Because I know you and Config used to do work on it.
Yeah, I definitely helped a lot on that map, and we took a lot from obviously my philosophy on how to play that map, because we were pretty good in complexity on the map at one point at least. So yeah, I feel like I'm helping a lot on that one and calling a lot as well and giving ideas a lot of the times.
And let's look at this whole Astralis lineup as it is, right? We're seeing Lucky perform pretty well, yourself and Config doing it at the same time. Even Glaive's had some moments there on the AWP as well. Did you guys expect to have this kind of success so early on?
No, not really, to be honest. I think we kind of think of this as a little bit more longer project, like longer-term project.
Yeah.
Obviously, we haven't had that much practice, and there's some maps we only had a couple scrims on. So there's a lot of stuff that in the moment is hard to adapt to because we haven't really talked about it at all. But we're, of course, very happy that we get this success already and get a little bit of a head start, instead of getting a bad start. It's nice to have a little bit of a you know, some confidence going because you're getting some wins early on. That's really nice.
And the fact you're having to communicate in Danish, right, obviously is going to be a help for sure. But also, we're talking about Danish. We've got to be looking at this rivalry between yourself and Heroic, because is this the battle for the #1 team in the land?
No, I don't think so. Not in my opinion, at least. I think it's too early. Like we just came together, us 5. You know, we haven't had that much practice and stuff like that. You know, so I think we're gonna be able to put up a fight. And I think we can win the match tonight. But for me, at least for me personally, it's not about like the battle of the greatest team in Denmark right now. I think that's way too early for me, at least. But that's gonna come eventually.
I respect it, mate. But what advantage do you see that you guys have of the team at the moment over Heroic?
It depends what maps we're going to play tonight, of course. Maybe we're going to play some maps that we didn't play the other days, and then maybe we're going to have some advantages. But obviously, if we are playing the same maps, then they might have a little bit, like, then it's, you know, like that is kind of the same, because then they have seen how we played. But yeah.
We're going into the unknown, and I like it. Good luck, Blame.
Thank you.
Great to get to hear from Blame. Thank you so much, James, for that one, as always. I wanted to pick up a little point that Blame was just talking about there, or actually James alluded to, the fact that, you know, Blame F is actually switching back to his native tongue.
Yeah, and look, I believe that language is a massive thing in Counter-Strike. It's down to the smallest of details here. If you can communicate in your native tongue and you're not dropping any slack, and also as part of this, with complexity, they had people who weren't necessarily great at English, right? You know, they spoke English, right, as their second language, but it wasn't as good as Dane's English, right? So there's some little details there to pick up on as well. So all in all, I think that just makes Config and Blame better, right? It's going to be easier for them.
Well, on the other side of the server is, of course, going to be Heroic, and we do have the chance to catch up with Cadian ahead of this game.
I got Cadian with me again, as they've stumbled and managed to make it over the first hurdle, but now the next one is a big one for the Danish crowd. How is it feeling for you? Because one thing I'm worried about, Cadian, and I love your energy, but you spent a lot of it in that first game screaming and shouting.
I did. Kind of exhausted by now, but I mean, it's difficult to make a format where you get a lot of games in the arena, everyone gets a chance, and where some teams don't have to play twice a day. But that was it for FaZe yesterday, and it's it for us today, and it's definitely a big task, you know. You put so much energy into it, like you said, 4 hours, straight fire, and now we need 4 more.
Now, one thing I know is you guys will never give though, right? You're always giving full energy. What are some of the things you're doing, though, between where the first game was to where we are now?
I don't think we've done anything like special. We just had a shower, some food, talked a little bit, prepared, and that's about it.
And in terms of this matchup against Astralis, right now you are the #1 team in Denmark, but how are you thinking about the crowd? Do you think they'll be more on Astralis' side or your side?
I think they'll be more on Heroic side, to be honest, but it's difficult to say. There's a lot of fans with both jerseys, so I mean, it's super difficult to say. I also think that there's a lot of people here who is maybe like just fan of Danish Counter-Strike, and for them it doesn't matter if it's Astralis or Heroic, but we'll see.
And how hard has it been for you to prepare for Astralis? Because we still don't fully know their map pool. They've not shown us so many games.
Yeah, there's not much to look at, but we played many games against each other in the past, so we know how Blame likes to think, how Blame F likes to think from the complexity days. So I think it's maybe more of like philosophy kind of thinking than it is of like what have they actually been running in these 2 or 3 games.
And are you worried about their Mirage at all?
Not worried, but they played a good one last time. I think the map pool it's a bit different from what it used to be. So maybe we'll also have a way of punishing that. At least I don't see a map that they can pick where they should have like a lot of comfort against us.
I love it. Love the confidence. Good luck.
Thank you, man.
Oh, it's absolute.
Well, Heroic know there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders coming into this one, and they're definitely familiar with this pressure, as we saw earlier on against Liquid, of all teams, really pushing them to the limit to get the spot here.
Yeah, Cadian and X Factor, honestly, not having the best of time at this event, 0.86 rating so far. But the fact of the matter is that in the last 2 of the 3 maps he played, he actually found a way to have impact. So this is the Cadian we want to see. Forget about the entire event. Think about these last 10 rounds. If that's the Cadian we see, there's a chance of winning for Heroic. But he cannot disappear the way he's been playing so far.
Yeah, look, we definitely want to see the Cadian here, that it looks flary on the AWP like this. I think here the Cadian that referenced that he hasn't been in his best form, this is all going to be forgotten right now, but in terms of this team today, it was actually Tessus who was leading the charge as far as opening kills went for them here. If Cadian can start doing that on the AWP, and I think he should be able to find some more against a team, I say this, it should be the same as Liquid, I feel, right? Both teams, Astralis and Liquid, are going to be a little bit loose around the edges here, and that should be good for an AWP to find picks, but we didn't see all of that. We did see him come alive a little bit later. I just want to make a quick point here. I don't think I've ever been in an arena arena where the crowd cheers for the veto. We just had the veto come up on the screen.
Mirage, man.
And Astralis picked Mirage, and the crowd cheered. Wait, we're cheering for vetoes now, are we? All right, it doesn't take a lot to get these guys going.
Maybe a lot of puggers in the crowd. I don't know, man. Going with a bit of Mirage there. I'm really excited to see that Mirage on the table. I mean, if you're Heroic, what are you thinking coming into this first map of the series?
I think Tezis is the name we need to mention. I think the work he does on Mirage is absolutely stellar. He is rock solid on the B side. He can be aggressive. He can have that, that extra step. Not only does he stop the defense or the offense rather, but he knows when he needs to be aggressive. He knows when he needs to take map control. Tezis is a name that is so far shining bright for Heroic, 1.11 rating, and on Mirage, he's going to be a player that we have to keep an eye on.
Well, we've got our map cemented, and it is Mirage up first. All we have to do now is get our teams onto the stage. But before we do that, we're going to kick it to a quick break. And when we come back, it's a Danish derby in Astralis taking on Heroic. Two Danish Titans ready to get on this stage in the Royal Arena, and what a stage to be doing it on. The fans are definitely out in full force for both sides of the equation. I cannot wait to see what kind of the atmosphere is going to be like.
Yeah, counting a few extra Astralis jerseys here, but those Astralis fans right now are going to need to wait and see what the T side of Astralis is going to look like here on Mirage. It was all CT-sided Counter-Strike yesterday, so this T side is going to be very telling of just how much they could possibly have worked on in just 11 days.
It's going to put pressure on the individuals for you. The individuals from Astralis have to save them from the lack of depth in terms of tactics. We have to see Config, we have to see BlameF, hell, we even have to see the AWP of Glaive. If everything comes together, then we have a game.
I really love this new look Astralis and the spice they are bringing to the server as well. But speaking on the other side of the server, of course, Heroic, we've already seen them play once today, and it was not an easy feat versus Team Liquid, a team that we thought were a dead team walking coming into this event, actually testing the Danes to their very limit.
Yeah, we just need to see if there's any energy left in the tank. There's no question, can this team take it to a squad like Astralis? The skills there, the players are there, the hype is going to be there, but is there any energy left in the tank?
A lot of questions coming into this one, and hopefully time to get some answers. 2 Danish Titans are ready to enter the stage, so give it up for Astralis and Heroic.
Hello, Copenhagen. Hello to everyone watching around the world. 8,000 Danes gathered to celebrate Counter-Strike, and I can't wait. Now, I used to host this stage a while ago before the world changed forever, 2017. I asked a favor of the crowd, and I'm going to ask it one more time, because this is a big one. We got 10 Danes back there, 8,000 up here, and I'd like to ask all of you, if you wouldn't mind, just getting that phone out of your pocket, and I want to make a core memory. This is already the biggest memory of their life, but get that torch on for this walkout. Oh, I see you doing it already. I want them to come out of that stage and have no idea that Counter-Strike could look and feel this way. Look at what you have done. Beautiful, beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Astralis Heroic begins now. Wow! Breathe it in, lads, breathe it in. You'll wake up for another 364 days and it won't be like today. I've got Config on one side, Cadian on the other. I want to start with this fella right here. Config, there was times when your future was uncertain, and now they're chanting your name, they're cheering your team, and you're stepping into that lower bracket final. Good vibrations, you feel like this is what it was all about?
This is everything we wanted. This is what we were looking forward to, and we're gonna show you guys tonight how we play CS.
It hasn't been that long. Like, you guys haven't had much time to practice. How are you already so scary in the server? What's your secret?
We have 5 good individual players. We have a great in-game leader, and we have Ave as coach. We're just ready as we are.
Yeah, and is it a pleasure to be doing it with your brother in arms, Flame, along with Side for the Ride?
Well, you're gonna see, Machine, you're gonna see.
Mysterious, mysterious. Now, hello, Mr. Casper Cadian Muller. Now then. Sometimes we talk about a 6-man. We talk about having the crowd advantage. There's no denying it's about a 60-40.
Yeah, they might have a small edge, but we've stolen quite a few Astralis fans in the past with winning, and we're just gonna win again and let the Counter-Strike speak.
Now, you've been really clear. You've been really clear. You've been grinding, you've shown your ability. Are you gonna show us exactly what you're capable of on land today?
Yeah, we showed that at the major. We showed that earlier today. Let's do it one more time, baby.
Let's do it one more time. Royal Arena, it's time. Danish Derby, live from Copenhagen.
Holy hell, have the Danes showed up tonight, and what a spectacular moment we have on our hands. This is literally history in the making. 2 fully Danish rosters, a sold-out Danish arena, and a lot of bragging rights on the line between these 2 teams.
Potentially the first time that we've seen this. Shout out to everybody who's been here since day 1, and shout out to everybody who's just joining us on day 2. This is the most packed that I've seen it.
I can't wait, man. Simple as that. This is an incredible electricity in the air at the moment. You can feel the Counter-Strike. You can feel the anticipation. And well, we're almost there, folks.
Now we have 2 Danish teams going head-to-head, and you brought it up. Potentially the first time we've ever seen 10 Danes go head-to-head in front of a Danish crowd.
Sold out.
In a sold-out arena. This will be history one way or the other. And you know, I like to be biased.
Yeah.
Not to Astralis, not too heroic, but to the fans in the crowd, to the country that we're in. And now, I can yell every round.
Yeah, every single one.
Every single one.
And I know
I want to thank NAVI for making this quick. Okay, I was worried about Scrawny's voice coming into this match, and now that we're here, we can let it all hang out. It's been 2 years since we've had the ability to watch Counter-Strike on LAN in front of this audience, and we know this moment is going to be sweet for everybody here. And if you missed the first ones, don't worry, this is going to be better.
Yeah. The best that Blast has ever had to offer. It's only day 2, but it's the day of the Danes.
The reason why we've seen so many clutch rounds, so many aces, and so many whiffs is all because of you in the crowd. All because of the fans. The best version of CS possible. It's all because of this wonderful live experience. Your chants, your cheers, your boos are going to carry these rounds and are going to take your team to the win or the loss. So be with them every single round.
For better or for worse, we had both. You mentioned cheers, boos. We weren't sure coming into this head-to-head between Heroic and Astralis where everybody was going to lie. We know that the love is strong for Counter-Strike in Denmark. And I can feel it, they can too. Villains, heroes, gods amongst men, that's what we have ahead of us. the best that Denmark has to offer. Some of the best that CS has ever seen.
Absolutely. We've got the promising roster of Astralis who have found brothers in each other that show up today and show up yesterday and play the A game that they didn't even know they had in front of a crowd. They can even look to Lucky and know he's not going to be a question. And for Heroic, the biggest threat to the Astralis era in Denmark that we've ever seen. A powerful team that plays their own brand of CS that came up together. That might very well be the main threat of this tournament. As Cadian said, whoever wins this match may have bragging rights for the next few months, or who knows, even a year. We'll see.
And of course,
but it's going to come down to who wins.
That's the sad reality. Only one of these 5 can move forward. And one of them falls here tonight, Saturday in Copenhagen. You know what? Tonight, it's a Dane eat Dane world. Can you let me hear you roar?
Thank you, Copenhagen.
Let's get it on.
And before we can even think, we're already off to the first round of the game. Out to the A exec. Plank coming in, Zipix does it safely. Refresh takes one off. Clips his wings.
Tessa's coming back around from the ramp. He's gonna find the head of Glaive. It's a good flank. On for the retake. Cadian, another execution. That's Lucky out of Palace. It's just gonna be the jungle play. Config caught. But can he fight? Tooth and nail. Down goes Refresh. It's the complexity duo. Shush on the defuse. And Heroic. They take first blood.
And the quick one from Cadian. Denying the Berserker at the bottom of Connector. That's a pistol round 1. But we can see Glaive laser focused because we know what this plant can mean. It'll be competitive in the second. It'll be expensive for the CT side. There'll be a chance here to answer back. Heroic on full alert, Astralis on notice. And the third round near, but before that, into the rifle. Glaive goes down instantly. 1 of 2 guns for Astralis on this round. Picked off at the top of mid before the game plan can see its fruition.
Walkout's denied. Shush, oh, nice dink as well. Rock solid defense with the frag going deep and Shush going heavy on the A1S. Blame F. All that remains in mid. Bomb nowhere to be found. Conversion looking, okay.
Right.
Man, I've seen some crazy shots coming out of Blame F and Config. Those types of kills as well. Firing a bullet just as they round the corner, almost weaving them to the heads of their enemies.
In a match that's going to be this close, every little bit of damage matters. Every kill will count. Every frag a dent to the economy and the future of the round, but Tesses will make sure that Blame doesn't get more. Specializing in his role as the lurker, but showing that he can be dynamic on this version of Astralis, taking on plenty of entry duels. And they've been ambitious in their defaults, using different players as lurkers, different players as clutchers, and being incredibly difficult to read. Cadian swings out with tempo into underpass. He'll be ahead of the movements here as Astralis run above him towards the B site.
It's just a sprint. It's a desperate attempt with so little to work with, but Config cut off. He was the front runner. And a good bit of distance between him and everybody else. Even more distance between Blame F and his team. But that doesn't stop him from finding at least that one out from Palace. It's a player shaved off the A site. Still 2 for Heroic inside mid. And Refresh. Well, he thinks about going for the challenge. It's just that one Deagle. We've already seen BlameF pull off a Deagle ace. A second seems impossible. Refresh toying with the peak. The threat's right there, and so he shuts it down, but there is still a trade. The Glocks, well, they do damage, but so does Stown as he comes to the top of middle, wary of the push from underpass. Instead, it's Lucky to find footing on B. However, bomb cut off. That's the awkward spot. And TSS with eyes over.
There is a mid round. Look at this overemphasis on mid from Heroic. They will be waiting. TSS gonna casually spot the cross. And Xyp9x takes damage. He might not be able to get out. Looks like he does. The plant will go down.
He's got it. That's money. Hell, that's a bit of a win as far as Astralis are concerned. And, well, what if they took it away? That would we talk about for a long time, but that's not going to happen. Stown and Shush, easy pickups on the retake. Heroic, the 3-0 start.
Showing their strongest face right away. Astralis, we know their CT sides can be absolutely deadly, but they need to prove it on both. There will be no easy maps in this series. Nuke coming up next, the one constant for them in the veto. Leaning into Mirage of all maps. A map we never thought we'd see Astralis champion. And now a full-fledged rifle here with Config as the sole and primary op. The answer, though, from Heroic with 2 back.
2 snipes up from Heroic, quick jump from Cadian, and Config almost able to catch it, but it's Cadian to strike first in the gun round.
And the guard comes down with the first shot going awry.
A 6-1 start from him. Cadian said it himself at the tip of this stage, in the center, in the heart of this crowd. Let's let the counter-strike speak for itself, he said. And so far, Astralis silent.
Never a fun position from the IGL. Glaive from the grave will have to make the calls. Or will he hand over the mid round to BlameF? A seasoned caller at this point in his career. Still keeping options open. Time on their side, even if there aren't numbers.
Risky exploration. Stown with that second op decides to push into Palace. You'd think that would be his limitation. Instead, he accepts the challenge. Cadian, well, he could get caught by this ramp peak. It's gonna come down to a matter of timing. Config looking for this. Oh, but Cadian's got himself a second. Man advantage here for Heroic, not to mention this flank from Stown. If Lucky doesn't fight his way out, then suddenly he's gonna get attacked from the back as his teammates need him most. He just gets around the corner. Stown, an attack, and the bomb now dropped, 25 seconds, and this looks like another one from Heroic. Xyp9x, no, nothing. The Oppers make a world of difference, and Heroic with a flawless start.
Wonderful movements throughout. Stown taking over Palace control. A call out. Only the Deagle in hand. What a risk to take. But it bore fruit. Made his way around for the flank. Cadian, a huge confidence duel, winning that versus Config, waiting for the pick. Few are faster than the Berserker, but Cadian with the perfect pre-aim proves he can hang.
You see it in his eyes? The way he looks over his shoulder, like he knows this is a good start.
Smiles on the faces of Heroic as they kick off this next round with the 2 ops in play. Imbued with the confidence of knowing that they're that much closer to taking a map. That could be pivotal in this series.
Single AK-47 for BlameF. Clearly some limitations, but Astralis to fight regardless. Quick boost, I like the routing. Refresh, look at that! Catching him off guard. Blame walks out from ramp. He wants to find his impact. Stown gonna miss the shot, as we do have Astralis drop into the A site.
It's been
bomb
compromised.
included. Stown's Deagle starts to sing, using his sidearm of all things. A cover towards the CT spawn. Shush making contact. BlameF, no impact. But Lucky, well, he actually gets the kill beyond. and 2 of Astralis' best clutchers in a 2 versus 3. Now Lucky has his hands on an M4. What a star he's been. They're both just gonna fall back, and Heroic, well, they drop utility on top of this bomb. They're gonna try to cause a little bit of confusion. Cadian takes the front. Lucky, he's swinging out. The defuse at the 3-second mark.
Oh.
Nothing at all.
Enormous impact from Cadian.
Heroic on fire.
11-1. During the online era, Cadian made a name for himself on this very map. In grand finals, more than once. This match is just to get one step closer. Right now, we know Astralis can rely on their riflers, but may need to lean on their opping ability. Config and Glaive have been that for them. Config, no questions. Glaive, slow start, but got there. But Cadian has been there.
A peek from Stown. We saw a very similar play from FaZe to attack this T side of Astralis, to come out from the bottom of Connector and interrupt these middle setups. Astralis, they love to get this portion of the map to start. And this time they are given a bit of room. That one attempt at a peek nets them nothing for Heroic. They sit back.
We've seen some fantastic rounds from Astralis with this amount of control in the past, but this is a level above in terms of competition.
More and more room. They're taking space, and
oh, B site is got
Cadian.
Just Cadian.
It's it. It's a one-man army and a one gun to try and hold. First miss, and there it is. Walks back into the shot of Glaive. Stown will kill that lurk towards mid. Blame F not going to be a part of this post plant. But the best position Astralis have had yet. And sometimes Config goes hard.
They won't even attempt it.
Really?
Walking it back.
Really?
Stown walks underpass. Their goal is to protect all exits and make sure no one from Astralis survive. Astralis have their work cut out for them, even in this situation.
I'll be damned. You know, we've had a lot of conversation lately in terms of saving being more and more prominent within competitive CS, and it felt like LAN, that was sort of slipping away. We've got damage on the exit.
They worked their way out.
Yeah. Fight for the round or not, Config's gonna shut you down. And we've got Astralis on the scoreboard.
That can make a world of difference. Battling your way back. No, Astralis have already shown, or Heroic have already shown us that they're here to play the game, and they are here to deliver for the audience at home. Astralis have given us a taste. 2 in a row would mean the world. Heroic instantly call a timeout. Assess the options. Losing a couple of valuable mines. And the talk goes on.
Man, talk about tense. 5-0 start, 1 kill, save called, immediate timeout.
They have, Cadian put so much stock in himself, playing that B site solo. Again, no support. A huge risk. With this scoreline, you could see why he wanted to try it.
Holy hell.
But he was holding the mantle for that round. And he had to die on that. Will this be Astralis' way back into the game? A new look. No op on CT. A fake presence towards the B site.
Gonna try it again.
The ops are occupied. One in CT.
Oh!
Just delivers.
Silences the 2 players to come out Palace. Bomb included. This is no ruse. It's a straight up commit from Astralis. And this lurk around from Config will refresh if he plays it quietly, can catch it. Oh, what?
Are you serious?
All right. He's got a little fight. But Heroic have more ground.
Bomb tucked behind default.
Great boost.
Oh, this boost could mean a lot.
It gets robbed back though, Glaive.
Too aware of the situation. Blame might have one ready for him.
He's right there. Blame F's got it. We're right back into the 3v3. Do those 2 kills from Shush mean anything? Or do Astralis rob the 3v5? Config looks for the other. diving down. Barely any cover. He takes more damage, and yet he still stands. Great utility coming out from Heroic. And a big wraparound from Glaive, but Cadian's patience. Cadian's cadence. He holds, and Glaive, he falls. Flame F also dead. It's a retake from Heroic.
Oh my god, the reaction to top mid. Insane from Cadian. And Shush, the kills will not be in vain. The two in the defense, the call is great from Astralis. No op in CT, and they want to contact up the A ramp. That's an opportunity. What an unbelievable shot from Cadian when they needed it.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got someone famous in the crowd.
Yeah.
Say hello to a legend.
Greatness recognizes greatness. And Cadian, yet again, right back at it. Top mid peak, shuts down Astralis. At the minute 40 mark, they fight 4v5. Bomb left very much back. Another one, he's everywhere. And Shush will pay the price. Off of the top of the stairs he falls. Blame F to play. Down at the base of mid. Refresh up above him. Another easy pickup here for Heroic, but another answer perhaps. Don't forget that bomb.
Now they'll agree to go into the mid round and start sussing out their options. Cause Heroic to doubt themselves, look for their gaps, and rotate accordingly. Crossing a minute mark. Lucky's kill makes the round real again. And this rotation is so good from Heroic. Stealing back some information. What will they do?
30 seconds to decide. Starting to get these players off of the B site. It's the apartment's control that gives them just a bit more intuition. Refreshes, peeking from connector could be everything, but we'll see who makes that contact first and who decides to fight. For now, it's Zipic's hands busy. Cover needs to be from Lucky. This would be a massive clutch. 33 health, damage done, but Refresh swings out, and Heroic have tethered yet again.
They can't manage it. The spacing is absolutely perfect. And this round has Cadian's name written all over it.
What a world-class start. 14-2 from Casper Moeller.
The initial pick. Smoking the Molly in window. Or excuse me, interrupting the smoke in window with his Molly, and then making his way over to the B site. Prescient with where the next frag will come.
Oh,
okay.
There it is.
All right. That's a small confidence win back here for Config.
Yeah, small confidence, but big scalp. That's Heroic's Opper.
Oh, it's one of them.
Yeah, fair enough. Stown still within it, playing inside Con. Molotov at his feet, but he holds off. Having seen that contact, he waits for the apartment's player to perhaps come underpass right into his web. But instead, it's Astralis to wrap entirely back around through that spawn and hunt their second round win. Config left to his own devices. Stown's ready for it. And we find ourselves 4v4.
Every contact peek they take, they're getting met with an op.
Utility over the top. Refresh responds. Shush tucks and holds. Damage now being done. He's playing inside the incendiary. Here's the edge for Astralis. 50 seconds. This isn't a desperate one where they need to sprint in, where they have to force the fights. Don't panic.
Establishing flash for flash to be able to scale across the site. Lucky throwing supporting grenades.
And now it's just the guns. All the utilities out. Glaive's gonna try to plant here. Man inside connector. Desperate for the op shot. No contact. Refresh over the top as Tess spams through. What a critical kill to secure. And Astralis, what's their move? Taking Lucky and moving him all the way back around the ramp. Stown's gonna come and clear this jungle eventually. Glaive, he needs to hold some sort of a line. He has to hit a target, but missed shots and 1 HP. Stown down, Blame F in the jungle. Tess Refresh both on site. Trying to get on top of the bomb, but there's no way for it. Astralis, they hold off.
Well, that was quite an orchestra of a round. That was not easy. Heroic put a diamond's worth of pressure on that as they exact, but all the nades were so perfect to compete with everything that Heroic were throwing back at them. And talking about kills in vain, that fantastic shot from Config helps the round forward. Reactions from Blame, a perfect post plant. Tribute to Synthol Arms himself.
As time goes on, we'll find out just how much heavy lifting he truly needs. Excellent grenade, V-Glaive. And Refresh, he's been this point of contact in the top mid plays. He's got support over top of it. Oh, but Config finds it through smoke. Now suddenly Refresh, yeah, not feeling as confident.
Yeah, that's his support. And they stay in it. Cadian comes through to make sure Refresh can survive. He gets away. And now a new attack comes.
But look at this read yet again. Cadian, he seems to get ahead of these moments. His op connects to Zipix, still 2 CTs in sight, but BlameF gets beyond. He tries to spray away Vitesse, who's just gonna hide in smoke. Lucky trying to find him. There's a man on bench. Blame kills the market. Refresh, your turn to shine. Shush is here to help. Glaive's out from the apartments. Op V2 up close. Oh, the no-scope. Shush is already out from the market. Glaive is trying to keep his cool.
All about the reads.
Where's he gone? And how do you find him?
Scope flickers.
Shush sits back in the corner. Ice in his veins. He waits. Glaive needs to make the play. The bomb is right in front. But what about the round win?
You can feel the circumstances.
When and where? Oh! Not there. Shush holds. And Shush, well, he'll take himself that 8.
Oh my God, just the amount of patience there as Glaive, with the crippling amount of pressure coming in, waits for him to make a move, and Shush does not respond. An unbelievable clutch to deny from Glaive. Another rotator. They almost dealt with the extra player stacked up into the site. But because of that extra player, there were so many outs there for Heroic to go wrong and still survive.
Mid control given over. Cadian wary of this. BlameF's gonna have to, oh no. It's actually a move from Cadian. This opens up a little bit of a pocket for BlameF. If he decides he wants to take it, it is there.
Oh, misses the smoke.
He's in between it.
There's the timing. Oh, Refresh.
Refresh, just a little sharper. And Stown doing a great job of denying any damage as he just uses his own utility to keep himself in this position down underneath the wood with Zipix up above him. Oh, but Zipix finds it.
Oh, this will unlock the scaling.
Shush out in the open, knows that Lucky's towards Tetris. Lucky actually wins that fight. We're back into the even ground, 45 seconds. Cadian wants to peek.
Looking for a pristine post plant, but Cadian has an opening, trying to read
Whoa,
Zipix.
Jumps, an awkward jump in the middle of it all. Gotta hold your nerve.
Oh, that pushes him back. Now, attention towards window.
But it's an MP9, and it's enough. Zipix has the cover. It's him and Lucky yet again. Oh, the peek, are you kidding? Zipix with the headshot that he needs.
And they move over.
Tesses takes the op.
Player on both sides.
How much more can Zip do? Dies. And it falls onto Lucky. But for such a young player, the inexperience doesn't seem to shine through. Tesses drops smoke on bomb. Little HP for Heroic. It's gonna be a battle of the nerves. It's a fake tap. It's not the commit. Lucky holds, fires through, and he's gonna get the chance to reload. Tess has 2 seconds. There's the first Lucky! 7-7-7!
Clutch after clutch! Lucky puts the world on their feet.
And this is not the first time that we've seen clutches out of him across these last 3 days, Launders.
Imagine a team with 2 Zipics. What do you do? It saves their economy and severs heroics.
That's the opening. Oh. But even big openings can come to a sudden close. That one's gonna send the ripple effect down the spines of Astralis. And now Glaive takes even more damage. Refresh, oh, that would have been a massive frag for him to pick up, but keep your eyes on Cadian. He's grabbed an AK. Refresh before he falls, transports the weapon his way.
Down a player, total game of timings.
The red-hot in-game leader with the best of weapons for the situation. Config tries to hunt, sees the gun. Shush, gonna be found out and shut down. But that's not all that's here. Stown also in the jungle. Further damage, and Cadian's just waiting. There it is, his chance to strike. Bomb is dropped inside connector, 40 seconds left. Config wants to fight. Stown's got the backstab.
But he's alone, and he just shot.
But he still has bomb possession. They need to find a way out of this.
35 it ticks.
Oh, he's done it!
Doesn't know about Glaive.
One shot!
He'll get the info. Glaive took a shot earlier, kill on him.
The cost is already massive, but the moment's even bigger!
Oh, down!
All the way through for Heroic!
A monstrous play. Not just a hybrid, good with every gun. Miraculous moves with the Deagle. Body shot, shoulder spam, and a complete outplay to top it off. And an unlimited list of 1v3s. Astound joins the ranks. Astralis, after just barely surviving, now into round 13 with a mere 3 rounds in this half.
That was their moment. That was the best chance they had to get momentum on this T side for now. And from here on out, it's the uphill battle. No consecutive round wins from Astralis. 5 of these 9 by way of retake. And a solo AK for Config, armored at the least. Utility sprinkled all around him. But what a tall order.
Tries to dip and dodge and duck as the nades come soaring forward.
Flashes over top, and Shush is gonna play up close. Cadian's able to execute the first one, but Config's already into the kill feed. How many can he take? Cadian on the cusp of 20, eats the flash. That's gonna allow for the pistols to push, but Stown saves the day. He gets executed by Blame, but Cadian trades a 10th round for Heroic.
It's only 2 frags, and they need the rounds. Double digits.
Now he does lose his op. That is one thing. Cadian trying to transport guns back towards the top of connector. He dropped his op in the process, wasn't able to pick it up at that final second. And it's not as though it's unlimited money here for Heroic, so expect more limitations.
Yes, and they don't even have it going into this round. 2 MP9s.
Look at that.
Thomas here for Heroic. An opportunity for Astralis, whether they know it or not.
Actual ramifications. Because Cadian's been swinging that big green like a baseball bat.
They're almost at home plate already. Won't even need a 4th quarter performance at this rate. All eyes on mid.
Oh. Shut down first, trade right there. It's a fight, and Glaive's gonna take it. Still though, Heroic, the threat looms near, and the SMGs, well, it could be good enough because Glaive is walking wounded. Deep nade!
And they squeeze.
But at the same time, Astralis come out onto the A site.
And now Lucky has some space. Zippix and Lucky won this round before.
And again.
But where do they think?
And again.
It'll be played from?
Lucky's position is fantastic!
Oh! The confidence to not simply crouch spray, believing in his abilities. Just enough bullets, like Salt Bay, sprinkling them on.
But Refresh, currently unknown to Astralis, fights towards ramping, gets it. He could still shut this down. Lucky's got the health advantage, but no helmet. But time is of the essence.
With the lineup.
And Astralis will blow up their bomb for the 4th on this T side.
One more round to go. And although it seems dire, their CT side is something special.
That it is. That's the one thing. We come into these matches, we question their T side, right? This is a new team.
Yes. Config, one of the very best players in the world on this map on the CT side. Astralis showing us life. This buy is mediocre for both teams, just to show you how much of a war it's been.
Potential for the B site. It's been a little bit of time since we've seen Astralis head this way, but sure enough, Heroic are ahead of it. Oh, the flash is not enough. Insta shutdown, Config just the one. Mac 10's needed, AK offered over. Blame those still in, Refresh, locking it down. Double kill to close. Heroic with a substantial 7-round lead, but there were bomb plants, there were chances, and there will be more.
Hello and welcome to this is the big one. It really is. This setup is actually kind of lit. There's one cable attached to the car and there is 2 fully functioning gaming setups.
Monitors, all the good stuff.
With a twist. Stown and Lucky, we've managed to wrangle them into a head-to-head with a little bit of a catch. Oh, and here come the competitors now. I can see them in my wing mirror.
Oh, who's sitting in that machine is
Hey boys, get off the road! It's game time. Lucky, Stown about to head into the arena. First of 5.
Let's buckle up.
Let's buckle up.
Only A? Let's do only A. Or you can buy armor. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Clear intention here from Lucky, heading over towards Long, and look at this from Stown.
It's a hard clear, Chad. That's a hard right. Does he actually? He's not going to clear it. He's not going to clear it. He's going to mess it up. Stown! No! Look at these guys having a party. No! Fuck. I'm not going to lie, Stown is being a little rat.
Is he going to scope? Oh.
Lucky still hasn't worked it out, yes.
Oh my god, that was so bad.
And I think that just there, from Stown, we saw some oversteer.
Definitely some oversteer. Oh, Stown's dead. Dead.
Oh! He has 7 bullets. He's just hoping he runs into me.
Stown even pulled the trigger.
He has to aim down now.
Oh, that's the hard part. Oh no. Oh, it's an absolute mess.
Oh my god, what a dude.
Stown. It's going to be a car crash.
Oh, if he could use them in any way.
Oh, no head armor! He's not going to hear the bomb getting planted. It's a ninja plant. You've never seen anything like it. Oh, no.
Oh, Stown. Oh, contact again! Lucky, the beast with the P90.
I need to try something new now.
Why is he going for the orb?
I don't even know. The P90 was what, and the Mac 10. Right, it is still kind of mad that this entire setup is being powered by a vehicle.
This is a bad tactic I chose.
I really don't feel this is it, unless he hits like a 360 no scope.
Downy boys, surely got it.
Come on now!
Finally, I got around.
I want to see some of that. You two come out, Stown. He's trying to find the shot. Look at that.
Oh my god. Getting close now. Yeah, it is.
Gone in 40 seconds, not 60.
Oh, it's an absolute whiff from Lucky. Stown's got a chance.
With a few previous hitting target. It's in the back. Oh, he's out of
my How close was it? 3 seconds.
Oh,
3 seconds. Okay, GG, man. Yeah. Good game. GG.
Lucky is your champion. I mean, Chad, so much hard work, dedication to his craft, and he has definitely taken the competition by storm.
I don't know if a pistol round has ever felt this needed, but at the same time, we know that the CT side is where Astralis have shined in their first week of competitive play.
Zonic is smiling somewhere, okay, seeing this 11-4 lead from Heroic. We'll see if the law of Zonic holds true. Maybe
Let
there's
that
a hit.
be your warning. Config also going to connect one.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's only two.
Oh, Cadian will answer. And don't for a moment sleep on what's left of Heroic.
Okay.
SS connects one.
2v5 now. Okay, never mind. Just as we say that, Zipix makes an appearance.
Who's this guy?
Phantom in the window.
Not waiting for a clutch. No, sir. He takes the fight to his enemy. And now it should just be a matter of a technicality. TSS 1v3.
We know what defines Heroic's T side. It's ingenuity on the eco rounds, fast explodes, fantastic mid rounds, and a lot of star power. Astralis have the rifle game on lock.
And there we go.
And now they'll have a chance to be able to buy him.
We cannot forget that every game is a tale of two different halves. Different roles, different chances, different outcomes. Astralis will fight for the most lopsided of them. And Heroic, they'll save.
No plant off the pistol for Heroic. They'll start off with something tricky.
A lot of room given over. A flash for Benjamin to peek.
See, they flash, press up for control, pause it. Keeping the tension high. Looking for an opportunity to knock down some guns, score a plant, punish a re-aggression. Punish an overly eager Astralis.
Look at this patience. Heroic.
Using time as a currency. Believing in the outcome.
Fair enough. I mean, they are getting utility usage out of Astralis. We see this consistency in trickling grenades, smokes, frags, flashes, and now frags again. But this time at the end of the barrel, Config gonna tap away towards chair and execute with ease. It's him and BlameF to take to the top of mid. A 5-round lead for Heroic.
Just some Glock kills. You guys are easy.
Yeah, that's it.
You guys are so easy. 5 rounds for a tie game. Far from over. Heroic love this map. Look great on T side. Lots of tools at their disposal. Lots of experience between the 5. A tall and steep mountain to climb for Astralis to even make this competitive at all. Not a single player positive at this point. Config the closest.
It's just a grouping out of the ramp. They'll look to push. Off of the timing. Lucky's above them. Lucky's got a double. Turns it. 3 for Lucky. Refresh able to trade. Smoke down in front of him. Creates some space, and not to mention Cadian on the other side. Hoping for an opening. And an exit route for Refresh. Cadian calls his men to arms. And Zipix doesn't seem to know it. Oh, this could be big.
Oh, he'll run to the next post, thinking about what another move will be. And here we have a play.
This is gonna be a huge duel. Config comes up from the underpass. Refresh giving away the sound. Config's gonna peek, and he's got it! Bomb dropped at his feet. Now it's Cadian called to action.
And Config will actually forfeit this. Cadian looking for the duel.
He has time, but as he crosses over, BlameF misses his shots. Not a single bit of damage. A smoke added to the equation. A bomb on his back.
Config and BlameF, the bully bros. 30 seconds up.
He runs, and Config looks to cut him off. Cadian coming out of underground dies. It's Astralis with the hold.
That's a big win. That's an enormous win. Lucky we got to start calling this kid the magician, because he's got unlimited tricks. What is this swivel? Perfect control of the mouse. Pin shush to the wall. 300 ADR in the bag. No bodyguards required.
And here's their reward. But don't you dare forget for one moment, Heroic have already pulled a ridiculous round out of the hat with a similar situation. Yes, it was on the CT side. Yes, the odds unlikely. But what we've already seen from this Heroic offense is that they'll bleed down the clock and they'll play for every single inch of this battlefield.
Yes, they know they haven't won. And the first step is acceptance. So they'll take their time. Config here. Lineman. Waiting off of Cat. A very powerful angle, but you can only hand that to the best.
Oh, the bullet whizzing into the wall. Config looking to catch Shush. I like that he takes his time. Dodges the follow-up fight, but TSS will connect it. And this is what I'm talking about. Deadly Deagles.
They can swing around this, but this is the presence that actually matters. So now the T's will start to spread.
Bomb drop, that's big. Blame F to be tested. Oh,
okay.
He's got it all.
All right, let go of that mouse. You've done enough. How does he move so fast with those arms?
Massive moment for a massive man. It's not the best of weapons, but it's still a critical round win. Don't you for 1 second doubt how much that one means. But we've got the test right back at it. 3 rounds make the difference. Double op setup in from Astralis. A flash. Oh, it misses the mark. Blame F runs into his death. And a frag for negligible damage.
Oh.
Heroic right back to winning ways inside of middle. It's not Config, but rather Zip picks up the catwalk.
Look at them. They understand the opportunity at hand with this fast frag and TSS. He wants to make a move, take some damage off of Cat. No one around to hear it.
Trying to play the timing.
So much pressure on the CT setup. So early.
Oh, Glaive on the close smoke. You know, Config is deep apartments, so I think we can justify the A lean, but at the same time, we also have Lucky deep on ramp. Glaive has to know that he is the pressure point of this round, and under that pressure, he must perform. There's the first one, the double off setup that got them this far. It's further damage towards B, but here comes Zipix. 2 targets, lots of damage, but he falls, he fumbles, and Glaive's ready to rumble. Flash in his face as he tries to regain vision and control of the bomb site. TSS rounds the corner. A quick execution.
Enormous moves by TSS. Ravaging the B site. 14 and 12 off this round. Piecing them up. Like they're not in the same weight class.
All about that opening in middle.
Yes.
We saw how much real estate TSS was able to take.
It's so soon. And did the palm flash miss? Is that what happened?
Yes.
It
did. The first player up on catwalk wasn't blind. Blame F instantaneously deleted.
Costly for such a key flash.
Not to mention another asterisk. Config hit his shot, but the T side survived it.
That's a big one. You can see full vision. Glaive gets 2. He's been struggling with some of the opening op shots and then always makes up for it here. He starts off hot, but now doesn't get help. Bit of a tragic story here. Now the 4-round lead will mean a lot. Lucky. Good to flash dodge.
That could have been big.
That was a smart tactic. Shot doesn't come with it, but it's the ideas that win tournaments.
I love the attempt. But look at this fallback. It's a huge grouping from Heroic over towards the B site. Still a little bit of underpass play, so maybe it takes some time.
Uncontested at mid, and the CTs will get all the information in the world, and even if they're not here,
but what about
they can rotate?
Zipix, he's gonna have to handle this on his own for the time being. A little bit of support from Blame. Oh, the wall bang's great. but it's still the site cleared. A man up here from Heroic and a bomb retrieved to be put down in this bomb site.
This will come down to Cadian putting down this bomb, having the op. It's the only way they're going to survive the numbers.
It's Blame F and Lucky to try and synergize through the apartments. A deep position from TeSS down the catwalk, refresh locking into the bench. Cadian with eyes back, and through the window he hopes to find contact. Now he's just tucked behind Van. Refresh executes Lucky. There's still a player up there. No movement yet from the market. TeSS holds, he sees the barrel, gets himself the kill. Now suddenly all the way back to the hands, but Config ripped it away. TeSS dead, Glaive, he's gonna run. This is not a round for Astralis, but a victory for Heroic.
3v4 as they get into the site and hold in the post plant. And I thought certainly Cadian would have to get in the mix, but they can lean on Refresh and their riflers to do the most. An awkward attempt from Astralis to get back into that site with numbers and flanks. The hold comes down, but that's not enough.
Wow, TeSS worth his weight in gold in these last few rounds.
Unbelievable plays from this young Danish talent.
Smashing open the B site via catwalk in the round prior and coming right back at it in the post plant to give Heroic this 5-round lead. They've had it once before. Config up close, dodging back away. And TeSS, yeah, he's gonna stalk his prey and he'll drop his victim.
And it's a fast B play versus the anti-eco. You know it's always very potent. Glaive takes a risk.
All they could do.
Puts that op out.
All they had. The solo op is what Astralis had to lean on.
What a statement from Heroic to be able to dominate versus the CT side. Some of these rounds are so close. We know Heroic are so clutch in games like these. Cadian had a rough semi at the LAN. At the major, excuse me. But now putting some doubts to bed here. Working his way into finals in front of a loud crowd. That's not all on his side.
Yeah, but he strikes me as the kind of guy to thrive within it. Positive or negative, the energy fuels him. And although this second half hasn't been his show, the first 15 most certainly were. Full-fledged buy for the T side, limitations on Astralis. And a stadium of pressure mounts, but a missed smoke in mid. Heroic showing a mistake. And Lucky about to show face. Or is it Stown who decides to walk through this?
Both aware of each other's presence. And Refresh, how has he done this? Out towards middle, Lucky kills down on the A ramp, Refresh out.
Config's aware. He knows that this player's here. It's a fight on multiple fronts, and Astralis picked them all up. A 5v2 off of the back of it in the most critical of rounds to deny Heroic that coveted 15.
Oh, and they'd love a free op for this next round if they can find it. Cadian has to try to deny.
No,
Lucky
sir.
is too ready. The consistent feature of the team. You have to feel it's got to be scarier to go A at this point because of how consistent Lucky has been at winning his opening engagements and doing even more than that sometimes. And oh, Stown will come out right. He stands perfect. What a spot. Not just against the smoke where he wouldn't be able to see Stown. Just enough that Stown can't see.
Cadian hoping to light up the server. Prying eyes over top of the flames. But he truly has been Heroic's fire. This is a crucial Palace push from Lucky. He took the risk at the start of the round. That's a good bit of information to be offered for Astralis.
Yeah, that's an outpost for Lucky to free up the rotations. And your A player now no longer has to have someone dedicated to watching halls. That opens up spots on the A site. But once again, Heroic might lean towards the other side of the map. It's unclear what they want to do. Still opportunities to follow frags. Pressure mounts on mid now as they'll start to crush.
Config knows this contact's near. Oh, Stown so sharp.
Oh, he asked for that duel too. He wanted it.
And Tesses, we know what he's done from Catwalk. Xyp9x, oh, he jumps over, sees the fight beyond. Tries to duck back down beneath. Refresh moving forward on his feet with Cadian just behind him. blameF is able to stop it on the Catwalk. Looking like a better stoppage here on the B side. Xyp9x empty-handed. Blame needs to go just a little bit better, or Heroic will double back.
Oh, there's a chance. The bomb is now making different moves. Down's going to see a target in the top of connector. 20 seconds up, and do they want to change their pace? In the window, Lucky's going to spot one. He gets away with his life. Blame gets a kill as well. Glaive now, pressure on both sides of connector.
Oh, the
shot goes in.
Lucky stops
between
it.
him and Lucky. Glaive is looking for another last on Stown, and he goes down.
Nearly caught in the transition. You could see both those A players right in the middle of jungle. They still decide to smoke off connector, and that puts Glaive in such an awkward position. Combat opping.
This is the first time we've seen Heroic beat themselves. They had a site they could have gone to, an opportunity with Blame alone. Heroic second guess it, think they can rotate out towards the A site. Normally solid in the mid rounds. They wouldn't be quaking yet, but Astralis have gotten to that dignified territory of double digits. And the 2-ops comes back into play. What could be their final stand, Copenhagen? Without this buy, their banks will be dry.
Cadian wields the Deagle. Stown's rifle has looked so clean. An overstacked A site for the time being. Glaive holds beyond the triple box. Lucky just waits. We've seen him committed to this position prior. This one's gonna mean a lot. The pressure soon to mount as Heroic on the precipice of an A site commitment. Grenades begin to rain beyond. Lucky in a pressured position. Glaive and Blame both with a kill apiece. Cadian still looking for an answer, but it's Refresh first. Shush yet to come out from Palace. The rotate's already on. Heroic hold. Oh.
They didn't need that.
But there's Config to answer with the op. And then Xyp9x drops the bomb. This one falls to Cadian, needs to lead by example. Glaive on the other end takes the shot. They know where he is. They've got him sandwiched between two oppers. And Cadian has still a little work to do with bomb. He'll plant.
Oh, he knows the respect is coming in.
They've given him a chance. They've offered him a reposition.
Cadian falls and waits.
And he'll hold with patience as his heart pounds. Astralis on both fronts. Config's shadow seen. Cadian wants the fight. Cutting it down to the 1v1 with 15 on the line. Glaive sticking the defuse comes off. Oh! Cadian!
The clutch for match point. What could have easily secured the first map is won in spectacular fashion. The money depleted. 26 and 14 for Mr. Mueller.
And he takes it single-handed to the double op setup that we have praised. But inside of that retake, it's just not the tools that Astralis had to work with. It's just not what they needed. Five map points. And as an eerie silence falls within the server, Astralis know what's on the line. Xyp9x blast cannon scout. Certainly not ideal. Tesses looks for the head of someone. blameF fires shots beyond the bench. And
Heroic continue to posture all around the map. They were in mid. They still have this A presence, and they're just going to carve out so much info. Can Xyp9x hit the scout shot, or is it just a matter of gathering information, resources, Launders?
He's just punching in the digits, making the calculations for the rotations. What will they do from this info? And they cross up and come back. Astralis are ahead.
The calls are clean. And now it comes to performance. 25 seconds. Glaive begins. Lucky strikes. Refresh with the nade going deep. Glaive back at bat. Oh, he's got just one, but that's still a ton of damage. Config off the stairs falls. It's a slippery slope. And Heroic are gonna give up another.
He doesn't care what perch you give him. He's gonna hold steady.
Still 4 rounds to take.
If you're from North America, you love this scoreline. All-time favorite. 4 to go.
And another sketchy situation. It's a fast one. Right back into the action. They've already opened up with a pistol. Come on, tell me, not like this. Oh, Config spraying away. It's a spin with the USP. Config nails him to the wall. Oof. And Astralis will survive the test.
That's well handled. We're gonna get a full strength Heroic. Every round could be the last.
And let that serve as a reminder. An energetic blast of an attack onto the A site. I love the fact that Heroic work with so little and still get away with something. But now they need to give Astralis nothing.
Sharp exhales all around. Within 3, T timeout called. Heroic to talk about tactics. They have the money to be as creative as they'd like to. Astralis equal in that way. Key moments and decisions to be made at every single turn. The fate of either squad is completely opaque.
Back into the action. Lean towards B. We've seen some tough tests for Xyp9x. Occasionally, Astralis can lend him a hand and get that heavy lean. Cadian gonna go for the mid smoke. And look at this. They are ready. It's a war of attrition. Who's got the better position? Who's got the sharper aim? Flash comes in, Stown dodges, shuts Config out of this one. And he'll have to just watch from the sidelines, a cold feeling. And an ice cold shot from Glaive.
And that's with the tactic to get the top connector smoke down. Heroic have one inside of middle. They'll use this information to their advantage to look for something else. Glaive coming close.
He's ahead of that incendiary.
Yeah, he can scope it out and see. They're trying to deny any rotation inside, but Glaive already has that. But it's still 4v4. Desperate times for both teams.
Lucky and Xyp9x. We've seen them in the clutch. But now they're gonna need to offer us much, much more. The commitment full on in. Damage being done. Lucky down beneath them. Sweeps them away. Another kill could be his. Stown swapping weapons. He knows that Lucky's close. Falls away and gets the kill. A 1v3 for Stown. He is on for the ace, and what an incredible round it would be. Glaive tries the challenge, taking damage in the process. Flying around, great movement, great utility usage. And a fake plant first.
Will they bite?
Glaive's right there. Stown wants to plant for the catwalk. He's got 8 seconds. He had to commit. Now the gun's back up. Come on, Stown. This is what heroes are made of. Be brave, be bold. Can Stown be heroic? Be so close. 4 HP. The bomb is planted for him. Time is of the essence yet again. And he falls at the final hurdle.
You're gonna need more than Stown to chip away at this boulder. Diamond composure from Blame. almost down, nearly shut this arena down with that clutch. What a wonderful attempt. You can't beat yourself up about that. You've got to move forward, head in the game. Second to last round of regulation.
What? Cadian just flying through middle. Blamef dead, but Config trades. Best buds in the battlefield. Glaive at bat, shuts down the Palace push. One away, a single kill will make the difference. Now it's Shush's chance to clutch. A bomb picked up and a smoke thrown towards the CT spawn. An easy plant for him, but so much utility.
Oh, he can't play Firebox, not with the amount coming his way. Like they're gonna be dumping nades in his direction. Molly comes out, he'll have to fight.
Shush,
Oh
so
my God!
close, but it's killer Config to hold it on.
Oh my God. That's the first place the nades come. Woo. But he felt suffocated out of presence. And I mean, these clutches are coming so close. And they've already stuck. That's the reason Heroic have 15 already. That's right, folks, it's round 30.
If this is what you live for, make some noise!
Last cause possible. Heroic will burn it. They need this. They can close out in 30. Astralis full rights to take this into overtime. They believe in themselves. A number of rounds they've had the advantage all the way down to the end and fumbled. But the past isn't indicative of the future. And Astralis have made greater comebacks in their history. How bad do Heroic want it?
Oh, this is looking fast. Heroic have been through so much together. Battling.
The early information once again.
Is it a bitter end? Does Lucky shut them down? He kicks it off with two.
No way.
A third challenge out from ramp. It's the double Palace push that needs to come out as well. Lucky burned into the open. His chance to shine. 5v3 here for Astralis with overtime on the line. Lucky's dead. Cadian's got the answer. And still utility to throw, but Shush shut out in the meantime. Refresh desperate, dies within the fire. Astralis find overtime.
On your feet.
They run it all the way.
We've got a game. Lucky, can you believe this kid? He sees through the interference. He's the director of the A site. He's playing CS that can't be taught. And he's barely joined this team. The string comes loose from the carefully woven ball of yarn that Heroic have woven throughout that half. And now they have to look at each other and believe that overtime will be different.
Glaive starts. Oh, what? There is still an answer. Shush opens on the A site while those op shots ring out loud in mid.
And Refresh becomes a mercenary.
Like a vacuum.
On a swivel.
Think of the pressure that is on him right here, right now. He realizes he has an opening.
Looking for the assist. Cadian sees an opportunity. Nades come forward. Low number situations have been kind to Heroic. As much as they're low odds.
Blamef cautious to peek, but he commits to it. The plant is still his, and it falls on refresh. They've never seen him. Now they know. Flash over top, and he's gonna try to challenge from connector. Bomb, of course, not planted for him. Config, it's an ice cold stick.
Woo! First round in OT, and the first lead in what feels like years. The jerseys mean anything. It's scary for Heroic. You see Glaive hit shots like that, you start to think. Heroic, it's time to dig deep. You were this close. Ooh. And there it is. Ooh. An early 5v4.
A crucial opening. And Glaive, you think he needs to see you? Stound's ready to pop right through, or is he?
Oh, he walks. Oh my God, that could have been the round enough. Somebody gives up.
Yep.
That 5v4 advantage to take this risk. And Glaive is just so prepared. Now there's not even a reason for the full flank. Players all in the positions that you'd think they'd be in. Everyone will have to work for the info.
Glaive hunting. He wants more, and he's gonna stick it to refresh. Cadian right there to respond. It's an op-v-op fight inside Con. Glaive actually gets hit. He's gonna be fighting on wobbly legs, burning in the open, but Lucky wraps all the way around. He's gonna come out from hut. TeSeS strikes, and Lucky still didn't find his target. This is a game of millimeters. And a 2v2.
Oh, TeSeS.
That could make a world of difference. TeSeS gets his hands back on the bomb. And a Molotov that'll deny Xyp9x any chance to fight. Lucky standing out in the open. He waits, and he finds his chance to shine. Shush retrieves that device. 10 seconds left. And a bomb plant crucial for the clutch. Frag grenade on his feet to make him walking wounded. It's Astralis to 17.
Xyp9x and Lucky. Oh, those are two players you love to see alive together. They're gonna have to start branding some shirts. I can see the merch line already. Clutch kids. Unlucky does not go too fast. He believes in the full picture. Trusts in Xyp9x. And comes in when he needs to. Playing as if he's done this at this level for years. Can't stop saying his name.
Oh, shut down.
That's a scary bit of presence to take.
It's an opening that Heroic most desperately need. And BlameF leans on himself to draw it back.
Two key pieces of information, one for both sides. This is not leaning one way or the other. It's scary for both teams. This is where the IGLs will prove they're worth their weight in gold.
But it's still 2 consecutive bomb plants. You cannot forget about Heroic being able to find these openings, being able to push Astralis to the limits of these overtime rounds. Glaive makes sound, and Heroic, they silently skate by like ships in the night. They sail closer towards this A site and a potential 16th round, but BlameF around the ticket, punches back Heroic. Bomb dropped down on the stairs. Refresh gonna walk right in. And unless Stound has a miraculous clutch with this op, then Astralis have done the unthinkable. Drawing this all the way from the 11-4, an ode to Zonic. Stound's hands shaking, heart pounding, and fingers flicking as he works his way to the plant, but there's already a slip in from Glaive. He's by bench, and there it is. It's a sweep in OT.
Oh, one more to close it out. And what was a glimpse of a lead is now a canyon. And Heroic are without hooks. A full reset of the economy will be the most gracious thing to happen to them in the last 3. But the ideas are starting to fall to the wayside, and Astralis' confidence grows. Like the shadow of a great oak.
Molly goes beyond and Glaive will get past it. Heroic, what's your move? What is your solution? It's Success or Saline. And Lucky looks to creep. He sees the side of Cadian. Down goes the captain. And maybe the ship of Heroic with it. Astralis know that they're about to strike gold. Every move needs to be calculated. Every shot as crisp and pristine as possible. A 5v3, things looking good. Stound's gonna answer, only one. Inside Con is where Shush will succeed. At a 2v3 is where we find ourselves. Refresh already so close to sight.
How aware will they be? Empty pillar, classic to clear it. Refresh playing it so damn well. Xyp9x completely unaware in this position. And Refresh, he knows there's targets to kill. He's kept an inventory of them. Xyp9x hot on his heels.
46 health, a smoke to be laid down, but of course it's Lucky who comes through. And a bomb plant now on the ground. Shush needs to silence Astralis with this clutch. What? They may have 4 majors, but he's their lucky star!
That says it, I think.
He's push nading you, Nate.
But I can't get a weapon!
Welcome everyone to Shoulders of Giants presented by Omen Oasis. Last time around we had to do this online given all the circumstances. Now we're in the Royal Arena and I've got with me Stewie, Plopsky, Hampus and Robin who are going to be joining me to play through some of the old mods to do with Half-Life. We're going to rock back to the golden years, which most of these young ones probably don't know too much about. We're going all the way back. We're starting with Day of Defeat with this one. Now, Stewie, you played this before?
Not once, but
Not
I'm ready
once?
to play. I'm a good first-person shooter, you know?
Yeah, you start breathing real heavy. Oh.
Get right to the left.
Oh! Stewie one-shot me.
There's a one-way window, man.
Dude, this gun sucks.
What did I do? What killed me? The window just killed me.
The window?
Yeah, the window just killed me. What?
Stay. Let's clash it. Robin. Yes! Yes! Woo! There we go. Well done, Robin.
Nice, easy, nice.
Oh yeah, nice and easy. That's it. Yeah. Hampus believe.
Super easy.
That was Day of Defeat. Now we're going straight on to Team Fortress Classic. Let's see what the guys think of this and let's see who gets the win. Here we go. Oh, it's flag again. We're doing flags.
The blast element is eating me.
Eating you?
Yeah, with a crowbar.
What game are we playing, man? Are you eating you?
What? I got one-shotted. Did you pre-fire me?
I pre-fired out of nowhere. I just heard footsteps.
Need help!
Dude, I can't shoot.
Got flag with flag.
Okay, this is a lot harder. They got a flag. Plopsky won it for his team by far. Were you just sneaking around stealing the flag?
Yeah, one time I did. I don't know. I didn't even find it. I was looking for it like 10 minutes.
Let's move on to some real gaming 1.6.
Shot from everywhere. Ooh, one dead. I'm insane. Nice one, right?
Are you sure you guys play 1.6? Because we've never touched this game.
Oh. Dude, I can't hide anywhere. I've got Stewie looking at my screen.
I wasn't looking. I heard you stopped it.
I have a bullet.
You forgot to buy bullets.
Why do you have to buy bullets?
Flank.
Nice, Robin. One more to get.
He's pushing nading you.
But I can't get a weapon.
Stewie, is that you trying to ult?
Banks doesn't even know how he just killed me. He doesn't even know how he just killed me.
Easy win, guys. Easy win.
I really see why they revamped the game.
Thank you for all of you at home for watching Shoulders of Giants presented by Omen Oasis. We'll see you on the next one.
A brutal test of nerves for both our Danish squads, and this is only map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Home soil for both of these teams, but Astralis, they are eventually the ones to bloom. Despite being so down at the half, despite not knowing what this roster is going to be delivering on this very map, this overtime victory, that was something special.
They refused to give up. Astralis refused to give up, and they had many reasons for it. The first half was very complicated. They could never string 2 rounds together. Cadian was doing a full blown-out online Cadian in that first half. He was being as decisive as can be. You move on to the second half, they're down 15-10, and at this point it feels like Heroic have them figured out. The strategies called are perfect, the clutches are going Heroic's way, no one in the side of Astralis can really fight back, and then the magic of Counter-Strike happens.
11-4 to 14-8 to 15-10 to 19-15 in the favor of Astralis here, right? That tells the story in the numbers, but I think in that first half, you're right, Cadian was a massive factor, but so were the clutches. Now, we asked the question mark here of the T side of Astralis, and it wasn't great, but they had, you know, some rounds that were able to get them to apply some pressure here and make things a little bit awkward. Cadian, we're going to have a look through his highlights, looking fantastic on the AWP, and you're right, that's what we wanted to see. But I want to jump into these 2 clutches back-to-back within the first half here. I think the first one's round 11. It was Lucky winning out that 1-on-2. Now he gets both those kills, and that puts this Heroic roster in a very awkward situation. Where are the
different clutches?
Yeah, that's
very
right.
important too.
You do these ones.
Look, this is the story of Heroic almost closing the map. It starts off with Stone in that 1 versus 3. He's got low HP, he's found out, but somehow you get that tingling feeling that he could make it. Great movement, great use of utility. He's going to get himself a bomb plant, finds the first kill, and then he repositions. And then this is where you'd wish that he would be a machine, because had he been an actual robot, iRobot Will Smith calling on the line, he would have seen that Molotov on the floor right there that could have helped him win that clutch. He botches a couple of bullets, and then suddenly it's blameF that has the information, it's blameF that has a time playing for him, he looks for the duel, and he wins it. At this point, you're thinking it's okay. Heroic should still be claiming it. Shush has another opportunity, 1v2 the next round. He's found, but he's got the smoke to secure the CT spawn, and he is planting the bomb. The problem is, both sides of Astralis already know where he is, so he's going to have that double prong attack coming onto him. And if that doesn't work now, when is that going to work?
Yeah, look at all their nades here for this retake as well. They had so many bits of utility to make that retake much easier. And yeah, the crowd was starting to get a bit more excited, because before that, it was just eco bashes from blameF that was making some noise. But then, yeah, sure, we make it all the way to overtime, but guess who decides to step up on the AWP? Glaive. 3 rounds back-to-back on that CT side on the overtime. He got double AWP kills, right? You're talking about impact here for the in-game leader. This guy isn't, well, he is the primary AWPer, but we've never seen him as a primary AWPer before. There's the first little crack of things, and then he just continues to do more and more of this, looking mobile with the AWP, looking very confident, hitting everything that moves, so great stuff here from Glaive as well.
Some of these shots are sick as well, like the one when he's half moving towards jungle, that's quite sick. But I think it's a characteristic, it's an aspect of Glaive that we've been talking about as well. When the pressure is at the maximum, Glaive doesn't miss. Somehow, if anything, he gets better, right?
Yeah.
And even then, with the AWP, not his weapon of choice, he actually finds a way to have impact, which is great, honestly. I cannot have any other way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not your average in-game leader to start off with, and now picking up the AWP as well. Absolutely lethal and instrumental for the side of Astralis. Now we're going to be coming on to Nuke. This is, of course, Heroic's pick coming into this series. What are you thinking now that we've seen both teams going lights out on that first map, making it nail-bitingly close?
2 keys here. Mentally, are they still in it? Are they broken now? Remember, I said earlier in the day, they've already played 1 game. It was a long series against Liquid. Are they depleted? Well, they weren't depleted, but maybe they are now, because to lose like that, it's going to sting. And Astralis, going into this map, will get to continue their CT side streak, starting on the CT side of Nuke now. And if they can continue this lockdown, they might just be able to shut out Heroic here, who are going to be feeling down in the dumps.
The mental of Heroic. Chad said it best, the mental. They were 15-10 in the lead of the first map. They were very close to punish Astralis on that Mirage pick. They could almost taste it. They were going to go to Nuke with 1 map in the bag, very close to that next step of the tournament. Now that dream has turned into a nightmare in about 9 rounds. Do you have the mental resilience to forget about the first map and go into the second? We're about to see.
Well, speaking on the side of Astralis, we do have the chance to get in with Abe, the new coach of the squad, to see how he's feeling after that first map victory.
Ave, 11-4 down, and you guys come back, go into overtime, and you don't drop a round afterwards. What was the comms like going through that last half and getting into overtime?
Yeah, we were laser focused. Like in the second half, the communication was on point. I think the meta in the game right now is really CT-sided. The cold silence above, that's really hard to play against, and also the grenade dropping. And yeah, it's just really a rough time for the terrorist side right now. So we knew when we picked Mirage, okay, we are starting terrorist. It might be tough, but we can come back on CT side.
And who was the main voice in keeping everyone spurred on, keeping everyone motivated throughout that? Because I know Blame and Config like to be loud, but Glaive, he's a true leader as well.
Yeah, it's everybody that takes ownership on this team. So Lucky had some really nice reads. He made some pushes. Everyone contributed a lot, in my opinion. There's not a single person who's leading everything on CT side. It's everyone.
Now Nuke's coming up next, and Heroic, they've had some good games, but very close games recently on their Nuke. Do you feel like you can get an edge over them?
Yeah, we like Nuke as well. So yeah, it's gonna be a hell of a match. I know that.
Well, I look forward to seeing Emily get back with the team.
Yeah, thanks.
It's already been a hell of a match. I cannot wait to get Nuke underway. I do want to go just back to what Ave was saying there about the CT sides, because it's exactly what you were saying coming into this one, Chad. That's kind of been the story of this LAN game so far. A bit more CT-sided.
Yeah, and that's because the individuals are playing well, right? They haven't ironed out all the kinks of how they want to approach the game right here. They're just on point individually across the board. And Blame, Config continuing to do what they do. Lucky, impressing in the clutches once more. I'd love to see how far he's extended those clutches. And Glaive on the AWP now really starting to hit some shots. So it is those individuals that are facilitating this. But one thing that can't be slept on in a honeymoon period where there's not too much tape, things like Lucky pushing Palace or doing multiple Palace pushes coming out, those things are hard to account for. Yeah. What you have when you look at teams that you play every day of the week is the tendencies of how they like to approach certain situations. Nobody has that on Astralis just yet.
No, we don't have the tendencies quite yet, but what Astralis do have is the ability of this guy right here to multi-kill when he's surrounded. Look at this, round number 30, and he gets that double kill. That is worth the overtime, basically. And I've had multiple occasions in that matchup where we were looking at Lucky's POV, and in my mind I thought, whatever he's going to do in the next 5 seconds is going to decide this round. If he falters, if he fails, that is it. The round is done. By the way, that was absolutely...
Yeah, what a way to finish the game.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Oh my God.
Yeah, he's been watching the Cold Zero games, I think.
Wait, hold on. What the hell was that?
Bang.
What?
How on earth? I mean, just doing his best Cold Zero impersonation, I guess maybe a little bit inspired by him, but notice how many of those moments come at the end of the game as well. I think
you're right, Matthew.
Really...
You okay?
What the hell was, what the hell was that shot? Am I just supposed to accept that like it's normal?
Jumping AK.
Anyway,
yeah, no, you're right though, Freya. End of the game. The pressure moments. Yeah, the pressure was there, and the thing is, they were the ones constantly putting Heroic on the back foot, right? They were the ones and making Heroic have to clutch, and they couldn't get it done, right? They had plenty of opportunities. We've highlighted a bunch of them here, but just not able to close this one out. So I would be broken, but I am not a professional Counter-Strike player of the caliber of Heroic. So if they're able to turn themselves around right now, that says a lot about the mentality of this team. Now, one thing we don't talk about, it's a bit like Voldemort, the mental woes that this team has been through over the last year. If they aren't hardened as far as the mind game goes, they never will be, right? What they've been thrown to, they're getting booed here, they're the villains. So with that entire narrative, maybe the mental game is there. Maybe they can still do this. This wasn't their map choice, even though it should have been their map.
Maybe they can still do it. Do you think they will do it?
I think they can bounce back. I think what Cadian has shown, not only on the server, but outside the server, he can be that beacon of light that Chad is talking about. He's gone through shit with that lineup, very literally. And now I think he's going to be at the helm, and he's going to captain them towards the map 3.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to need going forward. Anybody else that you're putting under the microscope for this particular one?
I think Heroic here can take some liberties. I know that the individuals are hitting shots from Astralis, but I would like to see them wanting to take fights towards Yard. I think Blame F and Glaive can be tested without all the smoke walls. Don't let them play that type of Counter-Strike. Pressure them. See how good they really are.
All the individuals showing up to the server on our first map of Mirage, and they're going to have to do it again going into Nuke. Only one more map separates Heroic potentially from being booted out of the Royal Arena, and they are not going to want that outcome. We're going to be jumping into Nuke with Connor and Mohan in just a few moments.
Yeah, you're gonna get rigged. Let's go, boys! Good luck, you'll need it. Oh my god. I'm trying to. We got it. It's coming in. Yeah. I'm bigger than you, man. Crossing. Yeah. Oh! No! Again. Go! Oh! No! Run. I'm trying to run. Fast. I cannot run faster, it's not FIFA, bro. Come on. Oh, come on.
Nice.
Oh!
We have a good goalkeeper, guys.
Wait, it's me. No!
Oh!
Yes.
It's terrible, man.
We got the...
I'm terrible. It feels like I'm drunk.
Come on. Take it. Shoot. Ooh!
No! Oh! Let's go, boys! Run faster. I'm too big.
Yeah.
I'm too fat. I can't run faster.
How's this compared to FIFA?
I mean, we cannot do. We cannot do like technique moves.
Are you inside?
No.
Oh!
Hey! Oh! No!
What? Go! Come on!
Yeah, perfect goalkeeping.
I got this. The sense is too high for me.
Perfect.
The sense is too low. I have no sense.
Have you been playing this all your life?
I love this.
Me too. Hey, I see it. I see you.
Feels
like Denmark against France. Come on. What?
Actually, the goalkeeper right now.
Okay, you're the goalkeeper. Oh, yeah. Oh, clean sheet. Last one.
Yeah, you cannot do anything.
We got it. Yeah. Ronaldo off Fredberg. Fredberg. And Jesus.
It's over.
That's a win.
5-1.
That's a win for us.
Let's do normal football now.
Okay, let's do this. You're going to lose at that as well.
I mean, you're Danish. You can't win.
And so we find ourselves one map deep in this very Danish derby. And of course, it is a bit of a miracle, a little bit of Astralis magic, some kind of ridiculous second half comeback into an overtime victory. I saw this entire arena on its feet. What an honor it was to witness this in person. But now, I think things get a little bit more dire for Astralis as the reality of this best of three sinks in.
Well, yeah, I mean, they like to play Nuke, but of course, this is a map that Heroic were looking to challenge NAVI on. And it's clear that Astralis do not have that pedigree quite yet. Now, that doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion. In fact, Heroic are not NAVI, and we haven't seen them do that. So with the map that we just saw, clearly, it's the Astralis clutch. I mean, it's ever since Glaive first joined this team. That comeback, map 3 train, 2017 E-League Atlanta Major. You know that's one of my favorites. He pulled off one of the most absurd comebacks to establish what Astralis are. And that is the comeback kings. And now Heroic are feeling it. A team that came close, but couldn't grasp it. And now will have their best chance yet.
Settle in for map 2. Right away, outer plate. Config caught reloading. That's a little awkward. What you gonna do, Lucky? What you gonna do when Heroic comes for you? It looks like you're gonna slaughter them. 2 insta headshots, Config here to help, and it is Astralis all the way.
A full house. A card analogy for Lucky. He's the apple of our eye right now. Of course, Config helped out a little bit, but you just can't help but be impressed. The amount of energy that he's bringing right now is just absurd. I mean, without his A-holds, without that final jumping one-tap on Mirage, we wouldn't be here. That is for certain.
Oh, quick hop in from Cadian, dives down the vents. That's something. Config gonna cut down Shush, but we've also seen Heroic make magic from thin air. Zipix gonna do some damage. Kills Tesses, looks for the one back sight, and Cadian holds his own, but Glaive's nade goes deep. Lucky with a player just beneath him. It's down. Oh, doesn't see it. Config's actually already on top of this defuse, and that's a 10-second stick. Not the first time either that he's robbed back the round by way of defuse. Astralis 2-0 start.
Yeah, another clean start. They just refuse to lose. And this will be the freest one ever. I mean, this would be quite an insane map to be able to win. It's way too early to jump to conclusions. You could write books about the heroic Nuke strat book that they brought. You could write books about the book.
Yeah.
Books on books.
I think they do that. Book reviews or something.
That's right. There's just so much to their game.
Cadian's that solo AK. Could have been far worse with that scout shot, but it careens off of some cover, and he'll still stand comfortably on 72. It's Heroic's move to make. One of the things we saw out of that T side was also just boiling rounds down, taking all the time in the world. Again, time itself, a resource. And so when you have little to work with a buy like this, fight with the clock. TeSS jumps around the outer corners. And this is a very real routing that's going to allow for him to possibly crack open an A site or maybe even ramp. Xyp9x.
Oh, we can see it.
Yeah, they're on the cusp of this, but he actually shoots a little too quick. Won't recover anything more than the first one, and Refresh gets the frag in lobby. Now, they still don't know about TeSS.
Yeah.
He's been here for quite some time.
Oh, they've opened up into heaven, but it seems like the CTs are trying to shroud themselves from this presence in the first place. However, Rap comes out into Squeaky. 2v3 now. The CTs will be stressed. Refresh walking alongside someone, but he shoots a little bit too soon. Will it cost him? No, he finds a way to get out.
Takes a bit more damage.
Oh, getting up the vent. That's going to be so difficult.
They've already seen the barrel of the scout. This is trying to serve as a distraction, but is Blame going to want to take this risk when all he has to work with is 53 HP? I like this. Oh, that's perfect. It allows for Glaive to escape and also starts to burn them alive. A 2 versus 3 retake that's so crucial.
No way.
TeSS jumps down. Cadian locks it in.
Oh, okay.
Heroic. Whew. What a round.
That was way more competitive than I thought it would be, but yes. They spread the map so quickly, and that's what the magic is with Heroic, how good on their T-sides they are at making it feel like they're moving faster than 250. No matter what gun they're holding, they can cross a map in seconds, and at least that's what it feels like. And stressing the communication is the key to winning rounds on T-side Nuke. And a test of a new team. That might be the ultimate one.
They'll continue their hunt outside.
Second round was so clean, they actually have managed to buy Glaive on the op. Don't you just miss online CS?
No, said no one ever.
Oh my god.
Said no one ever.
Nade's nearly depleted. Everybody nesting in their positions. T's start to make the attack. But will they move?
It's going to play on top of these silos. Hopes to hold strong. Another volley of utility coming out of Astralis, and there's so little still to work with. One flash on config, that's it. Lucky makes his decision.
35 seconds. Smoke open up inside of Squeaky.
He's going to have to go big. Stound right on the other end of this. The AK wins the duel. It's damage from the SMG, but not quite enough. A delayed push out from Hut means Config's mag now half dry. He's still able to get one.
He's still going.
Oh, and so is Flame. Shush to the 1v2, 15 seconds. He's cleared the bomb site. Flame F next to die.
Oh, a monster hit. He doesn't have time. Glaive will rotate up.
His one move, commit, comes off of it. Missed shot from Glaive. He falls down into the site. And these two teams trying to lock horns inside of the A site. Shush is not going to clutch. It is Glaive to stand tall.
Oh my god, there would have been some egg on his face if he missed that one. Whew. Brought it back. And while that is an issue for Glaive, he's also been quite a good opper. It's a very mixed bag. Some of the rotations have been caught off guard. Obviously, we could see him learning as maps go on. And of course, a player as smart and as storied as him is going to be able to figure it out and get better with time. But those are openings for Heroic, who don't have those questions. They're just full of answers between Cadian and Stown. 3-1.
Oh, good damage. Nothing seems free nowadays. Lineups through these smokes, all known. But refreshes position, not so. He'll sulk down the secret stairs. And Lucky, I like this, gets a bit adventurous with that hut peek. I think that's one of the things that actually wounded Astralis versus FaZe on this map, was FaZe's consistency to attack them through lobby. But alas, it's the Danes who fight tonight. Glaive gives up his angle, allows for them to take some real estate and ramp. Oh, that one's close.
A little warning there.
Yeah. Let it be known.
Movements.
He falls.
Yeah, and this will push the rotations. Just knowing that ramp is taking over, there'll be some natural protocols that go into place. Of course, Heroic are totally aware, and so are Astralis. It's just about how do you get one over in this situation. And right now, there is good coverage.
Two players able to cross. Config not going to find anything, and Stown's looking to keep him at bay within decontamination.
What?
Quick kill first. Attack from the back. It's refresh, but there's 25 seconds and the bomb's been dropped. Xyp9x is going to get a bit of cover, and he needs a little bit of help. Lucky coming around from ramp. Look at this routing. Xyp9x all the way around.
There's one behind him in control. He gets off.
Double ops. Such a dire situation here for Heroic. They don't have what they need to get back in this fight, and they know it.
What a wonderful move from Xyp9x to take the risk to come into the site that has been completely compromised in order to get away from danger and still focus forward. That's why they got him till 25 right there.
Absolutely.
It's moves like that. That is actually exquisite. Out in the open, double up in control here. As I believe Config got shot in the back. And they share a moment of camaraderie. As Astralis take another round. Ooh, a great shot from Refresh. Don't tell me they've got 3 oppers.
Cadian just waits above. He holds.
Oh, that's right in the brain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
All right. Stown wanted to hang around. Config said no loitering.
Sharp as ever. And Glaive all the while, his patience could very well pay off. For now, Heroic will be left scrambling around in lobby. That Deagle wants a piece of Config.
See the positions get switched up constantly. That's a threat. Well layered right now.
Xyp9x to be met with resistance. He just needs to puff his chest and draw the attention towards him. BlameF here to help. He's blinded in the meantime. Players all around him. He starts to roll in from above. 2 for Blame, but there's the trade. Cadian's got some life in him.
Oh, time for action. Config. Look where he's gotten off to.
Oh, stops the bomb first and foremost. Refresh 10.
Okay.
And Heroic get reconfigured.
What are we looking at right now? 5-1 for Astralis. They're playing gas pedal. Heroic went off this ride.
Donk.
Nasty stuff from Config. It's obviously the awareness.
Man, those are those little pre-fires that we've been seeing out of him all event long.
Dude, he's super sharp, and even in that last moment, you know, doesn't peek too wide. He's got the mechanics. He's up there with the best of them.
Yeah.
Tatted like with these Greek gods and playing like one himself.
His ability to visualize top tier. But will they see this coming? Quick burst. Oh, what? 2 frags in from Config blind. Lucky falls into the site. Stown. What an answer. Double tech 9 kill, 3v3, and weapons retrieved to the hands of Heroic. They'll hold. They've got this A site with their name stamped across it, but it's the bomb on refresh.
And they can always threaten going down if they'd like to. 2 up in heaven, and they wait. The CTs will get nervous of this rotation. You know Heroic like to make it, but decisions have not been made yet.
Refresh clearing out downstairs.
He's going for the long con.
Ooh.
Oh.
Nice smoke, good nade, even better damage.
They get off it.
The retake not yet on. Stound barely stands. Refresh wraps all the way back around from the secret stairs. Can he come through Mini with success? Stound's found yet another, but there he falls. 3 kills is all he'll get. It needs to be Refresh, and unfortunately for him, Bomb is on the other side.
Yeah.
They don't know about him though. A little uncertainty as they throw that Molotov over towards Hut, and he's gonna make his move. Moving inwards, he falls. It's Astralis with yet another. But don't forget, that was a test off the back of Tech 9.
Oh man, Stound's opening kills, and that's what's scary about Heroic. It's their fast explodes. Honestly, with Tech 9s, I made a video about this on Nuke, their T-sides, why they're so damn scary. They can think so well on the fly. That's the difference. They can create cover where there is none. They can adapt in the mid-round. And they can transition into rounds that you will never find other teams getting into. Excuse me.
Go off.
Figuring out what to do from there. The T's will call another timeout. It's off to the drawing board. I mean, that was close. And honestly, Heroic and their big wins do manage to pull off these force buys and fast ecos on the T side. So even surviving that is something to be proud of for Astralis. Calming, endearing presence from the CT side.
A move to be made outdoors. A battle of the Oppers. Soon the smoke will fade. And that's the angle that Glaive wants to use, but just as he's about to gain his vision, a volley of smokes comes down.
Look what they do off this information. The movements are already really good. Now, Heroic still can do a number of things from this position.
Config seems well aware. This deep smoke wall, it's going to tell them this is the possibility. It is the threat. And soon, oh, he just looked away. Perfectly timed here from Shush. Woo! A second.
Blindingly fast.
And a miss from Glaive. Now they know they've got him locked in. Shush, he wants his blood. He wants his frag. Oh, Glaive gonna be able to fall back.
Shush takes the long way around. Refresh gets isolated. They know Shush is still in this position. Still numbers here for Heroic. And they pervade their options.
Lucky left alone on A. Stound lurks. Another round that's going to come down to the boiling point. 25 seconds. We've got players and they've chosen their positions. They know where they're going to make their stand here in the 8th round. It is back to the even keel. Who's got the next kill? They're going to have to just burst within this bomb site. It's a very tough spot for Glaive to be playing with that off in the rafters. Flameth, desperate spray as he fires away. Glaive falls down. A no-scope to the spine of Shush. Oh, a second! He's trying to find the bomb within, and it's Cadian to clutch. No utility, just his trusty op, and 3 opponents to topple. He's worried about his flank, and eventually that threat will come. 45 seconds, and oh, there it goes.
No way out.
Glaive somehow pulls that off.
The gargoyle from the rafters animates and drops down for 2 frags after being put in that position earlier on. It was a whole movie in this round for Glaive. It looked so dire. Until he becomes the focal point. And as you mentioned, the amount of volatility that comes from that position, specifically from the entrance from Decon, is the scariest part of all. And he still manages to be a part of the round and trust his plays.
And starts off with another. Down, able to answer, finds a little bit of a gap and a routing through the vents. So many times Heroic have been able to just sink their teeth into some portion of the map, but it's a matter of chewing all the way through. Astralis proving to be too tough. Stown uses that route to eject up the secret stairs. Blame F gonna be caught, back turned, head popped.
Okay.
And a 4v3 established. Lucky. Oh, Glaive sends him spinning.
Oh, they throw a one-way for Xyp9x, and he finds a way in around it. Glaive, he's still doing work.
Oh, he's got the backs turned.
Oh my God. Did they line up a one-way off the corner? Xyp9x had enough vision to be able to come in for that move, and the smoke wasn't thrown by him either, so they thought, well, there was clearly a timing for him where they wouldn't know, and Glaive, all the while, putting in hours through the wide side of the box. Oh my goodness. And then making it upstairs. Is this a simple impression? The amount of rotations we saw in this one round? Compared to day one, I can't even believe the Glaive that we're seeing right now.
When push comes to shove, when the shots truly matter, that is when the best step up. And the rest, they're forced to step out. Config gonna stop Stown, double up from behind. Oh, yeah, what is that?
From 2 kilometers away, Config with the no-scope.
The homing missile, and Xyp9x gonna run right in. You can have your bomb plant, because Astralis have their 9.
Shut the hell up. This isn't official.
Oh.
No, okay, all right. All right. That would have been worse than a loss. I don't know, man. I just don't.
How dare you?
Lucky's like, I'm the one who does crazy shots.
I was gonna say, yeah, sitting next to Lucky must have rubbed off on him. From the jumping AK headshot to the cross map, no scope.
Man, this was 14-8 on Mirage. Don't ask me.
That's what I'm here for. I ask you the questions, you give us all the answers.
I want to race if I'm gonna answer that question. Wow. Okay. Why are they so fun to watch too?
I
don't know.
I just can't. I mean, look,
I mean, this is the Lucky that they obviously, you know, gestation period.
Yes.
Right? And
yes.
But like for it to peak right now,
what a time.
Astralis have always struggled in front of their home crowd. They regularly played horribly in this exact stadium.
A curse?
It was a curse. You know, while they were playing good otherwise. This is the place where they suffered the hardest trials and the most embarrassing defeats. And there was the idea that they would survive one day. And now they're looking for 3.
Utility over the top, Glaive, he wants to fight.
Oh yeah, these are the plays.
He wants blood. And it's Tess splattered on the boxes. Refresh able to answer V Blame, so Glaive in a tough spot. What is he on right now?
Okay.
Cadian sent down from the rafters. Lucky, he's gonna hold up close, and it's almost there, but instead Shush answers. Config's op is just too damn commandeering. Astralis gunning for a 10th.
Oh, look who gets
tucks into the sight. Oh, he sprays for the first one. Cadian full HP, deep nade. Not enough. And then already Glaive's here to support, trying to find the wall bang. Cadian desperate.
He needs a way out.
And he will find the first, but Glaive stops him. These ops are just S tier. S tier.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere. This is an oppressive CT side. And these are the plays you need the op to make. This is so much better than what we saw from ZywOo. In their last match, this is the way you're supposed to do it. And of course, you know, Glaive isn't the player that ZywOo is. Yet he's teaching him lessons.
Cadian quick to find a line of sight through Squeaky, but it's the cross from Heroic downstairs. And Xyp9x, he is this demon in the B site. Doors swung wide, both sides. Glaive is everywhere and so incredibly sharp. Refresh surrounded, executed by Config. And the bomb just ahead of Shush. How does he get this out of here? Well, first, maybe wait. Cadian's gonna come join him. There's still a ton of time to play. Utility near non-existent for this T side. There's a smoke here for the Danish Opper, but there's also a player in position lying in wait above the sink.
Okay.
Lucky sent down the drain.
Oh, they wish they had that bomb in vision of the CT side.
Smoke atop it. Xyp9x buys his time.
Oh my God. They still don't know if it's gone. They're taking their time with it. Oh, Shush will die. Xyp9x, leave it to him.
Astralis can do no wrong.
It's actually the god of timings. Where is the opening, man? They just hit downstairs faster than you could believe, and Glaive had dropped into dark with an op. That's a committed rotation. That's a statement. He's in Cadian's head. And rent's cheap.
Yeah, for the first time in Copenhagen. Timeout called here from Astralis.
That's disrespect. They got all the money in the world. Oh, wait, I say that. We're nearing the end of the half, and actually, Heroic have done good damage. Just assumed.
Still a chance to break through for this T side.
Oh, man.
It is never too late.
This is where
Counter-Strike, round by round.
Like G2, this is where Heroic have impressed the most on rounds like this. They can come up with something. They're tricky, they're fast. They're aggressive. And they love this map. Oh, that's a message. Oh my God, that's another message.
Has he missed?
I don't know, not anymore. 14-4 for Glaive. Honestly, one of the most beautiful CT halves in terms of all these rotations.
I do like this though, Heroic, they take that damage, but then they don't move. They wanted this from the get-go, they're gonna hang on to it. They've just allowed, of course, for Stound downstairs to find and gather all the info he possibly can without giving away a Q. Config sits very far back, as will Lucky. An invitation, an open door, a welcoming party for the attack of Heroic here in round 13. Lucky's on high alert. Easy first, second's his. No matter what Heroic try to do, they are met by M4s. They are met by Astralis.
Oh, so beautiful for them, taking all these long lines in this position. Even though they didn't have info downstairs, it feels like they did call it timing. They were aware of everything. They set up far back. Chug, 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 chug. Hey! It was just apple juice, guys. Replay.
2 more rounds to play out on this CT side. Two more desperate attempts for Heroic to hold their nerve. Gap within the smoke.
Dude.
He doesn't miss, and obviously that one made easy. Cadian walking right into his own demise. He's trying his absolute damnedest at 10-12. The top fragger for Heroic.
The risk, he's every single read, every single play they make. I mean, he's just so comfortable with it. He knows what they're gonna do next. Config goes down. Key player, can't say that enough. Glaive, open lines. No, wait, what is happening, Glaive?
Feels like every shot but at least they'll be given a bit of space. It's only a ruse. It's a false sense of confidence. Everybody sharp from Astralis. And poor Shush on his lonesome.
This is one of the most unbelievable individual performances we've seen from Glaive ever. 1v4 for Shush. Round 14. Here to take an inventory, but Glaive turns around.
It hurts.
Oh my God, it's 13-1.
He tries to make the bigger play and instead gets nothing for his efforts. A near perfect CT side.
This is like 2014 Nuke with a CT side. And I think they interrupt that, and Cadian says, I'm going to take the risk.
I cannot.
But you shouldn't. The amount of times he's exposing himself off of a read that he has is what makes this even more insane, right? You can't have that impact unless you take those risks. You can mosey between two angles and chill and stay in the window and stay in hell and rotate ramp. Or you can be like Glaive and trust yourself like nobody in the world does.
I just can't believe it. What a contrast to what we saw versus FaZe. And again, step by step, Astralis climbing the ladder. A headshot to refresh. And Heroic just can't find a single opening. A concrete wall by the name of Astralis. And even that shot hits. Shush will take the head of Glaive. And put it atop his stick, trying to rally what's left of Heroic in this half. Such a desperate situation. 55 seconds to play around.
They're so ready even for the fallback.
But another one. Every single time they try to make their move, they are met by resistance. And Lucky's gonna reposition just for the next test. This time it's Tesses and Cadian, shoulder by shoulder. They'll walk into the dink. It does connect. Blame F, your turn to strike. And with all his might, he walks away. He lets this one linger. He lets it loom in the mind of Cadian. You cannot stop us. This is Astralis. And this is 2 rounds away from being done. Everybody catch your breath.
Hello and welcome to this is the big one. It really is. This setup is actually kind of lit. There is one cable attached to the car and there is 2 fully functioning gaming setups.
Monitors, all the good stuff.
With a twist. Stown and Lucky, we've managed to wrangle them into a head-to-head with a little bit of a catch. Oh, and here come the competitors now. I can see them in my wing mirror.
Oh, who's sitting in that machine and
Hey boys, get off the road! It's game time. Lucky, Stown, about to head into the arena. First of 5.
Let's buckle up.
Let's buckle up.
Only A? Let's do only A. Or you can buy armor or what?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Clear intention here from Lucky, heading over towards Long, and look at this from Stown.
It's a hard clear, Chad. That's a hard right. Does he actually? He's not going to clear it. He's not going to clear it. He's going to mess it up. Stown! No! Look at these guys having a party. No! Fuck. I'm not going to lie, Stown is being a little rat.
Is he going to scope? Oh.
Lucky still hasn't worked it out, yeah.
Oh my god, that was so bad.
And I think that just there, from Stown, we saw some oversteer.
Definitely some oversteer. Oh, Stown's dead.
Oh,
Dead.
Oh! He has 7 bullets. He's just hoping he runs into me.
Stown even pulled the trigger.
He has to aim down now.
Oh, that's the hard part. Oh, no. It's an absolute mess.
Oh my god, what a duel.
Stown. It's going to be a car crash.
Oh, if he could use them in any way.
Oh, no head armor. He's not going to hear the bomb getting planted. It's a ninja plant. You've never seen anything like it. Oh, no.
Oh, it's down. Oh, contact again! Lucky's the beast with the P90.
I need to try something new now.
Why is he going for the orb?
I don't even know. The P90 was what, and the Mac 10. It is still kind of mad that this entire setup is being powered by a vehicle.
This is a bad tactic I chose.
I really don't feel this is it, unless he hits like a 360 no scope.
Dowdy boys, surely got
Come on now!
Finally, I got around.
I want to see some of you two come out, Stown. He's trying to find a shot. Look at that.
Oh my god. Getting close now. Yeah, it is.
Gone in 40 seconds, not 60.
Ooh. Oh, it's an absolute whiff from Lucky. Stound's got a chance.
The defuse, but he's hitting target. He's in the back. Oh, he's out of memory.
How close was it? 3 seconds.
Oh,
3 seconds. Okay, GG, man. Good game. GG.
Lucky is your champion. I mean, Chad, so much hard work, dedication to his craft, and he has definitely taken the competition by storm. Well, that was a hell of a half. History in the making within the Royal Arena. Astralis, what year is this?
Oh my God. Now, how crazy is this, man? 14. This is versus Heroic's Nuke. I mean, this is the map they wanted to go to, and rightfully so. And everybody has been taking Astralis here if they haven't been taking themselves, because they love it. Put all your energy in, because who knows how many rounds we have left.
No kit, no nades. Entirely armored is Heroic. Incendiary thrown, an attack made into the lobby. They're gonna try to take this CT side back on their own accord, on their own damn terms.
I think they know the opportunity right now after seeing the push. They have an open heaven route, and Fish will try to stop them, but they're doing it from the low ground, and a player has dropped into the site.
Yep, but Lucky's also outside. Down.
Oh my God.
Tap into the head. Blame F, your chance to strike in lobby. 3v2 situation. HP so low. Cadian, all that's left. The old ramp to heaven. The mastermind of Nuke pistols. Blame F takes 15.
Oh man, when does the game start? When does the match go live?
And when does the beating end?
When do we wake up if we're Heroic? 14 rounds just to go to overtime. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. You can't write scripts like this. Astralis in the power position. Cadian called it bragging rights. He put himself on the line when he said that. That's why we love him.
That we do. Shush, your chance to shine. A shotgun to the gut of Zipix. The rest of Astralis behind him. He is the front runner. They hold on all fronts. They anticipate the attack, and on their own terms, they will attempt to push in and take away their win, not on just one map, but a crucial series. A little bit of a skirmish, and Astralis fall away.
Yeah, I think they start to get a sense of things.
They want to bleed them out.
A new game plan ensues. The fight's coming.
Oh! TSS with the deagle. You love to see it. Fight tooth and nail. Make them struggle every step of the way. 20 seconds remain. Zip's gonna get down vent. Back turn. TSS sees it. He's looking for the fadeaway headshot. Executed by Lucky. And then they're gonna redirect right into refresh. But now they go desperately back down to the B site.
Time.
This is a scramble. They need to get on it. Cadian scout fires off. He connects B. Blame F.
They can't plant. They pick up the bomb late.
It goes another. Not done yet. Heroic. There they go. Down to the wire. They've got Astralis against the clock.
Oh my God, that was so close. Refresh, because he held his nerve, did a move from the upper site. Stood there, and he would have embarrassed them if they came upstairs.
Maybe a little nervous.
One down was enough. That was a lot of good pressure. The mid-round from Heroic to get into secrets, to come up late with two players as well, reading their next move after Astralis. Forwent going upstairs and taking those duels inside of the hut. It's a very nice call, a very nice read from Heroic. And based on the information that we could see at the time, However this game ends, it's going to be fiery.
Nice moves. Cadian posturing for this outer peak, and that's what's going to come his way. Lucky, back turn. That's a first. Fires off. Hits a second. Refresh inside of the mini. It's just the pistol players for Astralis.
Yeah, they lose a gun here.
Minute on the clock. Cadian falls.
They have the smokes as well as they made that play with Lucky.
Xyp9x, well, he's going to be hunted here inside of the lobby. They're getting closer. A dink versus Cadian. From bad to worse, but there's a little bit of a saving grace. A little bit of wiggle room. A chance to breathe. But Glaive's going to take that back as he plants the bomb on B. There's another kill for Config, and it's only with the pistols that they may have pulled this off.
Not like this.
Lucky with the double AK kill. Famas in from Tesses, 2v2. Deagle damage in. Blame F down. And it seems like this falls on Config. A wounded Berserker. Closed behind the door. He bursts beyond, uses cover, gun goes dry, and he falls.
Okay.
Heroic survive another.
Man, even the Berserker can't pull that one off. What a testy round. I can't believe Glaive even was able to find a plant, let alone have it come that close. You could see the nervousness even versus Config, whose Tech 9 runs dry, as he's sprinting across the cover to reload. It's too much to handle right now. No matter what they have, every round can be closing moments.
Heroic just need to keep taking these deep breaths. Stay composed. No margin of error. None.
You have to tell yourself that. It sounds comical, but it's what champions are made of right there.
You only lose when you stop believing. And Heroic just can't afford that. But goddamn, are they scared. And they've got a reason to be. Astralis, they've hit them hard when working with lesser weapons. The guns are up next, but for now, it's going to be another chance for Heroic to just cut Astralis away from their victory. Frag by frag. Bullet by bullet. Glaive's going to answer with something, but Heroic's still in the driver's seat by quite some distance.
Yeah, they actually, they're not even worried about the ramp in this position, but they know on this X position that they've got to get more kills so they don't stay inside the site, and Lucky cannot hit that deagle shot.
There it is.
Not favorable to him, and it's now 15-4, and Heroic will be able to stabilize. We reached the territory where they can reasonably tell themselves that they've done it in the past. Of course, 14-1, indomitable scoreline, but they won the counter force-up after losing the pistol. Full buy comes in. No ops in play here for Astralis.
And at the very least, they'll just enjoy this moment. Every kill they can get in front of their home crowd. Every second on this stage. With Counter-Strike in all its glory. But this is a test. An equipped Astralis, and a disrespectful one at that. Blame F runs into the A site. Glaive's gonna be able to catch down. 3 frags away from victory. And we've seen moments like this from Astralis where they get their opening, they create a wounded Heroic, and then they pause.
And they don't panic whatsoever. Off to the mid-round. Heroic know exactly what they're going to do in this situation. Can they beat them, though? Will Astralis be able to press their advantage is the question.
Not too aggressive of an angle.
Oh my God.
The patience could be everything.
Oh!
It's only Tesses.
Only Tesses!
15-4, and there it is! With the Royal Arena on their feet, Astralis will win the Danish Derby!
Look at the happy father! In unison, everyone stands. What a debut! Have you ever seen anything like it? The emotions in here are tangible. They can't be ignored. The joy within this camp and the promise are a sight to behold.
Such an electric moment for Counter-Strike, and for more importantly, Danish CS. Give it up for your winners, Astralis!
Unbelievable. One of the greatest rosters of all time. I think we're going to have to wait for your fans to stop celebrating your victory. Wow. Nuke Rosenda in the building. Glaive, I need some answers. How do you change coach this core disbanded? 2 members remain of the core. You bring in an 18-year-old rookie. You bring in some Danish meat. How are you immediately taking games like this? I need answers.
Yeah, actually I have no idea how I managed to pull it off, but I'm just extremely happy. But I don't think we could have done it without this crowd, I'm pretty sure.
Like, there's only so many words we can use, right? Goosebumps, adrenaline. I mean, this is a story I'm sure you'll tell your kid when you're a little older.
Yeah, that's true. I have some stories, but still, this will be one of the greatest for my kid. Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Now help me out. Give it up for Daddy Glaive. Now help me out here. Just a little bit about Nuke. I mean, you're expecting Nuke, you're expecting it, but the dominance, AWPing, you, config on AWPs. What's the real answer here?
I don't really know what to say. I know we had a lot of doubters about if I should play the AWP or not, and I understand them because in the beginning I wasn't that good and I'm not that consistent with AWP, but I think I showed today that I can actually handle it, and I'm really proud of myself. And one more thing, I think it's amazing to see how good of a player Lucky is. He's only 18 years old. He's gonna be the new name, that's for sure.
In this arena right now could have done that walkout to this crowd and perform like he did. Are you helping this boy get comfortable in that Astralis jersey? I mean, you know what's ahead of him, right? You know what's ahead of him, all of this and more. Are you giving that boy everything he needs?
Yes, we're trying everything we do to give him everything that he needs. And yeah, I hope he can show the same level tomorrow. And I hope all the fans will come here tomorrow again and watch us play. Hopefully we win the whole thing.
I think that's a yes, and I'm sure you've got to go. I think you've got to go celebrate with your boys. Thank you very much, Glaive. We'll see him tomorrow.
Pure brutality. Those are the only words I think I can use to describe what we just witnessed from Astralis, and the crowd, firmly the sixth man of their squad, absolutely roaring behind the Danes of Astralis. We thought we were treated to a spectacular show on Mirage, but Nuke, that was something else, Maniac.
The momentum that Astralis went on is absolutely indescribable. From the moment they were down 15-10, they only lost 4 rounds in the entirety of that series. 9 rounds straight on Mirage, and then absolutely destruction, smashing Heroic on Nuke. I have no words. I don't know where to start.
No, I'm gobsmacked here, right? I don't think this was what anybody was predicting at home. I think that CT side we were talking about, sure, you saw it continue through, but the individuals were just absolutely epic here. This kind of a scoreline, considering the scenario that we have in front of us here, look, there's obviously the romantic side of things, that this is insane, this is, you know, this is the team that's going to be, like, there's a lot to dig into here, but this performance in itself, it's you haven't seen anything like this in a while.
Look at the man we have on camera right there. Let's go back 48 hours before, say 3-4 days before, when we heard that Glaive was going to do the AWPing duties on Astralis, right? First reaction was, oh my God, how can they make it work? How can that possibly be that Glaive will just pick up the AWP and actually do a good job? In this series, highest rated player for Glaive, 1.41. He had 31 kills with the AWP across 2 maps. And as he said it on stage, he can handle it. He can do the job. And I, for one, had no clue he could. I doubted that idea, very much so.
Yeah, and it's incredible to see him stepping up when the team need him to most. But it isn't just, of course, the star AWPer of Glaive now of the squad showing up. We heard it from him there as well. Lucky, man, so much pressure on his shoulders. Only 18 years of age, coming out to face this incredible crowd, to face another Danish side on the other side of the server. Hugely impressive from him.
Yeah, just continue to impress, right? We were obviously yesterday within the game, his rifling was quite something sensational, and today he's just continued up that form in the clutches, the jumping AK, of course. I don't think he'll forget that one anytime soon. I don't think the crowd will either. But look, when you're watching this team play and you have Config playing CT AWP with a bloody CT Vent with a bloody AWP, and he gets 3 kills and the third one's a no-scope, you think yourself, there's something in the water, right? Because that we're not talking about normal Counter-Strike here, right? No. This is high-variance Counter-Strike.
I agree with you, and I think what happened today, in that evening, is uniquely happening in an arena. We entered a very specific realm of Counter-Strike where a team enters a flow state that you cannot find online. It is something that is greater than you, something that is bigger than you. You're just in communion with an entire arena, and you can do no wrong. All your decisions are the good one. All the shots are hits. Every step you take is the right one. I don't think that this comeback happens online. I don't think this destruction happens online. And this is why this is the Counter-Strike we like.
And that's the thing. We've used the word momentum time and time again when we're analyzing Counter-Strike, of course, during that online era as well. But momentum means an entirely different thing when you're coming online. You can hear the crowd roaring. You can feel the reverberations of all the bays, of all the shots through your feet as well. And Astralis just being able to capitalize on that. Unfortunately for Heroic, they weren't the ones to be doing so.
Yeah, they were stunned just like we are, right? And I think the thing here is when it kicked off with the pistol round, they didn't get a single kill. It's like, okay, well, you're in some real strife, aren't you? It's not going to be competitive whatsoever. The CT wall was erected on that last map, and then it's coming on through and it's carrying on through, and they just couldn't do anything about it, right? If you want to just dissect the Heroic side, it wasn't like they weren't throwing everything at them. They had a bunch of different top pops that they were trying. The thing is, right, I want to, if we're going to be pure to Counter-Strike here for a second, right now at the highest level of CS, the thing that you're doing with your team, with the support staff that now has grown, is you'll sit there and you go, okay, this is the rotations. This is where this guy likes to play. If he doesn't play here, he plays here, and he's got about 3 other spots that the tendencies are. There's no tendencies right now. And if you have a player like Config who can play scrimmy CS when he is playing in a system, right? That was Config's role back in Complexity. That's been Config's role all the time. He can just get away with whatever he wants. This is a team that understands high-level Counter-Strike operating in a new environment. So everybody understands what they need to do, but there's no tape. There's nothing that people can sink their teeth into. They haven't come up with all these different plays which we're expecting from this team. Nobody had any expectations. And that means for Heroic coming into this, we already said it was a long day. They already had to play that first best of 3. Yeah. And then just getting the comeback and then into this CT wall again. What can you do? There's just no answers.
No, there isn't. You talk about the fact that Config is fast, quick on his feet. That's the same with BMF. I feel like these two players, they are so obnoxious to play against because any step, any meters they can take, any map control they can take, they will. How many times did we see in these games moment where Heroic have a foot set in the round? Maybe it's a 3 versus 3. And you would think against 95% of the entire Counter-Strike community, that's okay, they have good positions. But because Config and BMF are both eating away the map control and any step they can take, they take, then suddenly the clutch is impossible. impossible to play. You have people behind you, in front of you, to your left, to your right. You're fighting, you're finishing off a duel. There's someone else behind you to trade you. They play such a quick Counter-Strike, not in terms of rushing, but in being quick to think, quick to react.
Cool. I think Vitality, if they're listening, are going to hate that I'm about to say this right here, but out of the two teams left, other than NAVI already in that grand final, the only team here which could beat NAVI would be Astralis, right? And I can't believe I'm bloody saying that, but the thing is, the individuals are so on point right now, and there's nothing that Blade and Co can do right now to counter this. Now, of course, they're going to be able to step up and be amazingly individual, right? And do what they do, and they'll probably still win. But we already saw Vitality have a crack at it today, and they weren't even close whatsoever. This team, the romantic environment, the home crowd, the new roster coming together, all that jazz, I know you love that stuff, Matthew, is probably the only way that anybody's even competitive with the remaining names we have in this tournament against NAVI in that final. This right here needs to continue. This Astralis needs to ride this wave, come in tomorrow, beat the French, unfortunately send them packing, and then go in with all this momentum against a NAVI who is hot to trot. Look, it would be some insane upset. It's something that nobody would have expected coming into this tournament, but that's the only way the grand final is competitive. And that's the only way.
I'm with you. I'm with you, and you know me, I'm a Vitality fan all the way, but I'm with you. I think, obviously, NAVI is stronger than the crowd. NAVI is stronger than anyone. The crowd is not going to deter NAVI in any way. But Astralis, with that crowd, with that energy that comes in, and the players having the peak Counter-Strike that we're seeing right now we have a recipe for an upset. And what an upset that would be. Glaive out-sniping Simple in the game?
All right, we might be getting a bit...
Can we even deal with that either? I mean, what just happened here?
I mean, that's a huge question going forward for potential... Well, they're definitely going to be seeing them playing Vitality. He's going to have to face up against ZywOo, and then if they do win, facing up against Simple. I mean, that's a bit of a test for Glaive.
Look, if they're able to continue this... I don't even know why I'm saying if, because they clearly, in this environment, are, right? They have, and we continue to see it here. Config and Blame, there's no question. I can't sit here tomorrow and go, well, if they show up again, they've shown up every time.
They do.
Yeah, and then if Glaive is able to do this, right, he was definitely feeling himself here, everywhere and across the map, and looking great. Now, it's going to be difficult, and we're not going to get crazy here. It is going to be very, very difficult. But this here is inspired Counter-Strike, and I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. All the players on this team, other than Lucky, have very, very good experience at Tier 1 CS. They all understand the roles, how to approach the maps, but in terms of the way that they're doing it here, this isn't like this is drilled. They haven't spent hours upon hours in a server doing this. This is just natural chem coming together early.
And the problem, if you are against Astralis, if this narrative doesn't please you, the two weaknesses you could potentially point out aren't working. First of all, you could say Lucky is not experienced online, he's going to crumble. He is not
Great
crumbling.
Experience,
absolutely not crumbling. He's doing exactly the same a veteran would do. And then the other weakness would be Glaive cannot snipe. He did it again this time. The two weaknesses turned into strength in that game, which is why we had such an incredible game.
An absolutely rock-solid roster there from Astralis, and one person that was looking super solid throughout was, of course, Config.
Config, you've done it. You've taken down Heroic. You find yourself moving forward on this lower bracket. And you just said to me, we've done it, you know? Does it feel like a dream come true right now?
Yeah, it's a dream come true. I think the Astralis Heroic rivalry has been there for a long time. And I said yesterday that we wanted to take them off the throne, and I think we managed to do that.
You did it in style as well, right? So Mirage, we spoke about this yesterday, the pick that comes in, kind of a non-Astralis map. I could see you winning that. When it came to Nuke, I was expecting us to go to a third. What on earth happened?
Oh, I was confident. I bought up inside. They were confident in Yard. Sipnik was confident ramp. It just felt like the synergy in our team was just better than theirs.
And did it feel like you kind of mentally checked them out at a stage? Because it just seemed like they just kind of making so many mistakes that they didn't normally make.
I honestly think that they were a little bit mentally checked out after Mirage. I think they thought they had that map. And then, yeah, we just dominated CT side, and then it's hard to get back on T side.
Now, talk about this for me, right? We talk about new teams coming in, honeymoon period, that side of things. Do you think that's part of what's to do with this little bit of Astralis magic coming through?
I definitely think that honeymoon is a thing, but I really think that this team has the possibility to keep the honeymoon going, and if we keep up the good vibes and the good communication, then I think we can keep the honeymoon going for a long period.
Now, I did an interview with Tesses before this game, and he was really keen to take you guys down, especially focusing on you. Anything you want to say to him?
Nice try.
No, tomorrow you're going to be going up against Vitality, right? A team that is kind of falling apart. We know the next steps, things are changing for them. How good a chance do you think you've got versus them? Because they looked pretty weak against NAVI earlier.
I think we should have beat them yesterday. I think we should, no, 2 days ago, I think we should have won against them. But yeah, I don't know. I think they're a strong team, but of course, maybe they're going to change some players. And I think that the loss today hurt them a little bit. So I hope we can take our momentum to tomorrow.
And how much of a difference does that crowd and stage make?
a lot. I think it's insane. It feels great to be there in an Astralis jersey and see so many people, Danish fans rooting for us. I think it's great.
Well, you get to enjoy it some more, mate. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Man, I am so excited to see that rematch between Astralis and Vitality tomorrow. Unfortunately, that does mean that Heroic are eliminated from the competition, though. And man, it really was a test of stamina for these guys coming into it, playing earlier against Liquid. They were really, really tested there. Just seemed like the gas ran out of the tank coming onto Nuke.
I agree with you, and I think it would be disingenuous not to consider the fact that they had already played quite a hard best-of-3 today. We have to keep that in mind, but it's also... we have to be honest with the fact that they have been swallowed whole by the context right here. They disappeared in that series. They went from 15-10 in a position to win the map from Astralis in a very convincing way to completely losing control of anything that was happening and dissolving on the stage. Now, it's a learning experience, but unfortunately for the detractors of Heroic out there, this is ammunition, this is bullets.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, you crumbled on that stage, and so they did, but it was a great, great effort of exercise and energy for them today.
I think we had a whole different story here if they won Mirage. I think it would have been Heroic 2-0, right? I think that they could have definitely run with that, but the lack of gas we're talking about here and then that crushing defeat on top of it, just too much for them to handle.
Well, before Heroic do depart the Royal Arena, we do have a few words courtesy of Refresh.
I've got Refresh with me here, as sadly Heroic will be eliminated by Astralis in this one. And Refresh, I guess we'll start with this point. I saw your tweet earlier, you said you weren't feeling too well, you didn't get too much sleep. How are you feeling at the moment?
I mean, of course, right now we are all really disappointed. We really wanted to move on in this tournament. We have a rivalry against NAVI. Of course, they have been on top the whole time, but we really want to beat them. So we are a bit sad that we couldn't reach the final and meet them. That would be the dream for us to beat the #1 team in the world.
Now talk to me about this Astralis game. Mirage, right, a bit of a surprise. I can understand why you would lose that. But then going on to this Nuke, what went wrong? It seemed to me like you guys weren't really in it, in your headspace.
Yeah, I think it has been a long day for us, and we are a team that rely a lot on preparation. So when there's two best-of-3s on one single day, it's hard to prepare much on the second game. So it was a lack of energy, lack of preparation, and if you combine that with a new lineup in Astralis where there isn't much material on, I think it gives them a better chance to beat us.
And what do you make of this new Astralis lineup, right? We were expecting this epic game on our hands for it, but they came through swinging, and they seem to be quite a more aggro style of team compared to what we're used to in old Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely bringing a new spice compared to the old lineup, but I think the roles are a bit weird. Glaive orbing, it's something I don't expect to be consistent in the future. Not because I don't believe in him as a player. I just think it's really hard to transition into an orber. I mean, only a few players has done it successfully, and I just think the chances are low for that working out in the long term.
Well, Refresh, I'm sad to say goodbye to you, man, but thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you on the next event.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Heroic unable to handle the heat that Astralis brought to the server. Unfortunately, that does mean they are eliminated from the competition. It's been a long day of Counter-Strike for them. Unfortunately, not quite enough to be pushing over the line.
Not quite enough, but it's not done yet. Oh yeah, it is actually.
Yeah,
I'm
they are
confused.
eliminated.
I'm confused. Just like Heroic.
The day's
That's
done.
My brain is exactly like that.
No, we're just going to keep on going. More Counter-Strike.
Yeah, more Counter-Strike. Yes, you want me to keep on talking? Because right now it feels like my brain is just went
It's not as late as last night. You know, we got it done a little bit earlier there.
Yeah, a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we might get a bit more sleep tonight. Look, I just want to touch on that interview there from Refresh. It's actually pretty level-headed, right? If I can put myself in two different versions of Chad right now, one would be the romantic storyline about how far Astralis can go and this, that, and the other in the context of the event, home soil, all that jazz. You get all the romantic, all the fluffy stuff. On the other side of things, he's right in a big way, right? Because this is the first event we've ever seen this team, right? If we're going to be realistic as far as analysts go, we can definitely ride this wave and we can get excited about it, and we should. We should get excited about it. But at the same time, we need to temper our expectations. Because the thing with Counter-Strike is, the viewers at home, us here, when we grade teams, we need to be reminded of greatness often. So if this continues forward consistently, that's a whole different story. But only time will tell if this is true.
I mean, we can pose the questions. We can pose the questions, right? And as Refresh is mentioning, this whole setup, this whole structure for Astralis might find its limit at some point. It is an opinion that we have, a hypothesis that we have. But when they show up the way they did today, all we have to do is be romantic, Chad. Just a little romance.
Oh, lucky us.
We like that up here on the desk. Of course, it's time to recap some of our highlights of the day in our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys know the deal by now. Head on over to the Blast Premier Twitter and get your votes in. We'll be revealing who the winner is tomorrow. What have we got coming up first?
We start with Mr. Grimm, making work in the big hit of Inferno. Actually an ace. Very well positioning himself in that smoke, closing in here with a quick spray transfer.
Simple number 2 coming in, of course. Simple needs to get a play of the day right here. Absolutely mauled Vitality. The French stood absolutely no chance in that upper bracket match. And this one right here. Yeah, look, the flashes, it doesn't stop Simple. Just coming on in, not wincing, not taking a break. In the flash, the flick, it's nice. And then he's even going to grab the third right here. So Simple looking hot to trot today, and that's what you want to see from the big man himself.
Combat style AWP, but this man can yield the big green as well. It is hiding behind that van. I know you like that one, Chad. I know you like that one very, very much. Quick scope, and then here, why not add a no scope to it? Refresh is about 500 miles away.
This is fun Counter-Strike. This is the type of Counter-Strike we love to watch, right? Because of how high variance is, because of the plays exactly like you're seeing right there out of config. Now, I want to get more of that, and I think we will tomorrow.
Yeah, we definitely will. We're going to be seeing more of these players in our Mersk MVP, the potential contention for that MVP title of the Blast.
Heating up.
Finals, yeah, we're getting a lot of these big names in there as well. Anybody you particularly want to highlight?
I think the fact that Blame has kind of gotten ahead of Config here at this point is something there, but it just shows the two of them playing very, very well. I think Config's just outside at number 6, but Electronic for me today, he's stepped himself up into the top 5 in this race right here, but it's all the big names you want to see, right?
Yeah, Config is not too far away. I would try his best. Didn't really have a great performance against NAVI, I have to say. And NAVI, speaking of which, just casually 3 players in the MVP.
Just
only 3.
Right.
More than half of their roster in there. Well, you
it's
mentioned Blame F. Chad. We got a little special treat for you because we got some few words from him about potentially taking that MVP title.
The competition is still hot for our Mersk MVP, and Blame F, you're within the top 5 at the moment. You certainly would have a chance to grab it. But you know what? You've been putting in the numbers, you've been putting in the work, and Astralis keep making a step further forward. You feeling good on this individual level now you're not IGLing?
Yeah, I think I definitely do. It's weird because you get into so many positions and stuff that I didn't get into when I was IGLing. Like now that when we're running out hot, I'm like the guy running out first and stuff. Now I was never doing that in my old teams when I was calling, always like throwing the nades and stuff. So it's like a little bit different for me, but I feel really comfortable in the sense that I have way more freedom. Like I'm dying way more times, but I feel like I'm also getting way more important kills. So I feel like just my overall impact is very high in this tournament.
Now, you'd have Vitality tomorrow and then on to NAVI, and if you can dominate in the way you've been doing, you probably can grab that award. Feel like it's doable?
Yeah, I think it's doable, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't care that much about, individual performance right now. I'm just so happy to be in a team that I know have my back, and they trust me and I trust them, and sometimes you die on someone else's mistake, but in this team it just doesn't matter. Everyone is just so happy, and we just forget about it immediately, and yeah, I'm playing with a beast in my team config. I would be so happy to see him grab it.
Well, let's see who can grab it. I love the words, I love the confidence. Let's see how it all goes down for this MVP award.
Wholesome and Benjamin there, playing for the team rather than for himself personally, but that would be a nice accolade to add to his cabinet.
Yeah, the first big environment like this, right? It'd be a great way to start off this team going forward, and probably something that he'll remember for a very, very long time.
It's always great to have a team to be selfless for.
Yeah.
That's great to have.
Yeah, no, it's great to hear that. I mean, just the atmosphere in Astralis as well. We'll be seeing more of them going forward as well. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly where the lay of the land is lying after our penultimate day of competition here in the Royal Arena. Man, we have our final matches cemented. Of course, the winner of Vitality versus Astralis. They've got another challenge ahead of them because NAVI stand awaiting in that grand final, Chad. Not an easy opponent.
Yeah, look, 2 tough teams for Astralis to get past here, but for Vitality, right, they could get another crack at it, and you heard them say that their preparation, all the hard work, they think that they can do it. Well, today, I don't think they showed that they could, so I would prefer to see the Astralis-NAVI final if I was gonna play favorites.
Look, the Frenchies could ruin the party for everyone.
Yeah.
They could be the ultimate party pooper right there, because if they deprive us from an Astralis NAVI Grand Final, I think the Royal Arena wouldn't be too happy about it. But so goes Counter-Strike. Sometimes the story doesn't follow. Maybe Vitality come in, they don't care about it, and they get that W.
Maybe we change it. If Vitality get to the Grand Final, Simple can only play every second round.
That would be more fair.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, do you think he would agree to that? Maybe add a little bit of a challenge for him.
But who we trade out then? Is it a 4v5 then?
Yeah, 4v5.
Oh, you're really doing my balls dirty.
All right, well, we can sit out Perfecto or Boomich if you want, and Sybil can play every round.
Is that
but
really, do you think, what it will take for anybody to take down Navi? Literally somebody stepping out of the server?
I would advise we stay with the Counter-Strike. I feel like this Pandora box is really dangerous.
Wait, another idea. What if we bring back some old maps? Prodigy, Aztec, we make them play on maps they've never played before. Just to spice it up a bit, right?
Of Anubis. I'd be down for some Anubis.
Okay, all right.
Anubis. Okay,
the only Anubis fan in the world right here, everybody.
For him. That's too crazy for Chad. I think maybe we need to get some rest after an incredibly chaotic day of Counter-Strike, because maybe we have got one more day in the Aurora Arena tomorrow, our consolidation final, leading into that ultimate grand final. We're going to be starting at a slightly later time of 3 p.m. CST tomorrow, so make sure you join us for all the action then.